Chapter 3079 The God of Death's Scythe Profundity. Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity surged as he cast the pillaging profundity. With this, his speed was as fast as Ling Zhuyun. The law of death was one of the four supreme laws, therefore, it was superior to other laws. For example, the law of death's possessed dead profundity that Ling Zhuyun cast was more powerful than Duan Ling Tian's law of fire's pillaging profundity in all aspects. For example, the law of fire's pillaging profundity was a movement and offensive profundity, but its offensive power was weaker than purely offensive profundities. On the other hand, the law of death's possessed dead profundity was also a movement and offensive profundity. However, its speed was as fast as the pillaging profundity, and its offensive power was comparable to those purely offensive profundities. Ling Zhuyun was slightly taken aback when he saw Duan Ling Tian being engulfed in flames. As he kept a distance from Duan Ling Tian, he said, "I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of fire's pillaging profundity as well. However, if this is the only profundity you comprehended from the law of fire, apart from the fire elemental profundity, you'll definitely lose." After he finished speaking, the aura of death surged out from his body and seemed to morph into another Ling Zhuyun. This clone of Ling Zhuyun was expressionless, and his eyes were bloodshot. Although he was not emitting the aura of death, his speed was not inferior to the real Ling Zhuyun. With this clone, it was clear that after Ling Zhuyun had cast the possessed dead profundity, he had cast the undead doppelganger profundity. Duan Ling Tian had witnessed Ling Zhuyun using the undead doppelganger profundity when they were in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, he was not surprised by this technique. After joining the Simplicity Celestial sect, his understanding of the law of death had grown deeper. The undead doppelganger profundity was an offensive and assistive profundity. The doppelganger's cultivation base and strength were no different from the original body. However, it could only use the law of death's fundamental profundity, the death elemental profundity. After all, if the doppelganger were able to use other profundities from the law of death, it would be capable of producing countless doppelgangers through the undead doppelganger profundity. Nevertheless, just one doppelganger was still a force to be reckoned with. The doppelganger was indestructible unless the original body died. Even if one reduced the doppelganger to ashes, it would regain its form in a matter of seconds. Apart from that, when one cast the undead doppelganger profundity, it also greatly boosted the strength of the user's celestial origin energy and speed. Therefore, as soon as the doppelganger appeared, Ling Zhuyun's celestial origin energy and speed grew even greater than before. After the boost from the undead doppelganger profundity, Ling Zhuyun quickly caught up to Duan Ling Tian. As he drew closer to Duan Ling Tian, who was engulfed in flames, his doppelganger followed closely behind him like a shadow. "My speed isn't a match for his. The undead doppelganger profundity has boosted his speed tremendously. Although the pillaging profundity has increased my speed as well, it's no match for the undead doppelganger profundity." Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted when he saw Ling Zhuyun was swiftly catching up to him. In just an instant, a plan appeared in his mind. Duan Ling Tian decided to stop evading Ling Zhuyun since his speed was inferior to Ling Zhuyun's. If he continued to avoid Ling Zhuyun, he would only be handing the advantage over to Ling Zhuyun. Therefore, he decided to directly launch an attack. In his opinion, the combined force of the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity would be enough to suppress Ling Zhuyun and his possessed dead profundity. The pillaging profundity's offensive power might not be as powerful as the undead doppelganger's offensive power, but the burning profundity's offensive power was much more powerful than the undead doppelganger profundity. After all, the burning profundity was one of the purely offensive profundities in the law of fire. Just in time, Duan Ling Tian said confidently just when Ling Zhuyun almost caught up to him. In just an instant, he turned around and advanced toward Ling Zhuyun. As Duan Ling Tian, who was engulfed in flames, charged toward Ling Zhuyun, the soaring flames surged several times higher than before. The heat caused the air to ripple as he moved. Is this the burning profundity? Ling Zhuyun had assumed he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian once he caught up to Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would stop evading him and suddenly turned around to launch a direct attack instead. The flames that engulfed Duan Ling Tian not only grew hotter, but it grew bigger and surged higher than before. Needless to say, he was shocked by this. Didn't Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of earth? Did he deliberately use the law of earth when we were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to mislead everyone? Does this mean the law of fire is his forte? Upon witnessing Duan Ling Tian using the law of fire's pillaging profundity and burning profundity, Ling Zhuyun could not help but feel that Duan Ling Tian had deliberately misled everyone and hid his true strength by using the law of earth when they were in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At this moment, as Duan Ling Tian drew closer to Ling Zhuyun, he said in a faint voice, "If this is all you've got, I'll definitely defeat you within 10 moves. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed. The flames engulfing his body suddenly gathered and turned into fiery sword cheese. The fiery sword cheese spun around his body for a moment before they shot toward Ling Zhuyun. The sound of sword cries rang in the air as the fiery sword cheese shot out like a torrential rain of fire. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian leapt up higher into the air. Then, he pressed his hands down, aiming at Ling Zhuyun. Thunderous sounds of explosions resounded everywhere. The flames surrounding Duan Ling Tian gathered and surged out of his palms like magma as though the floodgates had been opened. It poured down toward Ling Zhuyun. Currently, in front of Ling Zhuyun, countless fiery sword cheese were shooting toward him. At the same time, a flood of magma was falling on him from the top. Faced with these circumstances, he stopped moving. Similarly, his doppelganger stood beside him and stopped moving as well. "Duan Ling Tian, you're really something." Ling Zhuyun raised his head and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression. At this moment, the aura of death his body emitted suddenly intensified. Then, it merged with his celestial origin energy before transforming into countless scythes. However, the scythes were not lifelike, and their appearances were rather vague. It was clear he had not completely mastered this technique. The scythes formed by Ling Zhuyun's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the death elemental profundity shot toward Duan Ling Tian's fiery sword cheese. The scythes and the fiery sword cheese collided, causing a series of explosions. At the same time, Ling Zhuyun's doppelganger leapt into the air and extended his arms before charging straight into the pouring magma. After the sword cheese and scythes collided, and the explosions died down. The aftermath of the collision revealed that the scythes were completely decimated while only a few weakened fiery sword cheese hovered in the air. Meanwhile, the magma poured down on the doppelganger, reducing it into ashes. However, the doppelganger quickly recovered its form. Then, it fearlessly charged toward the pouring magma over and over again. Eventually, the time it took for the doppelganger to regain its form grew longer, and the outpour of the magma seemed to be almost exhausted as well. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun quickly left the battlefield at top speed after deflecting the impact from Duan Ling Tian's attack. Part of the impact from Duan Ling Tian's attack swept over the forest, burning a large area to the ground and creating a huge scorching pit. "I didn't expect you to have some basic comprehension of the god of death's scythe profundity," Duan Ling Tian said in surprise as he looked at Ling Zhuyun. His purple robes fluttered in the air as he maintained his position in the air. Chapter 3080 The Power of Blood. The god of death's scythe profundity was one of the offensive profundities of the law of death. Moreover, it was also the most powerful profundity of the law of death. Thus, it was widely known as the strongest offensive profundity of the law of death. However, based on the current situation, Ling Zhuyun's comprehension of the god of death's scythe profundity was still shallow. Judging from his attack, he had only barely grasped the basics of it. Therefore, he could not unleash it to its full potential. His comprehension level of the god of death's scythe profundity was similar to Duan Ling Tian's comprehension level of the law of earth's gravitational profundity and the law of fire's explosion profundity. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Zhuyun and said, "Based on my knowledge, the god of death's scythe profundity is the hardest profundity to comprehend from the law of death. I see that you're rather knowledgeable about the law of death." "You're right. The god of death's scythe profundity is the hardest profundity to comprehend among all the profundities of the law of death," Ling Zhuyun replied as he nodded, slightly startled by Duan Ling Tian's knowledge of the law of death. Then, he added, "I had only grasped its basics a few months ago. Although I'm able to cast it, it's not very powerful at the moment." Duan Ling Tian said, "It might not be very powerful now, but as it is, it complements your existing techniques. It's greatly beneficial to you." If Ling Zhuyun did not use the god of death's scythe profundity earlier, it would have been impossible for him to block the countless fiery sword cheese. With that, it gave his clone the opportunity to resist the flood of magma pouring down. "Duan Ling Tian, your comprehension of the law of fire is beyond my expectation. If I'm not mistaken, you use the law of earth in the southern heaven ancient realm to conceal your true strength, right?" Ling Zhuyun asked. "What if?" "Well, What if I say I only began comprehending the law of fire after joining the Simplicity Celestial sect? Would you believe me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a shrug. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, a slightly skeptical expression appeared on Ling Juyun's face. How long had it been? Only less than years had passed since then. In less than 10 years, it would have been considered an amazing feat if Duan Ling Tian managed to comprehend one profundity from the law of fire apart from the fire fundamental profundity. However, Duan Ling Tian said, in this short time, he had comprehended two profundities, the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity, from the law of fire, apart from the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. In the end, Ling Juyun said, Duan Ling Tian, you're stronger than I expected. Nevertheless, it's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, his clothes fluttered from his aura of death. It gave him a dark appearance. So, are you going to surrender? Duan Ling Tian asked jokingly. Surrender? Ling Juyun shook his head. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with eyes shining with determination as he said, I just wanted to tell you that you're going to lose soon. I'm going to lose. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by Ling Juyun's declaration. When he regained his senses, he chuckled. Although my speed is slower than yours at the moment, I'm capable of resisting all your attacks. What makes you think I'm going to lose? In fact, based on our battle earlier, worst case scenario, I'd come to a draw with you. Duan Ling Tian did not reveal that he did not go all out earlier. He had also grasped the basics of the explosion profundity and could use it. It might not be powerful now, but it was sufficient to boost his speed to that of Ling Juyun. Moreover, it would also boost his attacks. You're right, a rare smile bloomed on Ling Juyun's face. However, you're basing it on our earlier battle. How sure are you that I went all out earlier? As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of bloodlust flashed briefly in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, a blood mist appeared and shrouded Ling Juyun. As soon as the blood mist appeared, it merged with his celestial origin energy that was boosted with the death elemental profundity. In just an instant, the black aura of death around him contained a hint of red. My family inherited the power of blood. At my current cultivation base, my blood power had just awakened not too long ago. Although I had just awakened it, it can already greatly boost my strength. Ling Juyun said. Before he finished speaking, his black celestial origin energy with hints of red that looked like lightning bolts began to form scythes. Then, Ling Juyun added, at the very least, it can boost the law of death's profundities that I have yet to completely grasp to the stage where they have been completely comprehended. As soon as he finished speaking, the scythes formed from his energy seemed to take on corporeal forms. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see the aura of death around Ling Juyun fusing with his celestial origin energy. Then, the celestial origin energy had transformed into scythes that were slowly gaining corporeal forms. Upon seeing this, his expression turned grim. Naturally, he knew what this meant. With Ling Juyun's power of blood, however temporary it was, at this moment, Ling Juyun had mastered the law of death's god of death's scythe profundity to the rudimentary stage. There was, naturally, a vast difference in the power of the god of death's scythe profundity when one had only just grasped the basics compared to when one had mastered it to the rudimentary stage. After activating the power of blood, it's almost like I've comprehended 4 profundities from the law of death. Do you still think you're a match for me? A half-smile appeared on Ling Juyun's face. Then, he began to move. Unlike earlier, his speed when he charged toward Duan Ling Tian was much faster. Simultaneously, the scythes around Ling Juyun were spinning rapidly like a troop of well-trained armies, waiting for his command to attack. At this moment, Ling Juyun's clone from the law of death's undead doppelganger profundity aggressively advanced toward Duan Ling Tian as well. This time, not only was Ling Juyun faster than Duan Ling Tian, but his attacks were significantly stronger than Duan Ling Tian's attacks as well. It was only natural that there was a world of difference in Ling Juyun's strength compared to before. After all, earlier, he had attacked using the god of death's scythe profundity that he had only grasped the basics of. Currently, he was attacking with the god of death's scythe profundity that had been comprehended to the rudimentary stage. Ling Juyun was fast. Duan Ling Tian almost did not have time to react. In just a blink of an eye, he had reached in front of Duan Ling Tian. Buzzing noises rang in the air as the corporeal scythe spinning around Ling Juyun instantly shot out, seemingly sharp enough to tear open a spatial opening in the air. Fortunately, despite Ling Juyun's speed, Duan Ling Tian managed to evade the attacks. Explosion profundity. Faced with Ling Zhuyun's domineering attacks, Duan Ling Tian quickly cast the Law of Fire's explosion profundity even though he had only understood its basics. Although the explosion profundity was an offensive profundity, it could boost one's speed to a certain extent as well. Apart from that, he also unleashed all the techniques he had used earlier at the same time. A sky full of sword cheese rained down immediately. As they collided with scythes, they exploded into dazzling fireworks. It was clear the sword cheese were more powerful this time around. The Law of Fire's explosion profundity. Although Ling Zhuyun's attacks managed to overpower the sword's cheese, causing them to explode, he was still surprised by the fact that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended another profundity from the Law of Fire. Naturally, he could tell Duan Ling Tian had yet to fully comprehend the explosion profundity and had only grasped its basics. It was similar to how he had only grasped the basics of the God of Death's scythe profundity before he used his blood power. A similar scene was reenacted. However, the person who was hastily resisting and evading the attacks this time was not Ling Zhuyun but Duan Ling Tian. This time, Ling Zhuyun had the upper hand. I'm surprised you've grasped the basics of the Law of Fire's explosion profundity. Regardless, you're still not a match for me. Ling Zhuyun did not stop his movements as Duan Ling Tian dodged his attacks. Instead, he continued with his attacks. At the same time, Ling Zhuyun's clone from his Law of Death's undead doppelganger profundity shadowed him, waiting for an opportunity to strike while the original fought Duan Ling Tian. BZZ. 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 The scythes that had lost their shine after colliding with Duan Ling Tian's sword cheese brightened and gained corporeal forms again as Ling Zhuyun charged forward. Just like before, they seemed capable of piercing everything. Do you still have another trick up your sleeve? It's best you use it now while you still have a chance. Otherwise, surrender. You're not a match for me now. Ling Zhuyun's lips curved into a smirk as he advanced toward Duan Ling Tian. It was clear he was confident of his victory. In Ling Zhuyun's opinion, if Duan Ling Tian had other techniques up his sleeve, Duan Ling Tian would have used it earlier instead of just casting the explosion profundity that he had barely comprehended. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who did not care about winning, could not help but frown slightly when he saw the smirk on Ling Zhuyun's face. This guy is quite arrogant. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Isn't it too early to think you'll win? With that, Duan Ling Tian summoned the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I'd like to ask for your help. However, there's no need for you to go all out like that time when we fought the 6-combo Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. This time, just a casual strike is enough. Chapter 3081. Heading to the Jade Emperor Heaven, Ling Zhuyun was still confident of Duan Ling Tian's defeat when something out of his expectations occurred. Not only was Duan Ling Tian not retreating, but he was advancing. Duan Ling Tian burst up in flames again like a human torch as he charged toward Ling Zhuyun. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his arms and pushed his palms forward. In just a moment, 2 balls of magma shot out from his palms. The heat was so intense that even the air smelt burned. The fire elemental profundity. The pillaging profundity. The burning profundity. Duan Ling Tian used the Law of Fire's 3 profundities simultaneously. As the balls of magma rolled forward, tiny explosions could be seen on the surface as well. Obviously, he cast the explosion profundity as well. It seemed like he was going all out this time. At least, that was what Ling Zhuyun thought. You've overestimated yourself, Ling Zhuyun thought to himself and sneered inwardly as he watched the balls of magma rolling toward him. Then, he moved his hands around, and the scythes around him began to speed up as they shot toward the balls of magma. The scythes released black energies that seemed as though they could extinguish all the light in the world, dyeing the world black. Its saber rays, the black energies rushed out as though it will engulf all brightness in the world, painting the world in darkness. On the other hand, the 2 balls of magma were like shooting stars in the night sky, lighting up the night. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun's attacks collided. The black energies from the scythes instantly overwhelmed Duan Ling Tian's balls of magma as soon as they came in contact. You lost. A triumphant smile appeared on Ling Zhuyun's face. He could barely conceal the excitement in his eyes. He looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly, wanting to see the expression on Duan Ling Tian's face when Duan Ling Tian realized he had been defeated. However, Ling Zhuyun discovered his expectation was nothing like reality. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a confident smile on his face. He was baffled. Why was Duan Ling Tian smiling so confidently? Ling Zhuyun began to doubt himself. Is it possible that he still hasn't gone all out? After a moment, he shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. It was impossible. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun heard Duan Ling Tian say, "No, you lost." How is that possible? At this moment, Ling Zhuyun watched in shock as Duan Ling Tian's energies that seemed to be overwhelmed and almost decimated by his attacks exploded violently. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air, and a cloud mushroom rose up above the mountain. At this moment, a figure in tattered gray robes flew up as he vomited blood. The blood splattered in the air with the flames burning in the background. After the fiery mushroom cloud rose, a heatwave rolled through the entire place, causing many plants and branches to catch fire. In just a short time, half of the forest had caught fire. Moreover, the fire was spreading quickly and showed no signs of stopping. Just like that, a massive wildfire was started. As the fiery mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, a purple figure emerged from it, looking like a god. He had sword-shaped eyebrows and bright eyes that made him look extraordinarily handsome. He stood still and looked at the roughed-up gray figure in a lazy manner. A faint smile could be seen on his face. Duan Ling Tian looked at the beat-up Ling Zhuyun and said with a faint smile on his face, "I had attacked with a light hand earlier. Otherwise, you would have sustained much more serious injuries." Was that the explosion profundity? Ling Zhuyun was not bothered by his appearance. He quickly walked to Duan Ling Tian to ask the burning question in his mind. After all, he could feel the explosion profundity was the key to Duan Ling Tian's victory. However, he was not 100% certain if it was the explosion profundity. Duan Ling Tian had only grasped the basics of the explosion profundity, but the energy earlier that seemed like the explosion profundity felt as though it had been comprehended to the rudimentary stage. No, in fact, it felt as though it was slightly stronger than the rudimentary stage. In any case, Ling Zhuyun did not suspect Duan Ling Tian of using external forces like celestial talismans or other things. Are you the only one allowed to inherit the power of blood? Duan Ling Tian asked with twinkling eyes. You also inherited the power of blood. Ling Zhuyun's eyes widened in shock. This means you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Like most ancient clans in the Divine Offering Land, the Ling clan had inherited the supreme powerhouse's bloodline. As such, everyone in the Ling clan inherited the power of blood. Only descendants of a supreme powerhouse would have the power of blood. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by Ling Zhuyun's question. He asked the Chaos Divine Flame, "The power of blood is related to a supreme powerhouse?" The Chaos Divine Flame promptly replied, "Most people in the realm of gods are descendants of supreme powerhouses. Most of them have the power of blood in them. People with the power of blood are rarely seen in the mundane realms and the Devata realms. Even if there were any, they must have come from the realm of gods. In the realm of gods, there are countless people with the power of blood." Duan Ling Tian gained new knowledge again after listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation. No wonder Ling Zhuyun was shocked when he said he had the power of blood. After all, only descendants of supreme powerhouses could inherit the power of blood. It was only natural that Ling Zhuyun was shocked that Duan Ling Tian was also a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was from the realm of gods. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Ling Zhuyun's question. Instead, he said, "You lost." From their first meeting and through their interactions, Duan Ling Tian could tell Ling Zhuyun was a prideful person. Previously, at Scaling Cloud Lake, Ling Zhuyun had even threatened him before Ling Zhuyun left for the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. If he was honest with himself, he was rather annoyed by that. Therefore, he had agreed to Ling Zhuyun's request when Ling Zhuyun suggested they battle when they entered the profound Nether Mansion. Their promised fight arrived earlier than expected, and he was the victor. Now, he wanted to see the expression on Ling Zhuyun's face after being defeated. In his opinion, it would be difficult for someone like Ling Zhuyun to accept defeat. However, he was surprised by Ling Zhuyun's reaction. "That's right, I've lost." Ling Zhuyun nodded. There was no trace of displeasure on his face at all. "That's it." Duan Ling Tian was surprised to see Ling Zhuyun's calm acceptance of his defeat. He found it strange. In his opinion, someone like Ling Zhuyun would not be able to remain calm after being defeated. Upon seeing the surprised expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, Ling Zhuyun said indifferently, "Since you're also from the realm of gods, and we're about the same age, it's not a surprise that you barely defeated." Then, He added with a glint in his eyes, regardless, I'll definitely defeat you in the future. Upon hearing Ling Zhuyun's words, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. As it turned out, Ling Zhuyun was so calm after being defeated because Ling Zhuyun believed Duan Ling Tian was from another realm of God, not the divine offering land, and possessed the power of blood as well. Duan Ling Tian only smiled wryly. Why did he imply he possessed the power of blood? In any case, he knew Ling Zhuyun would have a hard time difficulting his defeat if he knew Duan Ling Tian was from the mundane realm and had ascended a Devata realm. The defeat was barely acceptable to Ling Zhuyun since he thought Duan Ling Tian was his peer, someone of the same age and from the realm of gods. If Ling Zhuyun was aware of the truth, he would receive a huge blow. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. In the center of Axe Mountain City where the above cloud pavilion was located, 2 figures could be seen emerging from the above sky pavilion's first sky courtyard. The 2 figures were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun. After they descended, they went to a counter and checked out of the above cloud pavilion. Then, they went to the back of the city's square where Axe Mountain City's transporting formation, which would send them to their intended Devata realm, was located. As one of the cities under profound nether mansion, the transporting formation was much superior to other smaller cities. The transporting formation was very precise. It would be able to send one to a precise place of one's choosing in the Devata realm. As Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun walked side by side as they made their way to the transporting formation, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Where in the Jade Emperor Heaven are we going?" "The Equal Heaven Territories Yan Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven," Ling Zhuyun replied. Chapter 3082 Outrageous Transportation Cost. The transporting formation in Axe Mountain City was located inside a crescent-shaped building. 9 main halls in the building were also laid out in an arc to form a crescent shape. As such, the building had 9 points of entry and exits that also served as entrances to the 9 main halls. After leaving the city square, Ling Zhuyun looked at the crescent-shaped building and began to explain to Duan Ling Tian. These 9 halls are where the transporting formations in Axe Mountain City are located. Inside each hall, there are 9 transporting formations that lead to 9 specific Devata realms. Therefore, there are 81 transporting formations that lead to 81 Devata realms, including our spirit overarching heaven, respectively. Although Duan Ling Tian had been staying in Axe Mountain City for more than 10 months, he had never been here. He was slightly puzzled when he heard Ling Zhuyun's explanation. Including our spirit overarching heaven. We're in the spirit overarching heaven. What's the point of having a transporting formation for the spirit overarching heaven here? Of course there is a point, Ling Zhuyun said. Those who come to Axe Mountain City can use it to go anywhere in the spirit overarching heaven. As I've said before, it can only go to places in the territories of the Southern Heaven Territory's profound nether mansion. Then, does this mean the transporting formation in other regions under other grade 6 forces in the Southern Heaven Territory can also come here? Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes lit up. Of course, Ling Zhuyun nodded. However, there are only a few people who use the transporting formation. Even celestial lords wouldn't be so wasteful. Moreover, with the speed of celestial lords, it won't take them long to travel the entire Southern Heaven Territory, let alone traveling from one grade 6 force to another in the Southern Heaven Territory. Wasteful, only a few people would use it. Duan Ling Tian was further puzzled. Does it require a lot of celestial crystals to use the transporting formation? Of course, Ling Zhuyun promptly replied, it requires 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate the transporting formation. Each time. For this reason, regardless of your destination, the cost to activate the formation is the same. That's the basic consumption needed to activate the transporting formation. Additionally, a fee also has to be paid to the forces guarding the transporting formations. Take the Axe Mountain City's transporting formation as an example. The profound nether mansion will charge 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to use the formation in the name of maintaining the formation. Duan Ling Tian was incredibly shocked after listening to Ling Zhuyun's explanation. It takes 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate the transporting formation each time. On top of that, one has to pay the profound nether mansion 10,000 prominent celestial crystals as a fee. This means everyone who wants to use the transporting formation has to pay 110,000 prominent celestial crystals. Although Duan Ling Tian had expected it would be costly to use the transporting formation, he did not expect the price to be so outrageously exorbitant. 110,000 prominent celestial crystals. Ordinary king-grade celestial weapons would only cost 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. In certain popular places, 110,000 prominent celestial crystals were sufficient to buy a fairly good offensive king-grade celestial weapon. Well, it depends on how many people are being transported at once. If you're traveling alone, then you'd have to pay 110,000 prominent celestial crystals. If there were 2 people being transported, each person would only need to pay 60,000 prominent celestial crystals. Ling Zhuyun said, no matter how many people are being transported, the activation cost for the transporting formation would always be prominent celestial crystals. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as he said, so 2 people can be transported at the same time with the transporting formation. In that case, the cost was greatly reduced. When the cost was shared by 2 people, the 100,000 prominent celestial crystal activation fee could be split in 2. That would mean each person would only have to pay 50,000 prominent celestial crystals for the activation of the transporting formation. Adding on the 10,000 prominent celestial crystals that each person had to pay to the profound nether mansion, the cost for using the transporting formation when shared between 2 people was only 60,000 prominent celestial crystals. Yes, Ling Zhuyun nodded. Can 3 be transported at once? Duan Ling Tian asked again. If it was possible to transport 3 people at once, the cost would be reduced again. Each person would only have to pay less than 40,000 prominent celestial crystals. The transporting formation controlled by the profound nether mansion can only transport 2 people at once. This is due to the limited ability of the person who set up the transporting formation. Ling Zhuyun continued to explain to Duan Ling Tian, there are more skilled masters in larger cities. The transporting formations there can transport 3, 4, or even more people at once. Similarly, each time the formation is activated, it would require 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Ling Tian finally understood that the number of people the transporting formation could carry depended on the formation master's ability. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought about the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Apart from the fee, a transporting formation requires 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to be activated. Although the assassin could instantly arrive in the profound nether mansion's territories, they certainly wouldn't have used a transporting formation since it's so costly. Let alone the 1 basic celestial king and the 6 combos celestial king, I think even the 9 palaces celestial king assassin wouldn't use the transporting formation. Moreover, with his cultivation base, it wouldn't take him long to arrive at his destination. 9 palaces celestial kings were not only powerful, but they were fast as well. After experiencing the speed of a celestial lord from Sun Liang Peng's Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, he had a good understanding of a celestial lord's speed, and through that, a 9 palaces celestial king's speed. Although Duan Ling Tian had possessed the strength of a celestial lord twice in the past through his consumable royal grade celestial weapon, his speed was nowhere close to that of a real celestial lord. In fact, his speed when under the effect of the consumable royal grade celestial weapon might be even slower than some powerful and extraordinary celestial kings. For instance, even if he used his consumable royal grade celestial weapon, his speed would still be slower than the 9 palaces celestial king assassin from the Blood Skull Gang even if he was granted the strength of an ordinary celestial lord. This was because his comprehension level of the laws was not high enough. Many people will try to look for others to travel together so they can split the cost, Ling Zhuyun said. When he finished speaking, they had already arrived at one of the main halls in the crescent-shaped building. Ling Zhuyun looked at the main hall in front of them and said to Duan Ling Tian, the transporting formation that will send us to the Jade Emperor Heaven is here. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he surveyed the hall before them. Unlike the extravagant decor he was used to, the main hall was simple and minimally decorated. It was very basic. At this moment, many people could be seen milling around the entrance. Whenever there was a newcomer, some of these people would approach the newcomer to strike up a conversation. Brother, are you going to Mo Cloud Heaven? If you are, we can travel together. We can land at the place you want. How about that, brother? Where are you heading? We can travel together if you're heading to the dark profound heaven. If we're going to the same place, you only have to pay 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, apart from the fee of 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. What do you think, sir? Are you heading to the surging cloud heaven? Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun could hear similar conversations around them as they entered the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, no such conversation could be heard at all. Clearly, such behavior was banned in the hall. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the hall, he began to survey his surroundings. He saw people standing with straight backs in every corner of the hall. They were old men and middle-aged men. All of them were dressed in dark green long robes that were embroidered with a cloud. The words, "Profound Nether Mansion," were embroidered in the cloud. Although they stood unmoving, their heads were constantly moving and looking around. "I suppose these people are from the Profound Nether Mansion?" Duan Ling Tian asked Ling Ju-yun. "Yes." Ling Ju-yun nodded. "Usually, there are about 20 men from the Profound Nether Mansion in a hall. 9 of them are tasked with operating the transporting formation while the others are here to maintain order." With these words, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out the 10 men he had seen earlier were those who were tasked with maintaining order. They are the reason people are only looking for travel companions outside the hall, near the entrance. "They have rules in here," Ling Ju-yun explained. "If you do that in here, you'll be chased out by those men from the Profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, you're banned from coming here for a year. If you need to use a transporting formation during that time, you'll have to go to another place." Ling Ju-yun's words confirmed Duan Ling Tian's suspicion that such behavior was prohibited in the main halls. Chapter 3083 Chen Yuan Shan. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noted each location of the 9 transporting formations. There were 9 platforms erected in the hall. On each platform, there was a person standing at the side with their backs straight. Upon a closer look, one would discover the ground each person was standing on had inscriptions that seemed to be inscribed with golden ink. Moreover, the inscriptions seemed to bubble as though it was boiling and shone with a light. Meanwhile, the other people were standing further away from the platforms. "These people are the assigned guardians of the formations from the Profound Nether Mansion," Ling Ju-yun explained as though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind. "The guardians of the formations from the Profound Nether Mansion might not be the most powerful, but they have mastery over the transporting formation. From what I heard, the guardians can use the transporting formation to kill anyone weaker than a celestial king with just a thought. They might not be able to kill extraordinary celestial kings, but they would still be able to injure and temporarily immobilize them. With that, there's more than sufficient time for the powerhouse from the Profound Nether Mansion to arrive and deal with the troublemakers. After all, the powerhouses from the Profound Nether Mansion would travel here through the transporting formation in the mansion's estate." Ling Ju-yun continued to say, "This is to ensure no one forces their way into the transporting formation and using it without paying. It's also to stop people from hopping in when there's only one person traveling in the transporting formation." Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the measures the Profound Nether Mansion had put in place. The mansion was not running a charity, after all. It was only natural that they would want to make a profit after expending so much effort and resources to set up the transporting formations. It was just like how on Earth, there were tolls on highways and fees for airplanes, trains, and cabs. As Ling Ju-yun led Duan Ling Tian to one of the platforms, he said, "This transporting formation leads to the Jade Emperor Heaven." At this moment, the guardian of the formation standing in front of the platform was collecting celestial crystals from a middle-aged man and an old man. Each of them paid 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. They were only allowed up on the platform after payment had been made. Once they were on the platform, each of them took out 50,000 prominent celestial crystals each and tossed them around the platform. The celestial crystal almost covered the entire surface of the platform. Several breaths later, the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals on the platform were shrouded with a white mist before they seemed to melt into the mist. Soon enough, the translucent mist seemed to turn liquid-like after the celestial crystals had merged with it. Then, it began to flow and ripple across the platform. Subsequently, the white liquid began bubbling like boiling water. After the white liquid bubbled for some time, there was a sudden flash of blinding white light that engulfed the 2 people on the platform. When the white light finally dissipated, the people had already vanished. The platform had also reverted to its original state. There was no white mist and liquid-like substance. Duan Ling Tian asked Ling Ju-yun, "Don't they have to inform the guardian of their destination?" "Nope." Ling Ju-yun shook his head. "You just have to think of your destination and use your divine consciousness to send it into the white liquid. With that, the transporting formation will send you to your destination. As I've said earlier, there are fixed stations with corresponding transporting formations where we will be transported to." Corresponding transporting formation. Duan Ling Tian had also read about corresponding transporting formations while he was in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's library. Based on its name, it was easy to figure out the corresponding transporting formation would receive one from the specific transporting formation it was linked to. Each transporting formation would have a corresponding transporting formation. The latter would not be guarded since there was no need for it. Duan Ling Tian asked again, are there corresponding transporting formations in Axe Mountain City as well? Of course. Ling Ju-yun nodded. Axe Mountain City's corresponding transporting formations are located outside the East Gate. It's quieter there. It's just an empty land with a few dozen rundown platforms with corresponding transporting formations inscribed on them. Ling Ju-yun's words aligned with what Duan Ling Tian had learned. Every transporting formation had a corresponding transporting formation. Moreover, the two linked transportations were located far from each other. Soon after, another person, who was traveling alone, paid 10,000 prominent celestial crystals and went up to the platform that led to the Jade Emperor Heaven. After the similar process that they had seen earlier, the person had also vanished after the white light disappeared. Currently, there was no one in front of Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju-yun in the queue. It was finally their turn. Duan Ling Tian brought out 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to hand over to the guardian, but Ling Ju-yun beat him to it. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, let's go. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded and walked up to the platform with Ling Ju-yun. As soon as he was on the platform, he took out the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals that he had already taken out earlier and scattered them all over the platform. Ling Ju-yun was slightly stunned but did not think too much of it. After all, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were nothing to him. Similarly, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were not a lot to Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, he took the chance to scatter them on the platform before Ling Ju-yun since he did not want to owe Ling Ju-yun a favor. Since his time on Earth, he had always lived by one principle: if one can solve a problem with money, there's no need to ask for help from people and owe them a favor. A favor was the hardest debt to repay. It's no wonder the book in Simplicity Celestial Sects Library said that the celestial crystals must completely cover the transporting formation. That's why only prominent celestial crystals can be used. After all, mediocre or primitive celestial crystals wouldn't be able to cover the entire surface, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals that covered the inscriptions on the platform. Based on the size of the inscriptions, it could fit 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, at most. Therefore, the cost of activating a transporting formation was 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. If two people are being teleported at the same time, they need to send the destination with their divine consciousness to the white liquid at the same time. At that time, the transporting formation will be activated, Ling Ju-yun said to Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he waited for the 100,000 prominent celestial crystal to be shrouded by the white mist before transforming into white liquid. At that time, he would use his divine consciousness to send his destination into the liquid, just as Ling Ju-yun had said. Yan, Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Equal Heaven territory, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sent his divine consciousness into the white liquid. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had felt indifferent about traveling to the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, at this moment, when he thought about his destination, he felt a tingle of excitement. After all, there were a number of beings in the Jade Emperor Heaven who were very famous on Earth. For example, there were Sun Wukong, the great sage and equal of heaven, Yang Jian, the Erlang god, Nezha, the third Lotus Prince, and many more. They were all legendary characters. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I don't think I'd be able to meet any of them. Even the weakest among them is a celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. If he was a celestial emperor in the Jade Emperor Heaven, perhaps he would be able to cross paths with these legendary characters. However, with his current strength, it was impossible. Wait a minute, Equal Heaven territory. If my memory serves me right, the self-proclaimed title of the sworn brother of Sun Wukong, the Ox Demon King, is the great sage who pacifies heaven. I wonder if he has any relation to the Equal Heaven territory. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, the white light had already shrouded him. While Duan Ling Tian left the spirit overarching heaven with Ling Ju-yun to the Jade Emperor Heaven, a spy was still lurking near the Simplicity Celestial Sects estate. After he obtained the information he needed, he sent a message back to the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department. The Simplicity Celestial Sect's true disciple Duan Ling Tian didn't return to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. After the intelligence department was informed of this, They relayed the message to the current assassin who had taken over the mission to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. The assassins for the mission had changed several times. Currently, the assassin who had taken on the mission was Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Where did the boy receive such a troublesome mission? Since the target knows we're after him, he'll, naturally, hide as far away as possible after leaving the Simplicity Celestial sect. It's going to be difficult to find him and kill him now. Chen Yuanshan was a middle-aged man with a muscular build. His features were strong, making him look imposing. He was none other than Chen Li's father, and Chen Li was his only son. Chen Li was the person whom Zheng Hongyi had helped in the past. It was because of Zheng Hongyi that Chen Li accepted the mission to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3084 Yanru YV. In a southern Heaven Territories region that was not occupied by any force, in the courtyard of a grand mansion located in a big city, a young man dressed in fine robes sat in front of a table, sipping tea. At this moment, he suddenly paused in his movement, and his expression darkened at the same time. What happened, Chen Li? The other young man sitting across him looked at him in confusion. This young man was dressed in all white and was extremely handsome. He held a folded fan in his hand, looking like a scholarly gentleman. A gentle smile like the spring breeze could be seen on his face at all times. Do you remember the last time you were here I mentioned a genius from the profound Nether Mansion's Simplicity Celestial sect? The young man dressed in fine robes was Chen Li, the illegitimate son of the Blood Skull Gang's Chen Yuanshan. He had just received a message from his father a moment ago. The white-clad young man nodded. Yes, what happened? Chen Li said grimly, the mission hasn't been completed until now. What? The white-clad young man was taken aback. After all, he was very aware of the Blood Skull Gang's capabilities. And yet, after such a long time, the Blood Skull Gang had yet to successfully assassinate an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. When he regained his senses, he asked, does he possess life-saving techniques or items? Initially, yes, we confirmed it to be a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. With it, he managed to kill the first assassin we sent who was a one-basic celestial king, Chen Li said. His consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could raise his cultivation base and divine consciousness to the level of a one-basic celestial lord. Although the profundities of the law he comprehended aren't extraordinary, his strength was enough to kill the one-basic celestial king the Blood Skull Gang sent. The white-clad young man nodded and asked again, after that, the Blood Skull Gang should have sent a stronger assassin, right? He knew that as one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, once the Blood Skull Gang accepted a job, they would have to successfully complete it, no matter what. Chen Li continued to say, the second assassin we sent was a 6-combo celestial king. Apart from that, he had also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. A 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. If I'm not mistaken, there should only be a handful of people in the profound Nether Mansion's territories who are a match for him, right? The white-clad young man asked in surprise, did he fail as well? At this moment, Chen Li's expression darkened even more. It's not just that, similar to the one basic celestial king we sent, he died in one of the profound Nether Mansion's territories as well. What? Even a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind died? The white-clad young man was further shocked. Did a powerhouse protecting the target kill the 6-combo celestial king? I don't know. He did not manage to send a final message back to the Blood Skull Gang, so we don't know who killed him, Chen Li replied. Then, he continued to say, after that, we sent the third assassin, a 9 Palaces Celestial King. A 9 Palaces Celestial King. The white-clad young man raised his eyebrows when he heard Chen Li's words. An assassin with that cultivation base could assassinate most people in the profound Nether Mansion's territories as long as he stays under the radar, right? With the 9 Palaces Celestial King, the mission should be a success, right? In his opinion, sending a 9 Palaces Celestial King to assassinate a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was akin to using a grenade launcher to kill a chicken. At this moment, Chen Li looked as though he was going to lose his temper as he said through gritted teeth, the target managed to escape. How did that happen? The white-clad young man asked with a frown. Chen Li seethed with anger as he continued to say through gritted teeth, the damned sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect had given the target a wind shadow escape talisman that the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion rewarded him. That Wind Shadow Escape talisman contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord and the law of wind's gale profundity and wind style profundity. Moreover, the gale profundity and the wind style profundity in the talisman were both at the initial stage. With that talisman, it was, naturally, easy for the target to escape from the Nine Palaces Celestial King. Therefore, the Nine Palaces Celestial King could only come back empty-handed. Chen Li's eyes flashed intently with killing intent the entire time he recounted what happened to the white-clad young man. As the guarantor and the person who approved the job, he was under immense pressure since the target repeatedly escaped from the Blood Skull Gang's assassins. If it were not for his father's support, the other high-ranking officials in the Blood Skull Gang would have had his head on a pike. A Wind Shadow Escape talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord and the law of wind's gale profundity and wind style profundity that were at the initial stage. The white-clad young man's eyes flashed as he said, with a celestial talisman like that, even a 10-direction celestial king could only watch as he escapes, let alone a 9-palace celestial king. However, I'm surprised that the sect leader of a grade 7 sect possessed such an item. It seems like the mansion master of the profound nether mansion regards him highly. Well, in any case, he can't compare to you. At this moment, as though he just recalled something, Chen Li looked at the white-clad young man and asked, "Right, isn't it about time for your Dao Scholar Profound sect to select true disciples again? Are you confident about being selected as a true disciple?" "I'm 100% confident." The white-clad young man narrowed his eyes, and a confident expression appeared on his handsome face when he replied to Chen Li's question. "I'll congratulate you in advance then," Chen Li said with a forced smile on his face. His forced smile made him look worse than if he were crying. Chen Li's friend, the white-clad young man, was a core disciple of the Dao Scholar Profound sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory. Moreover, he was also one of the top core disciples in the sect. If he was selected as a true disciple of the Dao Scholar Profound sect this time, he would be the youngest true disciple in the history of the Dao Scholar Profound sect. Unlike the numbers of true disciples in ordinary sects, it should be noted that there were only 3 true disciples in the Dao Scholar Profound sect at one time. The white-clad shifted the conversation back to its original course and asked, "Seeing how you lost your composure earlier, you must have received a message, right? Who is it from?" "It's my father," Chen Li sighed as he said disgruntledly. "He just informed me the target had left for the Jade Emperor Heaven through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City 3 days ago. As for his destination in the Jade Emperor Heaven, no one knows except for him and his companion. Naturally, we can find out their destination in the Jade Emperor if the Profound Nether Mansion allows the Blood Skull Gang's formation master to examine the transporting formation the target used. However, it's impossible for the Profound Nether Mansion to allow something like that." "The Profound Nether Mansion?" The white-clad young man cocked an eyebrow upon hearing Chen Li's words. "Perhaps, I can help you with this." Chen Li instinctively turned to look at the white-clad young man. "I have a junior brother who came from the Profound Nether Mansion. He had told me that his father is the vice mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, it's impossible for me to ask him to help you kill a genius from a sect under the Profound Nether Mansion. However, there shouldn't be a problem with me asking him to let the Blood Skull Gang's formation master examine the transporting formation the target used. However, you have to hide your identities. You must not let them know the reason you're examining the transporting formation is to hunt down a genius from one of the sects under the Profound Nether Mansion," the white-clad young man said in one breath. Chen Li's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the white-clad young man's words. He looked at the white-clad young man and said sincerely, "Brother Ru Yv, I'll owe you a big favor if we manage to complete this mission." "Not at all, I'm happy to help." The white-clad young man smiled faintly. At some point, he had unfolded his fan and was currently slowly fanning himself. It seemed like an ordinary action at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see green lights flashing around it like tiny writhing green snakes. After a short moment, the white-clad young man took a communication celestial talisman out before shattering it. In the Dao Scholar Profound sect's estate, a young man who was in the midst of cultivation suddenly received a message. "Senior brother Yan Ru Yv." The young man stiffened slightly upon hearing the message, and a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes as well. He did not expect his senior brother, Yan Ru Yv, would reach out to him for help. After all, Yan Ru Yv was the direct disciple of the sect leader of the Dao Scholar Profound sect. He was the most talented prodigy to be seen in the sect in the last 10,000 years. Apart from that, he was one of the strongest core disciples in the sect. Moreover, it was highly likely that he would be chosen to become one of the 3 true disciples in the sect in the near future. For all those reasons, it was only natural for the young man to admire Yanru Yv. Therefore, he quickly and enthusiastically replied, "Senior brother Ru Yv, what do you need me to do? I will do it even if I have to go through fire and boiling water." "There is no need for you to go through fire and boiling water for me," Yanru Yv said indifferently. "I remember you saying your father is the vice mansion master of the grade 6 profound nether mansion, right?" "That's right," the young man replied. "I have a favor to ask. I have a friend who wants his formation master to examine a transporting formation in one of the profound nether mansion's territories. Can you help with this?" Yanru Yv bluntly asked. "Examine a transporting formation in one of the profound nether mansion's territories." The young man frowned slightly upon hearing Yan Ruiv's request. Then, he asked respectfully, "Senior brother Yan, may I know who your friend is trying to track?" Naturally, he was well aware that the only reason someone would want to examine a transporting formation was to track the location of the user. Chapter 3085 The Jade Emperor Heaven. "A disciple from my friend's clan had committed a crime and escaped. They're trying to capture him." Yanru Yv had already prepared this excuse beforehand. "Is that so?" Upon hearing the reason, the young man said agreeably, "Senior Yan, I'll contact my father at once. I'll help you deal with this matter." "Thank you. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to look for me," Yanru Yv replied. Upon hearing Yanru Yv's words, the young man's eyes lit up, and his heart raced in his chest. Before he arrived in the Dao Scholar Profound sect, he was considered a genius in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, geniuses like him were commonplace in the Dao Scholar Profound sect. There were many who were much more outstanding than him. As the direct disciple of the Dao Scholar Profound sect, Yanru Yv was, naturally, one of the brightest talents in the sect. Not only was Yanru Yv's innate talent and comprehension skills high, but Yanru Yv had a formidable background as well. For these reasons, the young man wanted to forge a good relationship with Yanru Yv. Thus, even if Yanru Yv's request was rather difficult, he would try his best to persuade his father to help Yanru Yv and his friend. He had promised Yanru Yv to obtain permission from the Profound Nether Mansion to examine one of the transporting formations in the Profound Nether Mansion's territories. There was no turning back. Now, the young man inhaled deeply to calm himself down before he sent a message to his father, one of the 3 vice mansion masters of the Profound Nether Mansion. Li Lingyi, the young man's father, replied instantly, "Yunur, what's the matter?" Li Lingyi had a few sons, but his youngest son was the most gifted among all his sons. Although his son was the youngest, his cultivation base was higher than all his brothers. Moreover, his youngest son was a core disciple in the Dao Scholar Profound sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory. In his opinion, it was only a matter of time before his son rose in ranks in the Dao Scholar Profound sect. When the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion retired to return to his clan that ruled over the Profound Nether Mansion, the mansion would inevitably need to select a new mansion master. With his son's status in the Dao Scholar Profound sect, at that time, he would have the advantage over the other 2 vice mansion masters in the selection of the new mansion master of the Profound Nether sect. For all these reasons, he had always doted on and indulged his youngest son while he was strict with his other sons. "Father." Li Yan did not beat around the bush and recounted everything Yanru Yv had asked of him to his father. He did not fail to mention how Yanru Yv was highly regarded in the Dao Scholar Profound sect and how Yanru Yv was the most promising candidate for the position of the sect leader of the Dao Scholar Profound sect. The next sect leader of the Dao Scholar Profound sect. Li Lingyi's heart skipped a beat when he heard his son's words. The Dao Scholar Profound sect was one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory. Although it was only a grade higher than the grade 6 Profound Nether Mansion, there was a chasm of difference between the two. For example, the clan that ruled over the Profound Nether Mansion was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven territory. It was a grade 5 clan comparable to the Dao Scholar Profound sect in the Southern Heaven territory. However, there was a difference between Yanru Yv and the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion, and the difference was tilted in Yanru Yv's favor. After all, when the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion retired and returned to his clan, he would only be given the position of an inner elder. Although the number of inner elders was not as many as outer elders, the position of an inner elder can only be considered average in the clan. How could an inner elder compare to the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect even if both forces were grade 5 forces? This is a bit tricky. If the other two Vice Mansion Masters find out about this, they'll use it against me in the future. However, to be able to forge a connection with someone like Yan Ru YV, it's worth the risk. Li Lingyi was quick to reply to his son after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Li Lingyi did not come from an extraordinary background. He had traveled a long and arduous road to rise to his current rank. Therefore, he knew the importance of forging the right connections. Moreover, he knew opportunities like this one was rare. It would be impossible for his son to forge a connection with Yan Ru YV if it were not for Yan Ru Eve's request. Thank you, father. Li Yan was slightly surprised by how fast his father agreed to the request. He thought he would need more time to convince his father to agree to Yan Ru Eve's request. Yun'er, tell Yu Senior to have his friend's family visit me, Li Lingyi said. Yes, father. After replying to his father, Li Yan instantly sent a message to Yan Ru YV. Senior Ru Yu, it has been done. My father asks that you ask your friends' family to visit him in the Profound Nether Mansion. My father's name is Li Lingyi, one of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Profound Nether Mansion. All right, thank you, Yan Ru YV replied. You're being too courteous, Senior Yan. It's an honor to be able to help you, Li Yan said. No matter what, I owe you a huge favor, Yan Ru YV replied. Then, Yan Ru YV looked at Chen Li who was sitting across from him and smiled faintly. It's done. Tell your father to send someone to the Profound Nether Mansion and look for Li Lingyi. He's the Vice Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. At that time, you'll be able to investigate the transporting formation your target had used to travel to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Chen Li's eyes brightened immediately. He wasted no time in sending Chen Yuanshan, his father, a communication celestial talisman, and informed him about what happened. Upon hearing Chen Li's message, Chen Yuanshan was rather startled that Yan Ru YV decided to help his son. That brat must have accumulated many good deeds in his past lives to have a friend like young Master Yan. Yan Ru YV and his illegitimate son were childhood friends. However, unlike his son, Yan Ru Eve's high innate talent was discovered at a young age and was recruited to join the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Yan Ru YV was even accepted as the direct disciple of the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Even after rising to such high status, Yan Ru YV did not forget his son and would frequently visit his son. Moreover, unbeknownst to his son, Yan Ru YV had personally looked for him once and threatened him to treat Chen Li well. The Jade Emperor Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. It was also the Devata realm closest to Yan Huang realm, which was where Earth, Duan Ling Tian's hometown, was located in his past life. Initially, Duan Ling Tian was supposed to ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Due to a spatial turbulence that happened every 10,000 years during his ascension, he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven instead. In the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory, in one of Yan Mountain Mansion's territories, 3 people were flying in the air as they conversed among themselves. It'll take us half a month to arrive at the Wind Defense City even if we move at full speed. Do we have enough time? We promised to meet in the Wind Defense City 2 months after arriving in the Jade Emperor Heaven. We have enough time, one of 3 people replied. We've come a long way and spent a huge fortune to travel here from the spirit overarching heaven all because of the secret realm that was left behind by a celestial emperor. If I find out that person is lying to us, I definitely won't let him get away with it. The third person said solemnly. The first person who had spoken scoffed and said mockingly, you won't let him get away with it. I remember you lost miserably to him when you fought him, right? The third person snorted before he retorted, I was just careless, that's why I lost. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to him since our cultivation base and the number of profundities we comprehended are the same. Based on the trio's conversation, it was obvious they had also traveled to the Jade Emperor Heaven from the spirit overarching heaven. Clearly, they had also received the invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. They were also peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended at least 2 profundities from Allah. The Wind Defense City was the designated meeting place set by the person who told them about the secret realm left behind by a Celestial Emperor. At the same time, 2 figures were also moving toward the Wind Defense City from another direction. One of them was a handsome purple-clad young man. His face seemed slightly stern, but his eyes were bright and clear. Next to the purple-clad young man was a gray-clad young man. He seemed to have a permanently aloof expression on his face. The indifference in his eyes and his frosty aura that could be felt from 1,000 miles away made him seem unapproachable. The duo was none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun, who had traveled here from the spirit overarching heaven. At this moment, a black dot appeared in the distance. That should be the Wind Defense City. We arrived a month earlier than promised. This is good. We can familiarize ourselves with the Wind Defense City and its surroundings and see how many people that reincarnated Celestial Emperor had gathered, Ling Juyun said. Duan Lingtian nodded. His anticipation to enter the secret realm where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was planted had grown greatly over time. Since that person asked them to meet in one of Yan Mountain Mansion's territories, the secret realm must be located somewhere nearby. Chapter 3086 Gather at Wind Defense City. The Wind Defense City was one of the cities in the territories of the Yan Mountain Mansion. Its status in the Yan Mountain Mansion was comparable to the status of Axe Mountain City in the Profound Nether Mansion. The Wind Defense City also had its own transporting formations that were connected to the other 80 Devata realms. It was inscribed by the formation masters of the city and cost 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to use. After Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun entered the city, they found it bustling. Many people were entering and leaving the city. We have less than 2 months until our meeting time. Let's find an inn to settle down in. The Wind Defense City is under the Yan Mountain Mansion. It should have an inn that's similar to the above Cloud Pavilion in Axe Mountain City, Ling Juyun suggested to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. Soon enough, the duo found an inn that belonged to the Yan Mountain Mansion. Although the layout of their courtyards was unlike the above Cloud Pavilion in Axe Mountain City, their treatment of the guests according to the grades of courtyards was similar. The treatment of the occupants of the highest grade courtyards was the same as the sky courtyards in the above Cloud Pavilion. This inn that belonged to the Yan Mountain Mansion was called the Unison Pavilion. Unlike the sky courtyards in the above Cloud Pavilion, each of the highest grade courtyards could accommodate 3 people. After settling down, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun went to their respective rooms and continued to comprehend their profundities while they waited for the time to meet the reincarnated Celestial Emperor to come. A female guest was ushered into the courtyard next to Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun's courtyard. If Duan Lingtian were in the front yard now, he would have recognized the female guest immediately. She was none other than Marong Xiao, the person who ranked third after Ling Juyun and Duan Lingtian in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Profound Nether Mansion. Marong Xiao was from a grade 7 clan in one of the Profound Nether Mansion's territories. She was also the Marong clan's most gifted disciple. Unlike Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun, who had used the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City, she had traveled to the Jade Emperor Heaven using a transporting formation in another city under the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun were, naturally, unaware that an acquaintance from the Profound Nether Mansion was also lodging at the Unison Pavilion. Similarly, Marong Xiao was also unaware that 2 acquaintances from the Profound Nether Mansion had arrived at the Unison Pavilion a few days earlier and were staying next to her courtyard. The Unison Pavilion was the best inn in Wind Defense City. Those with influential, powerful, or wealthy backgrounds would usually choose to stay in the inn. Before Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, and Marong Xiao arrived at the Unison Pavilion, a few peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the spirit overarching heaven and other Devata realms had also decided to stay in the Unison Inn. Similar to Duan Ling Juyun, and Marong Xiao, they were also here for the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending the explosion profundity of the law of fire in his room. With the help of the chaos divine flame, his progress was tremendously fast. He was close to completely comprehending and mastering it. Over the period of half a month, Duan Lingtian had the niggling feeling that he was only a hair's breadth away from mastering the explosion profundity, but it continued to elude him. In the end, Duan Lingtian, who was eager to find out what was wrong, could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame, Senior Chaos Divine Flame, what's happening? The Chaos Divine Flame replied, after comprehending the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity, you've gained a deep understanding and some preconceived concepts of the law of fire that contradict with the explosion profundity. Basically, what's happening is that you've reached a bottleneck in your comprehension of the explosion profundity. Duan Lingtian finally discovered the reason for his lack of progress after listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words. As it turned out, it was due to the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity that he had comprehended. This is only the 4th profundity, and I've already met with a bottleneck. There are 5 more profundities from the law of fire to comprehend. It's definitely going to get more and more difficult from here on out, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a sigh. Of course, the first few profundities of any laws are easy to comprehend. However, it gets progressively difficult when you begin to comprehend 5 or more profundities. To comprehend all 9 profundities of a law is tougher than ascending to heaven. It's impossible for a person with ordinary comprehension skills to comprehend all 9 profundities even if he has all the time in the world and is in the best environment, the Chaos Divine Flame said. With this, Duan Lingtian finally realized comprehending profundities would only get more and more difficult as he progressed. The Chaos Divine Flame suggested, why don't you try comprehending another profundity from the law of fire? Most people would switch to comprehending another profundity when they encounter a bottleneck. It could give you a new insight and help you break through the bottleneck later, the Chaos Divine Flame suggested. That's possible as well. Duan Lingtian was surprised to learn this. He immediately took to the Chaos Divine Flame's suggestion. Although Duan Lingtian already had an answer in mind, he still asked the Chaos Divine Flame, Senior, there's one king-grade celestial method that contains the Blazing Sun profundity and a king-grade divine ability that contains the Fire-traveling profundity. The Fire-traveling profundity seems useless. Should I comprehend the Blazing Sun profundity first? The Fire-traveling profundity was rather useless since it could only be used in an environment with fire even if one had comprehended it to the initial stage. Only when it was comprehended to the mastery stage, it could be used along with the flames created from the fire elemental profundity. Yes, comprehend the Blazing Sun profundity first, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. No, wait, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes suddenly as though he had just recalled something. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, the law of fire's fire-traveling profundity is somewhat similar to the law of wind's wind-style profundity and the law of earth's ground escape technique, right? There's a limitation on the fire-traveling profundity and the ground escape technique. This means the wind-style profundity should have similar limitations as well, right? However, how did I gain the speed from the wind-style profundity at the initial stage when I used the wind shadow escape talisman? He had just recalled the wind shadow escape talisman that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had given him. It was thanks to that wind shadow escape talisman contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord and the gale profundity and the wind-style profundity at the initial stage that Duan Lingtian managed to escape from the 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. When he had used the celestial talisman, he could keenly feel the speed of the celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind-style profundity and the gale profundity. The speed from the wind-style profundity was not weaker than the gale profundity's speed. However, the wind-style profundity in the wind shadow escape talisman was only at the initial stage. Under such circumstances, since it was not at the mastery stage, should it not be limited like the fire-traveling profundity and the ground escape technique? Before asking this question, did you think about the environment you were in when you used the wind shadow escape talisman? Was there no wind around you when you used it? The Chaos Divine Flame replied as though Duan Lingtian should have known the answer to the question. Windless. It took a moment before realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. That's right, although the wind-style profundity has limitations as well, due to the environment, the limitation was removed. Only if we were in a windless place then the wind-style profundity would be useless unless it has been comprehended to the mastery stage. This meant the wind-traveling profundity was more useful than the law of fire's fire-traveling profundity before the mastery stage. After all, as long as one was not in an enclosed or sealed space with no breeze, wind existed almost everywhere. Those who comprehend the law of wind are really lucky. The fire-traveling profundity is useless unless one comprehends it to the mastery stage. However, even the rudimentary stage of the wind-style profundity could still be used to boost their speed since wind is everywhere even if you can't feel it, Duan Lingtian lamented inwardly. He could not help but feel envious of those who comprehended the law of wind. After a while, he took a deep breath and calmed down before he continued to focus on comprehending the law of fire's blazing sun profundity with the help from the Chaos Divine Flame. He had lost track of time as he comprehended the blazing sun profundity until Ling Juyun's voice calling out to him from outside snapped him back to his senses. Chapter 3087 Ling Juyun's Speculations. It's time, Duan Lingtian asked as he stepped out of his room and looked at Ling Juyun who was standing in front of his room. Ling Juyun nodded as he said, he just sent me a message asking us to gather at a mountain range about 130,000 miles south of Wind Defense City. There's a mountain there that resembles a wolf howling at the sky. He wants us to meet at the peak of that mountain. We need to arrive before night falls. Those who are late will be considered as forfeiting the chance to enter the secret realm. These are his exact words. If that's the case, let's depart. Now, Duan Ling Tian replied. Ling Zhuyun nodded in response. After the duo prepared to leave, just as they left the courtyard, a low voice rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Zhuyun. Duan Ling Tian slightly raised one of his eyebrows. There was someone here who knew him and Ling Zhuyun. Moreover, the person who had spoken was a woman. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun instinctively turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a slender and elegant figure looking at them with a surprised expression on her pretty face. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to recognize that woman. She was none other than Murong Xiao, the most gifted disciple of the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the profound Nether Mansion. Previously, she ranked third, behind Ling Zhuyun and Duan Ling Tian, in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, she left a deep impression on him. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It seems like the reincarnated Celestial Emperor extended an invitation to Murong Xiao as well. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response. It was obvious Murong Xiao had also received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor since she was also in the Unison Pavilion. Let's go. If it's possible, let's not get involved with her. I don't want her to drag us down. Ling Zhuyun cast a meaningful glance at Duan Ling Tian before he left the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian was quick to follow after Ling Zhuyun, but he felt rather speechless. What was the meaning of the look Ling Zhuyun gave him? Why would he get involved with Murong Xiao for no reason? Although Murong Xiao was pretty, she paled in comparison to his wives, Ka and Li Fei, and Huaner, the peerless beauty whom he met in the spirit overarching heaven. Those two bastards. Murong Xiao gritted her teeth in anger. They had clearly heard her, but they had completely ignored her. Usually, her arrogant self would not bother with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun. However, she was currently alone in the Jade Emperor Heaven and would be entering the secret realm left behind by a Celestial Emperor alone as well. If she could get along with the duo, it was another way to guarantee her safety. Due to this reason, she had no choice but to put her pride aside and hurried after the duo. Since Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun left the Unison Pavilion in the Wind Defense City, Murong Xiao had been following them closely. It was obvious she was trying to insert herself into their group of two. As the duo traveled, Murong Xiao said, Duan Ling Tian, Ling Zhuyun, when did both of you arrive? You must have received an invitation as well, right? Since we're entering the secret realm together, the three of us should join forces as well. We don't have to split the treasures in the secret realm equally. I'm willing to take only 20% of the treasures, both of you can split the remaining 80% among yourselves. What do you think? In order to show her sincerity and to join their group, Murong Xiao told the duo she was willing to take only 20% of whatever treasures they found in the secret realm. In her opinion, the duo would certainly agree to her proposal, especially since she had made such a huge compromise. After all, she was rather strong. If the three of them joined forces, it would be easy for them to course through the secret realm left behind by a Celestial Emperor. Alas, contrary to Murong Xiao's expectations, not only did Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun not accept her proposal, but the duo did not even deign to spare her a glance. They completely ignored her during the entire journey to their destination. Murong Xiao's expression was incredibly unsightly. At the moment, she felt slightly aggrieved. When had she, the most pampered female disciple in the Murong clan, ever been treated this way before? Meanwhile, Ling Zhuyun sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. There are other people from the Unison Pavilion traveling south like us as well. It seems like they were also invited by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. However, apart from Murong Xiao, I don't see any other familiar face. It seems like the three of us are the only people from the Southern Heaven Territory's profound Nether Mansion in the spirit overarching heaven. Just the three of us. Upon hearing Ling Zhuyun's words, Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned back to look at the thousands of people in the surroundings. Just like Ling Zhuyun had said, apart from Murong Xiao, there was no other familiar face. Naturally, not all of the thousands of people were headed to the secret realm left behind by a Celestial Emperor. Most of these people were just travelers from Wind Defense City. True enough, after they traveled about 80,000 miles southward, only 2,000 people were left. After another 10,000 miles later, only about 1,000 people were left. After traveling across a desert and vast plain, a mountain range soon appeared in the distance. That mountain range in front of us should be our destination, Duan Ling Tian said. Ling Zhuyun nodded. Similarly, Murong Xiao and the others had noticed the mountain range as well. With this, many people began to speed up toward the mountain range in a hurry as though some treasures were up for grabs. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun moved at a leisurely speed while Murong Xiao quietly followed behind them. She no longer tried to talk to them after they blatantly ignored her. She had even dismissed the idea of joining forces with them since it was obvious they had no intention to do so. Otherwise, they would not have ignored her even after she had made such a huge compromise. If that person only invited both of us and Murong Xiao from the Southern Heaven Territory's profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven. How many places did he travel to invite so many people? Moreover, it's likely that these people aren't everyone he had invited. Duan Ling Tian was almost certain these 1,000 people were all invited here by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Moreover, he suspected there were more people that the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had invited. Ling Zhuyun nodded in agreement before he replied, based on his standards for choosing 3 of us, if he had applied the same standards in other places as well, these people must be peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with extremely high innate talents and comprehension skills. Didn't you mention that only ordinary powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials are needed as a sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree? Why would he care about their innate talents and comprehension skills? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Perhaps, by carefully selecting not only powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but also those with high innate talents and comprehension skills, the success rate of the tree bearing the heaven sacrificial divine fruits would further rise. Ling Zhuyun's eyes flashed as he speculated out loud, otherwise, why would he go through all these troubles? In the profound nether mansion's territories, there's no peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial stronger than the 3 of us. However, there are plenty who are slightly weaker than Murong Xiao, and yet, they weren't selected. Well, we can only speculate for now. Perhaps, there are other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the profound nether mansion who aren't among this group of people. Duan Ling Tian said, perhaps. In any case, we'll be able to confirm my speculations once night falls. At that time, we'll be able to see if there are any other familiar faces, Ling Zhuyun said. It'd be good if your speculations are right about the success rate being increased. After all, we're here for the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. Other things aren't important at all, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes burned with anticipation. If the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had only invited him, Ling Zhuyun, and Murong Xiao from the profound nether mansion and had chosen the others from different places based on the same standards he applied to them, there had to be a reason for it. Otherwise, like Ling Zhuyun had said, there was no need for him to expend such great efforts. The more I think about it, the more I agree with Ling Zhuyun's speculations. Sacrificing extraordinary peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talents and comprehension skills will probably increase the probability of the tree bearing the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. We've arrived. Chapter 3088 Lin Fei Yong. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses as soon as he heard Ling Zhuyun's voice. He discovered they had already arrived above the mountain range and were not far away from a humongous mountain. The humongous mountain stood out among all the mountains in the mountain range. It was majestic as it towered above the other mountains. Additionally, its shape resembled that of a wolf howling at the sky. At the same time, the people in Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun's surroundings began to descend on the peak of the mountain that resembled a wolf. From afar, the peak of the mountain did not look big, but in reality, it was capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people with space to spare. Let's go. Ling Zhuyun beckoned to Duan Ling Tian before he descended on the peak of the giant wolf mountain. Duan Ling Tian's body flashed out of sight as he descended on the peak of the mountain with Ling Zhuyun. Half of the mountain was forested areas, but the peak was barren. Strangely, the ground on the peak was flat and smooth like a mirror with gravel scattered here and there. It looked as though someone had intentionally created the smooth surface on the ground. After Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun landed at the peak, they saw more than 1,000 people had already gathered at the peak. Clearly, apart from those who had descended ahead of them, there were some who had arrived at the peak earlier. Soon after Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun descended, the people behind them, including Murong Xiao, descended on the peak as well. With this, the number of people on the peak swelled dramatically. The number of people continued to increase as more and more people arrived at the peak of the mountain. At this moment, a handsome young man standing near Duan Lingtian looked at him and asked with a smile, "Brother, are you here for the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor as well?" Duan Lingtian only responded with a question, "I think all of us are here for the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor, right?" "Ah, that's right." The young man smiled sheepishly before he asked again, "Brother, where are you from?" Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man before he lightly replied, "The spirit overarching heaven." "What about you?" "I'm actually from the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, just like the rest of you from other Devata realms, I came here using a transporting formation as well. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to arrive on time," the young man replied. Then, he continued to ask, "My name is Lin Fei Yong. What's yours?" Duan Lingtian replied. In fact, he noticed Lin Fei Yang's presence earlier. There were 5 or 6 people who were standing closer to Lin Fei Yong, but Lin Fei Yong chose to speak to him instead. For this reason, he felt slightly perplexed and wary. While Duan Lingtian was pondering on the reasons why Lin Fei Yong had chosen to speak to him, the profound divine metal's voice rang in his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Boy, that lad, Lin Fei Yong, his body contains the second form of the world-cleansing divine water. However, it seems like it's an innate possession, and the world-cleansing water in him hasn't woken up yet." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he thought to himself, the world-cleansing divine water. Similar to the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth in Duan Lingtian's body, the world-cleansing divine water was also one of the 5 divine elements. Apart from the 3 divine elements in his body, he also possessed the clear heavens divine wood. However, since the clear heavens divine wood was still in its first form, it still had not gained sentience. At the moment, the clear heavens divine wood was located close to his heart and was constantly resonating with the main branch of the divine tree of life that was intertwined with his heart. "What do you mean by he possessed it innately?" Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal curiously. "It means that when he was still in his mother's womb, the world-cleansing divine water had chosen him as its host. Like I said earlier, based on my investigation, his world-cleansing divine water hasn't awoken yet. Although it hasn't awoken, due to its presence, the young man can vaguely sense the presence of the 5 divine elements. He must have sensed our presence, without knowing what we are, in your body and felt a slight pull to you. That's probably why he approached you," the profound divine metal explained. "I see." Upon hearing the profound divine metal's explanations, Duan Lingtian's doubts were instantly resolved. It made sense to him now why Lin Fei Yong approached him out of so many other people. After a moment, he could not help but ask, "The world-cleansing divine water in his body is in the second form, right? So, why hasn't it awoken? The 5 divine elements that are above the second form can choose their hosts. One of the riskiest ways is to choose an unborn fetus as a host, but it has its benefits as well. Take Lin Fei Yong for example. When he was a growing fetus, the world-cleansing divine water had affected his constitution and laid down a foundation for him to comprehend the law of water. It could be said that for this reason, Lin Fei Yong has a heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water. He would be able to comprehend and master the law of the water incredibly fast, and given enough time, he would certainly comprehend all 9 profundities from the law of water. Additionally, the world-cleansing divine water's presence would help Lin Fei Yong open up more heavenly veins and connect them to the heaven and earth spirit energy. With this, the fetus was guaranteed to have extraordinary innate talent, the profound divine metal explained. It paused for a moment before it continued to say, "However, like I said earlier, there are risks attached to selecting an unborn fetus as a host. To nourish and nurture the fetus, the world-cleansing divine water had to use a tremendous amount of energy. Due to overexertion, it has fallen into a deep slumber that would last for, at least, 100 years. It's a huge risk to the world-cleansing divine water if Lin Fei Yong encounters someone else with a second form world-cleansing divine water. Since it's in deep slumber and can't defend itself, the other person's second form world-cleansing divine water could easily absorb it. To survive up to now, the world-cleansing divine water in this lad's body is quite lucky for not encountering another second form world-cleansing divine water. It's too bad that you don't have a world-cleansing divine water at the second form or higher. Otherwise, you can kill this lad and absorb his second form world-cleansing divine water. A hint of pity could be heard in its voice at the end of its words. It's also too bad that the lad's second form world-cleansing divine water isn't awake. Otherwise, we can try to persuade it to leave the lad's body and enter your body instead. If it agrees to our persuasion, you would have successfully obtained all 5 divine elements. The profound divine metal said enthusiastically. Lin Fei Yong. After listening to the profound divine metal's words, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness to investigate Lin Fei Yong. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the result of his investigation. He's not even 100 years old. He was rather surprised that Lin Fei Yong, similar to him and Ling Juyun, was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial under the age of 100. Meanwhile, Lin Fei Yong frowned slightly when he sensed Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness probing him. However, in the end, he chose to let the matter go. Do you comprehend the law of water? Duan Ling Tian asked Lin Fei Yong. He wanted to verify the profound divine metal's words. If it was true, and Lin Fei Yong was, indeed, gifted in comprehending the law of water, it was unlikely for Lin Fei Yong to comprehend other laws as well. How do you know? Lin Fei Yong was slightly taken aback by the accuracy of Duan Ling Tian's words. Among the crowd of people here, he had no acquaintances nor opponents here. Therefore, it was impossible for someone whom he had just met to know he comprehended the law of water. When Lin Fei Yong regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion. He could not figure out how a person's divine consciousness was capable of discerning the law one comprehended. He asked skeptically, You're capable of discerning I comprehend the law of water with your divine consciousness? Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Lin Fei Yang's question. Instead, he stared at Lin Fei Yong intently and continued to ask, although you haven't reached the age of 100, you must have already comprehended many profundities from the law of water, right? Lin Fei Yang's expression changed drastically as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked as though he had just seen a ghost. He could not figure out how the purple-clad young man in front of him knew these things about him. After a beat, he looked at Duan Ling Tian warily and asked, Have we met before? In fact, earlier, Lin Fei Yong had felt a pull toward Duan Ling Tian among the sea of people. For no reason at all, he felt that Duan Ling Tian was very approachable, as though they had a sense of camaraderie. He had thought it was peculiar to feel that way about a stranger. After Duan Ling Tian revealed information about him with utmost accuracy, on top of feeling shocked, he felt the entire matter was even more peculiar. For a moment, he even wondered if he had met Duan Ling Tian before. This is my first time in the Jade Emperor Heaven. How could we have met before this? Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile before he shifted his gaze away from Lin Fei Yong. Clearly, he no longer intended to talk to Lin Fei Yong. Meanwhile, the number of people continued to increase. There must be, at least, 5,000 people present on the scene at this moment. Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, exactly how many people did that reincarnated celestial emperor invite? Chapter 3089 Trapped Beasts. At this moment, the others who had arrived earlier were shocked to see the number of people continuing to increase. Exactly how many people did that person invite? Are all of these people also here for the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? I don't know about them, but I'm definitely here for the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. In fact, I deliberately traveled here from the Aurora Heaven. I'm from the Aurora Heaven as well. I'm from the Spirit Overarching Heaven. I'm from the Blue Water Heaven. I'm from the Green Profound Heaven. I'm from the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, just like the rest of you, I came here using a transporting formation since where I'm from is too far away from the Yan Mountain Mansion in the Equal Heaven territory. Unless a titled celestial emperor brings me here, I wouldn't be able to make it in time. Many of the people present on the scene began to speak among themselves and revealed where they came from. Based on the conversations, it could be seen that most of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials came from 5 different Devata realms: the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Aurora Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Blue Water Heaven, and the Green Profound Heaven. By the time evening approached, there were close to 8,000 people gathered on the mountain peak. Moreover, the number of people arriving was still increasing, showing no signs of slowing down at all. As the people gathered on the scene continued to converse among themselves, they found out that the oldest peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial among them was not even 200 years old and had already mastered at least 2 profundities from a law. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, slightly taken aback, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who isn't even 200 years old but had already mastered at least 2 profundities from a law. Only a handful of people in the Southern Heaven Territory's profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven met these criteria. Upon hearing the conversations in her surroundings, Murong felt slightly lost as she mused inwardly, my strength seems insignificant compared to these people here. Murong Xiao had always prided herself on being the genius of the Murong clan in the profound nether mansion. Until she met Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian, she realized that no matter how talented one was, there would always be someone better. After finding out that there was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial younger than 200 years old who had mastered at least 2 profundities from a law, she felt like she was the weakest among the group of people here. With this, her ego suffered a huge blow. She even felt, for a brief moment, that all her achievements thus far were worthless. It seems like my speculations are right. Not only did that reincarnated celestial emperor gather powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but he had also gathered peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with heaven-defying talents as well. Ling Juyun's voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. Just as I've mentioned before, there must be a reason that he went to such great length to gather all these people here. To gather 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talents and comprehension skills isn't an easy task. He must have expended tremendous efforts just to look for all these people in 5 different Devata realms. There's no doubt there's an important reason why he had gone to so much trouble. It seems likely that I was right about these heaven-defying peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials increasing the success rate of the tree bearing the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. Apart from this, I really can't think of any other reason he would do this otherwise. This is good news for us. After all, if the success rate is only 10%, we might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruits even if we survive the secret realm. Duan Ling Tian nodded in agreement as he replied, if the success rate of the tree-bearing fruits increases, the chances of us obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruits increases as well if we survive. Ling Juyun nodded as his eyes brightened. Time continued to pass, and the sun had begun to set. At this time, the number of people arriving at the peak of the mountain had gradually decreased. Currently, there were roughly 10,000 people gathered at the peak of the mountain. Just like Duan Ling Tian and the others, the people who arrived later were from one of the 5 Devata realms. None of the people from the Jade Emperor Heaven had traveled here by themselves due to how far the Yan Mountain Mansion was located. Therefore, all of them had to travel using a transporting formation as well, similar to those from other Devata realms. It seemed deliberate that the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had chosen this place as the gathering place. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Blue Water Heaven asked, so, do you think there's an age restriction on those who enter the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Of course, otherwise, why would that person only invite peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 200? Isn't it obvious there's an age restriction? A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the green profound heaven replied. More and more people joined in the conversation, and all of them agreed with the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's words. At this time, a voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. This time, the voice belonged to Lin Fei Yong. Duan Ling Tian, do you feel that things aren't as simple as they seem? That person went to so much trouble just to gather so many of us here to join him in a treasure hunt in a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. If it's truly just a treasure hunt, there's no need for him to go to such trouble, right? At this moment, Lin Fei Yong no longer felt wary of Duan Ling Tian. He could not feel any ill intention from Duan Ling Tian toward him at all. Upon hearing Lin Fei Yang's words, Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at Lin Fei Yong, slightly taken and at a loss for words. When night fell, the number of people on the peak had reached 11,000 people. After that, no one else had arrived. Why isn't that person here yet? Although he's the one who invited us here, he's nowhere to be seen. Where's he? He's not going to stand us up, right? I don't think so. After all, he expended so much effort just to gather so many of us here. Why would he stand us up? As time passed, a few people were beginning to feel impatient since the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had yet to arrive. However, most people were waiting calmly and patiently. Suddenly, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the aurora heaven spoke up. Has anyone thought about this? That person expended such a huge effort and spent a huge fortune just to gather all of us from 5 different Devata realms just so we can all have a chance to look for treasures in the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. Isn't that strange? He had imbued his voice with his celestial origin energy so it drowned out all the voices in the surroundings. Silence descended on the place as soon as he finished speaking. Everyone on the peak had only found out that the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had invited 11,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talents and comprehension skills. You're right, I assumed he had only invited a few people to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. I didn't expect him to invite so many people. He must have an ulterior motive for gathering so many of us here. What is he planning then? At this moment, doubts began to arise in everyone's hearts. All of them began to feel that things were not as simple as they seemed. With this, an ominous feeling began to rise in their hearts, and as time passed, the ominous feeling grew stronger and stronger. To hell with this, I've had enough of this bullshit. Forget about the secret realm, I'm leaving. A wary peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the blue water heaven grumbled before he took off at lightning speed. Just as that peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the blue water heaven took flight, a translucent barrier suddenly appeared and covered the entire peak of the mountain. A loud noise rang in the air when the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the blue water heaven collided with the barrier. The barrier stayed firm, and only a slight ripple could be seen on its surface. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was stunned for a moment. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. I was right, we've been plotted against. He did not waste any time and brought his celestial weapon out to attack the translucent barrier. Alas, no matter how hard he tried, he could not even leave a scratch on the barrier. The barrier only rippled slightly in response to his attacks. Upon seeing this, panic set in on the group of people on the peak, including Murong Xiao and Lin Fei Yong. No, we're trapped here, damn it, we've been tricked, we need to get out of here. At this moment, many people on the peak began to take flight to try and shatter the translucent barrier so they could escape. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun were the only 2 people on the ground. Meanwhile, some people began to bring out their communication celestial talismans and began to shatter it to inform their respective forces about the predicament they were in. As the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials tried to destroy the barrier, the sound of flowing water suddenly rang in the air. What followed next was so terrifying that everyone was thoroughly shocked and halted their movements immediately. Chapter 3090 Zhonglan. A blue energy shot out at the speed of light from the translucent barrier and shrouded the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the blue water heaven who was the first to attack the barrier. The sound of water continued to ring in the air as the blue energy turned violent, turning into waves of energies that crushed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A thunderously loud noise rang in the air as the waves of blue energy crushed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had an expression of terror on his face at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, he exploded into a mist of blood. After his death, blue energy lingered in the air for a moment before it disappeared without a trace. The dead peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial spatial ring and celestial weapon that were falling to the ground caused chills to run up everyone's spines. What a terrifying formation. It's still so powerful even though it encompassed such a wide area. There were some peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials present who were knowledgeable about formations. They could not help but gasp after witnessing the formation's power. After witnessing the death of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the blue water heaven, the others no longer dared to act recklessly no matter how much they wanted to leave. They regarded the barrier fearfully as though faced with a fearsome opponent. At this time, the translucent barrier began to vanish out of sight. Despite that, the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials did not dare to make a move. After all, they knew the formation was only lying dormant. If someone made a move to leave again, he or she would definitely trigger the activation of the formation again. This formation, is it possible that the reincarnated celestial emperor can control it according to his will? Duan Ling Tian slightly raised his brow as he looked at Ling Juyun and sent him a voice transmission. If such a formation was set up in the secret realm in his past life, how are we going to grab the heaven's sacrificial divine fruits from him and escape? He was also wary of the power of the formation. On the other hand, Ling Juyun seemed calm. Don't worry, the power of the formation relies on his past life's power since he created it in his past life. Although it's still powerful, Due to time, the celestial origin energy has reduced tremendously and is only comparable to that of a celestial king. Since he had boosted his celestial origin energy with the profundity from the law of water, it's extremely easy to kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on the strength of the formation earlier, it's highly likely that he doesn't have full control of the formation. If that peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the blue water heaven didn't attack the formation, it wouldn't have attacked him. It was just an automated response from the barrier being attacked. Ling Ju-yun was from an ancient clan in the Divine Offering land. Although formations were not his forte, due to the influence from his family, he was still rather knowledgeable about formations. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened after listening to Ling Ju-yun's words. Ling Ju-yun continued to say, in fact, if he had restricted the secret realm and only made it accessible to those weaker than celestial dukes in his past life, after he's reincarnated, it's impossible for him to have complete access to his past life's strength contained in the secret realm. Although the profundity from the law of water that he had imbued in his celestial origin energy did not vanish from the corrosion of time, he's incapable of using it after his reincarnation. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He felt like the danger had been greatly reduced after listening to Ling Ju-yun's words. Although he cannot directly use the formations in the secret realm to attack us, he'll still be able to control them to a certain degree. Therefore, we can't let our guards down for even a second when we're in the secret realm, Ling Ju-yun said solemnly. If I'm not mistaken, the formations that he can use to affect us in the secret realm are all illusory formations. As soon as Ling Ju-yun's finished speaking, the blue energy appeared again and turned into a beam of light shining up to the sky. A vague silhouette of a person could be seen in the center of the beam of light. Soon enough, everyone saw a young man with a medium build. His appearance was rather ordinary, but his eyes were gentle and limpid like water. His eyes were the only noteworthy thing about his appearance. Upon seeing this, some of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' expressions turned grim. They narrowed their eyes as they stared at the person who had invited them to this place. He's finally here. He's the one that tricked us here. That's him, Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Ju-yun. After all, he knew Ling Ju-yun had met this young man before. Yes, Ling Ju-yun nodded. A cold light flashed briefly in the depths of his eyes as he looked at the blue-clad young man. Meanwhile, just like everyone else, Murong Xiao was looking at the blue-clad young man with a frosty expression on her face. Based on the current situation, it was obvious the blue-clad young man had tricked them and lured them here using the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. There was no doubt he had an ulterior motive for gathering them here. Greetings, my name is Zhang Lan. The blue-clad young man smiled faintly. When he stepped out of the range of the beam of light vanished without a trace immediately. A transporting formation. Duan Ling Tian suspected the beam of light was a transporting formation based on how Zhang Lan had suddenly appeared. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian had guessed correctly. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the aurora heaven looked at Zhang Lan with an unsightly expression on his face as he boldly asked, "Why did you trick us here?" The faint smile on Zhang Lan's face did not disappear as he said, "Did I not explain everything when I extended my invitation to you? I invited all of you here to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. Is it necessary to invite so many people to explore the secret realm?" A peak overarching heaven supreme celestial from the green profound heaven asked. Before Zhang Lan could reply, he suddenly looked up at the sky. A sinister smile could be seen on his face as his eyes narrowed. Curious as to what had caught Zhang Lan's attention, the 11,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Ling Tian, followed his gaze. However, there was nothing unusual in the sky, causing Duan Ling Tian and the others to feel puzzled. What's he looking at? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly as his eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Suddenly, high above the clouds, it seemed like a dozen swords were slashing and dispersing the clouds, revealing the dark sky behind them. Are there more people coming? Although Duan Ling Tian could not see what was slashing and dispersing the clouds, he speculated there must be a group of people stronger than them coming their way since he could not see them at all. All of a sudden, a dozen figures appeared one after another, hovering in the sky. It was only at this moment that Duan Ling Tian and the others could see these people clearly. The dozen people were a mix of old men, old ladies, middle-aged men, beautiful women, and young men. Soon after, another dozen figures appeared and lined up behind the first group of people. It did not stop here. More and more people began to appear. In a matter of minutes, Roughly more than 500 figures could be seen hovering in the sky. At this moment, a young man dressed in fine robes stepped forward among the new crowd of people. He smirked coldly as he asked, "You're Zhang Lan, right? My master is here with me now. It's best you tell the truth and tell me why you tricked me here." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. Based on the young man's words, out of the 500 powerhouses who had just appeared, one of them was his master. The others must be elders from the faction the young man belonged to. He must have already brought reinforcements to the Equal Heaven territories Yan Mansion Mountain in the Jade Emperor Heaven in preparation for any mishap that might arise. "Your master." The sinister smile on Zhang Lan's face deepened as he looked at the finely dressed young man. "If I'm not mistaken, I reminded you not to tell anyone about the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor when I invited you, right?" Chapter 3091 Splitting Water with a Saber. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words to the finely dressed young man, Duan Ling Tian looked to Ling Juyun for confirmation. Ling Juyun nodded, indicating that Zhang Lan had said the same thing to him as well. However, the difference was Zhang Lan had asked him to extend the invitation to Duan Ling Tian as well. "You gave me your promise that day, didn't you?" Zhang Lan looked at the finely dressed young man pointedly. "So what?" The young man smiled arrogantly. "Although you're stronger than me, since my master is here, what can you do about it? A puny overarching heaven supreme celestial like you expects me, Yuan Zheng, to keep my promise to you. What a joke. Do you really think there's nothing I can do to you with your master here?" Zhang Lan asked as he stared at Yuan Zheng, the finely dressed young man, intently. "My master is an 8 trigram celestial king. What do you think you can do to me with him here?" Yuan Zheng said smugly with a contemptuous expression on his face. "This Yuan Zheng is going to regret his words." Ling Juyun softly whispered to Duan Ling Tian who was standing next to him. "Didn't you say the formation Zhang Lan cast in his past life is weaker now?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "Even so, that formation can't be breached by anyone weaker than a celestial lord. Don't forget, he was a celestial emperor in his previous life," Ling Juyun said. As soon as Ling Juyun's voice fell, Zhang Lan looked up at the sky where hundreds of people were hovering before he pointed at Yuan Zheng and asked flatly, "Who's his master?" A cold scoff rang in the air in response to Zhang Lan's question. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in a loose fine robe stepped forward. He said disdainfully, "Lad, do you really intend to attack my disciple in my presence? An 8 trigram celestial king." As soon as the middle-aged man stepped forward, the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their attention to him. Yuan Zheng had mentioned earlier that his master was an 8 trigram celestial king. At the same time, many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to whisper among themselves. "I didn't expect there to be people who broke their promises. If I knew this, I would have informed my master about this matter as well and asked him to accompany me here. It seems like it's not always a good thing to keep one's promise. If our elders are here, we won't be helplessly stuck in this predicament. With so many powerhouses here, I hope we'll be able to take advantage of the situation and get the hell out of here as well." Based on their conversations, it was clear some of them regretted keeping their promises and did not inform anyone or bring anyone along with them. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhang Lan smirked as killing intent flashed in narrowed eyes. "Of course, even with you here, I intend to do so." Before he even finished speaking, he had already begun to make his move. The sound of water rang in the air again as a beam of blue light that flowed like water surged out of Zhang Lan's body and swept toward Yuan Zheng. He had moved so fast that he caught everyone off guard. "You're seeking death." Along with the blue energy that resembled a water dragon, Zhang Lan swung his fist toward Yuan Zheng as he drew close to Yuan Zheng. Yuan Zheng, who finally regained his senses at this moment, hastily activated his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. A mustard light shone as the silhouette of armor appeared on his body. Based on this, it was clear that he had comprehended the law of Earth. At the same time, tens of thousands of something that resembled amulets began to spin around the armor, forming a strange defensive formation. Appearance-wise, the defense formation looked indestructible. "It's the defense profundity from the law of Earth." Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted when he saw the profundity Yuan Zheng had cast. The defense profundity, as its name suggested, was a defensive profundity from the law of Earth. It was almost on par with the crystal barrier profundity, but it was much more flexible than the crystal barrier profundity. After casting the defense profundity, it was as though a wall of defensive formation had been erected around one's body. The water dragon collided with Yuan Zheng's defenses with a loud bang. The amulet spinning around him trembled for a moment but remained intact. No matter how good your combat skills are, it's useless if you can't breach my defenses. I couldn't land a hit on you during our previous battle, but you couldn't breach my defenses as well, Yuan Zheng said arrogantly under the protection of his armor. Do you think you're suddenly capable of breaching my defenses now? Ridiculous. Yuan Zheng's master watched this high up in the sky with no intention to intervene. He had confidence in his direct disciple's defensive ability. Even if Zhang Lan had mastered 3 profundities from Allah, it was impossible for Zhang Lan to kill his disciple in a short time. At most, Zhang Lan would only injure his disciple. Meanwhile, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials fervently discussed among themselves. They were amazed by how strong Yuan Zheng's defenses were. There were a few who had previously fought Zhang Lan, and they confirmed that Zhang Lan had only mastered 2 profundities from the law of water. What a strong defense! So this is the law of Earth's defense profundity. The defense profundity from the law of Earth is extremely powerful. With Yuan Zheng's cultivation base and the protection of the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, the Earth elemental profundity, and the defense profundity, it's impossible for Zhang Lan to kill Yuan Zheng in a short time even if Zhang Lan has a king-grade celestial weapon. I've fought with Zhang Lan before. He has only mastered 2 profundities from the law of water. Me too. I can confirm he has only mastered 2 profundities from the law of water. Therefore, not only is it difficult for him to breach Yuan Zheng's defenses, but it'll be difficult for him to hurt Yuan Zheng, let alone kill Yuan Zheng. On the contrary, some of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials frowned as they stared at Zhang Lan in confusion and speculated among themselves. 2 profundities from the law of water. Didn't Zhang Lan master 3 profundities from the law of water? It seems like Zhang Lan had deliberately hidden his strength when he battled Yuan Zheng. This group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials younger than 200 years old who possessed heaven-defying talents had comprehended 3 profundities from Allah. Similarly, they had also fought and were defeated by Zhang Lan in the past. Therefore, they were certain Zhang Lan did not only master 2 profundities from the law of water. Do you really think this is the extent of my strength? Zhang Lan's expression remained calm from the beginning until now. His smirk deepened as he looked at Yuan Zheng meaningfully. Naturally, with these words, some peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to wonder if Zhang Lan had hidden his true strength. Yuan Zheng scoffed coldly. Although his tone was still dripping with disdain, he had become warier. Stop joking around. The mustard amulets around him began to spin swiftly, seemingly creating a barrier that was even stronger than the one before. At this moment, a double-edged saber appeared in Zhang Lan's hand. He moved the saber lightly before a blue energy shot toward Yuan Zheng, leaving spatial tears in its wake. Soon enough, the blue energy morphed into a water dragon again. As the water dragon shot out, Zhang Lan slashed with his saber, causing the water dragon to split into hundreds of thousands of droplets of water in the air that eventually spun into a violent storm, sweeping toward Yuan Zheng. Then, he continued to move his saber, which was glowing with a blue light, around to create more droplets of water with his celestial origin energy. All this time, the saber's light grew more and more intense until it was almost blinding. Clearly, the saber had reached the peak of its power at this moment. It was incredibly formidable. As Zhang Lan's seemingly invincible attack swept toward Yuan Zheng's master who could no longer stay idle cried out, "Stop!" Yuan Zheng's master, the 8 trigram celestial king, did not hesitate to make his move as his attacks descended from the sky like bolts of lightning. However, at the same time, the translucent barrier appeared again. It was like an unmovable mountain as it easily deflected the attacks from an 8 trigram celestial king. The people hovering in the air gasped when they saw the formidable defensive formation beneath their feet. This formation, what kind of formation is this? Chapter 3092 Thank you. Just as Yuan Zheng's master was about to make a move again, Zhang Lan's saber had already appeared in front of Yuan Zheng. The saber that was shining with a blue light seemed as though it was sharp enough to cut through anything as it shot toward Yuan Zheng. It easily pierced through Yuan Zheng's defenses as though it was piercing a sheet of paper. No, Zheng Yuan cried out in terror. The confident expression on his face was replaced by one of despair when he saw his defenses being easily breached. Desperation filled his gut-wrenching cry, sending chills running up everyone's spines. After Yuan Zheng's defenses were breached, he was slashed apart in just a blink of an eye. The group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials gasped in horror as they looked at Zhang Lan as though he was a monster. Another miserable cry rang in the air at this moment. When the middle-aged man, Yuan Zheng's master, had attacked the translucent barrier, it had automatically attacked him. At this moment, he was spitting out a mouth of blood. It was clear he was severely injured. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his strength had diminished greatly, judging by how he was swaying on his feet. A hint of fear appeared on his pale face as trembled and asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, the middle-aged man would have lived in vain if he still could not tell Zhang Lan was not a simple person. Zhang Lan had used 4 profundities from the law of water, including the water elemental profundity, to kill his disciple. An old man who was standing near Yuan Zheng's master suddenly exclaimed, "This Zhang Lan. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old." Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man and the rest of the powerhouses hovering in the air extended their divine consciousness to probe Zhang Lan immediately. They discovered that as long as their divine consciousness did not possess malicious intent, they could easily pass through the defensive formation shrouding the peak of the mountain. After confirming Zhang Lan's age, they began to discuss among themselves. Indeed, he's not even 100 years old. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial under 100 years old who mastered 4 profundities from the law of water. What kind of person is he? Someone like that normally belongs to the top forces in a Devata realm, right? That would explain his achievements at such a young age. There's a possibility he's a reincarnated celestial. Most of them were convinced Zhang Lan was a reincarnated celestial since it was impossible to achieve such feats at such a young age. However, they also felt it was possible that he belonged to a top force from a Devata realm. In the end, most of them thought it was more likely that he was a reincarnated celestial. After all, if he really came from a top force, he would not have needed to rely on the defensive formation to protect himself. He would surely be greatly favored by the people from the force he belonged to. Needless to say, all the powerhouses were now intimidated by Zhang Lan's defensive formation. After all, it managed to severely injure an 8-trigram celestial king. At this moment, one of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials standing on the peak looked at Zhang Lang incredulously and said, "He hid his true strength when he fought in the past. He only cast 2 profundities back then, but according to the powerhouses, he has mastered 4 profundities from the law of water. He had also hidden his strength when we fought. At that time, I was shocked to discover he had mastered 2 profundities from the law of water even though he was not even 100 years old. Looks like I've grossly underestimated him. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial under the age of 100 who has mastered 4 profundities from the law of fire. I've never heard of such a person before in my life. I think Zhang Lan is a reincarnated celestial." Hints of shock and disbelief could be seen in the depths of the eyes of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials as they looked at Zhang Lan again. They did not expect him to have such heaven-defying strength based on his age and cultivation base. "I thought I was a genius since I was able to master 3 profundities from the law of metal before reaching the age of 200. I'm a joke compared to Zhang Lan," one of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials said before he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Zhang Lan is the most monstrously talented person I've ever met in my life. To be able to achieve such a feat at such a young age, he must have been extraordinary in his previous life. Could he be a celestial lord? Perhaps. A celestial emperor? A celestial emperor? That's unlikely." Fear continued to rise in the hearts of the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials after they witnessed Zhang Lan's strength. "I didn't expect Zhang Lan to have mastered 4 profundities from the law of water," Duan Lingtian lamented. "It's only normal. He's a reincarnated celestial emperor, after all. He must have comprehended the law of water in his past life as well. That's why it's easier for him to comprehend and master the law of water in this life. Don't forget he has the memories and experiences from his past life," Ling Zhuyun said. At this moment, Zhang Lan turned over and swept his gaze past every peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with a sinister smile on his face as he held the saber in his hand. "Who else broke their promises to me and brought their elders with them?" Silence descended on the peak of a mountain as soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking. No one dared to speak. It was akin to seeking death after all. At this moment, Yuan Zheng's master cried out in an attempt to rally everyone. "I can't breach the formation alone. However, if we work together, we might be able to do it." He looked at the powerhouses around him with an unsightly expression as he said, "My disciple is dead." It's obvious he has malicious intentions for gathering the younger generations here. Are you really willing to stay idle and watch the younger generation meet with disaster? Although Yuan Zheng had died, his master refused to give up. He tried to rally the others to join forces and break the formation and kill Zhong Lan. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the eyes of the other powerhouses lit up. Although there was no celestial lord among them, they were, at least, celestial kings. The strongest among them was even a 9 palaces celestial king. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow when he heard the middle-aged man's rallying words. If all the powerhouses joined forces to attack the formation, they might successfully breach it. With this thought in mind, he instinctively turned to look at Zhong Lan. "It's a good idea, but you thought about it too late. I'm taking the younger generation with me," Zhong Lan said with a sneer as he glanced at the middle-aged man. He raised his hand in the air, leaving a mysterious handprint in the air. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the powerhouses outside the barrier changed drastically. It was clear to them Zhong Lan was trying to cast a transporting formation. "Everyone, hurry!" In the next moment, energies with various colors surged from the bodies of roughly 500 celestial kings and shot toward the formation. As expected, the transparent barrier appeared to block the attacks from the celestial kings. Meanwhile, a white light appeared and began to shroud Duan Ling Tian, Ling Zhuyun, and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials on top of the mountain. Duan Ling Tian, the transporting formation is probably sending us to the secret realm Zhong Lan left behind in his previous life. There have to be many illusory formations there. Ask Sister Wanzher to help you with those formations. Ling Zhuyun's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind just before Duan Ling Tian's vision turned black. At this time, the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials had all vanished without the trace when the white light disappeared. Only one figure was left on the peak of the mountain, and it was none other than Zhong Lan who had cast the transporting formation. At the same time, cracks began to appear on the translucent barrier. It was obvious it would shatter at any given moment. Before the formation shattered, Zhong Lan leisurely swept his gaze past the celestial kings and said arrogantly, "It's been 100 years since I cast this formation in my previous life. If it hasn't weakened with the passage of time, do you think the combination of strength from puny celestial kings like all of you is capable of even leaving a scratch on it? In any case, I'd like to thank every single one of you for raising such outstanding members of the younger generation. Using them as a sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree will greatly increase my chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruits." As Zhong Lan slowly faded from sight, his laughter rang in the air. As soon as he completely disappeared, the barrier shattered. Although the powerhouses had successfully broken the formation, all of their expressions were grim. A hint of fear could even be seen on their faces. Zhong Lan had said he set up the formation during his previous life. And for the past 100 years, the formation had endured. Most importantly, did he mention the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Chapter 3093 Doomed. It was common knowledge that formations set up in open spaces would gradually weaken with time. After all, they relied on the celestial origin energy of the person who had set up the formations. Being in an open space and with the passage of time, there would inevitably be humans or beasts that accidentally triggered the formations. Each time the formations were triggered, it would exhaust a little of their powers. This was also the same for formations that drew their powers from celestial crystals. It was for this reason that the group of celestial kings were shocked when they discovered the formation shrouding the peak of the mountain that took their collective strength to destroy was set up by Zhong Lan more than 100 years ago in his past life. How terrifying was the formation to still be so strong after so much time had passed. A formation that was created more than 100 years ago still contained so much power. If it were powered by celestial crystals, how many celestial crystals would be required to maintain it until now? Although I'm not an expert in formations, I do know a thing or two about them. The formation we destroyed earlier didn't draw its strength from celestial crystals. Its strength came from the celestial origin energy contained in the materials used to set up the formation. A formation that was created more than 100 years ago and relied on celestial origin energy was so powerful without any maintenance. What kind of cultivation base did the person who created the formation had? Even a formation created by a 10-direction celestial king with all his strength wouldn't be so powerful after more than 100 years without any maintenance. It's likely that Zhong Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life. After failing to find any signs of Zhang Lan and the younger generation with their divine consciousness, the group of celestial kings began to analyze the situation and concluded that Zhang Lan had to be a celestial emperor in his past life. Celestial emperor. To these celestial kings, a celestial emperor was a legendary figure. After all, the strongest powerhouses they encountered so far were only celestial lords. Even then, the celestial lords they had met were only ordinary celestial lords. If Zhang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life, then all of this makes sense. A formation like this can only be created by a celestial emperor. Earlier, Zhang Lan mentioned something about heaven's sacrificial divine fruits, right? Do you know what heaven's sacrificial divine fruits are? I've never heard of it. What are they? Soon after confirming that Zhang Lan was most likely a reincarnated celestial emperor, the celestial kings recalled he had mentioned the heaven's sacrificial divine fruits. He had even hinted that he went to so much trouble to gather the outstanding younger generation just so he could sacrifice them to the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Most of them had never even heard of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Only a select few had heard of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. When they were reminded of Zhang Lan mentioning the heaven's sacrificial divine fruits, their expressions turned grim. With that, they extended their divine consciousness again and frantically searched for any traces of the younger generation. This was because they knew the younger generation would not be able to survive if Zhang Lan intended to sacrifice them to the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Alas, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. Their expression turned even grimmer as realization dawned on them that the younger generation was doomed. When one of the celestial kings who knew of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit regained his senses, he saw the expression of confusion on some of his peers' faces. Then, he began to explain with a somber expression on his face, the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit is a heaven-defying celestial fruit in the Devata realms. Only individuals below celestial dukes are able to consume the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. The fruit is able to help one to progress an entire stage in one's cultivation base. Generally speaking, it's best for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to consume the fruit since the fruit would directly help them break through and become 10-direction celestial dukes. Most importantly, they would become peak 10-direction celestial dukes who are close to breaking through and becoming one basic celestial kings. Upon hearing his explanation, those who were unaware were thoroughly stunned. The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit could directly help one's cultivation base to progress to the next stage. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who consumed it would directly become a 10-direction celestial duke. Heavens, how can there be such a heaven-defying fruit? No wonder it's called a divine fruit. With such heaven-defying effect, it's strange if it isn't called a divine fruit. Although it can only be consumed by individuals below celestial dukes, it doesn't make the fruit any less amazing. I've never heard of anything capable of boosting one's cultivation base by one whole stage. Usually, the more amazing the effects of a fruit, the harder it would be for the tree to bear fruits. With such heaven-defying effects, it must be almost impossible for the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruits. Most of the clueless celestial kings instinctively turned to look at the celestial king who had spoken earlier. It was clear they were curious and wanted to know more about the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Under the curious eyes of the others, the celestial king continued to say, "Well, all of you heard Zhang Lan's words earlier. He plans to sacrifice the younger generation to the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit." He paused for a moment, his expression grim. His disciple had been taken away, and it was likely that his disciple would not survive. Then, he continued to say, "To help the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit bear fruit, one has to sacrifice at least 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the tree. The 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial would have to fight each other in front of the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Each time an overarching heavenly supreme celestial dies, his or her body and soul would be absorbed by the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit." Upon hearing these words, the celestial kings gasped. Their expressions turned similarly grim as they began to realize the younger generation might not survive. The sacrifice requires the lives of at least 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. This is outrageous. The price is too high. Zhang Lan is a lunatic. He actually planned to sacrifice more than 10,000 lives. At this moment, another celestial king who was privy to the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit said in a low voice, "Even with so many lives used as a sacrifice, there's only a 10% chance that the tree would bear fruits." In other words, Zhang Lan wants to sacrifice more than 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials just for a 10% chance to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He had imbued his voice with celestial origin energy so everyone heard his words even though he was speaking in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the other celestial kings gasped again. A 10% chance. Even the deaths of 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials could not guarantee that the tree would bear the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With this knowledge, the celestial kings broke out in a commotion. He's crazy. He's a lunatic. Isn't Zhang Lan afraid of heaven's wrath and retribution? How could someone like that be a celestial emperor in his past life? He's insane. I curse him to die before he can even become a celestial king. With this, there's hardly any doubt that Zhang Lan is a reincarnated celestial emperor. Only celestial emperors would set their eyes on the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to ensure a smooth cultivation journey after their rebirths. In this case, does this mean my disciple is doomed? Most of the celestial kings' expressions were grim and dejected. The only person who did not look as grim was a finely dressed middle-aged man, an 8 trigrams celestial king. He was none other than the master of Yuan Zheng whom Zhang Lan had killed earlier. He had been furious when his disciple was killed. However, after learning that all of the younger generations were doomed to die, he could not help but feel slightly better. At this moment, communication celestial talismans were sent out one after another by the celestial kings. Without exception, these celestial kings were all from the Jade Emperor Heaven. The gist of their message was all the same. They warned their respective forces about the plot of Zhang Lan, a reincarnated celestial emperor, and the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With this, more and more people in the Jade Emperor Heaven learned about this matter. Meanwhile, since communication celestial talismans could not be used to send messages to another realm, the celestial kings from other Devata realms could only wait to spread the word after they returned to their respective Devata realms. In the end, the celestial kings present on the scene no longer looked for Zhang Lan and the younger generation. They knew it was a futile task. The location had been planned by a celestial emperor in his past life. It would surely be difficult to locate the place. Even celestial lords would not be able to locate the place, let alone them. As word of the incident spread, there were commotions in some places in the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Blue Water Heaven, the Green Profound Heaven, and the Aurora Heaven. 10% chance to bear fruits. Will Zhang Lan even succeed? Usually, those who dare to scheme for a heaven sacrificial divine fruit are men with great courage and determination. If Zhang Lan manages to make the tree bear fruit and successfully consume the fruit, he'd definitely be a force to be reckoned with once he grows into his full potential. Don't you think his behavior is despicable? Well, it's the law of the jungle. Only the strong survive. The world is cruel. Zhang Lan and his scheme became the topic of conversation for many people from the 5 Devata realms, even if they would never know if the tree would successfully bear fruits or if Zhang Lan managed to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, these people were certain of one thing. Those who were deceived by Zhang Lan to be used as a sacrifice were doomed. After all, how difficult would it be for a reincarnated celestial emperor, even if his cultivation base was only ordinary now, to manipulate a group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to his will? Chapter 3094, The Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Is this where Zhang Lan chose to carry out his plan? When Duan Ling Tian's vision returned to him, he discovered he was in an average-size cave. He was surrounded by stone walls. There were no doors or passages. It was completely sealed. Wanzher, Duan Ling Tian called out to the soul artifact in his body. Earlier, Ling Juyun told me you'll be able to help me see through the illusory formations in here. Before Wanzher could reply, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Boy, you don't need Wanzher for that. I can easily do that as well. A hint of pride could be heard in its voice when it spoke. You are capable of that as well. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Of course, the Chaos Divine Earth felt prouder when he sensed Duan Ling Tian was rather impressed. Then, a scoff rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to identify the profound divine metal. At the same time, he discovered an energy shooting out from the profound divine metal to his eyes before covering the surface of his eyeball. With that, a golden light in his eyes. It was as though he possessed a pair of golden fiery eyes. However, the golden light only lasted for a brief moment before it fused into his eyes and vanished without a trace. Immediately after that, Duan Ling Tian discovered the scenery around him had changed. He found that he was in a high cave on a floating island. Most importantly, there was a towering tree on the island. Unlike ordinary trees, this tree was blood red. Not only were the branches red, but even the leaves were red. Apart from that, even the energies that resembled lightning bolts surrounding it were blood red. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian discovered the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials at the peak of the huge mountain earlier were also here. He quickly found Ling Juyun, Mirong Xiao Xiao, and Lin Fei Yong. Apart from Ling Juyun, who stood unmoving, the others were looking left and right as though they could not see the people around them. It seems like they're affected by the illusory formation. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to come to this conclusion. Before the profound divine metal did what it did, he thought he was in a fairly small cave, and he did not see anyone around him. Clearly, that was the effect of the illusory formation. Profound divine metal, why do you have to steal my thunder? The chaos divine earth sounded vexed. He had felt proud when Duan Ling Tian was impressed by its ability to see through illusory formations. However, before he could even show off, the profound divine metal had beaten him to it. The profound divine metal replied indifferently, "You were going on and on about such a trivial skill. I just couldn't watch you go on any longer." Duan Ling Tian chuckled as he said teasingly, "Chaos divine earth, so you're not the only one with the ability to help me see through illusory formations. Since Senior Profound Divine Metal is capable of that, Senior Chaos Divine Flame is likely to be able to do the same, right?" This time, the Chaos Divine Earth did not respond to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knew the Chaos Divine Earth was sulking. After all, it had thought it was his time to shine, but who knew the Profound Divine Metal would steal its thunder? After spending time together, Duan Ling Tian had a relatively good grasp on the three divine elements' personalities. Among the three, the Chaos Divine Flame seemed mature like a wise elder. The Profound Divine Metal was reliable, but it liked to occasionally tease the Chaos Divine Earth. As for the Chaos Divine Earth, it acted no different from a child even though its power was not inferior to the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame. In terms of maturity and sensibility, the Chaos Divine Earth was still lacking compared to the other two divine elements. Duan Ling Tian, don't act rashly and expose the fact that you've seen through the illusory formation. Just kill whoever attacks you. You can use a royal-grade celestial weapon if you have one. Ling Juyun's voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. However, don't use emperor-grade celestial weapons in order to avoid making Zhong Lan warrior suspicious. If he puts his guard up, it'd be harder for us to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from him if the tree successfully bears fruit. With these words, Duan Ling Tian confirmed that Ling Juyun had also seen through the illusory formation with the help of his artifact soul. Almost as soon as Ling Juyun finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian heard the sound of movements before a blue-clad young man appeared in front of him. The blue-clad young man immediately attacked with what seemed like a web made out of lightning bolts. The Law of Thunder. Based on the blue-clad young man's attack, it was not difficult for him to figure out that the blue-clad young man had comprehended the Law of Thunder. The blue-clad young man's attack contained his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Law of Thunder's profundities. On top of that, he was also wielding a king-grade celestial weapon. When he struck, his attack was thunderously loud. Duan Ling Tian briefly studied the blue-clad young man. He noticed the blue-clad young man's eyes were flashing with killing intent as though he was facing his prey and would not stop until he had hunted it down. Two profundities from the Law of Thunder. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he waved his hand. Then, a ring with 9 tips appeared in his hand. After that, he cast 2 profundities from the Law of Fire, the Fire Elemental Profundity and the Pillaging Profundity. After exchanging only one move, it was obvious that Duan Ling Tian's strength overwhelmed the blue-clad young man. Although their profundities were roughly on the same level, Duan Ling Tian's royal-grade celestial weapon helped him to completely overpower the blue-clad young man who was only wielding a king-grade celestial weapon. "No!" the blue-clad young man cried out before he died. Before he died, he saw the ring with 9 horns in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He could tell it was not an ordinary weapon. The weapon Duan Ling Tian was using was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. The mysterious Brother Pei had left it with him when he was still in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. However, after he waited for a long time, Brother Pei disappeared and did not return for the weapons. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian killed the blue-clad young man. Interesting. If I'm not mistaken, he's Duan Ling Tian from the spirit overarching heaven's southern territory. I asked Ling Juyun to extend the invitation to him. A figure sat cross-legged above the towering tree on the island. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he watched Duan Ling Tian. This person was none other than Zhang Lan. He had appeared at some point after Duan Ling Tian and the others were transported to this place. In Zhang Lan's opinion, there was no way the others could see him even if he was right in front of them. Similarly, they would not be able to see the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that he had planted in his past life. After the blue-clad young man was killed, his body withered rapidly. At the same time, his blood energy and soul fire flew out of his body into the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the middle of the cave. When the tree absorbed the blue-clad young man's blood energy and soul fire, it was like a beast. After absorbing them, its color darkened immediately. The blue-clad young man was the first person to die. After his death, a few others died as well. All of them were those who had only comprehended 2 profundities from Allah. They were all killed by those who had comprehended 3 profundities from Allah. All these people whom Zhang Lan gathered here were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The difference in their strength depended on the number of profundities and the type of laws they had comprehended. Apart from that, more than 80% of them only possessed king-grade celestial weapons. It was rare to see a royal-grade celestial weapon. For this reason, Zhang Lan was rather surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian wielding a royal-grade celestial weapon earlier. Since he was a reincarnated celestial emperor, he had already obtained his emperor-grade celestial weapon from his past life. Therefore, a mere royal-grade celestial weapon was nothing in his eyes. This Ling Juyun is truly monstrous. Zhang Lan quickly shifted his attention to a gray-clad young man. Coincidentally, Ling Juyun had just finished killing his opponent. Needless to say, Ling Juyun's opponent became nutrients for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit after he died. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of death. Similar to me and Duan Ling Tian, he's also younger than 100 years old. His talents are heaven-defying. Although Zhang Lang had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water before the age of 100, he was aware it was due to his rebirth and memories from his past life as a celestial emperor. He could tell Ling Juyun was truly talented since he could confirm Ling Juyun was not a reincarnated celestial. As such, he was truly impressed by Ling Juyun's achievements. Even in his past life, he had never met anyone who had achieved so much at Ling Juyun's age. He continued to watch Ling Juyun and evaluated Ling Juyun's talent. After a moment, he thought to himself, if Ling Juyun manages to survive in the end, I might consider giving him 1 heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, the tree always bears a pair of heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and I only need 1. Naturally, this is only under the condition that he allows me to brand his soul with an enslavement mark to ensure he obeys me at all times. Chapter 3095 Zhang Lan's Interference. In Devata realms, a celestial could brand an enslavement mark on another celestial soul if the latter was willing to accept the mark. Once the latter was branded, the latter had to obey the former. If the latter disobeyed the former, with just a thought, the former could reduce the latter to ashes. Needless to say, apart from being willing, the strength of the latter had to be weaker or on par with the former. Currently, Ling Juyun and Zhang Lan were both peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Therefore, as long as Ling Juyun was willing, Zhang Lan could brand Ling Juyun's soul with an enslavement mark. However, as of now, Zhang Lan was unaware that although he was a reincarnated celestial emperor, Ling Juyun's background was much more extraordinary than him. It would be impossible for Ling Juyun to willingly accept being a slave to a mere reincarnated celestial emperor. Zhang Lan continued to sit cross-legged above the towering tree in the cave on the floating island as he indifferently watched the gruesome scene in front of him. One after another, peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials died. Their blood and soul were all absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit as nutrients. With a constant supply of nutrients, the tree was slowly but surely changing. Initially, the color darkened. Then, it grew more and more branches that sprouted more and more leaves. Clearly, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was thriving. The fights in the cave were all one-on-one. Zhang Lan planned for them to fight until only the last survivor remained. At that time, he would finally make a move and kill the last person standing as a sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You've truly overestimated yourself. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's ring burned with a dazzling flame. It swept out and killed a middle-aged man. Following that, the middle-aged man's blood energy and soul fire were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was already numb to the deaths. If he did not remain indifferent, he would only be killed. He could only stay indifferent, without joy or sorrow at this moment. These people were here mainly due to their greed. As sad as the situation was, they were not completely without blame. Without Wanzher and the three divine elements, I would have ended up like them, becoming nutrients to the tree of the heaven. Sacrificial divine fruit. After killing the middle-aged man, Duan Ling Tian stole a quick and furtive glance at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and thought. Since earlier, he had already seen Zhang Lan, who was sitting cross-legged above the tree. Therefore, he was extremely careful, afraid of exposing himself. After all, just as Ling Zhuyun had said, if Zhang Lan learned that he could see through the illusory formation, Zhang Lan would definitely be on guard. After all, it was entirely different fighting a reincarnated celestial emperor who was on guard and one who was unaware. At that time, it would be much more difficult for him to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from Zhang Lan if the tree managed to bear fruits. Another person appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian when he was lost in his thoughts. It was a green-clad young man. The green-clad young man looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were flashing with killing intent, and he used his killing move as soon as he acted. He had comprehended two profundities from the law of water. When he struck, his attacks were fluid like water as it gushed toward Duan Ling Tian as though it was going to put out Duan Ling Tian's flames. The green-clad young man's attacks were fast, but they could not compare to Duan Ling Tian, who was attacking with a royal-grade celestial weapon. The flames passed through the water attack and evaporated the water into mist. No, with a final cry, the green-clad young man was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Fortunately or unfortunately, he could not see Duan Ling Tian's fights with the others due to the illusory formation. Otherwise, he would not have the courage to attack Duan Ling Tian after seeing how many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended two profundities from Allah Duan Ling Tian had killed with just a strike. Up until now, Duan Ling Tian had only used two profundities from the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. With the royal grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, it was fairly easy for him to kill his opponents. Naturally, that was also because his opponents thus far only comprehended two profundities from Allah. He had yet to encounter a more powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he would, at most, be evenly matched with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended three profundities from Allah. That was under the condition that his opponent used a king-grade celestial weapon while he used the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It seems like Ling Zhuyun plans to hide his power of blood, emperor-grade celestial weapons, and divine artifact. Duan Ling Tian had snuck a glance in Ling Zhuyun's direction and saw Ling Zhuyun was only using three profundities from the law of death. Although Ling Zhuyun did not use the god of death's scythe profundity that he had yet to master, Ling Zhuyun managed to kill his opponents with a strike. No wonder the law of death is one of the four supreme laws. The other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended three profundities of a law like him aren't a match for him who has comprehended one of the four supreme laws, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As time passed, the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were still alive continued to dwindle. Initially, there were more than 10,000 people. However, after half a day, only slightly more than 1,000 people were alive. After killing another opponent, Duan Ling Tian looked around and saw Murong Xiao. She was fine apart from looking slightly miserable. Murong Xiao is quite lucky. So far, she hasn't met anyone who has comprehended three profundities from Allah. Her opponents were all weaker than her so far, so she has no problem killing them. After a while, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yong. And there's Lin Fei Yong. At this time, Lin Fei Yong had only cast two profundities from the law of water he had mastered and one profundity from the law of water that he had barely comprehended. However, Duan Ling Tian had a feeling Lin Fei Yong was concealing his true strength. Lin Fei Yong had been chosen by a second form world-cleansing divine water as its host since the time he was in his mother's womb. Someone like that definitely had heaven-defying talent in comprehending the law of water. It was impossible that he had comprehended so few profundities from the law of water. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw a black-clad middle-aged man appearing in front of Lin Fei Yong. I might be able to see Lin Fei Yang's true strength during this fight. He knew about the black-clad middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was rather powerful and had comprehended 3 powerful profundities from the law of wind. Earlier, the middle-aged man had killed all of his opponents with the ease of flicking one's finger. If Lin Fei Yong continues hiding his true strength, he'll definitely die. Duan Ling Tian watched as he thought to himself, if he dies, the second form world-cleansing divine water in his body would be without a host. At that time, the hostless second form world-cleansing divine water whose deep in slumber would be vulnerable. However, under the current circumstances, it'd be difficult for me to obtain the second form world-cleansing divine water. After all, as soon as I make a move, Zhang Lan would find out that I can see through the illusory formation. Duan Ling Tian began to feel slightly anxious as he continued thinking to himself, although Zhang Lan might not recognize the world-cleansing divine water, he's someone who comprehended the law of water. He'd be able to sense how extraordinary the world-cleansing divine water is and obtain it for himself. If it was possible, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, hoped to obtain the second form world-cleansing divine water after Lin Fei Yang's death. With that, he would possess all 5 divine elements. It would definitely help him greatly in the future. Currently, he only had slightly more than 900 years left before the divine offering land opened. At that time, he had to save Ka, his family, and his friends and take them away from the divine offering land. Meanwhile, as Duan Ling Tian watched Lin Fei Yong, Zhang Lan was watching Duan Ling Tian with a sinister smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun seemed very at ease. Subsequently, Zhang Lan raised his hand and began to trace some complicated patterns in the air. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun noticed that it was taking longer for their opponents to show up. Both of them instinctively glanced at Zhang Lan and saw his moving his hand in the air. Both of them came to the conclusion that the matter had something to do with Zhang Lan. Things were progressing normally until Zhang Lan made a move. Duan Ling Tian, I think Zhang Lan thinks we're having it easy and is trying to find us tougher opponents. Ling Zhuyun said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. I agree. I wonder if he'll make us fight each other. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. That would be the best. If he makes us fight, we just need to show him we're evenly matched until there's no one left or until the tree bears fruits. If the tree fails to bear fruits, it'd be reduced to ashes. Ling Zhuyun said. Chapter 3096 The Royal Grade Celestial Weapons that can be combined. The cave where the tree of Heaven's sacrificial divine fruit was planted was a secret place Zhang Lan had created in his past life when he was a celestial emperor. Although the cave has numerous offensive and defensive formations, he was not powerful enough to control all of them at the moment. The only formation he had control over at this moment was the illusory formation. With the illusory formation, he could control each person's opponent. Zhang Lan was trying to find stronger opponents for Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun through the illusory formation when he suddenly halted his movements. He was interrupted by a sudden wave from the law of water. With this, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun were assigned opponents as normal. Similar to earlier, their opponents were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Needless to say, the duo easily dealt with their opponents. Zhang Lan was still going through the motions to take control of the hallucinogenic formation as he intended to choose stronger opponents for Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun. I wonder why Zhang Lan suddenly stops. Ling Zhuyun asked through voice transmission, clearly puzzled. Lin Fei Yong has caught his attention. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lin Fei Yong discreetly. At this moment, Lin Fei Yong, who was facing an opponent who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, finally cast another profundity, in addition to the 2 earlier profundities and the one he barely comprehended. Unlike the one he had barely comprehended, he had comprehended this new profundity he cast to the rudimentary stage. It's just as I thought, he was hiding his true strength. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Earlier, he had suspected Lin Fei Yong had comprehended more than 2 profundities from the law of water. After all, Lin Fei Yong was the host chosen by a second form world-cleansing divine water. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan looked at Lin Fei Yong with a gleam in his eyes. This Lin Fei Yong has actually comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water. Moreover, he's already in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Apart from Ling Zhuyun and Duan Ling Tian, he's the 3rd person who's younger than 100 years old. Like Ling Zhuyun, he's also not a reincarnated celestial. In my previous life, I didn't even get to meet such a talent. Who knew in this life I would meet 2 of them at once? At this moment, Lin Fei Yong had gained the upper hand. In 30 moves, he managed to kill his opponent who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. In fact, his opponent was the first to die among the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law. Similar to all those who had died, Lin Fei Yong became nutrients for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. As expected of the person chosen by a second form world-cleansing divine water. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Lin Fei Yong managed to kill his opponent, but he was still filled with praise for Lin Fei Yang's talent in comprehending the law of water. Not only was Lin Fei Yong less than 100 years old, but he was also the host of a second form world-cleansing divine water. Once the world-cleansing divine water evolved into the third form, it would help him comprehend the law of water greater than before. At that time, his talent would be even more heaven-defying. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was suddenly distracted. He shifted his eyes away from Lin Fei Yong to the source of the disturbance. He saw a beautiful figure having a hard time at this moment. Murong Xiaoxiao's lucky streak seemed to have ended. At this moment, her opponent was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law. Naturally, he easily overpowered her as soon as they began to fight. After 3 moves, Duan Ling Tian watched as Murong Xiaoxiao died. Just like that, the most gifted member of the grade 7 Murong clan in the spirit overarching heaven died in the Jade Emperor heaven. When Murong Xiaoxiao died, her soul pearl in the Murong clan shattered. Naturally, it shocked the entire clan. No one knew where she was, let alone how she died. Only when news reached the Murong clan about someone gathering peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to sacrifice them to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that the Murong clan guessed Murong Xiaoxiao had been tricked and was sacrificed to the tree as a result. After Murong Xiaoxiao died, there were only about 500 people left. Meanwhile, the thriving tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had already sprouted 2 tiny buds at the top of the tree. The 2 tiny flower buds were blood red as well. However, compared to the rest of the tree, the color seemed darker, making it look sinister. In order for the tree to bear fruits, flowers must bloom first. Before the flowers bloomed, the tree must first have flower buds. This was just the first step of the tree bearing fruit. No one could say if it would successfully bear fruits. It all depended on luck. However, through careful planning, Zhang Lan had increased the chances of the tree bearing the fruits to 50%. Ling Juyun and Lin Fei Yong will probably survive until the end. I'll spare who's willing to be my slave and give him the other heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After that, he shifted his attention away from Lin Fei Yong and continued manipulating the illusory formation with his hand again. In order to keep Ling Juyun and Lin Fei Yong alive until the end, he made sure the duo did not fight each other. Naturally, Zhang Lan had not forgotten about Duan Ling Tian. He had arranged an opponent who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth for Duan Ling Tian. The gravitational space profundity and the shake profundity. The opponent Zhang Lan chose for Duan Ling Tian used the law of earth's gravitational space profundity as soon as he attacked and used the shake profundity to try and trap Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, no stranger to these 2 profundities. He was very familiar with them. Although he did not fully comprehend the gravitational space profundity, he has a basic understanding of it. As for the shake profundity, he knew about its traits even though he did not comprehend it. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian seemed to transform into a ball of flames as he shot out in the air. His speed greatly surpassed his opponent. However, although his speed is greater, his opponent had comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity after all. Pillars formed by the Earth elemental profundity trapped Duan Ling Tian, and the space began to shrink. With this, Duan Ling Tian's speed became useless. Then, he hastily used his royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, to try and break free. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a crushing force on his body from all directions. As a result, it weakened his advances. At the same time, the cage he was trapped in began to shake. The gravitational space profundity repels force and attack using the shake profundity. The pressure mounted as Duan Ling Tian's opponent pressed on. He could feel it taking a toll on him. It was going to be difficult for him to break free if this continued. If this continues, he won't be able to defeat me, but I won't be able to defeat him either. It seems like I must expose a trump card to break free of this balance. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian raised his left hand. A ring appeared in his left hand. it was similar to the one in his right hand. However, their auras were different and their colors were different as well. It was the mystical Ying 9 water chestnut ring that was a pair with the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It was also a royal grade celestial weapon. Previously, when he was free, he had experimented with the two weapons and discovered the two weapons could be combined. Although their combined forces were not as powerful as an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they surpassed most royal-grade celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian, where did he get so many royal-grade celestial weapons? Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian retrieving another royal-grade celestial weapon, Zhang Lan was shocked even if he was not particularly impressed. Among the more than 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials he had tricked, dead or alive, Duan Ling Tian was the only one who possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had more than one royal-grade celestial weapon. The two royal-grade celestial weapons can be combined. Zhang Lan watched as Duan Ling Tian combined the royal-grade celestial weapon in his left hand and right hand together. After that, Duan Ling Tian injected some celestial origin energy boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the rings, making them much more powerful than before. It should be noted that not all royal-grade celestial weapons could be combined and have their powers stacked. Clearly, this was not the case for Duan Ling Tian's two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons. The two weapons synced harmoniously and amplified their strength. It was almost comparable to an offensive emperor-grade celestial weapon. What a lucky lad, he managed to find two royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined. Although the strength Duan Ling Tian showed was on par with Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong, Zhang Lan merely thought Duan Ling Tian was lucky. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was not as talented as Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong. Chapter 3097 The Embryos of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. The auras of the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring were in perfect harmony once they merged. Duan Ling Tian even coined a name for the rings after they merged, the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Every tip on the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring was similar. As such, after merging, there were still 9 tips on the ring. After Duan Ling Tian sent some celestial origin energy boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring, a burst of green and red flames flashed brightly. Go! Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold as he threw the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring out. Subsequently, seemingly sharp blades formed from the red and green flames easily sliced through the force generated by the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity before colliding with the force of the shake profundity. The sound of the collision between the flaming blades and the force of the shake profundity was thunderously loud. The flames seemed to waver, weakening at times and surging violently at times. After a brief standstill, the flames surged and overwhelmed the force from the shake profundity completely. Subsequently, the flames continued on their trajectory like an angry dragon and destroyed the pillars that held Duan Ling Tian captive. With Duan Ling Tian controlling the flames, it did not dissipate after destroying the pillars. It continued shooting forward toward the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. No, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth cried out miserably before he died. He was the second peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law to die. Duan Ling Tian could hear the sounds of battles continuing to ring in the air. The others were still engaged in the deadly battles. Since they were stuck in the illusory formation and could only see one opponent in front of them, they only had 2 choices, kill or be killed. Naturally, no one would choose to be killed. Therefore, everyone did not hold back and fought with all their might. When Duan Ling Tian was battling the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth, Zhang Lan had been watching from a distance. With his combined royal-grade celestial weapons, Duan Ling Tian might possibly be stronger than Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong. If they were to fight him now, they might die. Zhang Lan continued thinking to himself, however, Duan Ling Tian draws his strength from his celestial weapons. Although he's quite talented to have comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire when he's not even 100 years old, he's still not comparable to Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong. I'll let him be for now and deal with him later. He's no threat to me at all considering he draws his strength from his celestial weapons. With that thought in mind, Zhang Lan no longer paid attention to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he no longer bothered selecting strong opponents for Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, under Zhang Lan's manipulation, Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong had to consecutively fight peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law. Nevertheless, the duo managed to defeat all the opponents who were sent their way. Zhang Lan was not surprised by Lin Fei Yang's victories, but he was rather surprised by Ling Zhuyun's victories. Therefore, he observed Ling Zhuyun a little longer. Is that the law of death's main offensive profundity, the god of death's scythe profundity? As Zhang Lan observed Ling Zhuyun, he noticed Ling Zhuyun casting a new profundity as Ling Zhuyun fought a new opponent. It was the law of death's offensive profundity, the god of death's scythe profundity, that Ling Zhuyun had yet to completely comprehend. Although his comprehension of the god of death's scythe profundity was only at the basic stage, the increase in his strength from the profundity was enough to help him kill peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law. Zhang Lan could see that, to a certain extent, Ling Zhuyun was stronger than Lin Fei Yong. Although the duo comprehended the same number of profundities, Ling Zhuyun had comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. Moreover, Ling Zhuyun had also begun to comprehend the law of death's main offensive profundity. Therefore, it was only natural that Ling Zhuyun was stronger than Lin Fei Yong. He looked at Ling Zhuyun and thought to himself, if I'm able to choose one of them to bear the enslavement mark, my choice would be Ling Zhuyun. Although Lin Fei Yong is talented, he's not as talented as Ling Zhuyun. After a brief moment, Zhang Lan turned his attention to the remaining peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. At this time, there were only roughly 300 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials left. All of them had comprehended 3 profundities from a law like Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong. However, these people were much older than Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong and were close to reaching 200 years old. Zhang Ling looked at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The tree of heaven sacrificial divine fruit is at the critical stage of bearing fruits now. At this moment, the 2 flower buds had bloomed into 2 blood-red flowers. Each flower had 9 petals and glowed with blood-red light. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see dense blood-red mist shrouding the flowers. At the stems of the 2 flowers, there was a lump that was pulsing and growing. As time passed, a dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials had perished. Among the surviving peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, there were quite a number of them who had begun to comprehend their 4th profundity. With a little more effort, they would be able to kill those who had comprehended 3 profundities and had yet to comprehend the 4th profundity. After the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit absorbed more blood energy and soul fire, the 2 9-petal flowers merged with the lumps that had suddenly grown in size. After the lumps grew in size, there were visible bolts of blood-red lightning flashing around them. We've finally reached this stage. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 lumps. Then, he began to move his hands again and traced complex patterns in the air. Following that, a translucent shield suddenly appeared around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, the blood energy and soul fire from fallen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials flew toward the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit like before. However, before the tree could absorb them, they were blocked by the translucent shield that Zhang Lan had just conjured up. The pulling force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit intensified as it tried to absorb the blood energy and soul fire, but it was firmly blocked by the shield. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun's voice promptly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind through voice transmission. Rumor has it that once the embryos of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appear, one can increase the chances of the tree bearing fruits by withholding and accumulating all the blood energy and soul fire before sending it into the tree all at once. Naturally, this is just a rumor. No one has been able to verify it. Even if someone had experimented, they had never stepped forward to verify this theory. In my opinion, Zhang Lan isn't sure as well, and he's just trying his luck. After all, there's really no harm in trying. Naturally, Ling Zhuyun kept a straight face as he communicated with Duan Ling Tian. He also had to pretend he did notice the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit or its changes. I see. Duan Ling Tian had also noticed the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's changes in Zhang Lan's actions. He was confused when he saw Zhang Lan stopping the tree from absorbing more blood energy and soul fire until he heard Ling Zhuyun's explanation. After a moment, he asked through voice transmission, "You mentioned the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's embryos. Are you referring to the 2 blood-red lumps? On top of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's tree, the 2 blood-red lumps seemed to have absorbed the flowers that had bloomed." "Yes," Ling Zhuyun promptly replied, the appearance of the embryos means the tree is at the final stage. It'll either bear fruit or fail to bear fruit. Chapter 3098 Less than 100 people. Zhang Lan is going to gather blood energy and soul fire from fallen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with the formation before he sends them into the embryos in one go. Duan Ling Tian looked at the translucent barrier of the formation. The barrier was like a dome surrounding the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, stopping it from absorbing blood energy and soul fire. At the same time, the tree did not stop trying to absorb them. Therefore, the pulling force from the tree caused the blood energy and soul fire to plaster themselves against the barrier. Once the barrier was removed, all the accumulated blood energy and soul fire would be absorbed by the tree at once. At this moment, there were blood energy and soul fire from 3 fallen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials stuck on the barrier. It was not long before the blood energy and soul fire from another 2 fallen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials joined them. After a while, a person appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. He had been waiting for quite some time before his new opponent appeared in front of him. At the same time, Ling Juyun and Lin Fei Yong were also facing their opponents. All this was deliberately arranged by Zhang Lan. After the embryos of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared, Zhang Lan had grown desperate. It was as though he could no longer wait for the tree to bear fruits. Therefore, in order to speed things up, Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juyun, Lin Fei Yong, and the others were quickly assigned an opponent as soon as they were done with their battles. Zhang Lan had deliberately arranged for Ling Juyun and Lin Fei Yong to fight peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law. However, it was not his intention to sacrifice the duo. After all, the duo could help him kill the others at a faster pace. Previously, when he had selected and invited the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials here, he had calculated that there would be more than 100 people left when the embryos appeared. With this, there was more than enough blood energy and soul fire to nourish the embryos to make them bear the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. Therefore, he could afford to spare Ling Juyun and Lin Fei Yang's lives if he so wished. Duan Ling Tian's current opponent was a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. The middle-aged man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and had begun to comprehend the 4th profundity. His face remained indifferent as wind blades spun around his body, creating noises somewhat similar to a swarm of buzzing bees. Die! The middle-aged man cried out as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. He brandished the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, stirring up a violent gust of wind that had been boosted with the wind blade profundity and 2 other profundities from the law of wind. The gust of wind swept toward Duan Ling Tian like an angry dragon. The ear-piercing and sharp howling of the wind rang in the air. The sounds from the swords and the wind were incredibly loud. People who comprehended the law of wind had a huge advantage over those who comprehended the law of earth in terms of speed and offense. Duan Ling Tian's previous opponent had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth. Although his previous opponent had comprehended the only offensive profundity from the law of earth, the shake profundity, his previous opponent's attacks were a far cry from this middle-aged man who had comprehended 3 profundities and in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian preferred his current opponent over the previous one. His previous opponent had used the gravitational space profundity and confined him in a space before bombarding him with attacks from all directions. Although he did not suffer from the attacks, the suppression from the gravitational space profundity made him extremely uncomfortable. Although his current opponent was stronger, the attacks were not as tricky to deal with compared to his previous opponent. Just in time, as his opponent's attack drew close, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity surged out from his body. In just an instant, he was engulfed in flames. Duan Ling Tian charged forward like a human torch. A burnt smell lingered in the air as he left a trail of fire in his wake like the tail of a phoenix. Buzzing noises rang in the air. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's opponent saw a ring flying out from the flames that engulfed Duan Ling Tian. The ring was engulfed in red and green flames. Its formidable aura could cause people to tremble in fear. Duan Ling Tian was fearless when faced with the menacing attack from his opponent who had comprehended the law of wind. He had already killed a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth. Why would he be afraid of another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind? Although the latter had a basic comprehension of the law of wind's 4th profundity, it made no difference to him at all. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when the attacks collided, and his attack quickly overwhelmed his opponent's attack after a brief standstill. Just like divine power, the red and green flames morphed into a flaming sword before it killed his opponent. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan, who was watching Duan Ling Tian, was not surprised by the outcome as well. Just as I thought, although he has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, with the combination of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, even Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong won't be a match for him. Zhang Lan could tell the opponent whom Duan Ling Tian had just killed was as strong as Lin Fei Yong and slightly weaker than Ling Zhuyun. If Ling Zhuyun were to fight Duan Ling Tian's opponent, it might take Ling Zhuyun a few days and nights to defeat the opponent. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian had defeated that opponent effortlessly. At this time, Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong continued to successfully kill their opponents one after another. Seconds later, a new opponent would quickly appear before them. This was due to Zhang Lan's desperation to speed up the fruit-bearing process of the Tree of the Heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He wanted to gather as much blood energy and soul fire as possible before sending it all into the embryos of the Heaven sacrificial divine fruit in one go. After a while, the few hundred survivors dwindled to only less than 100 survivors. At this moment, the mystical yin and yang 9-water chestnut ring in Duan Ling Tian's hands flew out before the green and red flames shot toward another of his opponents. Just like that, he effortlessly killed a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal. After killing his opponent, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the barrier surrounding the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit trembled slightly when his opponent's blood energy and soul fire landed on it. It was as though the barrier was finally feeling the pressure from all the blood energy and soul fire. The barrier trembled even more when the blood energy and soul fire from an opponent Ling Zhuyun had just killed landed on it. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Ling Zhuyun to inform him of his discovery. Looks like the formation he prepared in his past life is about to cave under the impact of so much blood energy and soul fire. Or perhaps, it can't withstand the pulling force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Ling Zhuyun furtively glanced at the barrier before he said, "It does seem like it. My guess is the translucent barrier is only capable of withstanding another dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, blood energy and soul fire before it shatters." His eyes glinted as he continued to say, "At that time, Zhang Lan would probably kill the remaining survivors before the embryos grow and bear fruits. After all, I'm sure he's also worried that someone might steal the fruits from him. From now onward, we have to pay closer attention to the barrier. When it's about to shatter, we must be prepared and be on full alert." While Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun were conversing through voice transmission, Zhang Lan had also noticed the problem. "It seems like I've underestimated the pulling power of the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. When the barrier shatters, the blood energy and soul fire accumulated on the barrier would be instantly pulled into the embryos of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, there are still so many survivors left." At this moment, Zhang Lan looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others as killing intent slowly rose from the depths of his eyes. Chapter 3099 The translucent barrier has shattered. Zhang Lan could not wait to kill the remaining survivors, but he knew it was not the right time to make his move. Since this group of people was stuck in the illusory formation, if he made a move now, it would shatter the illusory formation and free them. Although he was powerful, if these people joined forces to deal with him, he might be severely injured. Naturally, he did not want something like that to happen. When the barrier surrounding the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit shatters, it'll affect the illusory formation. At that time, these people would be freed from the illusory formation. There'd probably be a few survivors left at that time. I'll kill them all as soon as that happens before they regain their senses. With my strength and emperor-grade celestial weapon, it won't be difficult for me to kill them before the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bears fruits." Zhang Lan decided to kill the remaining survivors as soon as the barrier shattered. "I'll spare Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yang's lives first. I'll spare whoever is willing to bear the enslavement mark and grant him one of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits so that he can become a 10-direction celestial duke as well." Zhang Lian mused inwardly as his eyes drifted toward Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yang. If it was possible, he wanted to enslave one of the two. Naturally, it would be best if both of them were willing to submit themselves to him. However, he could only give the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to one of them, and his choice was Ling Zhuyun. Although Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yang had comprehended 3 profundities and had basic comprehension of a 4th profundity, Ling Zhuyun had comprehended the law of death, one of the four supreme laws. Compared to Lin Fei Yan, who comprehended the law of water, Ling Zhuyun obviously had a greater potential. The sounds of battles continued to ring in the cave as people died one after another. What a pity. These people were all geniuses in their own right. They were all outstanding peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom Zhong Lan had carefully selected and gathered from grade 7 forces across different Devata realms. He did not bother without those higher grade forces since, with his current strength, he would have a hard time keeping the situation under his control. He was unafraid of powerhouses from grade 7 forces. However, if grade 6 forces were involved, they might send celestial lords after him. The formation he had cast in his past life would not be able to withstand the force of a celestial lord. Hence, to minimize the risk, he only selected those from grade 7 forces. In grade 7 forces, a peak overarching heaven supreme, celestial less than 200 years old who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law was considered a once in -10,000 year genius. Alas, all these talents' lives were treated like trash here. The translucent barrier seems like it's going to shatter at any moment. Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Ling Zhuyun after looking at the barrier once he killed an opponent. The translucent barrier was trembling violently now as blood energy and soul fire continued to fly toward it. As soon as the barrier shattered, the accumulated blood energy and soul fire would be instantly absorbed by the embryos of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, success was not guaranteed. There was still a chance it would fail to bear fruit. If it failed, the embryos would wither before vanishing into thin air. I think it's going to collapse after another 5 or 6 people die. Ling Zhuyun replied after a quick observation. 5 or 6 people. Duan Ling Tian briefly scanned his surroundings. Including him, Ling Zhuyun, Lin Fei Yong, and Zhong Lan, there were currently only 12 people left. In other words, after the translucent barrier shattered, only 6 or 7 people would still be alive. Did you notice your recent opponents were mostly those who have begun to comprehend the 4th profundity? However, Lin Fei Yong and I have only been given opponents who comprehended 3 profundities. None of our opponents have even touched the 4th profundity, Ling Zhuyun asked. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. He did not notice this, but he did not think it mattered. He thought it was just a coincidence. I suspect he intends to spare me and Lin Fei Yong. Don't forget, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will bear 2 fruits, and he can consume only 1. Someone like him would definitely appreciate talented people. For example, peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under 100 years old who have comprehended 3 profundities and are in the process of comprehending the 4th one. After all, it'd only benefit him to have a talented follower, Ling Zhuyun speculated. Upon hearing Ling Zhuyun's words, realization finally dawned on Duan Ling Tian. So you're saying he's deliberately assigning easier opponents for you and Lin Fei Yong because he wants both of you to survive so both of you can become his subordinates. He finally realized it was not a coincidence that his last 10 opponents were all in the process of comprehending their 4th profundity. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial appeared before him in just a blink of an eye. His opponent was a young man wearing long yellow robes. Duan Ling Tian had noticed this young man earlier and knew that the young man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of thunder and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Indeed, it's not a coincidence. This yellow-clad young man's appearance further confirmed Ling Zhuyun's speculation. Duan Ling Tian had killed a dozen of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with strength on par with the yellow-clad young man, so it was no surprise that he easily defeated his latest opponent. Since Ling Zhuyun was deliberately hiding his true strength, Duan Ling Tian was the fastest among them to kill his opponents. When the others had killed one opponent, he had already killed a few of his opponents. After killing the yellow-clad young man, no one else appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. This was because apart from Duan Ling Tian, there were only 10 people left, and these people were engaged in a battle. In fact, Ling Zhuyun was in the midst of a battle when he conversed with Duan Ling Tian earlier. This Duan Ling Tian. Zhong Lan glanced coldly at Duan Ling Tian as he hovered above the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He's the strongest person in the group. Once the barrier shatters, except for Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yong, I'll kill everyone first and save Duan Ling Tian for last. I want him to fall into the abyss of despair as he helplessly watches me kill the others. Although Zhong Lan did not think much about Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was annoyed and displeased by Duan Lingtian's dominance. For this reason, he wanted to see Duan Lingtian suffer in despair before killing him. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun's opponent cried out in despair with his eyes wide open before he fell to the ground, "No." Soon after, Lin Fei-yong and a green-clad young man defeated their respective opponents at the same time. The green-clad young man had comprehended 3 profundities and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the Law of Wind. His strength was comparable to Lin Fei-yong, but he was much older than Lin Fei-yong. The translucent barrier trembled again as blood energy and soul fire from a few people landed on it. At this moment, fine cracks began to appear on the barrier. The barrier is barely holding on. Once those 4 are done with their battles, it'll definitely shatter, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the barrier and the 2 ongoing battles between 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Out of the 4, 2 of them had comprehended 3 profundities and had a basic comprehension of the 4th profundity. Their opponents had only comprehended 3 profundities. Just as the battles were about to end, a young man dressed in a fur coat over green robes suddenly appeared before Duan Lingtian. The young man was strong, but roughly a dozen people with similar strength had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian directly attacked the young man and easily killed him. As soon as the battle ended, the other 2 battles ended as well. The blood energy and soul fire from these people flew swiftly toward the tree of the heaven sacrificial fruit and landed on the barrier. The translucent barrier had finally shattered. Chapter 3100 The Reincarnated Celestial Emperor. After the barrier shattered, the accumulated blood energy and soul fire swept out like stampeding beasts into the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit into the embryos. The embryos began to tremble and contract in size repeatedly. The blood-red mist shrouding the embryos was brewing violently as well. This indicated the embryos were in the process of bearing fruits. Only time would tell if it would be a success. Zhang Lan raised his hands and traced a complex pattern in the air again as he scoffed. The illusory formation shattered immediately. Lin Fei-yong and the 2 surviving peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, a young man and a middle-aged man, saw a flash of light. When their visions returned to them, they discovered they were in a huge cave on a floating island. Moreover, previously, they could not see anyone but their opponents, but at this time, they saw each other, Duan Lingtian and Ling Zhuyun. The expressions on the trio's faces changed drastically as they stared at Zhang Lan warily as though they were facing a formidable opponent. Zhang Lan glanced at the 5 survivors and nonchalantly said, "I must say, it's impressive that 5 of you managed to survive out of 10,000 people." At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Ling Zhuyun finally realized Zhang Lan had removed the illusory formation. They were none the wiser since they were not affected in the first place. They only knew the illusory formation had been removed when they saw Lin Fei-yong and the other 2's reactions. What do you mean by this?" the middle-aged man asked in a trembling voice. Although he was not even 200 years old and was considered to have high innate talent and comprehension skills, he was nothing in front of Zhang Lan. After all, Zhang Lan had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, and he was not even 100 years old. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had only comprehended 3 profundities and had just begun to comprehend the 4th profundity from the law of thunder. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian, Ling Zhuyun, Lin Fei-yong, and the young man shifted their eyes to Zhang Lan in unison. Hints of surprise and unease could be seen in Lin Fei-yong and the young man's eyes, but Duan Lingtian and Ling Zhuyun remained calm. Zhang Lan did not think much of Duan Lingtian and Ling Zhuyun's abnormal reaction. He assumed they were just feigning their calmness and were actually brimming with fear inwardly. "What do you think I mean?" Zhang Lan smiled faintly. "Out of 10,000 people, only 5 of you survived. Everyone else is dead, reduced to ashes." His smile seemed to grow wider when he mentioned the death of 10,000 people as though it was nothing. Dead, all of them are dead." The expressions of Lin Fei-yong and the 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed drastically. They instinctively looked around. Alas, they saw no one else but the 5 of them, excluding Zhang Lan. "If they're all dead, where are their corpses?" Lin Fei-yong asked after taking a deep breath. He was staring intently at Zhang Lan. "Weren't you listening? I said they were reduced to ashes and disappeared. What's so hard to understand?" Zhang Lan glanced at Lin Fei-yong, the corner of his lips curling up into a sinister smile. "Turned into ashes and disappeared." Lin Fei-yang's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained the same when he heard Zhang Lan's words. He said, "You said they turned into ashes and disappeared. You're powerful, but it's impossible for you to kill all of them. When did I say I killed them? Zhang Lan burst out in laughter. I remember your name is Lin Fei Yong, right? Do you remember the people you killed while you were trapped in the illusory formation? Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, the expressions of the two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed again. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Zhang Lan stared at Lin Fei Yong meaningfully before he said, if I say that the people you killed were part of the 10,000 people I gathered, would you believe me? Impossible. Lin Fei Yang's face paled immediately. I remember their faces. Those people aren't part of the 10,000 people. Lin Fei Yong had an outstanding memory. With just a glance, he could vaguely commit people's faces to memory. Although his impression might not be very clear, he would still recognize them. You were trapped in an illusory formation. Isn't it normal for that formation to be capable of changing their appearances? Zhang Lan's smile grew wider. It's not just you. Everyone has taken part in the killing. All of you were killing each other under the effect of the illusory formation. Zhang Lan replied. Then, he swept his eyes over everyone before they rested on Duan Ling Tian. Then, he said, Duan Ling Tian, in particular, killed many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The number of people he killed isn't any less than the combined number of people four of you killed. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Ling Zhuyun, turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun sent a message to Duan Ling Tian and reminded him somberly, now is the most critical moment. Don't expose yourself. If he attacks either of us, we'll defend with all our might. The other person will be in charge of sneaking up on him and killing him. We have only one chance to do this right. If he doesn't die, even if we survive, a reincarnated celestial emperor like him will definitely seek revenge from us in the future when we least expect it. Someone who could become a celestial emperor should never be taken lightly. After all, Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn as he said, I thought those people I killed were just a product of the illusory formation. I didn't expect them to be people who were also tricked by you. What do you want? What's your objective? Zhang Lan did not answer Duan Ling Tian's question. Instead, he said, Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to own two royal-grade celestial weapons that can be merged. Their combined power is almost that of an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Not only are you talented and have a high comprehension skill, but it seems like you're lucky as well. Zhang Lan's words drew everyone's attention to Duan Ling Tian, two royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, according to Zhang Lan, the royal-grade celestial weapons were compatible and could be merged into one. Their combined power was almost comparable to that of an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Fei Yong and the other two's eyes lit up immediately. Duan Ling Tian has royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, his two weapons are compatible and could be combined. It was only natural for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possessed a pair of royal-grade celestial weapons to draw people's attention. No matter how lucky I am, I can't compare to a reincarnated celestial like you, Duan Ling Tian said. Of course, Zhang Lan raised his head arrogantly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously. In terms of luck, naturally, you're no match for me. If I had the powers from my past life, I'd be able to kill you with just a flick of my finger. He's really a reincarnated celestial. This was the first time Zhang Lan had acknowledged he was a reincarnated celestial. Lin Fei Yong and the other two had already suspected this, but they were still shocked when it was confirmed. Kill me with just a flick of a finger. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows, feigning surprise. Were you a celestial lord in your past life? Lin Fei Yong and the others immediately turned to look at Zhang Lan, eager to hear his answer. Celestial lord. Zhang Lan's face was brimming with disdain. Celestial lords are nothing. I was a celestial emperor. A celestial emperor. Lin Fei Yong and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials widened their eyes in shock. When they were on the peak of the mountain, someone had speculated that Zhang Lan might be a reincarnated celestial emperor. However, most of them dismissed that speculation. After all, to them, celestial emperors were legendary. Zhang Lan is a reincarnated celestial emperor. After the shock subsided, a thought appeared in Lin Fei Yong and the other two's minds. Why would a reincarnated celestial emperor gather so many of us here and have us kill each other? What's his objective? Chapter 3101 Emperor Grade Celestial Weapon. A celestial emperor. Lin Fei Yong looked at Zhang Lan incredulously as he asked, since you're a reincarnated celestial emperor, you must have a motive for expending so much effort to gather all of us here, right? He was still shocked about Zhang Lan's identity. The strongest person in the place he was from, the one-sided territory, was only a titled celestial lord. He did not know if a celestial emperor had ever existed in the one-sided territory, but if there had been one, it would have been a very long time ago. How could he not feel shocked about Zhang Lan being a reincarnated celestial emperor? He felt chills running up his spine just thinking about it. A celestial emperor was formidable and reigned supreme. After going through the series of events, Lin Feiyong did not doubt Zhang Lan's words. After all, there was no reason for Zhang Lan to lie about this. However, he was confused and curious as to why a reincarnated celestial emperor would go to such trouble to gather so many people from different Devata realms. Even if he were beaten to death, he refused to believe Zhang Lan did not have any ulterior motive. Zhang Lan said nonchalantly, "At this point, there's no harm in letting all of you know, I suppose. I'd gathered so many of you here to offer all of you as a sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Lin Feiyong and the two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, a young man and a middle-aged man, instinctively turned to look at the huge tree planted in the center. It was only now that they noticed the blood-red tree with two blood-red lumps contracting above it. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. How does this tree or its fruit benefit Zhang Lan to the point where he went to such great lengths to offer more than 10,000 people as a sacrifice? Lin Feiyong and the two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were confused and turned to look at Zhang Lan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun followed suit and pretended to look at Zhang Lan for an explanation as though they knew nothing about the matter. Zhang Lan chuckled before he arrogantly said, "It's only natural bumpkins like you from grade 7 forces don't know anything about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is. As Zhang Lan revealed the benefit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Lin Feiyong and the two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials could not help but gasp as their eyes widened in shock. The fruit was capable of directly helping one break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, it could also help one comprehend, at least, 6 profundities that one had not comprehended yet. Moreover, in the past, there was someone who managed to comprehend 8 profundities from a law after consuming the fruit. Zhang Lan, who was looking at the people before him, noted their reactions. He could see Ling Juyun and Duan Lingtian were shocked as well, but they were both calmer compared to the trio. He thought to himself, feeling slightly hopeful, "I'm right about Ling Juyun. Look at how composed he is under such circumstances. He's not only stronger than Lin Feiyong, but his temperament is superior to Lin Feiyong as well. I hope he's willing to submit to me and bear the mark of enslavement on his soul." He was rather pleased by Ling Juyun's reaction. Although Duan Lingtian had also reacted rather calmly, Zhang Lan only thought Duan Lingtian was not impressed because Duan Lingtian had to have an amazing fortuitous encounter in the past to obtain 2 extraordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. It's about time to make a move now. Zhang Lan's heart skipped a beat when he looked at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and discovered the embryos were at the final stage now. His eyes flashed coldly before his celestial origin suddenly surged out of his body. A blue energy immediately shrouded his body. Upon seeing this, Lin Feiyong and the two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' expressions changed drastically. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun exchanged a look. Their expressions were solemn. Zhang Lan was finally making a move. At this moment, it sounded as though water was being released from the floodgates as Zhang Lan's body flickered out of sight. Duan Lingtian and the others had already mobilized their celestial origin energies earlier. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun separated and moved in different directions while Lin Feiyong and the two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial subconsciously moved closer to one another. In the latter group's opinion, joining forces was the only way for them to defend themselves against Zhang Lan, who was much stronger than them. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun moving further away, the middle-aged man cried out, "What are both of you doing? If we don't join forces, he'll kill us one after another." Zhang Lan reappeared and walked in the air in a leisurely manner as he said contemptuously to the middle-aged man, "You think you'll be a match for me if you join forces?" Then, he shifted his eyes to Duan Lingtian and lightly said, "Duan Lingtian, although the power of your combined royal-grade celestial weapons is almost comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon, don't forget about the word, almost. Alas, no matter how extraordinary they are, they're not emperor-grade celestial weapons. Before you die, I'll let you have a good look at a real emperor-grade celestial weapon." After Zhang Lan finished speaking, he casually raised his right hand. A blue saber ray suddenly appeared in his hand. It was even more dazzling than his blue celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity. After a brief moment, the saber ray morphed into a translucent crystal saber. A chilling aura immediately rippled out into the surroundings, causing everyone to feel incredibly cold as though it was winter. As cultivators, Duan Ling Tian and the others were immune to the cold. However, the chilling aura from the crystal sword was capable of piercing through their cultivation base, causing them to feel cold. This is an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Fei Yong and the two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' eyes widened upon hearing Zhang Lan's words. They felt as though their hearts had frozen over. Initially, when they found out Zhang Lan was a reincarnated celestial emperor, it did not occur to them that he might possess treasures from his last life. After all, it was not unlikely that the treasures had been taken by others over time. However, upon seeing Zhang Lan's emperor-grade celestial weapon, they fell into despair. What hope did they have to defeat Zhang Lan now? If Zhang Lan had possessed a king-grade celestial weapon, the five of them might stand a chance of defeating Zhang Lan if they joined forces, even if Zhang Lan had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian possessed a pair of royal-grade celestial weapons that was almost comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Now that Zhang Lan revealed his emperor-grade celestial weapon, they despaired and almost completely lost the will to fight. At this moment, Zhang Lan brandished his crystal saber, and a blue energy shot out of it. Before the middle-aged man could react, he had already been killed by Zhang Lan. He fell to the ground with his eyes still open. Among the dead so far, the middle-aged was the only one who was left with a corpse. After all, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had already been satiated and was no longer absorbing blood energy and soul fire. It had to be said that although the tree had received enough offering, it was not guaranteed that it would successfully bear fruits. It all depended on the will of heaven. Upon seeing this, the young man instantly kneeled in the air in front of Zhang Lan and pleaded in desperation, Please. Don't kill me, my lord, since the tree no longer requires a sacrifice, please spare my life. I'm willing to give you everything I have." As he spoke, he began to take off his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon and brought out his spatial ring in hopes of exchanging them for his life. The corners of Zhang Lan's lips curled up into a sinister smile as he said, "Won't your possessions belong to me anyway once I kill you?" The young man trembled. Zhang Lan was like the devil when he smiled at him. He began to kowtow repeatedly as he begged, "My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life." As though he did not hear the young man's pleas, Zhang Lan said disdainfully, "Moreover, do you think your possessions are worthy of my attention?" As soon as he finished speaking, a blue energy shot out of his crystal saber again. With that, the crystal saber claimed the young man's life. Chapter 3102 Strength Revealed. After Zhang Lan killed 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, who had comprehended 3 profundities of Allah and in the process of comprehending the 4th one, with a strike each, Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juyun, and even Lin Fei Yan were not surprised. This was within Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun's expectations. After all, as a reincarnated celestial emperor, although Zhang Lan was less than 100 years old, he had already comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. His strength was 2 times greater than peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On Lin Fei Yang's side, as soon as he saw Zhang Lan's emperor-grade celestial weapon, he did not doubt if Zhang Lan wanted him dead, then he would die. Moreover, he was aware Zhang Lan would not need more than a strike to kill him. Therefore, when he witnessed Zhang Lan effortlessly killing the 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, he did not feel surprised and felt that it was a matter of course. In his opinion, the emperor-grade celestial weapon was a big part of Zhang Lan's strength. In fact, he even thought that if he was the one who possessed the emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would be able to defeat Zhang Lan even if his strength and combat experience were far lacking compared to Zhang Lan. After all, emperor-grade celestial weapons were extremely powerful. It was much more powerful than royal-grade celestial weapons. How could the king-grade celestial weapon he possessed compare to an emperor-grade celestial weapon? After killing the 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Zhang Lan finally turned his attention to Duan Ling Tian. A sneer appeared on his face as he said contemptuously, "So, what do you think? If you have the guts, fight me with the combined power of your royal-grade celestial weapons. However, when he looked at Duan Ling Tian's face, his expression stiffened a little. He had assumed Duan Ling Tian would be terrified and fall into despair after he revealed everything. He even thought Duan Ling Tian would kneel and beg him to spare his life like the young man earlier. It was beyond his expectation that Duan Ling Tian would look at him calmly, devoid of fear. Duan Ling Tian met Zhang Lan's gaze and asked indifferently, "What? You're going to kill me next?" Zhang Lan quickly regained his senses. He rationalized that Duan Ling Tian was just putting up a front and was actually trembling in fear inwardly. The sneer on his face deepened as he said, "To think you're putting up front even at the end of your life. You should have learned from that young man earlier. If I were in a good mood, I might have spared you." As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, a violent raging flame surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body before it completely engulfed him. After that, the flame surged even higher, burning hotter and hotter, as though it intended to destroy everything in its path. Upon sensing the aura of Duan Ling Tian's flames, Zhang Lan's eyes that were flashing with a cruel light narrowed slightly. "This is the law of fire's burning profundity. You were concealing your strength." He did not expect the person in front of him, whom he had thought only comprehended two profundities from the law of fire and was fortunate enough to obtain two extraordinary royal-grade celestial weapons, had concealed his strength. Not only did the person in front of him comprehend the law of fire's fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity, but he had even comprehended the burning profundity. In the next moment, the flames around Duan Ling Tian seemed to be exploding into dazzling sparks. Upon seeing this, Zhang Lan's eyes widened. He was stunned. The explosion profundity. So, he has comprehended three profundities from the law of fire and is in the process of comprehending the fourth one. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian was also a monstrous talent like Ling Zhuyun and Lin Feiyong. Meanwhile, Lin Feiyong was similarly shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian was not any weaker than himself. Moreover, he had yet to factor in Duan Ling Tian's two royal-grade celestial weapons that were almost comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Taking everything into account, it would be as easy as flicking a finger if Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill him. "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to conceal yourself so deeply. Your innate talent and comprehension skills are not inferior to Ling Zhuyun and Lin Feiyong." Zhang Lan, who was about to attack, paused for a moment to appreciate Duan Ling Tian's strength and talent. "However, even if we don't factor in our celestial weapons, I'm stronger than you. With my emperor-grade celestial weapon, my strength far surpasses yours." Zhang Lan soared up into the sky after he finished speaking. He looked at the remaining three survivors and said, "I'll give three of you a chance of survival." He paused for a beat before he continued to say, "As long three of you allow me to brand the enslavement mark on your souls, I'll spare your lives. Not only that, but if three of you submit to me, you will also be given a chance to compete for a heaven-sacrificial divine fruit. The fruit will belong the strongest among the three of you." Then, as though he just recalled something, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Naturally, when three of you compete for the fruit, Duan Ling Tian's not allowed to use his pair of royal-grade celestial weapons." Enslavement mark. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly unsightly. He knew that once one was branded with an enslavement mark, it could not be removed at all unless the person who branded the mark removed it. With the mark, one had to obey every wish and command of the person who branded the mark. Lin Feiyong was the first one to speak up. He said loudly, "Dream on. You want me to submit to you and let you brand my soul with the enslavement mark? Impossible. I'd rather die." Then, Ling Zhuyun sneered before he said, "What a load of nonsense." Finally, Duan Ling Tian added with a sneer, "If I allow you to brand my soul, even if I obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and become a 10-direction celestial duke, what use would it be? It'd be meaningless." Upon hearing the trio's response, Zhang Lan clicked his tongue. "It seems like the three of you are intent on dying." Although he had somewhat expected this outcome, he still could not help but laugh. "In that case, I'll send three of you on your way and keep the two heaven sacrificial divine fruit." As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, a blue saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand. It lit up the cave with a blue light. "Die!" Lin Fei Yang's eyes glinted with determination. His figure flashed as he charged out like a dragon breaking out of the surface of the sea. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun made their moves as well. It was as though they had come to a tacit agreement beforehand. Without needing to speak, the trio knew their chances of survival would rise if they joined forces. Upon seeing the trio charging at him, Zhang Lan remained unaffected. Then, he said, Ling Juyun, Lin Fei Yong, I'm going to kill Duan Ling Tian first. Consider my proposition during this time. If you change your minds, don't hesitate to speak up. Otherwise, it might be too late for regrets. After he finished speaking, he seemed to fall deep into thoughts for a brief moment. Surprisingly, he showed signs of compromising as he said, both of you. Think about it, it's meaningless for both of you to throw your lives away. If you submit to me, I promise I'll remove the enslavement marks on your souls once I become a celestial emperor again. However, Ling Juyun or Lin Fei Yang's replies were only the surges in their auras as they continued charging forward. Currently, Ling Juyun maintained his strength from earlier. He was still concealing his strength. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was Zhang Lan's target, raised his hand. In the next moment, a beam of 7-color light shot out of Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was the divine artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The sword's dazzling 7-color light lit up the entire cave, overshadowing the blue light from Zhang Lan's crystal saber. At this moment, armor appeared around Zhang Lan's body, easily deflecting Lin Fei Yong and Ling Juyun's attacks. He did not spare the duo a glance and was instead looking at the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand intently. Duan Ling Tian, this is truly surprising. I thought you're pretty lucky when I saw your pair of royal-grade celestial weapons. Who would have thought that you possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well? Your luck truly exceeded my expectations. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. In Zhang Lan's previous life, although he was a celestial emperor, in his entire lifetime, he only had one emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was the crystal saber in his hand. Moreover, not every celestial emperor had an emperor-grade celestial weapon. After all, the requirements to forge an emperor-grade celestial weapon were not only harsh on the celestial weapon craftsman, but the forging materials were incredibly rare as well. Apart from Zhang Lan's crystal saber, his armor was just a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Regardless, it was enough to deflect Ling Juyun and Lin Fei Yang's attacks for a while. Meanwhile, Lin Fei Yang's expression was one of disbelief as he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian once the 7-color light appeared. Emperor-grade celestial weapon, coupled with his strange and unexplained feeling of camaraderie for Duan Ling Tian when they just met, he wondered about Duan Ling Tian's identity. What kind of person would possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Why, are you the only one who's allowed to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian sneered. He was not surprised Zhang Lan mistook the divine artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, as an emperor-grade celestial weapon. After all, the sword's current might was only comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Apart from that, he had no intention of correcting Zhang Lan's misunderstanding. I have to admit your innate talent and comprehension skills are incredibly high. Not only that, but your luck is enviable as well. Alas, your luck has run out today. You're going to die, and your emperor-grade celestial weapon will belong to me, Zhang Lan said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's sword covetously. Then, he shot forward toward Duan Ling Tian as a blindingly bright saber ray shot out of his crystal saber. Chapter 3103 Falling short by one step and resulting in complete failure. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he faced the fierce Zhang Lang. Suddenly, his eyes opened as though flames had been ignited in them. In just a flash, Duan Ling Tian seemed to transform into a blaze of fire as he shot forth to meet the swiftly approaching Zhang Lan. The elements of water and fire collided, creating a thunderously loud noise. It was as though it was expressing the saying, incompatible like fire and water. The water energy and fire energy seemed to be in a deadlock for a moment when a fragrance suddenly permeated the air in the cave, catching everyone's attention. With just a glance, everyone spotted the 2 blood-red fruits that had appeared above the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Bolts of blood-red lightning could be seen flashing around the fruits. The embryos have successfully borne fruits. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly upon seeing the fruits. He inhaled deeply to calm himself down. It was only natural that he felt excited when he saw the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. His main objective of coming to this place was to obtain the fruits. Previously, he did not have high hopes since the chances of the tree successfully bearing fruits were low. Even if he survived this place, it did not mean he would be able to obtain the fruits. It depended entirely on luck whether he would be able to obtain the fruits. Heaven sacrificial divine fruits. Similarly, Zhang Lan, Ling Zhuyun, and Lin Fei Yang's eyes lit up as well when they discovered the tree had successfully borne the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. Their breaths seemed to quicken in excitement as they looked at the fruits on top of the tree. Zhang Lang laughed heartily upon seeing the fruits. Mine. They're mine. I'm not going to hold back anymore. I'm going to kill you now and consume the fruit. His eyes turned cold as soon as he finished speaking. He extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yang in it to prevent them from going for the fruits while he was engaged with Duan Ling Tian. With his divine consciousness around them, he was confident he would be able to stop them from trying to snatch the fruits while he was fighting Duan Ling Tian, even if it meant prolonging the fight. After that, Zhang Lan shifted his gaze back to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, his saber ray seemed to be pushing back Duan Ling Tian's sword ray. You're quite strong, and your celestial weapon is good as well. Unfortunately, you haven't fully comprehended the explosion profundity. Otherwise, you might have stood a chance against me. Duan Ling Tian's 7-color sword ray was majestic when it first appeared. However, the light seemed to dim at this moment as Zhang Lan's saber ray seemed to suppress it. Die! Zhang Lan roared as he blocked Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yang's attacks with his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He sent part of the defensive celestial weapon's power into his emperor-grade celestial weapon and attacked with all his might. With this, the blue saber ray shone with blinding intensity as it rapidly pushed back Duan Ling Tian's sword ray. This can't go on, otherwise, we're all going to die. Lin Fei Yang was filled with terror when he saw how easily Zhang Lan had deflected their attacks. A hint of panic appeared on his face. At this moment, he had no design on the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, as amazing as the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was, it was useless if he was dead. The most important thing now was to defeat Zhang Lan and survive. His eyes shone with determination as he gritted his teeth and attacked again even though he had not fully recovered. Zhang Lan, who had yet to send his energy back to his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, was caught off guard by Lin Fei Yang's attack. Thus, the attack landed squarely on him. Although his armor managed to protect him to a certain extent, his blood energy still roiled in his body. You're seeking death. Zhang Lan's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Lin Fei Yang. As his saber ray continued to push Duan Ling Tian's sword ray back, he brandished his crystal saber in Lin Fei Yang's direction. In just a moment, the saber ray that shot out of Zhang Lan's crystal saber decapitated the powerless Lin Fei Yang. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes at the moment of his death. He had been a peerless genius in the faction he was from with a bright future ahead of him. However, due to greed, he was trapped in this place and killed by Zhang Lan. How could he not be filled with unwillingness? At this moment, a thunderous roar rang from behind Zhang Lan. It was none other than Ling Zhuyun. Go! An ear-piercing sword cry rang in the air as a sword with gray lightning bolts flickering around it appeared in Ling Zhuyun's hand. The gray sword ray that shot out of his sword immediately pushed back a part of Zhang Lan's blue saber ray that was pushing back Duan Ling Tian's 7-color sword ray. At the same time, a blood-red mist rose from Ling Zhuyun's body and seemed to merge with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of death's fundamental profundity, the death elemental profundity. At this moment, he manifested the scythe from the god of death's scythe profundity. Although the scythe was not completely corporeal, it felt as though he had completely mastered the profundity since one could only manifest the scythe once one had comprehended it to the rudimentary stage. However, the truth was he only had a basic grasp of the god of death's scythe profundity. Ling Zhuyun possesses an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Moreover, he only has a basic grasp of the god of death's scythe profundity, but why does it seem like he has comprehended it at this moment? Zhang Lan's expression changed drastically when he saw Ling Zhuyun's increased strength and the weapon in Ling Zhuyun's hand. It was beyond his expectations that not only was Duan Ling Tian concealing his strength, but Ling Zhuyun was concealing his strength as well. At the moment when Zhang Lan turned back to look at Ling Zhuyun in surprise, a thunderous explosion rang from in front. When he was momentarily distracted, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have grown stronger. Duan Ling Tian's sword ray surged in intensity and strength, causing him to feel as though death was breathing down his neck at this moment. The explosion profundity. No, this isn't the explosion profundity. What the hell is it? At this moment, Zhang Lan discovered Duan Ling Tian's strength seemed to have surpassed his strength. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian had still been concealing his strength earlier when it seemed like Duan Ling Tian's sword ray had been pushed back by his saber ray. Damn it, how did this happen? Faced with Duan Ling Tian's attack from the front and Ling Zhuyun's attack from the back, Zhang Lan's expression had changed drastically. However, he did not retreat. He boosted his celestial origin energy with his water elemental profundity again as he sent his energy into his purely defensive royal grade celestial weapon, hoping to deflect the pincer attack from Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun. With this, the aura from Zhang Lan's armor intensified. Its protection of him seemed to be airtight, but he did not seem to feel safe at all. An anxious expression could be seen on his face as he began to trace complex patterns in the air with both his hands again. It was obvious this was something he had learned from his previous life as a celestial emperor. However, this defensive technique took time to cast, and he did not have time at this moment. Even in his wildest dreams, he did not imagine Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun would be so strong that both of them suppressed him completely, causing him to be unable to attack and could only defend himself. Ling Zhuyun's strength was not any weaker than his, while Duan Ling Tian's strength had surpassed his. They really concealed themselves very well. Fear and anxiety burned in Zhang Lan as he faced Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun. Now, Ling Zhuyun roared, reminding Duan Ling Tian to swiftly attack, as he increased his speed. His expression had changed slightly when he saw Zhang Lan tracing patterns in the air. Too late, Duan Ling Tian, whose entire body was engulfed in flames, said as the seven-color sword ray surged in power and intensity and flaming sword rays rained down on Zhang Lan like a storm. The combined attacks from Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Lan successfully shattered Zhang Lan's armor. At this moment, a maroon sword ray that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path appeared out of thin air. In just a blink of an eye, it had arrived before Zhang Lan's forehead. No, I'm unresigned. This can't happen. Zhang Lan's despairing cry echoed in the cave. When the maroon sword ray pierced Zhang Lan's forehead and exited from the back of his head, he was only a few strokes away from completing his formation. He only needed half a breath to activate a defensive formation in the cave that would isolate him and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun would not have been able to breach the defensive formation that he had created in his past life. At that time, he would have been able to easily harvest the two fruits. If he did not see the tree bearing fruits, perhaps he would not feel so unresigned. After all the preparations from his 2 lives, the tree had finally borne fruits. How could he not be unwilling when he failed to obtain the fruit at the very final stage? Apart from unwillingness, he felt regretful as well. He should have quickly activated the defensive formation immediately to isolate himself from the trio. At that time, he could have harvested the fruits and safely escaped from this place. Chapter 3104 Zhang Lan's Trump Card. Zhang Lan felt truly regretful as he faced death. He had the chance to harvest the heaven sacrificial divine fruits and safely escape if he had only spared Duan Ling Tian, Ling Zhuyun, and Lin Fei Yong. However, he wanted to kill the trio because they refused to yield to him. It was too late for him to activate the defensive formation he had set up in his past life now because he had underestimated the trio's strength. A crisp sound rang in the air as the maroon sword ray pierced Zhang Lan's forehead and exited from the back of his head. The sword ray moved at lightning speed, making it difficult for people to catch its movement. Duan Ling Tian did not claim Zhang Lan's emperor-grade celestial weapon, purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, and spatial ring after Zhang Lan's death. In just a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Fei Yang's corpse. Upon closer inspection, a pool of water seemed to be hovering above Lin Fei Yang's corpse. So this is a second form world-cleansing divine water? Duan Ling Tian asked the 3 divine elements in his body as he stared at the pool of water. Apart from the fact that it was strangely hovering in the air, it looked no different from an ordinary pool of water. At the very least, he could not see any difference at all. However, when he tried to extend his divine consciousness into it, he discovered his divine consciousness was being blocked by a profound energy. Yes, this is a second form world-cleansing divine water. It has subconsciously left its host body, but it's still in a deep slumber, the chaos divine flame said. Boy, what are you waiting for? Claim it now when it's in an unconscious state. Any life form that touches it now would automatically claim it. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang promptly in Duan Ling Tian's mind. When it wakes up, it'll be able to leave your body if it's dissatisfied with you being its host. However, fret not, with how wise I am, it'd be easy for me to persuade it to stay. Confidence was brimming from its tone as it spoke. Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to the Chaos Divine Earth's boastful words. He raised his hand and touched the pool of water hovering in the air. As soon as he made contact with it, he felt a cool sensation. Then, he watched as the pool of water entered his body through his palm and settled in a corner of his body. He asked curiously, "When will it wake up?" "It depends on how much it had exhausted itself. However, with our presence in your body, it'd definitely wake up much faster compared to when it was in Lin Fei Yang's body. Although we're different elements, our auras are capable of helping one another," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to recall something. A hint of anticipation could be heard in his voice as he asked, "Senior, I remember when you were still in your second form, you were already capable of helping me refine celestial pills. Even the profound divine metal was capable of protecting my soul when it was in its second form. What can this second form world-cleansing divine water do?" Although the world-cleansing divine water has only acknowledged you as its host in its unconscious state, it'd still subconsciously help you when you're in danger. The second form world-cleansing divine water is able to form a flexible defensive shield around you. However, its defensive ability is still no match for me when I'm in my second form, the Chaos Divine Earth hurriedly replied. "That's only natural since defense is my forte. In this regard, which one of the 5 divine elements can compare with me?" "Defensive ability, does this include protecting your host's soul?" the profound divine metal said as soon as the Chaos Divine Earth's voice fell. The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent immediately. It specialized in physical defense, but the profound divine metal was the best in soul defense. After a moment, the Chaos Divine Flame added, "Apart from that, with the help of the world-cleansing water, your success rate when inscribing high-level celestial talismans would increase in folds." After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Ling Tian finally learned about the benefits of owning a second-form world-cleansing divine water. "Did you just claim ownership of a world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements?" A voice rang in the air at this moment. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and saw Ling Zhuyun had arrived in front of him at some point. He was surprised. "You can tell it's a world-cleansing divine water." "Of course," Ling Zhuyun nodded and said, "Duan Ling Tian, it's useless to claim ownership of the world-cleansing divine water. The 5 divine elements won't choose descendants of supreme powerhouses like us as their hosts unless they're in an unconscious state. Even if the world of cleansing divine water unconsciously acknowledges you as its host, it'll still leave you once it wakes up." Why, this was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard of something like that since the divine elements in his body did not mention anything about it. He was slightly skeptical. This is because the power of blood contradicts the 5 divine elements. The power of blood will continuously feed on the powers of the 5 divine elements to supplement itself. Even if the 5 divine elements in our bodies manage to evolve to a higher form, they'd still revert to a lower form once the power of blood absorbs their energies again, Ling Zhuyun said as he harvested the heaven sacrificial divine fruits and passed one to Duan Ling Tian. "There's such a thing." Duan Ling Tian seemed surprised when he heard Ling Zhuyun's explanation. "How weird. Isn't this common knowledge among the descendants of supreme powerhouses? Anyway, let's continue our conversation later. I have quickly harvested the 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits in case something unforeseen happens. Apart from that, I've also claimed Zhang Lan's possessions," Ling Zhuyun said. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, the cave began to shake violently as though there was a massive earthquake. At the same time, visible cracks appeared in the air and were spreading to every corner of the cave. "Let's go." Ling Zhuyun beckoned Duan Ling Tian before he left the secret realm left behind by Zhang Liang in his past life through the nearest crack. Now that the secret realm was beginning to crumble, they could leave through the cracks in the void. Before Duan Ling Tian left, he saw the floating island and the cave slowly being pulled into the spatial turbulence. Apart from that, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had also turned into dust and scattered in the wind. If Ling Zhuyun were not quick with his action, the heaven sacrificial divine fruits would have been reduced to dust as well. Once a little world created by a celestial emperor collapsed, the cracks in the void were akin to exits. The cracks would transport them back to where they came from. With that, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun appeared at the same time at the peak of the towering mountain. "Is this Zhang Lan's final trap?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Even in death, Zhang Lan was still causing them trouble. If Ling Zhuyun did not harvest the heaven sacrificial divine fruits earlier, all their efforts would have been in vain. That Zhang Lan really was something. When the little world he created in his past life collapsed, it triggered a killing formation that shrouded the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With his strength in this life, it would be impossible for him to activate the killing formation. However, due to energy generated from the collapse of the little world, the killing formation was activated. Ling Zhuyun's expression was solemn at this moment. He felt fortunate he had the foresight to quickly harvest the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. If he were a step too late while he conversed with Duan Ling Tian about the world-cleansing divine water, the 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits would have been destroyed. So it's just a coincidence that the little world collapsed when it did? Duan Ling Tian asked. He could not help but feel the little world's collapse shortly after Zhang Lan's death was too coincidental. Of course not. Ling Zhuyun shook his head and said that Zhang Lan must have used a formation to connect the little world to his soul pearl. Under such circumstances, if his soul pearl shatters, it would trigger the destruction of the little world he had created. Chapter 3105 The Blood Skull Gang's assassins who had traveled from afar. Under such circumstances, it's reasonable to say that he had taken such drastic measures because he was not completely confident of his success, or he was just extremely cautious. However, as it is, he was right to have made this move, Ling Zhuyun said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at Ling Zhuyun and said, "Fortunately, you harvested the heaven sacrificial divine fruits quickly. Otherwise, the fruits would have been destroyed along with the tree if you had continued to converse with me." A hint of fear could be seen on his face when he thought about how close they had come to losing the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. "I was worried about something unforeseen happening. In any case, we're the final victors," Ling Zhuyun said with a grin. It was a rare sight to see. Then, he suggested, "Let's find a place to consume our heaven sacrificial divine fruits." "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded in agreement. The duo did not waste time and found a secluded valley nearby. They dug out a cave each as a temporary shelter while they consumed and digested the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. All become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly as he sat cross-legged in the cave he had dug out. He had trouble containing his excitement when he thought about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's power. Moreover, the fruit will also help me comprehend at least 6 profundities from a law I've yet to encounter. If I'm lucky, I might be able to comprehend 7 to 8 profundities. I wonder what kind of law I'd be able to comprehend after consuming the fruit and becoming a 10 directions celestial duke. After Duan Ling Tian calmed down, he took the heaven sacrificial divine fruit out and looked at it curiously. It was blood red as though it had been painted with blood. Dazzling bolts of lightning flashed in and out of it. It looked so much like a piece of art in his palm that he almost felt reluctant to eat it. However, its appearance, naturally, could not compare to the temptation of becoming a 10 directions celestial duke and comprehending a new law. With that, he no longer wasted time and bit into the fruit. He finished eating it in just a few seconds, leaving only a tiny pit behind. The pit was also the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After putting the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit away, he shifted his attention to regulating the power of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was coursing through his body. He felt a comfortable sensation all over and felt as though he was as light as a feather. There was not much he needed to do before his body would automatically absorb the fruit's power. All he could do was wait at this moment. While he waited, Duan Ling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Flame curiously, "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, Ling Zhuyun mentioned earlier that the 5 divine elements won't choose descendants of supreme powerhouses as hosts. Is it true?" "Yes." The Chaos Divine Flame's explanation was similar to Ling Zhuyun's earlier explanation. "For example, if I choose a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as a host, it's highly likely that I'll revert to my second form after a while. Without consuming other Chaos Divine Flames, it won't take long before I revert to my first form. Eventually, I'd be completely absorbed and cease to exist. The power of blood truly contradicts the 5 divine elements. However, outside the body of a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, the power of blood doesn't have any advantage over the 5 divine elements in a fight. As you can see, previously, during your fight Ling Zhuyun, you're still capable of defeating him with my help even though he used the power of blood." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly after listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation. When he recalled Ling Zhuyun's words to him before they left the secret realm, he thought to himself, It seems like Ling Zhuyun has mistaken me for a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. If Ling Zhuyun knew Duan Ling Tian was not a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, he would have felt envious of Duan Ling Tian. Senior, does this also mean that those who become a supreme powerhouse with the help from the 5 divine elements aren't descendants of supreme powerhouses? Duan Ling Tian asked. Previously, the Chaos Divine Flame had told him one of the ways to become a supreme powerhouse was through evolving a divine element to its highest form. This was also the most common way to become a supreme powerhouse. That's right. For this reason, descendants of supreme powerhouses rarely become supreme powerhouses themselves. In the history of heaven and earth, there were very few of them. After all, it's much easier to become a supreme powerhouse through evolving a divine element. Although it's rare, it doesn't mean there was no one who succeeded. In the past, there were descendants of supreme powerhouses who managed to completely master one of the 4 supreme laws and as a reward, were transformed into supreme powerhouses, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. Duan Ling Tian felt his horizon had been broadened again after listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words. At the same time, he could not help but acutely feel his insignificance when compared to a supreme powerhouse. I wonder if I'll be able to become a supreme powerhouse in this life, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He clenched his hands tightly as his eyes flashed with hope. He thought to himself self-deprecatingly, it's just wishful thinking on my part. I can't even save my wives, children, and parents now, but I'm thinking about becoming a supreme powerhouse. He could not help but feel depressed when he thought about his loved ones. After a while, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply to calm down. However, based on the rhythm of his breathing, it was clear he was struggling to calm down. After a day and night had passed, the 5 elemental auras in Duan Ling Tian's body rippled out into his surroundings. He was now calm when he opened his eyes. He had achieved a breakthrough. This is the strength of a celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel a tremendous change in his celestial origin energy. His eyes lit up brightly like the stars in the night sky and his face flushed red in excitement. Shortly after Duan Ling Tian had broken through and become a celestial duke, Ling Zhuyun, who sat in a nearby cave, opened his eyes in surprise. He had also broken through and become a celestial duke. Meanwhile, 2 unwanted guests had arrived in the area where Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun had dug out caves to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. Leng Yi, based on the current situation, Duan Ling Tian must have come to the Jade Emperor Heaven because of that reincarnated celestial emperor. In my opinion, he has most likely died in the secret realm that the reincarnated celestial emperor created in his past life, one of the 2 men said as they landed at the peak of a towering mountain. Let's search for another half a month. If we still can't find him, we'll return to the organization, the other man replied. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would have recognized one of the men, Leng Yi. He had encountered Leng Yi, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, outside the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Leng Yi was a 9 Palaces Celestial King, and he was stronger than the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian had managed to escape from Leng Yi all thanks to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that was given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that not only did the Blood Skull Gang not give up on him after he left the spirit overarching heaven through a transporting formation, but they had even managed to investigate that he had gone to Yan Mountain in the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. The lad sure got it easy if he died in the secret realm created by that reincarnated celestial emperor, Leng Yi said. He had felt deeply humiliated that a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial managed to escape under his nose. For that reason, he was determined to reduce Duan Ling Tian into ashes if he encountered Duan Ling Tian again. Leng Yi and the other assassin continued to search through the area where Zhong Lan had created the little world with their divine consciousness. 3 days later, the 2 assassins appeared above the valley where Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun were undergoing closed-door cultivation. Chapter 3106. Their efforts are in vain. Leng Yi extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire valley within it. Initially, he did not think he would find anything here just like the other places he had searched. However, in just a moment, his eyes lit up. He had discovered the aura of his target, Duan Ling Tian. A sinister grin appeared on his usually expressionless face. He sneered as he said, I found him. I didn't expect him to really survive. It's good anyway, this means I can kill him with my own hands. Without waiting for the other assassin's reply, Leng Yi descended in the valley like a goshawk. He kept his divine consciousness firmly shrouding the valley. He vowed he would not let Duan Ling Tian escape again even if Duan Ling Tian possessed another wind shadow escape talisman. However, he did not think it was likely Duan Ling Tian possessed another wind shadow escape talisman since the grade of the talisman Duan Ling Tian had used previously was rather high and rare. Duan Ling Tian, Leng Yi called out loudly as he hovered in the air. His eyes were trained on one of the two caves at a corner of the valley. Do you want to show yourself or do you want me to come in and look for you? It was obvious he felt like he was a cat toying with a mouse. This voice. Duan Ling Tian finally discovered Leng Yi's presence when Leng Yi's voice echoed in the cave. Based on the newcomer's words, it was clear he had come with ill intentions. He was slightly curious since he found the person's voice familiar. Soon enough, he figured out where he had heard this person's voice before. With this discovery, his expression changed drastically. He's the Nine Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang who was waiting for me outside the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. At that time, Duan Ling Tian knew he would not be able to escape if it were not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that was given to him by Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Why is the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang here? How did he find out I'm here? For the assassin to show up in this specific place in the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian knew it could not be a coincidence. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, did they follow me all the way to Axe Mountain? Even so, it should be impossible for them to find out I came to the Jade Emperor Heaven since Ling Juyun and I traveled here using the transporting formation. Duan Ling Tian, who's that? You have enemies even in the Jade Heaven Emperor. Ling Juyun's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. Upon hearing Ling Juyun's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly. He replied through voice transmission, for me to have enemies here, I have to have the time to go out and stir up trouble, right? This person isn't from the Jade Emperor Heaven. He's also from the Spirit, Overarching Heaven. In fact, he's also from the Southern Heaven Territory. He came all the way from the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven Territory just for you. Ling Juyun's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. How great is the animosity between both of you that he traveled so far just to find you. For him to be able to track you here, even if he followed you to Axe Mountain, he would have to obtain approval from the profound Nether Mansion to be able to find out you came here. After all, without permission from the profound Nether Mansion, no one would be able to investigate the transporting formation that we had traveled here with. What's his identity exactly? His voice turned solemn at the end of his sentence. He's an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, Duan Ling Tian replied with a wry smile on his face. An assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Ling Juyun was taken aback. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be targeted by the Blood Skull Gang. Why are you being targeted? Who could have hired them to kill you? From what I know, it's not easy to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Ling Tian interjected at this moment. Let's talk about it later. We need to think of a way to escape. This assassin is a Nine Palaces Celestial King. Nine Palaces Celestial King. The Blood Skull Gang sent a Nine Palaces Celestial King to kill you. Ling Juyun exclaimed in shock and confusion. Why would the Blood Skull Gang send a Nine Palaces Celestial King just to kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun emerged from their respective caves and hovered in the air. So that's Duan Ling Tian. The other assassin had arrived next to Leng Yi. His eyes found Duan Ling Tian immediately. After all, he had seen Duan Ling Tian's portrait when he had accepted the mission. That's right, Leng Yi nodded. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold smile on his face as he said, Duan Ling Tian, previously, you escaped under my nose because of the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liang Peng gave you. I want to see how you're going to escape this time. Duan Ling Tian met Leng Yi's gaze and curiously asked, how did you find me here? Well, at this point, there's no harm telling you about it. Our vice leader has connections in the profound Nether Mansion and pulled some strings, so we managed to investigate the transporting formation you used to come to Yan Mountain. Yan Mountain Mansion is rather vast. However, we heard about the reincarnated Celestial Emperor's scheme of gathering peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from various Devata realms, including the Spirit Overarching Heaven, to sacrifice them to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With that, it's not difficult to guess you must have been tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor as well. Although he had used a transportation formation to send you away, there was no doubt the secret realm would be nearby. Therefore, we searched the area where you were last seen. Who knew I'd actually find you here? It was obvious Leng Yi was certain of Duan Ling Tian's death today for him to reveal this information. It was also due to his humiliation from Duan Ling Tian's escape previously that prompted him to speak so much. He wanted to see the despair on Duan Ling Tian's face before he killed Duan Ling Tian. Only with that would the humiliation and hatred he felt be resolved. No wonder. Duan Ling Tian nodded after listening to Leng Yi's explanation. Then, he shifted his gaze to the assassin next to Leng Yi and asked, I'm curious, is the person next to you also a 9 Palaces Celestial King like you? The other assassin scoffed coldly before he replied, how smart. You managed to guess my cultivation base. Although this is the first time we've met, I've heard a lot about you. 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings. Ling Zhuyun's heart thumped heavily upon hearing the other assassin's words. He became even more curious. Why would the Blood Skull Gang send such strong assassins to kill Duan Ling Tian? There must be a good reason behind this. The Blood Skull Gang would not waste their resources for no good reason, after all. 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the infamous Blood Skull Gang came all the way to the Jade Emperor Heaven just for me. Even if I die today, it won't be in vain, Duan Ling Tian said. A smile appeared on his face as he continued to say, however, I'm afraid the effort both of you had expended to come here would all be in vain. The 2 assassins were slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, a celestial talisman in Ling Zhuyun's hand lit up in flames. The flames swiftly shrouded him at lightning speed. It was as though he had transformed into a human torch. The flames' domineering aura rippled out into the surroundings, causing the assassins' expressions to change drastically. Based on the flames' aura, they could tell the celestial talisman Ling Zhuyun had used was extraordinary. Ling Zhuyun mobilized his celestial origin energy. Moments before his energy reached its peak, he shrouded Duan Ling Tian in his flames as well, and both of them vanished into thin air in front of Leng Yi and the other assassin. Ling Zhuyun had used an escape-type celestial talisman that was comparable to the Wind Shadow escape talisman that Duan Ling Tian had previously used. This meant that it was impossible for Leng Yi and the other assassin to catch up to Duan Ling Tian, who had been whisked away by Ling Zhuyun. The other assassin quickly withdrew his celestial origin energy. Then, he looked at Leng Yi coldly, clearly displeased, as he said, Leng Yi, he couldn't have escaped if you'd just killed him without wasting so much time talking. Chapter 3107. Is it possible to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws? Damn it! Leng Yi cursed angrily. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body in all directions, causing a series of explosions. The sounds of the explosions echoed in the valley, stirring up pebbles in a thick cloud of smoke. Although Leng Yi, a 9 Palaces Celestial King, did not unleash his full power, the energy that had been brewing in his body was still extraordinarily destructive. Leng Yi was incredibly certain he would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian with his own hands today. After all, he thought it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to possess another celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow escape talisman. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to kill Duan Ling Tian. He decided he wanted to see Duan Ling Tian's expression of despair before he killed Duan Ling Tian. Alas, he did not expect Ling Zhuyun would possess a celestial talisman comparable to the Wind Shadow escape talisman. With Ling Zhuyun's celestial talisman, the duo successfully escaped. At this moment, he truly regretted not killing Duan Ling Tian as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. His comrade was right. Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to escape if he had killed Duan Ling Tian immediately. Let's return. It'll be more difficult than ascending to heaven for us to find him now that he's alerted to our presence, Leng Yi's comrade said. Don't worry, the organization won't find out about what happened today. We'll just report that we failed to track Duan Ling Tian down. However, after today's lesson, I hope you won't make the same mistake again. Despite being hunted by our organization, a mere peak, overarching heavenly supreme celestial is capable of surviving until now. It's obvious he's no ordinary person. Thank you for your understanding. After calming down, Leng Yi expressed his gratitude upon hearing his comrade's words. He was well aware that if the Blood Skull Gang found out about what happened today, they would not let the matter slide, since it was entirely his fault that Duan Ling Tian managed to escape again. Meanwhile, Ling Zhuyun, who had used his celestial talisman and brought Duan Ling Tian with him to escape, arrived in the middle of a quiet and eerie forest. Thank you, Duan Ling Tian thanked Ling Juyun. If it were not for Ling Juyun, he would be trapped in the valley and possibly die. After all, it was impossible for him to escape from the Blood Skull Gang's assassins without a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. A hint of sadness could be seen on Ling Juyun's face as he replied, "Please treat Sister Wanjur well." The escape-type celestial talisman Ling Juyun had used was one of the few possessions he had left. When he left the Divine Offering Land, there was nothing much his clan could give him. Moreover, most of the things in his possession belonged to him originally. His clan was suddenly annihilated, and he was only able to escape because he had escaped notice due to his low cultivation base and Wanjur's help. "Don't worry," Duan Ling Tian nodded, "she's now the soul of my divine artifact. Naturally, I won't mistreat her. Let's leave this area immediately. If we linger here, the 2 Palaces celestial kings might find us if they continue tracking us down," Ling Juyun said. The duo made their way out of the forest, leaving in the direction opposite of the valley. During the journey, Ling Juyun asked, "You haven't explained why the Blood Skull Gang would send, not 1, but 2 Palaces celestial kings after you." He still could not figure it out. Was it necessary to send such powerful assassins after a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Duan Ling Tian, even if Duan Ling Tian had a high innate talent and comprehension skills? "It's because I killed 2 of the assassins they had sent after me previously," Duan Ling Tian replied. "What?" Ling Juyun's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Why you killed 2 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang?" He thought, for a moment, that he had misheard Duan Ling Tian. After all, based on what he knew, even the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang was a 1 basic celestial king. "From what I know, even the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a 1 basic celestial king, right? How did you manage to kill the 2 assassins?" Ling Juyun asked. "I used a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon." Duan Ling Tian did not need to hide the truth from Ling Juyun. He knew Ling Juyun would not be interested in his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon at all. Even if Ling Juyun coveted it, Ling Juyun would not dare to snatch it from him due to Wanjur. After all, Ling Juyun deeply respected Wanjur, who was now the artifact soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Hence, he was certain Ling Juyun would not offend or provoke him for no good reason. "Although I've only comprehended the profundities from an ordinary law, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon grants me the celestial origin energy and strength of a 1 basic celestial lord. Ordinary celestial kings are no match for me," Duan Ling Tian added. "You even own a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon?" Ling Juyun was slightly taken aback. However, with this, his question was answered. Since Duan Ling Tian possessed a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, it would be easy for him to kill ordinary celestial kings. Alas, even if Duan Ling Tian had strength comparable to a 1 basic celestial lord, he still would not be a match for either one of the 2 Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang, since the number of profundities they had comprehended was higher compared to Duan Ling Tian. Most of the 9 Palaces celestial kings in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory had comprehended at least 6 or 7 profundities from a law. Some with higher comprehension skills had even comprehended 8 profundities from a law. Although it was possible for a 9 Palaces celestial king to comprehend all 9 profundities from a law, such a person was almost non-existent in the southern heaven territory. Perhaps, they could only be found in places that were bigger than the southern heaven territory. Ling Juyun. A question suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. His eyes flashed as he asked with a hint of anticipation, "Within a month after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, not only would we become 10 directions celestial duke, but we would comprehend profundities from a certain law. Is there a chance for the law to be one of the 4 supreme laws?" This. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the first thought that appeared in Ling Juyun's mind was how greedy Duan Ling Tian was. After that, it was quickly replaced with anticipation as well. Naturally, he also hoped he could comprehend a second supreme law. "I have no idea. I only know after consuming the fruit, one would be able to comprehend profundities from a new law. I haven't heard anything about the type of laws those people who ate the fruit had comprehended. However, I also haven't heard anything about it being impossible to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws." "So you're saying it's not entirely impossible?" Duan Ling Tian asked eagerly. "Even if it's possible, the possibility of us comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws is low, especially in my case." Ling Juyun smiled wryly. "Why?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. Take me for example, I'm able to comprehend the law of death because of the blood of my clan. Unlike ordinary people, I'm destined to be incapable of comprehending the law of life because of the blood in my veins. This can't be changed even if I eat the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from that, we have encountered and comprehended the law of time when we were in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound nether mansion. Although we didn't fully comprehend its fundamental profundity, it still doesn't change the fact that we had tried to comprehend it. Therefore, it's impossible for us to comprehend the law of time from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, since it'll only help you comprehend a law you haven't encountered and comprehended before. Under such circumstances, unless it's the law of space, I won't be able to comprehend the other supreme laws through the fruit. The probability of me comprehending the law of space is minute compared to elemental laws such as the law of wind, thunder, ice. In your case, the probability of you comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws is higher than mine. So far, you've only encountered and tried to comprehend the law of time. Moreover, after obtaining the branch from the tree of life, you didn't comprehend the law of life, the law of death, or the law of space. Therefore, you have a chance of comprehending one of the 3 remaining supreme laws. It was obvious Ling Zhuyun had considered his answer thoroughly before replying to Duan Ling Tian. You recognize the branch from the tree of life. Duan Ling Tian was startled. He knew Ling Zhuyun was present when he obtained the branch from the tree of life during an auction. Back then, he was with the people from the supporting Fall Nation while Ling Zhuyun was with the people from the East Ming Nation. However, he did not expect Ling Zhuyun to recognize the branch from the tree of life. It's only natural that I recognize the branch from the tree of life since I'm from the divine offering land, Ling Zhuyun replied. When you bid for the branch, I knew that you were also aware that it came from the tree of life. I should have known at that time that you're also a descendant of a supreme powerhouse since you recognize the branch. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, since you know the branch was from the tree of life, why did you let me have it instead of bidding for it? Chapter 3108 Sun Wukong, Heaven's Equal Celestial Emperor. Ling Zhuyun shook his head in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. Not to mention that it's only one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, I doubt even the entire divine tree of life will be of much use to me. The divine tree of life can help one to comprehend the law of life. Apart from that, it has other amazing uses as well. However, because of my bloodline, I'm unable to use it due to the law of life. Even if I tried to use it, it'll only repel me due to the contradictory natures of the law of life and the law of death. With this, Duan Ling Tian understood that Ling Zhuyun did not seek to obtain the branch from Tree of Life at that time because it was of no use to Ling Zhuyun at all. I see. After a moment, another question appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Then why didn't you tell the people from the East Ming Nation that the branch came from the Tree of Life? I think the East Ming Nation would have rewarded you if they managed to obtain the branch from the Tree of Life. They're unlikely to understand the divine Tree of Life even if I told them about it. Furthermore, it would risk exposing my origins, Ling Zhuyun said as he shook his head. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face when he spoke. In regard to your point about them rewarding me, what do you think they would be able to offer me that's of value? A wry and apologetic smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. He had forgotten that Ling Zhuyun was from a clan in the divine offering land. How could Ling Zhuyun be lacking in anything that a grade 8 celestial kingdom such as the East Ming Nation had to offer? After 5 days of traveling at full speed, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun finally arrive at a city called Tianji City in the Yan Mountain Mansion's territories. The city was rather similar to Axe Mountain City in the territories of the spirit overarching heaven's profound nether mansion. After entering the city, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun checked into the best courtyard in an inn called Yan Mountain Mansion's Inn. Each of them occupied a room in the courtyard. The 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang would not be able to do much if they were staying in such an exclusive inn. Unless the assassins were suicidal, they would not attempt to assassinate them here. How come there are so many memory celestial talismans? After Duan Ling Tian entered his room, he discovered the memory celestial talismans on the table in the room. After he inspected them, he discovered they were reusable memory celestial talismans that had recorded information. After that, he saw a note on the table that explained the memory celestial talismans contained recent news of major happenings in the Jade Emperor Heaven and were for the guests to use. It's no different than the newspaper on Earth, right? Duan Ling Tian chuckled as he shook his head. He did not expect that Yan Mountain Mansions Inn would be so thoughtful and would provide their guests with the newspaper-like memory celestial talismans. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was still waiting for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's efficacy to be completely absorbed into his body. He had already broken through and become a 5 elements celestial duke during his journey here over the past 5 days. Duan Ling Tian noticed that his breakthroughs were taking longer as he grew stronger. It only took him a day and a night to become a 1 basic celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, it took him 2 days and 1 night to break through from a 1 basic celestial duke to a 2-form celestial duke. Following that, the time he used to break through from a 2-form celestial duke to a 3-talent celestial duke, a 3-talent celestial duke to a 4-phenomena celestial duke, and finally to a 5-elements celestial duke took longer and longer each time. Apart from that, he had also yet to show signs of comprehending profundities from a new law. In any case, it did not affect Duan Ling Tian. Regardless, within a month of consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would become a 10-direction celestial duke and comprehend profundities from a new law. Duan Ling Tian was rather nonchalant about the slow progress since he knew all these things were going to happen sooner or later. He would have to wait roughly more than 20 days at most. I don't think I'm in the right state to cultivate or comprehend the profundities from the law of fire during this time. I'll just have a look at these memory celestial talismans to see what has been going on in the Jade Emperor Heaven recently. Who knows, I might even recognize some of the people mentioned in these memory celestial talismans. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven is the Jade Emperor from the legends on Earth. The Jade Emperor, or better known as the Great Emperor of Jade, was the leader of the Celestials in the legends on Earth. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian quickly picked up a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness into it to see information contained inside. The third son of Clarity Territory's Clarity Celestial Lord successfully broke through and became a celestial duke before his 100th birthday. Additionally, he has comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of space when he was creating his little world after his breakthrough. The memory celestial talisman Duan Ling Tian picked up first was mostly about the younger son of the titled Celestial Lord of Clarity Territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It detailed how he became 1 basic celestial duke at a young age. It also spoke of how he had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space before comprehending the 4th one while he was creating a little world after his breakthrough. So a 1 basic celestial duke who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space before turning 100 years old is considered as a peerless genius in the last 10,000 years in Clarity Territory. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as chuckled to himself. It seems like, in Clarity Territory, both Ling Zhuyun and I can also be considered as geniuses who only appeared once in 10,000 years. To think that Ling Zhuyun and I will successfully become 10-direction celestial dukes in another 20-odd days. A 10-direction celestial duke younger than 100 years old who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law and is in the process of comprehending the 4th one should be rare in most Devata realms. Not even one might appear in 10,000 years. In fact, who knows if one might even appear after 1 million years. Although Duan Ling Tian sounded critical when he spoke about the Clarity Celestial Lord's 3rd son, he was still rather impressed by his talent. To have comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space before becoming a celestial duke at his age was truly impressive. The law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was both unpredictable and complicated, making it difficult to comprehend. It had to be noted that Ling Zhuyun was able to comprehend the law of death, another supreme law, with relative ease, was due to his family's lineage that assisted him in comprehending the profundities from the law of death. Moreover, he was from a clan in the divine offering land and a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. The blood of a supreme powerhouse coursed through his veins. On the other hand, the Clarity Celestial Lord's 3rd son was just the son of an ordinary titled Celestial Lord. How could this person's background compare to Ling Zhuyun's background? Moreover, there were many places like Clarity Territory in a Devata realm and even more titled Celestial Lords like the Clarity Celestial Lord. This showed that the youngest son of the Clarity Celestial Lord was truly extraordinary. Based on Ling Zhuyun's age and cultivation base, it's likely he didn't benefit much from his clan's cultivation resources before his clan was annihilated. Therefore, his current achievements most likely don't reflect the achievements of his peers in the Divine Offering Land. Duan Ling Tian was certain people from the Divine Offering Land at Ling Zhuyun's age would have far greater achievements since they were able to take advantage of their clan's cultivation resources. Moreover, the divine offering land was a realm of gods that was ranked above Devata realms. Even the top Devata realm could not compare to the large clans in the divine offering land. Let's have a look at another one. Duan Ling Tian picked up another memory celestial talisman after he put the memory celestial talisman that detailed the amazing achievements of Clarity Celestial Lord's third son down. The information revealed itself as Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness entered the memory celestial talisman. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly, pleasantly surprised by the information that appeared in his mind. The three-eyed celestial emperor, Yang Jian, who's in service of the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, challenged the heavens equal celestial emperor, Sun Wukong, for the 98th time. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, Sun Wukong, only attacked 3 times with his rod before seriously injuring the three-eyed celestial emperor, Yang Jian. Although Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, has defeated Yang Jian in the past, his fastest speed of defeating Yang Jian was with roughly 100 moves. Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, seems to have reached the threshold of becoming a god. Duan Ling Tian was slightly excited when he saw the 2 familiar names mentioned in the memory celestial talisman. Yang Jian, three-eyed celestial emperor, Sun Wukong, heaven's equal celestial emperor. The Yang Jian and Sun Wukong mentioned here should be the Erlang god, Yang Jian, and the sage who's equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, whom I'm familiar with. The heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven must be the Jade Emperor. In the legends on Earth, Yang Jian is the nephew of the Jade Emperor and is always by the Jade Emperor's side. This means it's likely that he's a titled celestial emperor serving the Jade Emperor. In the legends on Earth, Sun Wukong is also known as the great sage who's equal to heaven. This heaven's equal celestial emperor should be the Sun Wukong I know. According to the information recorded in this memory celestial talisman, it's likely that Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of becoming a god. Duan Ling Tian knew this level of strength represented the most powerful martial prowess in Devata realms. As long as beings from the realms of gods did not come to Devata realms, a 10-direction celestial emperor who had reached the threshold to become a god could easily dominate any of the 81 Devata realms. Chapter 3109, Creating a Little World. Sun Wukong is about to reach or has reached the threshold of becoming a god. This means he's already a 10-direction celestial emperor, and after his next breakthrough, he'll become a god. As for Yang Jia, since he dares to challenge Sun Wukong so many times, he must also be a 10-direction celestial emperor. With the information he obtained from the memory celestial talisman, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. He could not help but feel slightly bitter. In the beginning, he had looked forward to meeting these legendary characters on Earth when he found out they were real. If he had the chance, he wanted to have a drink with them and have fun. However, at this moment, after discovering Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's strength, he was aware of how foolish his thoughts were. He was so weak that even Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's descendants would not want to have anything to do with him, let alone Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, who were peak powerhouses in a Devata realm. If I want to talk to them on equal footing, I must, at least, be as powerful as they are. Currently, I'm still far too weak. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he put the memory celestial talisman down. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian picked up the memory celestial talismans, one after another. These memory celestial talismans had recorded all sorts of anecdotes, serving as a casual way for him to pass time. Nevertheless, the information in the memory celestial talismans had painted a better picture of the vastness of a Devata realm to Duan Ling Tian. It was much bigger than he had imagined. For instance, the Yan Mountain Mansion in the Equal Heaven territory where he was currently staying and the Profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven territory where he had previously stayed were just a small area in the Jade Emperor Heaven and the Spirit Overarching Heaven respectively. Such territories were ruled by titled celestial lords. Usually, there would only be one titled celestial lord in one territory. Insignificant. At this point, I'm far too insignificant. Even after I become a 10-direction celestial duke with the boost from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'm still far too weak. After becoming a 10-direction celestial duke, the next stage was to become a celestial king. Celestial kings were divided into 10 sub-stages. After becoming a 10-direction celestial king, the next stage was to become a celestial lord. Celestial lords were also divided into 10 sub-stages. Moreover, there was a distinction between an ordinary celestial lord and a titled celestial lord. After becoming a 10-direction celestial lord, the next stage was to become a celestial emperor. Similarly, celestial emperors were divided into 10 sub-stages. and there was a huge difference between an ordinary celestial emperor and a titled celestial emperor. Even among titled celestial emperors, there were stronger ones and weaker ones. Powerful titled celestial emperors were beings like Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, or the heavenly emperors who ruled Devata realms. If Sun Wukong is truly about to reach or has reached the threshold of becoming a god and managed to severely injure Yang Jian with 3 moves, he should already be as strong as a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Is he really as arrogant and unruly as the legends say? If he is, will he challenge the Jade Emperor so he could become the new heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? Various thoughts appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He could not help but wonder if Sun Wukong would challenge the Jade Emperor for the position of heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. He felt slightly excited thinking about it. If Sun Wukong succeeded, there was no doubt the news would spread throughout the Jade Emperor Heaven. Moreover, such sensational news would not only be limited to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Even if he had already returned to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, he was certain news would travel to the Spirit Overarching Heaven as well. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had been rather nonchalant about his slow progress. However, as the days passed, he began to feel anxious. My cultivation base is improving, but there are still no signs of me comprehending profundities from a new law. To ease his mind, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to opening up a little world, a skill unique to celestial dukes and those who were stronger. Naturally, there were differences between little worlds created by stronger celestials and weaker celestials. Generally, a little world created by a celestial duke was portable. To be precise, the little worlds they created were located in their bodies. Like a spatial ring, they could store their possessions in there. The difference was little worlds were capable of holding living things. A little world created by a celestial king could be placed in a fixed location similar to the little world Duan Ling Tian had entered when he first ascended to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. It was where he had gotten to know Murong Bing intimately. Naturally, a little world created by a celestial lord was superior to those created by celestial kings. For example, the Southern Heaven ancient realm that Duan Ling Tian entered previously was created by the Southern Heaven celestial lord from the Southern Heaven territory. Since it was created, it had been maintained by the other Southern Heaven celestial lords through the passage of time. Therefore, it did not collapse or disappear due to depleted energy. Little worlds created by celestial lords and celestial kings could last forever if they remained a secret and no one, apart from the creators, entered them. However, once others stepped foot into a little world, it would begin to exhaust its energy until it eventually vanished. I've read about the method to create a little world while I was in the Simplicity Sects library. I should try creating one now. Duan Ling Tian followed the methods he had memorized to create a little world in his body. To create a little world, the main energies used were celestial origin energy and soul energy. Apart from that, one had to nourish the little world with celestial origin energy and soul energy for some time before the little world stabilized. If Duan Ling Tian used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to obtain the strength of a one basic celestial lord and used it to create a little world, the little world would be similar to little worlds created by celestial lords. However, it would collapse quickly. This was because he would have to nourish it with a celestial lord's celestial origin energy and soul energy, for a period of time before it stabilized, and he could not maintain the strength of a celestial lord since the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon's power would dwindle with every use. Duan Ling Tian mobilized his celestial origin energy before he compressed them. To create a little world, one had to compress one's celestial origin energy as densely as possible until it exploded. The explosion would signify the successful creation of a little world. At this moment, while Duan Ling Tian was compressing his celestial origin energy, the profound divine metal's voice suddenly rang in his mind. If you're trying to create a little world, I suggest you place it near your heart. Near my heart. Duan Ling Tian was curious. Why, you might have a surprise waiting for you, the profound divine metal replied. A surprise? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. However, it seemed like the profound divine metal had no intention of enlightening him. Moreover, even the chaos divine flame and chaos divine earth remained silent. It was not unusual for the chaos divine flame to stay silent, but Duan Ling Tian was surprised when the chaos divine earth stayed silent as well. Chaos divine earth, aren't you going to tell me about the surprise? The chances of it happening is low. There's no point in mentioning it now if it fails to happen. If it succeeds, it'll be a surprise for you then. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Its reply only made more questions appear in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It might be possible. Don't forget he has 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, the main branch from the divine tree of life has already acknowledged him as its master, the chaos divine flame said at this moment. The possibility of success is not more than 30%, the profound divine metal said. Duan Ling Tian only grew more and more confused after he listened to the three divine elements' words. Nevertheless, the three divine elements had no intention of clearing his confusion. Although he was puzzled and curious, he no longer asked any questions. He continued focusing on compressing his celestial origin energy. After all, he would get his answer sooner or later. He would also do as the profound divine metals suggested and place the little world close to his heart. 2 hours. After 3 days had passed, Duan Ling Tian had compressed his celestial origin energy and made it as dense as he possibly could with the help of his soul energy. I finally reached the most important stage. According to the records I read, I should pierce this ball of compressed celestial origin energy with my soul energy. The soul energy will draw power from the celestial origin energy at that time to create a little world. During the process, my soul energy has to be in harmony with the compressed celestial origin energy. The little world will be cold and empty like a spatial ring in the beginning. To make it more lively, I'll have to personally put soil in there and transplant whatever plants I want. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian controlled his soul energy and pierced the ball of compressed celestial origin energy with it. He did not find the process difficult since he had carefully studied the methods for a celestial duke to create a little world. Duan Ling Tian's soul energy is like God's hand as he used it to manifest a space in his body. First, he created the general outline of the space. Then, he slowly filled the gaps with anything that he deemed necessary to complete it. At this moment, the sound of something moving at top speed rang in Duan Ling Tian's body. It was heading to the place near his heart. Something had happened while Duan Ling Tian was using his soul energy to complete the creation of his little world. The main branch from the divine tree of life that was rooted in Duan Ling Tian's heart shone brilliantly before it shot into the little world that Duan Ling Tian was still in the process of creating. After that, it seemed to dissolve into energy that merged with the little world. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his 99 heavenly veins were boiling as heaven and earth spirit energy from outside surged into them. The heaven and earth spirit energy transformed into celestial origin energy that was instantly sent to his heart through his heavenly veins. To be more precise, it was sent into the little world he was creating. Duan Ling Tian was baffled by this sudden development. Chapter 31:10. The Law of Space. At the same time, the soul energy controlled by Duan Ling Tian slowly came to a stop. However, even after the soul energy stopped working, the little world in Duan Ling Tian continued to complete itself. Moreover, its speed seemed faster than before. The force that was shaping Duan Ling Tian's little world at the moment was the celestial origin energy that flowed into the little world from his 99 heavenly veins. It seemed as though they were being controlled by something as they shaped and created the little world. That is that the main branch from the divine tree of life? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the branch from the tree of life standing on its end in the middle of his incomplete little world. At some point, soil that seemed to have a green glow around it had appeared around the branch from the tree of life. Under the green light, grass began to grow rapidly before various kinds of flowers bloomed in full splendor. What is happening? Duan Ling Tian continued to watch as the branch from the tree of life emitted a faint light that quickly shrouded the little world. Meanwhile, the celestial origin energy that the 99 heavenly veins sent into the little world brought more energy into the little world, making it look even more alive than before. Hills appeared along with winding streams and lush trees. The little world was filled with greeneries. As time passed, the hills became a beautiful valley and all the streams converged and gushed down into a beautiful waterfall. At the bottom of the waterfall was a crystal clear lake. Pebbles of all shapes, sizes, and colors could be seen at the bottom of the lake. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian noticed movements in the valley. As it turned out, they were from birds and animals. As the birds flew around and the animals scampered in the valley, they painted a picturesque scene. However, it could be seen that the birds and animals avoided the main branch from the divine tree of life in the middle of the center of the valley when they moved. It seems like all these things are related to the branch from the tree of life. At this time, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out that the changes had something to do with the branch from the divine tree of life. It's a success. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in his mind at this moment. Its surprise was barely concealable. After that, he saw the chaos divine earth leaving its position before it made its way into his incomplete little world. Currently, the creation of his little world was near completion. As soon as the chaos divine earth entered the little world, it managed to manifest a human form. Although its form was vague and seemed as though it was made from smoke that would disappear with a blow, Duan Tian could clearly see its form as a 2 or 3-year-old little boy. It was chubby and extremely cute. Not bad. A little world filled with the divine tree of life's life force is enough for me to manifest a human form. The little boy stood in the valley and looked at the rooted branch from the tree of life nearby as he nodded in evident satisfaction. 2 more figures appeared after that. Prior to their appearance, Duan Tian had noticed the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame had also entered the little world. The profound divine metal's human form was that of a middle-aged man dressed in a long golden robe with a fair complexion as smooth as jade. He was handsome and carried a dignified air about him. On the other hand, the chaos divine flame had manifested as an old man dressed in a fiery red long robe. He was tall and well-built, and he had a distinct red mark in the shape of a flame on his glabella. Similar to the chaos divine earth, the 2 divine elements, human forms were not corporeal. At this time, Duan Tian could no longer suppress his curiosity. He asked, "What happened?" The little boy manifested by the chaos divine earth grinned before he said, "You got lucky. Your newly created little world is acceptable to the branch from the tree of life, so it took root in your little world. You know there's a very low possibility of this happening, right? Even if you have 99 heavenly veins, the chances of this happening are less than 30%. What's so special about it? Is it beneficial?" Duan Tian bluntly asked. There was no doubt that the most important thing was how this phenomenon would benefit him. "It is super beneficial," the little boy said excitedly in his childish voice. "Now that the main branch from the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world, there would be fewer obstacles in your path to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, it'd help you even more now if you comprehend the law of life. Before it took root here, although it'd help somewhat, you would be mostly on your own if you comprehend the law of life. However, now that it has taken root here, even if you don't actively comprehend the law of life, you'd subconsciously comprehend the law of life. Although it would take a very long time, it's completely possible to master all the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage through this passive comprehension. If you actively comprehend the law of life, your comprehension speed would be even faster. It's comparable to the speed of you comprehending elemental laws with our help." Duan Tian did not expect there would be so many benefits. "Lad, don't waste this opportunity. Take the chance to observe and feel your little world that the divine tree of life is helping you to construct. Observe the process. It might help you grasp the basics of the law of space." The golden-clad middle-aged man, the profound divine metal, said to Duan Tian with a hint of urgency, "The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws, so you better seize this opportunity. This is the best chance you'll ever come across to begin comprehending the law of space." Duan Tian was momentarily stunned when he heard the profound divine metal's words. It was true that he had nothing to do, so he could concentrate on observing his little world and how it was being constructed. The divine tree of life's main branch drew the celestial origin energy from his 99 heavenly veins and quickly constructed his little world. It was getting closer and closer to completion. The law of space. After taking a deep breath to clear his mind of distracting thoughts, Duan Tian calmed down and extended his divine consciousness to explore his incomplete little world. He vaguely felt as though he was being enlightened about the law of space as he observed and sensed the little world with his divine consciousness. Naturally, it would take time for him to process and digest this information before he comprehended the law of space. The information about the law of space seemed to be dangling in front of him, but he was having a difficult time grasping it. However, he did not give up. All of a sudden, obscure and profound information appeared in his mind. He was briefly stunned by the information overload. He could vaguely sense this had something to do with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because he felt a stirring from the efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit before the information appeared in his mind. In just a brief moment, he felt his body burning up and growing numb. What's happening? Soon after, he felt a stirring in his mind. When he moved his hands, he found their movements strange. It felt as though he could control the void before him. Could it be? A thought appeared in his mind, causing his eyes to light up like the stars in the night sky. They were dazzlingly bright. He quickly forced himself to calm down and focus. Then, he began to study the profound and obscure information he had received earlier. However, at this moment, they did not seem obscure nor profound to him. He understood them easily. As expected. He had guessed something like that would happen. He clenched his hands in excitement to stop them from trembling. It's the law of space. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is helping me to comprehend the law of space, one of the four supreme laws. How could he not be ecstatic? He had been hoping he would be able to comprehend one of the four supreme laws from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It seemed like his wish had been granted. Duan Ling Tian was so engrossed that he only discovered his little world had been completed when he regained his senses after half an hour. Chapter 31:11 Six Profundities. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had hoped for the law to be one of the four supreme laws. According to Ling Juyun, it would be impossible for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to manifest the law of time for Duan Ling Tian, since Duan Ling Tian had been exposed to the law of time back when he was in the profound nether mansion's southern heaven ancient realm. Nevertheless, Ling Juyun had said that Duan Ling Tian would have a small chance to comprehend one of the three remaining supreme laws, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not hold high hopes of comprehending one of the four supreme laws. Moreover, compared to ordinary laws, the four supreme laws were more difficult to comprehend. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had heaven-defying effects, who knew if it would be able to help him comprehend a supreme law? Today was his first time creating a little world. Initially, everything had gone according to plan. However, the main branch from the divine tree of life suddenly interfered, catching him off guard. For this reason, he did not need to do much to construct his little world. The main branch from the divine tree of life did most of the work. He was stunned and at a loss over what to do when the profound divine metal reminded him to seize the opportunity to observe the branch from the tree of life constructing the little world, since it might be able to help him comprehend the law of space, one of the four supreme laws. At some point, obscure and profound information appeared in his mind. In the beginning, he could not understand it at all. However, after a while, he discovered he easily understood the information in his mind and found out the information was regarding the law of space. He was certain that his ability to effortlessly understand the information that suddenly appeared in his mind was due to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. This was due to him feeling a resonance with the efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit before he suddenly understood the obscure and profound information. The law of space. Duan Ling Tian tried to restrain his excitement as he comprehended the law of space that suddenly appeared in his mind. He comprehended it easily as though the information had been ingrained in his mind since birth. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me to comprehend six profundities from the law of space. After Duan Ling Tian confirmed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had helped him to comprehend six profundities from the law of space, he grew even more excited. Duan Ling Tian had heard that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would allow one to comprehend at least six profundities from a law. In the past, there was even a person who managed to comprehend 8 profundities after consuming the fruit. Despite the number of profundities he had comprehended being the lowest number of profundities one would be able to comprehend after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Duan Ling Tian did not feel disappointed at all. Although he had only comprehended 6 profundities, they were profundities from one of the 4 supreme laws. How could ordinary laws compare to any of the 4 supreme laws? The 4 supreme laws were harder to comprehend and come across compared to ordinary laws. One could comprehend ordinary laws through celestial methods and divine abilities that contained laws. On the other hand, the 4 supreme laws could not be found in celestial methods and divine abilities. It depended on one's luck to be able to come across the 4 supreme laws. For all these reasons, Duan Ling Tian was ecstatic he managed to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space. It took a long time before his excitement finally subsided. After about 15 minutes had passed, Duan Ling Tian suppressed his excitement and began to identify the types of profundities he had comprehended from the law of space with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Needless to say, one of the 6 profundities from the law of space I comprehended is its fundamental profundity, the space elemental profundity. Apart from that, the other profundities I've comprehended are the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the cross-dimensional profundity, and the territory profundity. The restraining profundity is the main assistive profundity from the law of space, while the distortion profundity and cross-dimensional profundity are offensive profundities. The teleportation profundity is a movement profundity, and the territory profundity is a defensive profundity. To Duan Ling Tian, The law of space's 6 profundities that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit allowed him to comprehend were not any harder to comprehend or to cast than the profundities from ordinary laws that he had used his own effort to comprehend. Not only that, but he was very familiar with their uses as well. Restraining profundity. With just a thought, celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body. It had been boosted with the law of space's space elemental profundity. His celestial origin energy manifested in the form of gray energy for a brief moment before it vanished from sight. This is it. Through the window, Duan Ling Tian's eye locked onto a black beetle gnawing on the bark of a tree in the courtyard. With just a thought, the void around the beetle began to ripple. Upon sensing this, the beetle tried to fly away. Alas, as it flapped its wing and moved up, it was met with resistance and bounced back as though it had hit something. It could not leave at all regardless of which direction it tried to fly out of. With the beetle in the center, it could only move a foot in each direction before it was stopped. Titan. Duan Ling Tian's gaze hardened. The space in which the beetle was trapped shrank rapidly. It did not stop until the beetle was completely crushed. All that was left of the beetle was a tiny black smudge. Not only can the law of space's restraining profundity trap others, but it can also be used to hurt and kill. Previously, he had read about the law of space's profundities from the memory celestial talisman in the library of the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, his understanding was just theoretical. Now that he could cast it, he gained a deeper understanding of it and discovered how terrifying it could be. Soon after, he shifted his attention to another profundity from the law of space. Distortion profundity. Similarly, with just a thought, he easily cast the profundity. His gaze found a branch on the tree. The void around the branch began to ripple again. Soon after, the branch jerked around violently for a short moment before it was reduced to dust by the distortion profundity. Cross-dimensional profundity. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. All of a sudden, tiny cracks began to appear in the void. Soon enough, an energy blade shot out of one of the cracks. It looked like an attack from another dimension. The blade shot out and drew across the tree. Not only did it fell the tree, but the part of the tree that the blade touched seemed like it was being corroded. The cross-dimensional profundity's offensive power is really high. Not only is it capable of cutting through almost everything, but it secretes incredibly corrosive energy to corrode the target as well. If I use this to attack someone, apart from the injury from the blade, their internal organs would be corroded by the corrosive energy once the energy enters their bodies. The cross-dimensional profundity was the most mysterious offensive profundity among the profundities from the law of space. Its attacks seemed to come from another dimension and were corrosive as well. Before shifting his attention to the next profundity, Duan Ling Tian closed the window with a wave of his hand. His room became an enclosed space immediately. Teleportation profundity. Duan Ling Tian's entire body was shrouded by his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity. The void began to ripple before he suddenly vanished into thin air. Soon after, he reappeared in the courtyard outside his room. The teleportation profundity enables me to move across space. As its name suggests, I can teleport from one spot to another even if there are obstacles between the two places. However, the teleportation's range is only about 100 meters for now. For ordinary people, 100 meters was quite a distance. They would need, at least, 10 seconds to cover that distance in a sprint. However, the current Duan Ling Tian could cover the distance of 100 meters with just a thought. Even his attacks could cover 100 meters in just a second. At the rudimentary stage, I'm able to teleport anywhere within 100 meters of my location. If I comprehend it to the initial stage, I think I should be able to teleport anywhere within 10,000 meters. If I manage to comprehend it to the mastery stage, I'll probably be able to teleport to any place within 1,000 kilometers. Duan Ling Tian gulped. He could imagine how terrifying this profundity would be if he managed to comprehend it to the mastery stage. Soon enough, another thought occurred to him. However, even at the rudimentary stage, the teleportation profundity will be much faster in a battle compared to movement profundities from other laws. After all, I'm teleporting so I'm not hindered by any obstacles. In a battle, Duan Ling Tian could teleport behind his opponent in just a blink of an eye. Before his opponent reacted, he would have already made a move. This would give him the upper hand in a battle. What a terrifying technique. Chapter 31:12 Farewell. In the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian stomped one of his feet on the ground. A light sound rang in the air as he shot into the air, seemingly defying gravity. Territory profundity. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian cast the sixth profundity from the law of space that he had comprehended. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity stirred around him. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian formed a spatial territory around him. Numerous cracks could be seen in the spatial territory. Energy that seemed like they came from another dimension shot out of the cracks and manifested as tiny gray lightning bolts. The gray lightning bolts flashed all around him. Although the territory profundity was a defensive profundity, it could be used offensively as well. It was just that its defensive strength was stronger. If I use the territory profundity during a fight, it would distract my opponent since they have to defend against both the defensive and offensive ability from the profundity. They have to focus on not being overwhelmed by the raging space energy contained in the territory. As he stood in the spatial territory, Duan Ling Tian spread his arms out and sensed the turbulent energy around him. He could clearly feel the fierce aura from the space energy. It felt as though the energy would strike as soon as anything foreign entered its range. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could feel the space energy around him like a warm hug, protecting him. It invoked the feeling of being in his mother's arms when he was a child. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He saw a fly buzzing around not far away in front of him. In just a flash, he used a wave of energy to bring the fly into his spatial territory. As soon as the tiny fly entered the spatial territory, as tiny as it was instantly sliced into many pieces after Duan Ling Tian removed his energy from it. According to my previous understanding of the law of space's territory profundity, at the rudimentary stage, I'm able to create a territory with a radius of 10 meters. At the rudimentary stage, it had increased to 100 meters. Finally, at the mastery stage, there's a possibility it had increased to more than 1,000 meters. Just as he had read, he discovered he could only create a territory within a 10-meter radius of him. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his celestial origin energy and descended to the ground. An expression of delight could still be seen on his face at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, he had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. He would not even be as happy if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had helped him to comprehend 9 profundities from an ordinary law. After all, he had comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. Moreover, the profundities of the 4 supreme laws were known to be more difficult to comprehend. Suddenly, something stirred in Duan Ling Tian's mind. His eyes widened when he discovered another pleasant surprise. The law of space's transportation profundity. Apart from helping him comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, the heaven sacrificial fruit had also helped him to comprehend the basics of the 7th profundity from the law of space. The transportation profundity functioned similarly to a transporting formation. Naturally, unlike a transporting formation, only those who had comprehended the law of space would be able to use this ability. Apart from that, the traveling range of the profundity was naturally limited compared to a transporting formation. This was true of the profundity even at the mastery stage. After all, how could it compare to a transporting formation that drew its energy from many precious materials and a huge number of celestial crystals? Since Duan Ling Tian had only grasped the basics of the transportation profundity, it would take him time and effort before he would be able to fully comprehend and master it. Nonetheless, he was still delighted. After all, since he had already grasped the basics, it was only a matter of time before he fully comprehended it. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed since Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. In a remote valley outside of Tianji City, 2 figures were moving around at lightning speed. One of them was shining with a golden light. He looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world. Numerous golden sword rays hovered around him, ready to strike. The other person, who was like a sitting duck in front of the golden sword rays, vanished instantly. In just a blink of an eye, he reappeared behind his opponent. At this moment, the figure that was shining with a golden light suddenly withdrew his energy. As soon as his energy disappeared, the golden light disappeared as well, revealing a young man dressed in gray robes. He looked at the purple-clad figure who had appeared a few dozen meters away from him and sighed. He said, sounding slightly defeated, there's no way I can keep up with your teleporting speed unless I become stronger. With this move, your opponents won't be able to catch you even if they're stronger than you. Of course, that's under the condition that your opponent doesn't have an extraordinarily fast speed. These 2 people were none other than Ling Zhuyun and Duan Ling Tian. Both of them had checked out of the courtyard and left Tianji City in the morning. With the help from the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, they were both 10-direction celestial dukes now. In fact, they were extremely close to becoming a celestial king. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit was really amazing. Apart from raising the duo's cultivation bases, the fruit also helped them comprehend many profundities from a law. With the fruit, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity. Meanwhile, Ling Juyun had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal. With this, Ling Juyun was left with only 1 profundity to comprehend from the law of metal. Once he comprehended the 9th profundity, he would have completely comprehended the law of metal. Ling Juyun was shocked when he found out Duan Ling Tian had managed to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. With this discovery, he was eager to have a battle with Duan Ling Tian to test their strength. He had been defeated by Duan Ling Tian previously when they had a friendly battle, and he thought this was a good chance to test their strength and see if he could defeat Duan Ling Tian. That was how both of them came to this remote valley outside of Tianji City. During this fight, unlike the previous one, Duan Ling Tian did not need assistance from the divine elements. He fought with his own strength and his newly comprehended law of space. Since Ling Juyun had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, he knew it was not wise to face Ling Juyun head-on. He decided to use the teleportation profundity. With this profundity, Ling Juyun's attacks could not land on him at all. However, although he had easily dodged Ling Juyun's attacks, the same could be said for Ling Juyun. He discovered he could not land an attack on Ling Juyun as well. He managed to teleport countless times behind Ling Juyun, but when he attacked, Ling Juyun always managed to deflect his attacks. This was because Ling Juyun had comprehended more profundities than him. Both of them were stuck at a stalemate for a long time before Ling Juyun finally decided to put an end to the battle. He knew it was pointless to continue. In any case, he knew if this was a real fight, he would run out of celestial origin energy before Duan Ling Tian. Since he had cast more profundities than Duan Ling Tian, his celestial origin energy naturally would deplete faster. In the end, he would lose. Do you really plan to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Juyun. Before they arrived at this place, both of them had discussed their plans. Duan Ling Tian planned to return to the Southern Heaven territory in the Spirit Overarching Heaven and the Simplicity Celestial Sect. On the other hand, Ling Juyun planned to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Yes, Ling Juyun nodded. The Cloud Platform Celestial Sect doesn't mean as much to me as the Simplicity Celestial Sect means to you. It doesn't make a difference to me if I return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven or stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since that's the case, I might as well remain in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Initially, he could not understand Duan Ling Tian's insistence on returning to the Spirit Overarching Heaven and the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, after listening to Duan Ling Tian's explanation about how he owed a favor to the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he finally understood Duan Ling Tian. After all, if it was not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect had given Duan Ling Tian would have died without a doubt. At that time, how could Duan Ling Tian even obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit and its many benefits? It was, indeed, a huge favor. You should think about returning with me. In the future, we can look out for each other when we enter the profound Nether Mansion or head to a better place. Duan Ling Tian tried to persuade Ling Juyun. It's true that I don't care much about the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and it's also true that it doesn't matter much which Devata realm I am in. However, I have to admit the reason I'm not returning is because of you, Ling Juyun replied. Me? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Yes. Ling Juyun nodded before he said determinedly, I know we'll be able to look out for each other and lessen the pressure on each other if we're together in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. However, I don't want the pressure on me to lessen. I want the pressure to motivate me to quickly grow stronger. I want to avenge my clan as soon as I can. Chapter 31:13 Setting the mission aside. Please inform Sister Wanjur about my decision, and tell her not to worry about me. I'm not the same person I used to be. I'll definitely be able to succeed even if she's not around to look after me, Ling Juyun said to Duan Ling Tian before he left. Since Wanjur had not completely integrated with Duan Ling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword, she was unaware of what was happening outside. However, from Duan Ling Tian's conversation with the divine elements, she had found out Ling Juyun had obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Needless to say, She was delighted for Ling Juyun. He's all grown up now. Wanzhou sighed after Duan Ling Tian relayed Ling Juyun's message to her. She did not say anything else after that. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian could sense she was worried about Ling Juyun. He said in an attempt to reassure her, with his current strength, as long as he doesn't act recklessly, it won't be difficult for him to grow into his full potential. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wanzhou's mood seemed to improve. It's about time to return to the spirit overarching heaven now. After Ling Juyun disappeared from sight, Duan Ling Tian turned around and returned to Tianji City. To return to the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, he had to use the city's transporting formation. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, played a huge part in Duan Ling Tian's recent breakthrough and improvement in strength. After all, if Sun Liangpeng did not give him the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, he would not have been able to escape from the Nine Palaces Celestial King who was waiting to assassinate him outside of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. If he could not escape from the assassin, how could he obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Fruit? How could he have become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke and comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? Even if he could kill the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang after using his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he would still suffer a great loss since the assassin had comprehended more profundities than him. This was also the reason why when the 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang found him a month ago, he did not bother using his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. There was no guarantee he could escape even if he used it. Moreover, there were 2 assassins at that time. Fortunately, Ling Juyun possessed a life-saving celestial talisman that allowed them to escape. If Ling Juyun was not around, even if it was futile, he would have been forced to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and risk his life to fight the 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Kings. I'm glad I did not waste the sect leader's Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who hasn't even reached the age of 100. It should be easy for me to directly enter the profound nether mansion, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he made his way back to Tianji City. His eyes were shining brightly, and his heart thumped in excitement when he thought about this. It was highly likely that a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who was not even 100 years old would be able to circumvent the normal procedure to enter the profound nether mansion. Although he was considered a genius when he was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, there were others like him as well in the profound nether mansion. Moreover, many of these promising talents, in the course of history, proved to be mediocre later in their lives and stayed that way. Therefore, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial below the age of 100 who had comprehended 2 profundities of a law was not outstanding enough to directly enter the profound nether mansion. Therefore, prior to this, Duan Ling Tian could only go through the proper channel and join the Simplicity Celestial sect to wait for a chance to enter the profound nether mansion. Now that he had consumed the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, not only did he become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, but he had also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. Most importantly, he had not even reached 100 years old. It was safe to say that Duan Ling Tian's achievements at his age were unprecedented in the history of the profound nether mansion and the southern territory. Regardless of his future, his current achievements were enough to attract the attention of the profound nether mansion. It did not matter even if he obtained this through the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. In the Devata realms, being able to come across fortuitous encounters was considered as one's ability as well. In the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, the 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang had reported back to the organization empty-handed. They did not disclose the fact that it was their fault that Duan Ling Tian escaped. For this reason, the Blood Skull Gang concluded that Duan Ling Tian had died and become a sacrifice to the tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit after being tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. After arriving at this conclusion, the organization decided to put the mission aside. Mostly, this meant that the case was closed. However, since there was no corpse to serve as evidence, according to protocol, they could only set the case aside, instead of officially closing the case. However, if the target suddenly reappeared, they would continue to send people to get the job done no matter what. They can't set this mission aside. Even if Duan Ling Tian decides to remain in the Jade Emperor Heaven, this mission must continue. Lang Yi, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from Blood Skull Gang who had let Duan Ling Tian escape twice, said grimly, "However, I can't say that I met Duan Ling Tian. Not after Zhou Jun and I reported that we couldn't find Duan Ling Tian in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Lang Yi and his comrade, another 9 Palaces Celestial King, had deliberately withheld information from the Blood Skull Gang, resulting in an inaccurate decision made by the gang. Naturally, the duo could have said that Duan Ling Tian had used another Wind Shadow Escape Talisman or told the truth about how someone had used an Escape-type Celestial Talisman and saved Duan Ling Tian. However, it would be troublesome since they would have to recount everything in detail. To make things simple, they lied. Although it was a result of his own doing, Lang Yi was displeased and frustrated when he heard the Blood Skull Gang's judgment. He felt greatly humiliated for letting a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Duan Ling Tian escape him twice. He yearned to crush Duan Ling Tian's bones to dust and scatter them in the air. In the case that Duan Ling Tian did not reappear and decide to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven, now that the Blood Skull Gang had decided to set the case aside, it meant that he would have to act on his own and could no longer rely on the gang's resources if he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Without the gang's resources, it would be like searching for a needle in the haystack for him to search for Duan Ling Tian in the Jade Emperor Heaven. After thinking about this matter for a long time, Lang Yi suddenly recalled Wang Qianzan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. I should speak to Wang Qianzan about this matter. Lang Yi had Wang Qianzan's soul pearl so he could directly contact Wang Qianzan. Alas, he was unaware that on the day Duan Ling Tian escaped from him outside of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate using the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, Wang Qianzan was no longer a Grand Elder and had been expelled from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Life was tough for Wang Qianzan because his enemies immediately sought revenge after they discovered he no longer had the support of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. My lord, Wang Qianzan replied immediately as soon as he received Lang Yi's message. He did not dare to delay even if he was now hiding in a swamp out of desperation. Based on what I know, the Simplicity Celestial Sect should have Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl because he's a disciple. Check his soul pearl to see if it has shattered. Lang Yi's tone was condescending and commanding. My lord, what do you mean? Are you saying there's a possibility Duan Ling Tian is dead? Although Wang Qianzan was displeased by Lang Yi's condescending and commanding tone, his eyes lit up and a smile bloomed on his face as the meaning of Lang Yi's words dawned on him. Initially, he resented Lang Yi. After all, he did not make much effort to hide his collusion with Lang Yi and was expelled by Sun Liangpeng from the sect as a result. However, after that great sacrifice, he found out Lang Yi had failed to kill Duan Ling Tian. How could he not feel resentful? When he found out there was a possibility Duan Ling Tian was dead, his resentment toward Lang Yi disappeared as well. Yes. Lang Yi responded and briefly recounted what happened after Duan Ling Tian left the Simplicity Celestial Sect and Duan Ling Tian's encounter with the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. We didn't find Duan Ling Tian in the place where the transporting formation had transported him to in the Jade Emperor Heaven. For this reason, the Blood Skull Gang had decided to put the mission aside because they concluded he had been sacrificed to the Tree of the Heaven sacrificial divine fruit by that reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Duan Ling Tian was tricked into becoming a sacrifice for the Tree of the Heaven sacrificial divine fruit. As a former Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect and as someone who had lived longer than Sun Liangpeng, Wang Qianzan had, naturally, heard of the Heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He laughed heartily when he heard Duan Ling Tian had been tricked by a Celestial Emperor. How could a reincarnated Celestial Emperor be a simple person? In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would not survive such an ordeal. Therefore, he said to Lang Yi, Lord Lang Yi, I think you're overthinking things. If Duan Ling Tian was tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor to become a sacrifice to the Tree of the Heaven sacrificial divine fruit, there's no way he's still alive. Lang Yi said in a low voice, I want confirmation of his death through his soul pearl. Chapter 31:14 Return to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. If Lang Yi did not meet Duan Ling Tian in the Jade Emperor Heaven, similar to Wang Qianzan, he would have assumed Duan Ling Tian was dead. However, he knew Duan Ling Tian was still alive. He only wanted Wang Qianzan to check on the soul pearl so that news about Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl being intact would spread to the Blood Skull Gang. At that time, the Blood Skull Gang would carry on with the mission to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. My lord, Wang Qianzan smiled wryly as he replied, I'm afraid you aren't aware that when Duan Ling Tian escaped from you after leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, I was expelled by the sect leader, Sun Liangpeng. If I was still the Grand Elder, it would be easy for me to check Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl. However, there's nothing I can do about it now. Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, Lang Yi snorted coldly before saying, even if you aren't the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, shouldn't you have loyal followers in the sect? It shouldn't be difficult for you to ask them to check Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl on your behalf, right? My lord, I've offended many in the past. Since the day I left the Simplicity Celestial Sect, I've been on the run from my enemies. How could those people be loyal to me now that I've fallen to this state? Do you think they'd be open to doing me a favor? Wang Qianzhan said bitterly. If you manage to complete this task, I'll recommend you to the Blood Skull Gang so you can become one of our assassins, Lang Yi replied. Upon hearing Lang Yi's words, Wang Qianzhan's eyes widened in surprise as an excited expression appeared on his face. My lord, do you really mean it? Complete this task, and we'll discuss this later, Lang Yi said. Rest assured, my lord, I'll make sure to complete this task. Wang Qianzhan vowed, although he was not lying to Lang Yi about not being able to check Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl, it was not entirely impossible. Those people might not be willing to do him a favor now that he was no longer the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, but it would be a different story if he could offer them benefits. Wang Qianzhan did not delay and instantly contacted the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Third Elder. When the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect received Wang Qianzhan's message, he was wary. Grand Elder, I'm no longer the Grand Elder. Third Elder, I'll be blunt with you. I need you to do me a favor. It'll only require a little effort from you, but I'll make it worthwhile for you. Wang Qianzhan said without beating around the bush. He told the Third Elder of the thing that would be given to him in exchange for the small favor. The eyes of the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect lit up immediately, clearly willing to do Wang Qianzhan a favor. Grand Elder, are you sure? Are you really willing to pay such a high price for such a small favor? Wang Qianzhan did not respond. In exchange for paying a high price, he had a chance to become an assassin in the Blood Skull Gang. With that chance, no price was too high for someone as desperate as him. All he needed was for the Third Elder to do him this favor. About half an hour later, Wang Qianzhan finally received a message from the Third Elder. Upon hearing the Third Elder's words, he frowned, and his expression darkened. Third Elder, are you sure Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl is intact? Yes, the Third Elder replied, I saw his soul pearl with my own eyes. Moreover, I confirmed the soul pearl belongs to Duan Ling Tian. All right, Wang Qianzhan took in a deep breath, and his expression slightly eased. I kept the thing I promised you in the... He disclosed the location of a treasure he had hidden in one corner of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate when he was still the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Since it would be highly difficult for him to return to collect that treasure, he did not feel reluctant to part with it. After he was done talking to the Third Elder, he muttered to himself, I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to survive after being tricked by reincarnated Celestial Emperor and avoid the fate of becoming a sacrifice to the Tree of the Heavens sacrificial divine fruit. It was difficult for him to accept that Duan Ling Tian was still alive. His eyes flashed as he comforted himself. The reincarnated Celestial Emperor might have failed to use Duan Ling Tian as a sacrifice. However, that doesn't mean Duan Ling Tian won't die in the future. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly contacted Lang Yi. My lord, my source has confirmed that Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl is intact. He's still alive. Very well. After Lang Yi responded, he asked Wang Qianzhan to take a transporting formation to travel to one of the Blood Skull Gang's branches. After giving his word he would recommend Wang Qianzhan to the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Qianzhan did not waste time and quickly made his way to the Blood Skull Gang's branch. Lang Yi kept his promise and Wang Qianzhan successfully became an assassin of the Blood Skull Gang. At the same time, under Lang Yi's orders, he had to testify that Duan Ling Tian was still alive in front of the Blood Skull Gang's higher-ups. Naturally, Lang Yi had manipulated this series of events. He knew Wang Qianzhan's main value was to testify to the higher-ups in Blood Skull Gang that Duan Ling Tian was alive. With Wang Qianzhan's testimony, the mission that had been set aside was active once again. Meanwhile, Chen Li, the illegitimate son of the vice-leader of the Blood Skull Gang, received news from his father as well. He was in disbelief, and his mood grew dark. What? The mission is active again. Wasn't he tricked by a reincarnated Celestial Emperor to become a sacrifice to the Tree of the Heavens sacrificial divine fruit? How's he still alive? So he's alive, Chen Yuanshan said. However, We don't know for sure if he has escaped from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Maybe he just hasn't been sacrificed yet. If that's the case, it won't be long before he dies anyway. That must be it. A reincarnated Celestial Emperor must be powerful even if his strength is incomparable to the past. In terms of experience and knowledge, even 10 Duan Ling Tians wouldn't be able to compare to the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Chen Li nodded, readily accepting this theory. However, before Chen Li could reassure himself further, Chen Yuanshan, who had given Chen Li hope, dashed his hope by adding, however, there's also the possibility that Duan Ling Tian managed to escape from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. In one of the cities under the profound Nether Mansion in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, a figure had appeared in a transportation formation. Where am I? This person was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had returned from Yan Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven through a transportation formation in Tianji City. The Red Mountain City. After speaking to the locals, Duan Ling Tian discovered his location. He had studied the maps of the profound Nether Mansion's territories while he was in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's library, so he remembered Red Mountain City was located south of Simplicity Celestial Sect. There was quite a distance between Red Mountain City and the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. However, with his current speed, it would not take him long to arrive at his destination. Duan Ling Tian finally arrived outside of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. He sighed as he stood outside the estate. I've only left for a while, but it feels like an eternity has passed. Soon after, he entered the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. As soon as he stepped foot inside, he was stopped by the patrolling disciples. A true disciple. The patrolling disciples bowed and greeted Duan Ling Tian as soon as he presented his token. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response before he left. The patrolling disciples whispered among themselves as they watched Duan Ling Tian leave. I haven't seen him before. Since when did our sect gain a new true disciple? You just returned to the sect a few days ago, so you aren't aware that the sect leader had chosen someone to take over the spot of the final true disciple. His name is Duan Ling Tian. He just joined the sect not too long ago. That's right, that purple-clad young man is Duan Ling Tian. Didn't they say he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from Allah? However, based on his speed and celestial origin energy earlier, it seems comparable to a celestial duke, right? Is it possible that he had a breakthrough and became a 1 basic celestial duke? A 1 basic celestial duke under 100 years old? Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of the discussions that were going on between the patrolling disciples. Upon his return, he directly looked for Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After he entered the estate, Sun Liangpeng had already sent him a message telling him to meet in Sun Liangpeng's residence. Nobody stopped Duan Ling Tian when he entered Sun Liangpeng's courtyard, since Sun Liangpeng had already informed the patrolling disciples about Duan Ling Tian's arrival. Sun Liangpeng was already waiting for Duan Ling Tian in his residence's courtyard. Sect leader. Duan Ling Tian greeted Sun Liangpeng. Sun Liangpeng did not waste time on pleasantries. His eyes were bright as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked eagerly, how was it? Sun Liangpeng had heard rumors from his friends who were not from the profound Nether Mansion that a reincarnated Celestial Emperor had schemed and successfully tricked peak overarching heaven's supreme celestials into becoming a sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Moreover, before Duan Ling Tian left, he recalled Duan Ling Tian had mentioned something about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to link the 2 matters together. Duan Ling Tian removed the profound divine metal's concealment on his soul and released his soul aura, exposing his strength to Sun Liangpeng. When Sun Liangpeng sensed Duan Ling Tian's soul aura, his eyes widened in shock. Why you managed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Sun Liangpeng could sense that Duan Ling Tian was now a 10 directions celestial duke based on Duan Ling Tian's soul aura, but he could not help but ask for confirmation. You've become a 10 directions celestial duke. Chapter 3115, The Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Sun Liangpeng's eyes brightened even more as his face turned red from excitement. His breathing quickened as well. It took him a while to suppress his excitement. Sect leader, Duan Ling Tian asked, usually, what circumstances would allow the Blood Skull Gang to track me across Devata realms? What? Sun Liangpeng's excitement was replaced by shock when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang followed you all the way to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Not only did they go to the Jade Emperor Heaven, but they even managed to find my precise location in Yan Mountain Mansion of the Equal Heaven territory. The matter of the two assassins finding him in the Jade Emperor Heaven had always bothered Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, he was eager to find out how those assassins had found him in Yan Mountain Mansion in the Equal Heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. This means the Blood Skull Gang must have sent a formation master to investigate your destination through the transporting formation you used, Sun Liang Peng said solemnly. However, in order to investigate the transporting formation, they must have obtained permission from one of the vice mansion masters of the profound Nether Mansion. The mansion master holds high authority and wouldn't simply grant anyone access to the transporting formation, let alone the Blood Skull Gang. For this reason, I suspect one of the vice mansion masters must have authorized it. He sounded confident when he spoke about his suspicion. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sect leader, you're confident one of the vice mansion masters of the profound Nether sect granted the Blood Skull Gang permission to inspect the transporting formation I used to travel to the Jade Emperor Heaven? Sun Liang Peng nodded. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned frosty as he continued to ask in a low voice, Sect leader, how many vice mansion masters are there in the profound Nether Mansion? There are 3 of them, Sun Liang replied. Then, he speculated out loud, however, I don't believe they would grant the Blood Skull Gang permission to inspect the transporting formation just so the assassins could kill a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. After all, if this matter is exposed, the Mansion Master won't let them get away with it. In my opinion, the Vice Mansion Master who granted the Blood Skull Gang permission didn't know the assassin was going after you. Since the Simplicity Celestial sect was a subordinate of the Profound Nether Mansion, he was rather familiar with the mansion's inner workings. In fact, I suspect the Vice Mansion Master didn't even know he granted permission to the Blood Skull Gang. After all, if this matter got out, he would be done for. It doesn't matter to me if he's aware or unaware. After all, it's a fact he helped the 2 assassins find me. His eyes flashed with a vicious light. At that time, if it were not for Ling Juyun, he would have been killed by the 2 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. What are the cultivation bases of the assassins that the Blood Skull Gang sent? After you, Sun Liang Peng asked. One of them was the assassin that waited for me outside the sect's estate before I left, and the other one is a 9 Palaces Celestial King, Duan Ling Tian said. What? Sun Liang Peng's expression changed drastically. He remembered the previous assassin was also a 9 Palaces Celestial King. This meant the Blood Skull Gang sent 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings to kill Duan Ling Tian in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Thinking about this, he felt chills running up his spine. Let alone Duan Ling Tian, it would be easy for 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings to kill him. After a round of emotional roller coaster ride, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, Duan Ling Tian, how did you escape from 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings? At the same time, Sun Liang Peng wondered inwardly, is it possible that he hasn't depleted the uses of the consumable royal grade celestial weapon? After all, with the benefits from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, if Duan Ling Tian used his consumable royal grade celestial weapon, it's not impossible for him to escape from or to kill the 2 assassins. Duan Ling Tian replied, my friend helped me escape by using an escape-type celestial talisman comparable to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, Duan Ling Tian said. Your friend? Sun Liang Peng was surprised. He's Ling Juyun, who was ranked first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. There were 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, so each of us consumed 1, Duan Ling Tian said. Ling Juyun, Sun Liang Peng was astonished. Did both of you work together to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor? Something like that, Duan Ling Tian nodded. I didn't expect the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect would be so fortunate as well. Sun Liang Peng sighed as he said, that Ling Juyun's future will be bright once he joins the profound Nether Mansion. At that time, the bald donkeys would be greatly rewarded by the Mansion Master. Despite his words, he did not feel envious at all. After all, his Simplicity Celestial sect had Duan Ling Tian. Ling Juyun didn't return with me. He decided to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Sun Liang Peng laughed before he said, as it turns out, the bald donkeys failed to keep Ling Juyun. After a beat, his expression turned solemn as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, thank you. Sun Liangpeng knew that Duan Ling Tian could have chosen not to return to the spirit overarching heaven. Since Duan Ling Tian had returned, Duan Ling Tian must have intentions of joining the profound nether mansion. If Duan Ling Tian performed brilliantly in the profound nether mansion, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion would definitely reward Sun Liangpeng. Sect leader, you're being too kind. If it wasn't for your Wind Shadow escape talisman, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the Blood Skull Gang's assassin and obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. In fact, I prefer to stay in the spirit overarching heaven compared to the Jade Emperor heaven. After all, I'm already familiar with it, so joining the profound nether mansion is the best choice for me. He did not wait for Sun Liangpeng's reply and continued to ask, Sect leader, I want to join the profound nether mansion as quickly as possible. Is there a way to do so? With your current strength, it'd be easy for you to join the profound nether mansion, Sun Liangpeng replied as he shattered a communication celestial talisman to send a message. For a moment, he had a distracted expression on his face. When he finally snapped back to his senses, he said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, I've spoken to my senior uncle, he'll come and bring you to the profound nether mansion in 3 days. Your senior uncle? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Is he one of the 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion? When he had arrived at the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had heard many speak about a senior of the sect who was one of 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. Therefore, he thought it was likely that the senior was Sun Liangpeng's senior uncle. Yes, Sun Liangpeng replied with a smile, my senior uncle is very excited to know that you've become a 10-direction celestial duke at less than 100 years old after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He even said that with your innate talent and comprehension skills, you'll definitely pass the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test in the profound nether mansion and become the Imperial Tutor. Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Imperial Tutor. Duan Ling Tian was confused. He had never heard of these things about the profound nether mansion. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion is something unique to the profound nether mansion. There hasn't been an Imperial Tutor for the past 30,000 years in the mansion. So, naturally, as time passed, people began to forget about the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. In fact, many people from the profound nether mansion don't know about its existence at all. Sun Liangpeng's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, with your current strength and age, you'll definitely pass the test easily and become the profound nether mansion's first Imperial Tutor in 30,000 years. There hasn't been an Imperial Tutor over the last 30,000 years. Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, Sect leader, is it really so difficult to become the Imperial Tutor of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Of course, Sun Liangpeng replied instantly. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, the last Imperial Tutor who appeared more than 30,000 years ago was a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke who was almost 200 years old at that time and had comprehended 5 profundities from the Law of Wind. A 9 Palaces Celestial Duke under the age of 200 who comprehended 5 profundities from the Law of Wind. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. He knew how difficult it was to become a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke and to comprehend 5 profundities from a law before reaching the age of 200. To think such a genius had appeared in the profound nether mansion before. Chapter 31:16 A word of advice. Where's he now? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. In his opinion, since that person achieved such extraordinary feats 30,000 years ago, he would definitely be an extraordinary character if he was still in the Southern Heaven territory. How could someone who became a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke and had comprehended 5 profundities from a law before the age of 200 be ordinary? He's dead, Sun Liangpeng said with a sigh. Back in the olden days, his innate talent and profound comprehension skills had shocked the profound nether mansion. After that, he went on to join the clan that ruled the profound nether mansion to further improve his strength. However, when he had broken through and become a 6 combos Celestial King, a genius from another one of the 10 major clans, which was older but weaker than his clan, had violated his wife. Furious, he challenged that genius to a death battle and was eventually killed by that genius. At that time, the genius was stronger than him even if the genius was nowhere as talented as him. If he were alive today, his achievements would be much greater than that genius who killed him. A hint of pity could be heard in his voice when he spoke. He died before he even grew into his full potential. Duan Ling Tian could not help but pity the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion from 30,000 years ago. If that person were alive, he would have become a celestial lord, a top powerhouse in the southern heaven territory, at least. His eyes flashed as he said, if he had endured for a while before confronting his opponent, he probably could have killed his opponent, right? However, he knew very well not many people would be able to tolerate such matters. Of course, after all, his innate talent and comprehension skills were far better than his opponent, Sun Liangpeng replied confidently. Is his opponent still alive? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Sun Liangpeng nodded before he smiled wryly and said, not only is he still alive, but he's now the clan leader of his clan. Moreover, his clan isn't just any ordinary clan, it's one of the 10 major clans in Southern Heaven Territory. Although the clan leaders of the 10 major clans might not be the strongest, they're at least first-rate celestial lords. Moreover, that person is said to be strongest among the clan leaders, and he might become a titled celestial lord. He rose so high in ranks. Duan Ling Tian sighed. If that imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion was still alive, he would have become a titled celestial lord by now, right? Sun Liangpeng nodded. If his innate talent and comprehension skills did not diminish with time, he should at least be a titled celestial lord by now and would be close to becoming a celestial emperor. His strength would probably be comparable to the Southern Heaven celestial lord who rules over the Southern Heaven territory. Alas, Heaven was jealous of the genius, and he died prematurely. Rumor had it that his wife was pregnant with his child the same year that she was violated. However, his pregnant wife mysteriously disappeared after his death. There were speculations that the man who violated her had killed her to avoid troubles in the future. In fact, I even heard his wife was rather strong. She didn't kill herself in despair when she found out he had died but chose to live for the child in her belly. At the end of his words, he sounded slightly angry. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. Not only did that person violate someone's pregnant wife, but he even killed her after violating her and killing her husband. Such a person could not even compare to the beasts. Because of this matter, the people from the profound nether mansion weren't able to see that imperial tutor grow into his full potential and become the strongest person in the Southern Heaven territory. Duan Ling Tian, your innate talent and comprehension skills are comparable to the former imperial tutor. Moreover, with your fortuitous encounter, you'll definitely achieve great things, Sun Liangpeng said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. With your achievements at such a young age, there's no doubt you'll become the new imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Sun Liangpeng paused for a brief moment as his expression turned solemn. He said, before joining the profound nether mansion, I hope you'll heed my advice. Now that you know why the former imperial tutor died before he grew into his full potential, learn from his mistake. Don't act recklessly and put yourself at risk. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. However, if you die, there'll be no hope left at all. He obviously did not want Duan Ling Tian following in the footsteps of the former imperial tutor. After all, in his opinion, if the former imperial tutor had endured and did not act recklessly, he would not only have his revenge, but he would also become the strongest powerhouse in the Southern Heaven territory by now. Sect leader, in my opinion, the former imperial tutor must be a sentimental man. If I may ask you a question, if you were in his shoes, could you endure such a matter? Duan Ling Tian's eyes burned bright as he looked at Sun Liangpeng and said, some matters can and should be endured, but there are some matters that shouldn't be endured even if you can endure it. Sun Liangpeng fell into a daze as he imagined himself in the former imperial tutor's shoes. He discovered he would not be able to endure such a matter as well. After all, how could one hold back from avenging one's parents or wife? Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Sun Liangpeng to reply as he said, I will never allow such a thing to happen to me in the first place. I admire the imperial tutor for being a man of sentiment, but I can't say he was a good husband since he failed to protect his wife. Moreover, she was bearing his child at that time. Apart from that, he even died after she was violated, leaving her alone to bear the burden. He should be held accountable for that. In his opinion, a man who failed to protect his own woman failed his duty as a man and as a husband. I disagree. Who would have expected that person would violate his wife? He could not have foreseen that. Sun Liangpeng disagreed with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only responded with a faint smile and no longer said anything. However, he firmly believed if the former imperial tutor had protected his wife better, such a tragedy could have been avoided. Even if the former imperial tutor had to leave his wife to cultivate in seclusion, With his status, could he not ask his seniors to protect his wife while he was away? Sun Liangpeng noticed Duan Lingtian seemed to have no intention of continuing this topic, so he promptly changed the topic and asked, Duan Lingtian, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit not only improves one's cultivation base, but I heard it helps one comprehend many profundities from a new law as well. I wonder what law and how many profundities you've comprehended. He had been really curious about this matter since earlier. The law of space. Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened immediately, and he interjected, why you comprehended the law of space? How many profundities? Sun Liangpeng continued to ask. Not many, just 6, Duan Lingtian replied. You don't think that's a lot? Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to beat Duan Lingtian up. It really isn't a lot. I heard 6 is the minimum number of profundities one would be able to comprehend after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Even my friend, Ling Juyun, comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal. In that sense, I really didn't comprehend that many profundities, Duan Lingtian explained. The law of metal is only an ordinary law. How can it compare to the law of space? The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. They're known to be difficult to comprehend. Sun Liangpeng shook his head as he said, based on what I heard, those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the past and comprehended 6 profundities were ordinary laws. I've never heard of anyone who managed to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws. His eyes shone with envy as he spoke. It was only natural since he did not come across any of the 4 supreme laws in his entire life. The duo continued chatting for a while longer before Duan Lingtian decided to return to his residence. However, Sun Liangpeng insisted that Duan Lingtian stayed in his residence. Since you'll be leaving in 3 days, stay here and chat with me. Moreover, I'm interested in listening to your adventures in the Jade Emperor Heaven and how you obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the reincarnated celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian did not feel it was right to decline Sun Liangpeng's invitation, so he spent the next 3 days in Sun Liangpeng's residence. They chatted, and he told Sun Liangpeng about everything during his time in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Naturally, he did not mention the 5 divine elements or his divine artifact. In fact, even when Sun Liangpeng asked about royal-grade celestial weapons and emperor-grade celestial weapons, he denied seeing such things. It seems like that reincarnated celestial emperor didn't manage to reclaim his past life's possessions. Perhaps, someone else found them, Sun Liangpeng speculated. Duan Lingtian faintly nodded in agreement. However, he knew Sun Liangpeng might not necessarily believe his words, but without his confirmation, there was nothing Sun Liangpeng could do even if Sun Liangpeng was suspicious. Moreover, if he performed well in the profound nether mansion, Sun Liangpeng might even be rewarded with a royal-grade celestial weapon from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion for discovering a genius like him. Chapter 31:17 Shi Tianming. After 3 days, a guest who traveled from afar finally arrived at the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. The guest was an old man with a medium build who was dressed in a long gray robe. His hair was completely white, and his complexion was ruddy. All in all, he looked healthy and energetic despite his age. When he arrived at the sect's estate, he entered the residence of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, undetected by the patrolling elders and disciples. He hovered in the air above Sun Liangpeng's residence as he called out, "Little Peng! Little Peng!" Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng were sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard, in the middle of a conversation, when they heard the old man's voice. Neither one of them had detected the old man's presence before the old man spoke. When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze back to Sun Liangpeng, he saw a hint of embarrassment on Sun Liangpeng's face as a result of being addressed as Little Peng. Indeed, Sun Liangpeng was feeling rather embarrassed at this moment after hearing his nickname. His face was slightly red when he discovered Duan Lingtian looking at him strangely. After a beat, he quickly rose to his feet to greet the old man and said with a wry smile on his face, "Senior uncle, can you please stop using that nickname? It's detrimental to my images as the sect leader. Boy, I've called you by that nickname since you were a child. You want me to change the way I address you now that you're all grown up?" The gray-clad old man replied as he descended in the courtyard. Without any ceremony, he sat next to Sun Liangpeng and helped himself to the jar of wine on the table, pouring the wine down his throat. Duan Lingtian naturally followed suit when he saw Sun Liangpeng rising to his feet. However, an invisible energy surged out from the old man's body and prevented him from getting up. You must be Duan Ling Tian, right? There's no need for you to mimic little Peng. You can dispense with the formalities. Just be casual. Thank you, senior, Duan Ling Tian replied with a polite smile. Based on this, he could tell the old man was friendly and easy to get along with. Sun Liang Peng looked at Duan Ling Tian before he shifted his eyes to the gray-clad old man and said, Duan Ling Tian, this is my senior uncle, Qi Tian Ming. He's also the former Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. You can address him as Old Qi. Old Qi, Duan Ling Tian greeted the old man again. After sensing the old man's aura, he could tell the old man was stronger than the 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang. He could sense the old man's aura due to his celestial origin energy and soul energy that were comparable to that of a one basic celestial lord. Since that time he had used his consumable royal-grade celestial energy to kill the first assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, his strength had depleted to that of a one basic celestial lord. As he continued using his energy, his strength would continue to deplete to that of a 10 Directions Celestial King, a 9 Palaces Celestial King, an 8 Trigrams Celestial King until it reached his true cultivation base. Sect Leader, as Old Qi a 10 Directions Celestial King, Duan Ling Tian asked Sun Liang Peng through voice transmission to confirm his speculation. The 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion are all 10 Directions Celestial Kings. This isn't a secret. What's wrong? From whom did you hear about this matter? You seem unaware of this, Sun Liang Peng replied. The 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion are all 10 Directions Celestial Kings. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Sun Liang Peng's words. He knew that the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion were stronger than all the sect leaders and clan leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, but he was unaware that all of them were 10 Directions Celestial Kings. So, this means Beihai Feng is also a 10 Directions Celestial King. Duan Ling Tian had met another inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion before meeting Qi Tian Ming. The other inspector was Beihai Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect. He had met Beihai Feng at the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Beihai Feng also seemed like Huang Jialong's idol. Duan Ling Tian inevitably thought about his friend when he thought about Beihai Feng. I wonder how Huang Jialong is doing in the coupling Celestial Sect. Huang Jialong was one of the few friends Duan Ling Tian had made after ascending to the spirit overarching heaven. Huang Jialong had become an important friend to Duan Ling Tian over the time they had spent together. One had to know that he was not someone who would easily acknowledge another person as a close friend. He thought to himself, after joining the Profound Nether Mansion, if I have the time, I should visit Jialong in the coupling Celestial Sect. At this moment, Sun Liang Peng looked at Qi Tian Ming and asked with a smile, Senior Uncle, I'm sure there'll be a huge uproar in the Profound Nether Mansion when you bring Duan Ling Tian back, right? Qi Tian Ming ignored Sun Liang Peng's question. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, Little Peng said that you comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Is that true? Qi Tian Ming asked. Can you enlighten me by showing me the law of space's profundities that you've comprehended? Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the old man was trying to test his strength. It was to be expected since the old man had only heard about him from Sun Liang Peng. Just as Sun Liang Peng had said earlier, the old man would definitely cause a huge uproar in the Profound Nether sect after bringing Duan Ling Tian back to the mansion. If Duan Ling Tian were to fail the Imperial Tutor test, it would definitely be a disgrace to the old man. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, the old man continued to say, use the law of space and attack me with all your might. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy rose from his body. Blue energy surged from Qi Tian Ming's body and shrouded the stone table and stone benches, the ground, and the courtyard before it seemed to shroud Sun Liang Peng's entire residence. The law of water. Moreover, it seems like he had cast 7 to 8 profundities in one go, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, slightly taken aback. He mobilized his celestial origin energy and boosted them with the law of space's fundamental profundity, the space elemental profundity, after circulating it through his 99 heavenly veins. Territory profundity, restraining profundity, distortion profundity, cross-dimensional / profundity. Duan Ling Tian consecutively cast 4 profundities from the law of space. The energy shot out from his fingertip and spread in all directions. The power from the law of space was truly fierce. Fortunately, Qi Tian Ming had cast a protective barrier around their surroundings. Otherwise, Sun Liangpeng's entire residence would have been reduced into rubble by Duan Ling Tian's strength. The territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the cross-dimensional profundity. Although the law of space was formidable, it could not threaten Qi Tianming. He easily deflected Duan Ling Tian's attack as he easily discerned the number and name of profundities that Duan Ling Tian had cast. He did not bother mentioning the space elemental profundity since it was a given that Duan Ling Tian would have to comprehend the space elemental profundity before being able to use other profundities from the law of space. Duan Ling Tian's attack did not discriminate and swept toward Sun Liangpeng as well, but Sun Liangpeng deflected it easily, similar to Qi Tianming. Qi Tianming's eyes flashed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. All of a sudden, he waved his hand. A water dragon seemed to appear out of thin air and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. The water dragon increased in size as it sailed through the air. When it drew close to Duan Ling Tian, it suddenly opened its mouth as though it intended to devour Duan Ling Tian. Before Qi Tianming's attack landed, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air like a ghost. Sun Liangpeng widened his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian disappearing into thin air. After a beat, he discovered Duan Ling Tian had appeared far behind Qi Tianming. The teleportation profundity. Qi Tianming's low voice rang in Sun Liangpeng's ears. The teleportation profundity. No wonder I couldn't follow his movements at all. There are no movements when one is teleporting, after all. Realization dawned on Sun Liangpeng when he heard Qi Tianming's words. With the teleportation profundity, let alone a celestial king like him, even a celestial emperor would not be able to track Duan Ling Tian's movement at all since there was no movement to be tracked. Old Qi, is this enough? Duan Ling Tian asked. Then, he vanished into thin air again before he reappeared in front of the stone table. Qi Tianming's attack, naturally, did not land since Duan Ling Tian had used the teleportation profundity. However, it had to be said that if Qi Tianming were to attack without holding back, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to cast the teleportation profundity in time before the attack landed. Chapter 3118 The Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven. Amazing, truly amazing. The old man applauded as he said, your strength is more than enough for you to easily become the first imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion in 30,000 years. Moreover, you'll definitely rank at the top if you enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Rank at the top in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, familiar with the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before joining the Simplicity Celestial sect. He had even ranked second, after Ling Zhuyun, at that time. Moreover, if he did not deliberately let Ling Zhuyun win, he would have ranked first. He asked curiously, Old Qi, is the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm similar to the lower realm apart from the limit on the cultivation base of those who enter the realms? Duan Ling Tian knew the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was divided into the lower, middle, and upper realm. Only those who were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials or below could enter the lower realm. Similarly, only 10 directions celestial dukes or those below could enter the middle realm, and only 10 directions celestial kings and those below could enter the upper realm. Almost the same. Qi Tianming shook his head. The difference between the two realms is huge. If you want to know more about the realms, I'll explain them to you during our journey back to the profound nether mansion. At this moment, Qi Tianming rose to his feet. He looked at Sun Liangpeng and said with a smile, Little Peng, I'll leave with Duan Ling Tian now. Be patient, you'll definitely be rewarded by the mansion master. He was sincerely happy for Sun Liangpeng. Not only was Sun Liangpeng his junior nephew whom he had watched grow up, but he also treated Sun Liangpeng like a son. Senior uncle, why don't you stay for a few days? Sun Liangpeng asked, clearly reluctant to part. It's been a while since I last listened to your teachings. Since when have you been willing to listen to my teachings? Qi Tianming asked as he cocked an eyebrow. In just a moment, Qi Tianming brought Duan Ling Tian with him as the duo disappeared in front of Sun Liangpeng's eyes, leaving Sun Liangpeng alone and embarrassed in his courtyard. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming and Duan Ling Tian were a great distance away from the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Since Qi Tianming was a 10-direction celestial king, their speed was rather fast. Old Qi, since you're the sect leader's senior uncle, you must be his master's senior brother. Does this mean the sect leader's master is in the profound nether mansion as well? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. His master is indeed my junior brother. A hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. In the past, both of us had entered the profound nether mansion together. However, he wasn't as fortunate as I was and perished in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It was unfortunate he was not able to see his disciple becoming the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. In any case, he should be happy wherever he is since little Peng has become the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. It was his lifelong wish for little Peng to become the sect leader after all. He heaved a long sigh after he finished speaking. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Only celestial dukes and those below celestial dukes could enter the middle realms. This means the sect leader's master died before he became a celestial king. The old man nodded. Both of us were 10 directions celestial dukes when we joined the profound nether mansion and entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He perished, but I managed to survive. After his death, I returned to the Simplicity Celestial sect and became the Grand Elder before returning to the profound nether sect to compete for the position of an inspector of the mansion, he explained. Duan Ling Tian could sense the old man's sorrow when the old man spoke about his junior brother. The old man seemed much more solemn as well when the old mentioned competing for the position of an inspector in the profound nether mansion. Therefore, he nodded and said, I see, before he quickly changed the topic. Old Chi, you said earlier that there's a huge difference between the lower and middle realm apart from the cultivation-based restriction imposed on those who enter. Can you explain how they are different? The lower realm is merely like a test conducted by the profound nether mansion to weed out the weak peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials search for fortuitous encounters. However, the middle realm is where grade 6 celestial mansions send their celestial dukes to kill each other to rise to the top of the ranking. The rankings of the representatives of the celestial mansions would greatly affect the rewards the mansions would receive from the 10 major clans. For example, if the representative from the profound nether mansion ranks first consistently in the middle realm during the entire month, the 10 major clans would greatly reward the profound nether mansion and its representative. Needless to say, the higher the rank, the greater the rewards, the old man explained in one breath. Then, he further described the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to Duan Ling Tian. With Qi Tianming's explanation, Duan Ling Tian realized how vicious it was in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It was a dog-eat-dog world. The grade 6 celestial mansions sent their representative into the middle realm to kill their peers just so they could obtain rewards from the 10 major clans. Generally, grade 6 celestial mansions were required to offer a huge tribute of celestial crystals to the 10 major clans they were affiliated with every month. However, if their representatives managed to rank in the top 20, they would not be required to pay tribute the next month. If their representatives ranked in the top 10, apart from not having to pay tribute the next month, they would also be rewarded by the 10 major clans. However, there were many rules that they had to adhere to. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he learned about the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Initially, he had assumed the middle realm would also be filled with fortuitous encounters like the lower realm. He did not expect it to only be a place for celestial dukes to battle so the forces they represented would be rewarded and would not have to pay tribute for a month. The ranks will constantly change for a month, and the ranking on the final day of the month will be the final ranking. At the beginning of the following month, the rank would reset again, and the same process will repeat itself, Qi Tianming continued explaining. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he asked curiously, Old Qi, is it possible to obtain royal-grade celestial weapons in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient heaven? Although he possessed the divine artifact and a few royal-grade celestial weapons, he could not openly use them. After all, it would only attract trouble. However, if it was possible to find royal-grade celestial weapons in the middle realm, it would be considered as him obtaining the weapon through proper channels. He would not have to worry about others trying to snatch the royal-grade celestial weapon since the weapon could be considered as a reward from the profound nether mansion. There's such a possibility. The old man nodded. Duan Ling Tian's eyes had just lit up when he added, however, it's rather difficult. Like I mentioned earlier, the rankings of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm reset every month. In other words, even if you rank first the previous month, you'll have to start over again. The next month, The 10 major clans have an agreement that if a representative manages to rank first consecutively for 12 months, the representative would be rewarded with an offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. If a representative manages to maintain the first rank for 24 months, they'll be rewarded with a defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. At the same time, the representative would be given a chance to join any of the 10 major clans and become a disciple even if one doesn't bear the clan surname. In fact, the representative's treatment and resources might be even better than members of the clans, Qi Tianming replied. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up again. This was undoubtedly one of the fastest ways for him to grow stronger. 24 months were 2 years. After 2 years, he would be able to join one of the 10 major clans. At that time, he could take advantage of the better resources from the clan to grow stronger. Chapter 3119 The Profound Nether Mansion. After learning about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from Qi Tianming, one of the inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, Duan Ling Tian became even more eager to join the Profound Nether Mansion. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, unlike the lower realm, was always open, and celestial dukes from the Profound Nether Mansion were free to enter whenever they wanted. The restriction on the cultivation bases meant that the strongest people who were allowed to enter were 10 direction celestial dukes. Each person is only allowed to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a maximum of 10 days per month. You can choose to stay consecutively for 10 days, or you can choose to spread the days out and enter multiple times. You'll be automatically transported out of the middle realm as soon as you reach the time limit. You'll have to wait until the next month before you can enter again, Qi Tianming said, concluding his explanation. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he added, "That's right. To accumulate points, you'll naturally have to kill other celestial dukes to gain the points from their accumulative point jades. However, you can crush your accumulative point jade so that the points would be transferred to your opponent. Moreover, once you crush your accumulative point jade, you'll be transported out of the middle realm through a one-time hidden transporting formation in the accumulative point jade." So, before Qi Tianming finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian interjected, "So if I were to meet an opponent I'm not a match for, I can crush my accumulative point jade to surrender my points to my opponent and also escape at the same time through the transporting formation." "That's right," Qi Tianming nodded. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to retreat and when to advance. It was not the intention of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to drive celestial dukes to death. However, saying that, the transporting formation wouldn't work as soon as you crush your accumulative point jade. It would take a little time for the formation to activate. Therefore, if your opponent is intent on killing you, it'd be difficult to just rely on the accumulative point jade to save yourself. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "That's rather humane. At least, it gives a chance to those who are weaker to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Then, he continued to ask, "However, after the accumulative point jade is crushed, can one still enter the middle realm after that?" "No. Before the ranking is reset, those who escaped by crushing their accumulative point jades are unable to enter the middle realm again. This is because you'd only be given one accumulative jade every month," Qi Tianming replied. Duan Ling Tian knew this was to restrict people from leaving and entering the middle realm as they pleased, taking advantage of the loophole, and also to prevent those who were stronger from repeatedly killing those who were weaker to gain points. At this moment, Qi Tianming looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly said, "Duan Ling Tian, there's no need for you to reveal the fact that you've consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Although it can also be considered as your ability for being able to come across such a fortuitous encounter, it's best to let them assume your achievements are from your innate talent and comprehension skills. That way, they'll look upon you favorably. Otherwise, they'll definitely question you incessantly about how you escaped from that reincarnated celestial emperor, if you killed that reincarnated celestial emperor, or how you managed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. That would inevitably lead to them suspecting you of possessing royal-grade celestial weapons. Even if the reincarnated celestial emperor didn't possess emperor-grade celestial weapons, they wouldn't believe that he didn't even possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. Even an ordinary celestial emperor would possess a royal-grade celestial weapon at the very least. You should know how valuable a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial emperor is. The difference between a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord and an ordinary defensive king-grade celestial weapon is incredibly wide, let alone the difference between a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial emperor and an ordinary defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He grew even more solemn after he finished speaking. I understand, old Qi. Duan Lingtian nodded. Qi Tianming's expression eased after he heard Duan Lingtian's response. As they continued on their journey, Qi Tianming no longer spoke. Therefore, Duan Lingtian began to focus on comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity as Qi Tianming continued to lead the way. Initially, he had planned to break through and become a celestial king as soon as he could. However, now that he learned about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he decided to put a hold on his plan. After all, he would not be able to enter the middle realm once he became a celestial king. After half a day had passed, a question appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, so he asked, Old Qi, since the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm benefits grade 6 celestial mansions, is there a possibility for some celestial mansions to deliberately suppress their members' cultivation bases when the members are 10 direction celestial dukes so they would have more representatives in the middle realm? 10 direction celestial dukes who were thousands or 10,000 years old definitely would have comprehended more profundities than younger 10 direction celestial dukes, even if their comprehension skills were not particularly high. If the grade 6 celestial mansions had such strong representatives, their chances of being rewarded were higher. This is a great question. This matter had also occurred to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, apart from the cultivation base limit, there's an age limit as well. Those who enter the middle realm can't be more than 1,000 years old. However, there are many 10 direction celestial dukes in grade 6 celestial mansions under the age of 1,000 who have comprehended many profundities from Allah, Qi Tianming said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Meaningfully, in fact, many of them have comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from Allah. For example, there are few 10 direction celestial dukes who have comprehended 6 profundities from Allah in the profound nether mansion. In fact, there's one who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. They've been specially nurtured by the profound nether mansion to enter the middle realm. The 10 direction celestial duke who has comprehended 8 profundities from the law of wood is 980 years old now, so there's not much time left before he won't be able to enter the middle realm anymore. A 10 direction celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. Duan Lingtian was slightly startled. That was just a profundity short of the number of profundities from the law of metal that Ling Juyun had comprehended after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The few celestial king assassins from the Blood Skull gang I encountered might not have even comprehended 7 profundities from Allah. Before asking Qi Tianming, Duan Lingtian was already rather certain that some grade 6 celestial mansions must have deliberately raised disciples for the purpose of entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They would suppress the disciples' cultivation bases and make sure the disciples comprehended many profundities. He was certain there was some sort of suppression on the disciples' cultivation bases. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for these 10 direction celestial dukes to break through and become a celestial king. There was no doubt the grade 6 celestial mansions had also invested heavily in these disciples to ensure they comprehended as many profundities as they could. Moreover, it would not be difficult for grade 6 celestial mansions to gather resources to speed up the comprehension of these disciples. I thought I'd be able to easily stay above my competitors in the middle realm with my current strength. No wonder when I met old Qi, he said I'd be able to easily rank at the top of the rankings. He didn't specifically say I'd rank first. As it turns out, many grade 6 celestial mansions have nurtured many powerful 10 direction celestial dukes. In just a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the profound nether mansion's estate. The estate was located in the sky among the clouds. There were a few humongous floating islands above a towering mountain. The islands were covered in greeneries, looking like paradise from afar. Each island had many smaller islands hovering around them like the stars surrounding the moon. At this moment, a group of patrolling disciples saw Qi Tianming. They bowed and greeted in unison, "Lord Inspector." Soon enough, a figure flew toward Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming from afar. "Senior Uncle Qi, did you just return to the estate?" "It's him." Duan Lingtian's eyebrows rose imperceptibly when he saw the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than Bihai Mingfeng, whom he had met in the past. Chapter 3120, The 10 Holy Pavilions of the Profound Nether Mansion. Despite the same position, among the 10 inspectors in the Profound Nether Mansion, there were naturally levels of seniority among them. Since Qi Tianming was older than Behaiming Feng, he addressed Qi Tianming as senior uncle in the profound nether mansion, just like how he addressed elders in the coupling celestial sect. Moreover, Qi Tianming was one of the top 3 strongest inspectors in the profound nether mansion. With this, he did not feel unwilling to address Qi Tianming as senior uncle. Qi Tianming nodded at Behaiming Feng before he turned to say to Duan Ling Tian, "This is the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. He's also one of the 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion. He's not even 1,000 years old but has reached the peak of a celestial king. He's the most likely candidate in the profound nether mansion to become a celestial lord next." Previously, he had led his people from the coupling celestial sect to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm when the entrance opened. "You must have seen him at that time, right?" "Yes, old Qi, I met Inspector Bihai at the entrance of the lower realm of southern heaven ancient realm." Duan Ling Tian nodded before he looked at Behaiming Feng and greeted Behaiming Feng with a smile and slight nod. "No wonder I thought you looked familiar. You're Duan Ling Tian who ranked 2nd in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." Behaiming Feng was slightly taken aback. He finally discovered why he had found the person next to Qi Tianming so familiar. "Yes, it's me." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Since the two of you are old acquaintances, I won't bother to make any introductions. Inspector Bihai, I need to bring Duan Ling Tian to settle some matters, so I'll excuse myself. Come over and have a drink with me when you're free." Qi Tianming bade farewell to Behaiming Feng and left with Duan Ling Tian. Although Behaiming Feng was a junior and weaker than Qi Tianming, Behaiming Feng was incredibly young compared to him. In terms of innate talent and comprehension skills, there was no doubt that Behaiming Feng surpassed him. Like he had said earlier, Behaiming Feng was very likely to become the next celestial lord in the profound nether mansion. For all these reasons, he did not put on the air of a senior in front of Behaiming Feng and treated Behaiming Feng like his peers. "All right," Behaiming Feng replied. His eyebrows were knitted together as he watched the duo leave. He wondered inwardly, why did Inspector Qi bring Duan Ling Tian to the profound nether mansion? Is he planning to accept Duan Ling Tian as a direct disciple because of Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills? However, that's against the rules, right? The profound nether mansion did not restrict their inspectors from accepting direct disciples. However, the inspectors were forbidden from bringing their direct disciples to the profound nether mansion if their direct disciples were not from the profound nether mansion to begin with. If they wanted to bring their disciples into the profound nether mansion, their disciples would have to pass a test. Since the profound nether mansion would recruit new disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans from time to time, the inspector's disciples could join the new candidates to take the test. It's still quite a while before the test for the candidates from the 3 sects and 2 clans would be held. I wonder why Inspector Qi brought Duan Ling Tian back to the mansion. Behaiming Feng could not figure out the reason even after half a day had gone by. He eventually stopped dwelling on the matter and continued on with his business. Little did Behaiming Feng know, Qi Tianming was bringing Duan Ling Tian to a secluded and almost forgotten place in the profound nether mansion's estate. It was the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Very few from the younger generation in the profound nether mansion knew about the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, since the elders in the profound nether mansion rarely mentioned it. After all, even the most outstanding among the younger generation was not qualified to enter the Imperial Tudor Pavilion or become the Imperial Tutor. Moreover, not every elder in the profound nether mansion knew about the matter as well. The profound nether mansion's estate was made up of 3 floating islands. The outer islands of the 3 huge islands were where many small islands were located. The small islands hovered around the huge islands like the stars that surrounded the moon. The 3 huge islands were lined up together, and the inner parts of the islands were considered the main estate of the profound nether mansion. Qi Tianming brought Duan Ling Tian with him as he flew into one of 3 main islands in the estate. Due to the clouds and distance earlier, Duan Ling Tian did not have a good look at the 3 main islands. He could have investigated with his divine consciousness. However, considering he was at the profound nether mansion's estate, he did not think it was a good idea. It was likely that as soon as he extended his divine consciousness, the patrolling elders and disciples would surround him immediately. When Duan Ling Tian was approaching the huge island, he saw many magnificent pavilions. A few of these pavilions looked like colossal beasts crouching on the islands. They looked incredibly intimidating, and the longer he looked at them, a sense of danger that grew increasingly intense rose in his heart as well. Old Qi, the pavilions undoubtedly looked intimidating at first glance. However, why is it that I feel a sense of danger the longer I look at it? Am I imagining the feeling? Qi Tianming shook his head and said, these pavilions have many ancient formations, and most of these formations are killing formations. If the killing formations in these pavilions are triggered, those who are weaker than celestial lords would definitely die. This means, even I will die if I were to trigger the killing formations. The formations are so powerful. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. He asked again, who's in charge of all these powerful and ancient killing formations? The pavilion masters of these pavilions are in charge of the formations in their respective pavilions. There are only 10 pavilions in the profound Nether Mansion's estate that have these powerful killing formations. There are 4 pavilions on this island, and the other 2 islands have 3 of such pavilions each. The 4th pavilion on this island that contains the ancient and powerful formations is the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. These 10 pavilions are collectively known as the 10 Holy Pavilions of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, most people in the Profound Nether Mansions think there are only 9 of such pavilions in Profound Nether Mansion despite the name because the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is hidden by a fog formation. Those who are weaker than celestial lords won't be able to find the Imperial Tudor Pavilion unless they've already known about the location. It's only these 3 pavilions that fill you with a sense of danger, right? Qi Tianming asked at the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian focused his senses and discovered, indeed, it was only those 3 pavilions that filled him with a sense of danger. Yes, you're right, come on, let's go. I'll take you to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Qi Tianming brought Duan Ling Tian to the inner part of the island. Old Qi, based on what I know, the Mansion Master has the highest position and authority in the Profound Nether Mansion. The Vice Mansion Masters are ranked above inspectors like you, right? Then, what about the Pavilion's Masters of the 9 Holy Pavilions? Are they weaker than the inspectors even though they have control over the pavilions, killing formations, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. You're wrong. Indeed, the Mansion Master has the highest rank and authority in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, the Vice Mansion Master's positions are no different from an empty title. Their strength is roughly on par with the inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, since they are descendants of the founding fathers of the Profound Nether Mansion, they're given the titles of Vice Mansion Masters. Qi Tianming shook his head and said, the Pavilion Masters of the 9 Holy Pavilions in the Profound Nether Mansion are mostly our Mansion Masters' elders. The weakest among them is a 1 basic Celestial Lord. Do you think it's possible for them to be weaker than the inspectors? Duan Ling Tian was inwardly shocked. The weakest among the Pavilion Masters was a 1 basic Celestial Lord. Although the Pavilion Masters are the Mansion Masters' elders, in terms of strength and capabilities, only a few of them are comparable to the Mansion Master, and only one of them is stronger than the Mansion Master. After he finished saying these words, he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as he said, try and guess who's the strongest Pavilion Master. Is it the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Duan Ling Tian speculated. You're right, it's the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Qi Tianming nodded. Rumor has it that the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is the oldest in the Profound Nether Mansion. Nobody has seen him fight, but the Mansion Master treats him with the utmost respect. Someone once asked the Mansion Master if the Mansion Master could defeat the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The Mansion Master had replied that he wouldn't even dare to make a move against the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Moreover, he even said if the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion wanted him dead, he would willingly surrender his life. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. After a pause, he said, for this reason, although the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is rarely seen, those who know of him revere him. Old Qi, does this mean you haven't met the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion before? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. That's right, Qi Tianming smiled wryly, it's not only me, but even the other 9 inspectors and the 2 Vice Mansion Masters haven't met the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion before. I'm afraid only the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion and the other Pavilion Masters have met him. Chapter 3121 The Law of Wood. The Profound Nether Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters and the 10 inspectors had considerably high status in the mansion, and yet, even they had not met the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After listening to Qi Tianming's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel inwardly impressed by the mysterious Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After 15 minutes, Qi Tianming brought Duan Ling Tian into a vast valley. The valley was beautiful with clear streams and lush greeneries. Qi Tianming brought Duan Ling Tian to a waterfall on one side of the valley. They stood on a huge boulder in front of the waterfall. Qi Tianming stood on the boulder with his back straightened before he bowed slightly in the direction of the waterfall. He infused his celestial origin energy into his voice before he said, "The profound Nether Mansion's Inspector Qi Tianming requests to enter the Imperial Tutor Pavilion to meet the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion." Qi Tianming's voice that had been laced with celestial origin energy ensured that his voice traveled beyond the waterfall, but there was no reply. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Was the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion really behind the waterfall? Was it possible that the waterfall was not real and was merely the product of an illusory formation? After 10 breaths had passed, there was still no reply. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Qi Tianming and said, "Maybe no one's here." Qi Tianming remained calm and indifferent as though he had expected this. He continued looking at the waterfall and said, "Lord Pavilion Master, I've brought this young man next to me here so he could take the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test to become an Imperial Tutor. I think he has the potential to be the first Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion in 30,000 years." After Qi Tianming finished speaking, there was still no response. However, he continued speaking, undeterred. "His name is Duan Ling Tian. He's a peerless prodigy whom sect leader Sun Liang Peng of the Simplicity Celestial sect found. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space." This time, as soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian saw the waterfall that was flowing down stir slightly. Although it was just a minor change, it did not escape his notice. At the same time, he felt as though he was being thoroughly examined from inside and out. It made him feel vulnerable. Despite feeling this way, he could not sense anyone's presence at all. However, he knew someone was using their divine consciousness to probe him, and it was likely that the culprit was the person behind the waterfall. The reason he could not detect anyone's presence was probably due to how powerful the other person was. Duan Ling Tian, who felt exposed as though he had no secrets left, suddenly heard a low and hoarse voice saying, "He stays. You may go now." The voice sounded as though it came from all directions. For Qi Tianming, he felt as though his soul was cleansed when he heard that voice. The voice seemed magical. He could not help but tremble inwardly, in fear and awe. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to be affected much compared to Qi Tianming. It seemed like the higher one's cultivation base was, the more one would be affected by the voice. "Lord Pavilion Master." Qi Tianming's eyes were bright. Apart from not having met the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion before, he had also never heard the Pavilion Master's voice before. He could not help but feel slightly excited when he heard the Pavilion Master speak. It took him a while before he finally managed to calm down. Due to how his soul felt as though it was being cleansed when he heard that voice, he was 100% certain the person who had spoken was none other than the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Who else in the profound Nether Mansion could affect a 10-direction celestial king with just his voice alone? Not even the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was capable of something like that. Qi Tianming was still in a daze when a scoff rang from behind the waterfall. At the same time, the water began to stir violently. Countless water droplets like scattered pearls shot toward Qi Tianming in the air. However, they disappeared suddenly when they were still quite a distance away from him. Nonetheless, the water droplets might have disappeared, but the wind generated from the attack swept out and hit Qi Tianming's face. Duan Ling Tian's robes fluttered in the air. The wind hit Qi Tianming, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, like a truck. Although he tried to resist, he was still sent flying back like a helpless puppy. A loud noise resounded in the air as Qi Tianming crashed into the side of the valley. After the dust settled, he appeared, looking miserable. His appearance was in a mess, and blood could be seen on the corners of his lips. He wiped the blood off the corners of his lips before he bowed in the direction of the waterfall and said, "Thank you for showing mercy, my lord." Before Qi Tianming left, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, don't worry about staying here. With your achievements at such a young age, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion won't make your stay here difficult. I'll come back for you once you pass the test." "All right." Duan Ling Tian only regained his senses when he heard Qi Tianming's voice transmission. He had been shocked when Qi Tianming was sent flying. When the wind swept toward them, the wind only ruffled his clothes, but Qi Tianming, a 10-direction celestial king, was sent flying like a puppet. One could just imagine how powerful the person behind the waterfall was based on this. After a beat, Duan Ling Tian bowed slightly in the direction of the waterfall. Senior. However, the waterfall was now gone. Only fragrant flowers and chirping birds could be seen. It was a harmonious scene. Clearly, just as he had suspected, the waterfall was just an illusion. What he was seeing now was real. As he was about to bow, he saw a plaque with the words, Imperial Tudor Pavilion, on the entrance. When he straightened his back, to his surprise, he found that his surroundings had changed again. He was now standing on a vast stone platform that seemingly had no end. Another illusion. Duan Ling Tian squinted his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. All of a sudden, a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air on the stone platform. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was looking into a mirror. This was because the figure that just appeared looked just like him. Appearance, height, clothes. Everything was the same. It was as though he was looking at his reflection. If it had to pick one difference, he would pick the eyes. As the saying went, the eyes are the windows to the soul. The eyes of the person in front of him were lifeless like a zombie. It seems like this is a test from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. If I pass the test, I'll become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up. At the same time, rich celestial origin energy coursed through his 99 heavenly veins. It was brewing under his skin, ready to surge out at a moment's notice. Duan Ling Tian stiffened when his opponent, the figure that looked exactly like him, began to make a move. His opponent stomped his foot on the ground, causing the ground to quake. At the same time, a green thorny bush grew before its thorny vines snaked toward Duan Ling Tian. The law of wood. Duan Ling Tian watched as his opponent attacked with the vines. At the same time, deadly thorns shot toward him in the air as well. Their speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian almost did not react in time despite his celestial origin energy that was brewing under his skin. Teleport. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian hastily cast the law of space's teleportation profundity with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity. In just an instant, he seemed to vanish into thin air. After Duan Ling Tian teleported about 100 meters to the left, his opponent that looked exactly like him sneered in disdain. Teleportation profundity. Just like before, Duan Ling Tian could barely react when his opponent began to move his hands swiftly. Countless thorny vines began to surround him as they moved like snakes toward him. There were so many of them, they seemed to cover every inch of the ground. No, by the time Duan Ling Tian snapped back to his senses, he discovered his escape routes had been blocked. Vines covered the entire area within his teleportation range. He was trapped. Chapter 3122 The Imperial Tudor Pavilion's Test. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the rudimentary stage. The maximum range of his teleportation was a radius of 100 meters. Since his opponent had covered the ground within 100 meters with vines by using a profundity from the law of wood, he could no longer use the teleportation profundity. However, he remained calm. A smirk could be seen on his face as his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity surged out of his body to form a space territory around him. Do you think that's all I can do? Duan Ling Tian had just cast the law of space's territory profundity. As soon as the space territory was formed, the thorny vines were attacked by the space energy in the territory. In just a blink of an eye, severed vines were strewn all over the ground. Unfortunately, the thorny vines did not disappear. They began to glow green, and when the green light faded away, the thorny vines had been mended. The energy inside the space territory kept trying to destroy the vines, but the vines would be mended after the green glow appeared and disappeared. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, is this another profundity from the law of wood? It did not escape his notice that from the beginning until now, his opponent, who looked like him, had cast quite a number of profundities from the law of wood. However, he noticed his opponent's cultivation base was similar to his. They were both 10-direction celestial dukes. Cross-dimensional / profundity. Duan Ling Tian looked ahead as he cast another profundity from the law of space. A hissing noise rang in the air as cracks began to appear on the void around him. In just a blink of an eye, a streak of gray light that resembled a sword ray shot out from one of the cracks. The sword ray sailed in the air, leaving ripples in the void as it moved to cut the vines. While Duan Ling Tian used the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to defend himself, wooden thorns were sent his way again. They shot toward him like sharp arrows and glowed with green light. It was clear that the space territory would not be able to stop them. Even with the cross-dimensional profundity, he could only stop some of the deadly thorns. Distortion profundity. Faced with this vicious attack, Duan Ling Tian's robes fluttered as the void around him began to ripple when he cast another profundity from the law of space. The wooden thorns breached the barrier of the space territory and entered the distorted space. In just an instant, some of them were reduced to dust by the distorting and rippling void. Those that were not turned to dust continued shooting toward Duan Ling Tian like the god of death's scythe. They drew closer and closer to him. Did he use another profundity? Duan Ling Tian stared at the wooden thorns that were drawing closer and closer despite the deadly distorted space. Moreover, not only were the wooden thorns not weakened, but it seemed like they had grown stronger as well. With this, he was rather certain his opponent had cast another profundity. Restraining profundity. Duan Ling Tian was aware of two possibilities. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was testing his strength to see if he was worthy, or this was the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's test itself. He was more inclined toward the first possibility. Therefore, to showcase his strength, he cast another profundity from the law of space even though he had other means to defend himself. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were trained on the wooden thorns, which were formed by celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the wood elemental profundity, as he used the restraining profundity to stop them in their tracks. At this moment, the wooden thorns seemed as though they were frozen in the air. As soon as Duan Ling Tian effectively dealt with the wooden thorns using the restraining profundity, a blinding light flashed briefly in front of his eyes. When his vision returned to him, he discovered his opponent had vanished. Not only that, but he was no longer standing on the stone platform as well. It was as though the battle earlier did not happen at all. It's done. Duan Ling Tian was back in the valley that was blooming with colorful flowers, and the sound of birds chirping permeated the air. He saw an ancient palace in front of him, and the plaque with the words, Imperial Tudor Pavilion, hanging on the entrance again as well. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice rang in his ears. Do you want to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Ling Tian could tell the voice belonged to the person who had sent Qi Tian Ming flying earlier. It must be the voice of the elusive pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. Thus, he hurriedly responded, Yes, Senior. Why? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when asked for the reason for him wanting to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. However, he quickly regained his senses and replied, It is because this is the fastest way for me to join the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, after becoming the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, I'll have access to the mansion's cultivation resources. With that, I'll be able to improve myself. The profound Nether Mansion is the perfect stepping stone for me to leave the Southern Heaven territory for a larger stage. I don't plan to stay in the Southern Heaven territory forever. He sounded extremely passionate when he spoke. To others, it might seem like he was arrogant and was unwilling to submit to mediocrity. It was as though he would rather be ordinary in a bigger place rather than stay as the cream of the crop in the Southern Heaven territory. Only Duan Ling Tian knew that when he said he wanted to go to bigger places, he was not referring to any place in the Devata realms. He was referring to the Divine Offering Land, a realm of gods. He was determined to go to the Divine Offering realm after 1,000 years to save his wives, children, family, and friends. If he still did not possess strength superior to everyone in the Devata realms at that time, everything would be for naught. You are ambitious but honest. The low and hoarse voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears again. It was obvious the person was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. The place fell silent again. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian broke the silence first. Senior, were you testing me earlier to see if I'm worthy, or was it the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's test? I only wanted to test your strength. It's not the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's test. Your strength is impressive at your age. You're certainly qualified to become the first Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion in 30,000 years. However, before that, you'll first have to pass the test. What test? Duan Ling Tian asked. The person did not beat around the bush and revealed the test to Duan Ling Tian. Enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and rank first. When you're able to maintain the first place for 12 months in a row, that's when you'll become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly. Senior, this is, although he had confidence in his current strength, he knew it would be difficult for him to maintain the first place on the scoreboard for the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 months consecutively. During his journey to the profound Nether Mansion, he had learned from Qi Ming Tian that the 10 directions celestial dukes who represented various grades 6 celestial mansions were all remarkable. You may give up and leave. The profound Nether Mansion. You can attempt to join the mansion again when the mansion recruits disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans. It should be easy for you to pass the mansion's entrance test. Despite his words, the mysterious pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion seemed rather certain Duan Ling Tian would not give up. After all, Duan Ling Tian had expressed the reason he wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion was so he could join the mansion as quickly as he could. I agree, Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of helplessness. He knew he had given himself away earlier with his words. However, it did not matter, his decision remained unchanged. Moreover, he was planning to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm sooner or later. With the test, he would just have to enter the middle realm sooner than he had planned. Additionally, the test was in line with his plan to rank first for 24 months in a row so he could enter the clan that controlled the profound Nether Mansion. The clan was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. Once he entered the clan, he would be among the elites of the Southern Heaven Territory. Chapter 31-23 Zhou Hongjia. I agree. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the valley seemed to regain its peace as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion no longer spoke. Duan Ling Tian waited for a moment before he called out, Senior. Before Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a token flew out of the ancient palace. He raised his hand and caught it. After that, he lowered his head to look at the token. There were some complex patterns inscribed around the token's edges. The center of the token was blank. When he turned it around, he saw 3 bold words, Profound Nether Mansion. Underneath the 3 words were 3 smaller words, Outer Court Disciple. This identity token proves your status as the Profound Nether Mansion's Outer Court Disciple. Inscribe your name on the blank space on the token and establish ownership by dripping a drop of your blood on it. With that, you're officially an Outer Disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. With this identity, you'll be allowed to use the transporting formation that'll bring you to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, obtain an accumulative jade, and enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears again after he caught the order token. You're only allowed to stay in the middle realm for 10 days every month. Ask the person who brought you here to arrange your accommodation in the mansion. Once you successfully maintain your position at number 1 for 12 months in a row, you'll become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. At that time, you'll enjoy the privilege and the cultivation resources that come with that position. Duan Ling Tian no longer said anything and contacted Qi Tian Ming immediately through a communication celestial talisman. He had exchanged soul pearls with Qi Tian Ming during their journey to the Profound Nether Mansion, so it was convenient for him to contact Qi Tian Ming. Maintain the first place on the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 months in a row. Qi Tian Ming was stunned when he learned about the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test from Duan Ling Tian. The test was too difficult. After all, Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. In the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, there were no 10 direction celestial dukes younger than the age of 100 who had placed first on the scoreboard. In fact, the number of 10 direction celestial dukes below the age of 100 who had entered the middle realm was incredibly low as well. Moreover, the few 10 direction celestial dukes under the age of 100 had only entered the middle realm for the experience. They would shatter their accumulative point jades as soon as they met an opponent. And yet, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had said Duan Ling Tian could only become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion if he managed to maintain the first place for 12 months in a row. If that had always been the requirement to become an Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, Qi Tian Ming was no longer surprised there was no Imperial Tutor in the Profound Nether Mansion over the last 30,000 years. If he did not meet Duan Ling Tian, there would not even be a chance of someone being selected as an Imperial Tutor candidate even after another 30,000 years had passed. That's right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. I think the test is rather difficult as well. However, there's nothing I can do but to agree to it. Indeed, even Lord Mansion Master wouldn't be able to change the mind of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, let alone someone like me. Qi Tianming said with a sigh as he brought Duan Ling Tian back to his cultivation place, an independent courtyard located on another main island in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. The cultivation environment in Qi Tianming's residence was the best Duan Ling Tian had encountered since he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Even the cultivation environment in the valley where the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion resided was not as good. Naturally, inside the pavilion master's residence, the cultivation environment was undoubtedly superior. "You can live with me temporarily," Qi Tianming said. "Elder Qi, will I bother you?" Duan Ling Tian could sense Qi Tianming's kind intentions. "Since I'm an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, I'm sure there is a residence for outer court disciples that I can stay in." Of course, there's a residence for the outer court disciples. However, the cultivation environment there can't compare to the cultivation environment here, Qi Tianming said. "It's a waste of your talent to cultivate there. You can stay here for now. You'll be able to live in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion once you pass the test." Although I've never been inside the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, I know the cultivation environment there is the best in the entire profound Nether Mansion's estate. Even the mansion master cultivates in seclusion there all the time. The mansion master cultivated in seclusion in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion all the time. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he learned that even the mansion master's cultivation environment was inferior to the cultivation environment in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Although Duan Ling Tian did not place too much importance on his cultivation environment since he had the divine tree of life's help, he still wanted to become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. He might not care about his cultivation environment, but he cared about the cultivation resources that could quickly improve his strength. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Qi Tianming and asked, "Elder Qi, where's the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm?" "Why, are you planning on entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm now?" Qi Tianming was taken aback. "During our journey here, didn't you say the scoreboard would be refreshed at the start of the new month? There are only 7 days left before the start of the new month." Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes flashed. "You're planning to spend these 7 days in the middle realm and rank first on the scoreboard?" Qi Tianming asked as he shook his head. "Duan Ling Tian, put aside the fact that the celestial dukes who enter the middle realm are all extraordinary. Even if you're so strong that you can defeat all of them, it's impossible for you to rank first if you enter now." "Why?" Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. "It's because it's almost the end of the month. Most powerful celestial dukes have already used up the 10 days they could spend in the middle realm and have obtained their points. Usually, the competition is most stiff at the beginning and the middle of the month. Therefore, near the end of the month, there are very few people in the middle realm. With so few people, even if you're invincible, you won't be able to obtain enough points to rank first," Qi Tianming said. Since most of the stronger celestial dukes with a lot of points had used up their time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they could only wait for the scoreboard to be reset. It was not just strong celestial dukes, most celestial dukes had already used up their time in the middle realm at the end of the month. Therefore, just as Qi Tianming had said, even if Duan Ling Tian was invincible, he would not be able to rank first. How was he going to rank first if there was no one for him to defeat? I see. Nonetheless, Duan Ling Tian still planned to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if he would not be able to earn enough points to rank first this month, he would benefit from familiarizing himself with the middle realm. It would make things easier for him next month. After Duan Ling Tian shared his thoughts with Qi Tianming agreed with him. "You have a point. I'll bring you the transporting formation closest to us now." Each of the 3 main islands in the profound Nether Mansion's estate had a transporting formation that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Qi Tianming arrived at their destination. They had arrived outside of a huge courtyard. Unlike Qi Tianming's residence, the front yard was much more spacious. At this moment, there were many people gathered in front of a screen in the middle of the yard. They would point at it occasionally as they spoke among themselves. Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. I think it won't be hard for him to rank in the top 30 this time. I'm keeping an eye on the Green Spirit Mansion's Leng Yunyu. He's the latest person to break into the top 20. In just an hour, his time in the middle realm would be up, but he's already in the 11th place. He's close to surpassing the person who ranks 10th. He's only 10 points away from overtaking the 10th place. I wonder if he'll be able to do it with just an hour left. I have my eyes on Leng Yunyu as well. He ranked in the top 10 quite frequently last year. I don't think it'd be difficult for him to rank in the top 10 again. The people discussing among themselves in the yard made for a very lively scene. I think senior brother Zhou Hongjia hasn't ranked in the top 20 for almost a year now, right? As soon as these words fell, everyone in the yard abruptly fell silent. For this reason, the footsteps of Duan Ling Tian and Qi Tianming who were walking in at this moment were particularly loud. The sound caught everyone's attention immediately. Many of these people recognized Qi Tianming and greeted him immediately. Lord Inspector. With this, even more people began to greet Qi Tianming. The position of an inspector was rather high in the profound nether mansion after all. They were only behind the mansion master and the pavilion masters. Although the position might be slightly lower than that of a vice mansion master, their strength was the same. After all, vice mansion masters only got their positions due to them being descendants of the profound nether mansion's founding fathers. As Qi Tianming nodded in response to the greetings, he said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, Zhou Hongjia is the disciple I mentioned previously. He's the 10 directions celestial duke from the profound nether mansion who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. He's one of the few core disciples in the profound nether mansion who has yet to become a celestial king. Chapter 31-24 External Help. Previously, during their journey to the profound nether mansion from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian had already heard from Qi Tianming that the profound nether mansion had cultivated some powerful 10 direction celestial dukes to represent them in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. There were a few who had comprehended 6 profundities from a law, but there was only one person who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. Zhou Hongjia. Duan Ling Tian committed the name to his memory. Based on the conversation he had overheard earlier, it seemed like Zhou Hongjia, the 10 direction celestial duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood, had not broken into the top 20 for almost a year now. He has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood, and yet, he can't even rank in the top 20. It seems like the 10 direction celestial dukes from other grade 6 celestial mansions are incredibly strong. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out that the celestial dukes from other grade 6 celestial mansions were incredibly strong. These grade 6 celestial mansions should all have 10 direction celestial dukes under the age of 1000 who had comprehended at least 7 profundities from a law. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for Zhou Hongju to rank in the top 20 with his strength. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when Qi Tianming said Zhou Hongjia was a core disciple in the profound nether mansion. In the profound nether mansion, those weaker than celestial kings, with the exception of a few powerful 10 direction celestial dukes, were all outer court disciples. The test to become an inner court disciple in the profound nether mansion was rather difficult. Usually, only extraordinarily strong 10 direction celestial dukes and celestial kings were able to pass the test. As for core disciples, they were mostly those who became celestial kings before reaching the age of 1000. Strength was not the only thing that was important. The profound nether mansion placed much importance on talent as well. Although Zhou Hongjia was just a 10 direction celestial duke, his comprehension skills and the number of profundities he had comprehended surpassed most inner court disciples and a few core disciples in the profound nether mansion. Moreover, the reason Zhou Hongjia had not broken through and become a celestial king was probably due to the profound nether mansion's wish to suppress his cultivation base. For all these reasons, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised to learn that Zhou Hongjia was a core disciple of the profound nether mansion. The screen in the yard, as you can guess, is the current scoreboard for the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If you want to see the rankings from previous months, you'll have to go inside, Qi Tianming said as he led Duan Ling Tian to the back. The profound nether mansion disciples in the front yard were extremely curious when they saw Qi Tianming leading Duan Ling Tian around. They were naturally curious about his identity. After all, for an inspector of the profound nether mansion to bring him around, he could not be an ordinary person. Who's he? I don't think I've seen him before. He must be outstanding if Inspector Qi is personally bringing him around. Inspector Qi is next to him, so I don't dare to probe him with my divine consciousness. However, my divine consciousness was close enough to detect he's not even 100 years old. Oh, I thought Inspector Qi found external help to raise the profound nether mansion's ranking in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like I was overthinking things. External help, they're not easy to find. Put aside the fact that there are very few sectless 10-direction celestial dukes under the age of 1000 who are powerful, even if there's one, the other grade 6 celestial mansions would have found him first. The profound nether mansion has never been particularly successful in recruiting external help. External help. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he overheard the conversations in his surroundings just as he was about to enter the building. He sent a voice transmission to Qi Tian Ming, who was walking in front of him. Elder Qi, are we allowed to seek external help? Yes. Qi Tian Ming nodded. The rules in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm don't prohibit us from seeking external help. However, it's incredibly difficult to find capable help. It's extremely rare for a sectless 10-direction celestial duke under the age of 1000 to comprehend 6 profundities from a law, let alone 7 profundities. Those who have such qualifications are naturally outstanding and have long been recruited into one of the 10 major clans in the top 5 sects. One isn't allowed to seek help from members of the 10 major clans and top 5 sects. Even if you somehow manage to get one of the members to help you, you'd definitely have to pay a high price for it. Most, if not all, grade 6 celestial mansions wouldn't be able to afford the price. Therefore, grade 6 celestial mansions could only look for sectless cultivators if they want to seek external help. Based on Qi Tian Ming's words, it seemed like many members from the 10 major clans and top 5 sects who met the requirements to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could easily rank at the top of the scoreboard. He was not too surprised. After all, the 10 major clans and top 5 sects were the top forces in the Southern Heaven territory. The Blood Skull Gang was nothing in front of such forces. When Qi Tian Ming finished speaking, they had already entered the building. As soon as they entered, they were in a spacious hall. Both sides of the hall were lined with more than 10 counters. At the back of the hall, there was a stone platform with elaborate carvings. You can claim your accumulative point jade from any of the counters at the sides. You can also check previous rankings there. The stone platform at the back was where the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was located. As long as one was younger than 1000 years old and possessed both the profound nether mansion's identity token and the accumulative point jade, one could use the transporting formation. You'll be given only one accumulative point jade every month. Apart from that, once your 10 days in the middle realm are up, the formation in the accumulative point jade would automatically activate and bring you out of the middle realm. At that time, your score on the scoreboard would be the final score for the month, Qi Tian Ming explained to Duan Ling Tian. Similar to when they were outside, people who recognized Qi Tian Ming began to greet him one after another. After that, they shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian and looked at him curiously. Like the people outside, they were curious about his identity. What kind of background did he have that an inspector of the profound nether mansion was showing him around? External help. Their guesses were similar to the people outside, and upon discovering Duan Ling Tian's age, most of them dismissed him as a young master from a prominent family. Give him an accumulative point jade please, Qi Tian Ming said to a middle-aged man seated behind the counter. The middle-aged man was just an ordinary elder in the profound nether mansion. He was stunned when he heard Qi Tian Ming's words. Give the young man next to him an accumulative point jade. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took out his identity token that proved his status as an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion before placing it on the counter. This is my identity token. I would like an accumulative point jade so I can enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although it was just an outer court disciple's identity token, it caused quite a commotion when those in the surroundings saw it. He even has an identity token from the profound nether mansion. It seems like this purple-clad young man really comes from a prominent family. He's not even 100 years old. Is he going sightseeing in the middle realm? Not only is Inspector Qi showing him around, but he also has an identity token from the mansion. Although it's just an outer court disciple's identity token, we all know how difficult it is to obtain one. That's right, even the inspectors and vice mansion masters of the profound nether mansion don't have the authority to issue identity tokens. Only the mansion master and the pavilion masters of the profound nether mansion have the authority to issue identity tokens. Is there a possibility that this purple-clad young man is related to the mansion master or one of the 9 pavilion masters? Wow, this purple-clad young man is really amazing. Although the conversations in the surroundings were not loud, they did not escape Duan Ling Tian and Qi Tian Ming's ears. Qi Ming Tian did not care about the conversations while Duan Ling Tian felt that these people had overactive imaginations. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew these people arrived at that kind of conclusion all due to his young age. After all, what could someone who was not even 100 years old do in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm apart from sightseeing? The middle-aged elder seated behind the counter handed an accumulative point jade to Duan Ling Tian and said, "You can inscribe your name on it. Once I confirm the name is the same as the one on your identity token, you can drip a drop of blood on it to claim ownership." As soon as Duan Ling Tian picked up the accumulative point jade, he could feel it was special. Even without using his divine consciousness or sending his celestial origin energy into it, he could feel the energy fluctuations from it. Chapter 3125 The Profound Nether Mansion's Base. Duan Ling Tian could tell the minute fluctuations were from the formation that was inscribed on the accumulative point jade. After he inscribed his name on the accumulative point jade, he handed it back to the Profound Nether Mansion elder seated behind the counter. After the elder verified Duan Ling Tian's name, he passed the accumulative point jade back to Duan Ling Tian again. When Duan Ling Tian dripped a drop of blood on the accumulative jade point, the drop of blood quickly seeped into the accumulative jade point. With that, the energy fluctuations grew stronger for a moment before they gradually calmed down. Duan Ling Tian, the Profound Nether Mansion seated behind the counter, racked his brain, trying to figure out Duan Ling Tian's identity. Was there a Duan clan among the 10 major clans? No, he was certain there was no Duan clan among the 10 major clans. Then, could he be from one of the top 5 sects? Alas, no matter how hard he tried, he did not find any information or clue regarding Duan Ling Tian. While the Profound Nether Mansion elder's imagination ran wild, Qi Tianming looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "It's done. You can now enter the middle realm of the southern ancient realm with your accumulative point jade. However, are you certain you want to enter now?" "Yes," Duan Ling Tian replied as they walked toward the stone platform where the transporting formation to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was located. When you're standing in the formation, send your celestial origin energy into the accumulative point jade, and it'll send you to your destination. To be precise, it'll send you to the Profound Nether Mansion's base. You'll have to leave the base to enter the middle realm and accumulate points, Qi Tianming said through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he leapt onto the stone platform. He did not waste time and quickly sent his celestial origin energy into the accumulative point jade that he held in his hand. A streak of white light shot out from the accumulative point jade into the stone platform and the formation beneath his feet. The ground seemed to turn into liquid immediately. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet seemed to have come to life as it shone with a dazzling white light that shrouded him. After a brief moment, the white light gradually turned into mist. Duan Ling Tian was nowhere to be seen when the mist dissipated. At this moment, another Profound Nether Mansion elder who was familiar with Qi Tianming curiously asked, "My lord, who's he for you to personally show him around?" Before Qi Tianming left, he replied with a mysterious smile on his face, "You'll find out in the future." Is this the middle realm of the southern ancient realm? When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he discovered he was in a vast valley. Apart from rows of crudely built buildings, he saw there was quite a number of people gathered outside those buildings. There were even some people who were sparring. After a brief observation, he discovered they were all 10 direction celestial dukes. Apart from that, based on the identity tokens hanging from their waists, he knew they were from the Profound Nether Mansion as well. However, unlike his outer court disciple identity token, their identity tokens were that of the inner court disciples. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's arrival had attracted a few people's attention. "A newcomer, I haven't seen him before either. I know all of the extraordinary 10 directions celestial kings in the mansion, so I'm sure he's not one of them. It's not surprising that you don't recognize him. Didn't you see the identity token hanging from his waist? He's an outer court disciple. How powerful can he be? It's not just that. Have any of you discovered he's not even 100 years old? Not even 100 years old." Initially, only a few people paid attention to Duan Ling Tian. However, as the few people discussed among themselves, more and more people began to notice Duan Ling Tian. Even those who were in the midst of sparring stopped momentarily to look at him. It was not difficult for extraordinary 10 direction celestial dukes to become an inner court disciple in the Profound Nether Mansion. It was also for this reason that most 10 direction celestial duke who entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were inner court disciples. It was rare for 10 direction celestial dukes who were outer court disciples to enter the middle realm. After all, the outer court disciples were mostly ordinary and not very strong compared to the inner court disciples. If they entered the middle realm and encountered a powerful opponent, they might not even have time to shatter their accumulative point jades before they were killed. What's an outer court disciple doing here? Isn't he afraid of dying? Many of the 10 directions celestial dukes in the valley frowned as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. The valley is the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern ancient realm. Therefore, as Duan Ling Tian had discovered, everyone here was 10 directions celestial dukes and inner court disciples of the profound nether mansion. At this moment, a relatively young inner court disciple from the profound nether mansion said with a frown, "Lad, this isn't a place where an outer court disciple like you should come. That's right, you should leave as soon as you can. If you run into 10 directions celestial dukes from the other grade 6 celestial mansions, you might not even have the opportunity to crush your accumulative point jade to escape." A middle-aged man chimed in, trying to persuade Duan Ling Tian to leave. Duan Ling Tian had heard their conversations earlier, so he knew these inner court disciples did not think much of him due to him being an outer court disciple. However, he was not bothered by their opinion. If he was bothered by such trivial matters, he would have lived so long in vain. In the end, he replied, "Thank you for the warning. However, since I've come, I have no intention of leaving." Duan Ling Tian continued surveying his surroundings. He saw a stone platform in the center of the valley. He knew it had to be where the transporting formation that led back to the profound nether mansion was located. Then, he looked beyond the boundary of the valley for a brief moment before he suddenly vanished into thin air and appeared 100 meters away. He disappeared again before appearing another 100 meters away. In just a few seconds, Duan Ling Tian vanished from the inner court disciples' sight. Needless to say, they were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's movement technique. They could not even capture the slightest trace of his movement. It seems like he used the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space. An outer court disciple comprehended the law of space. If he comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, there's no way we wouldn't hear of it. Although there are a few outer court disciples who have comprehended the law of space, none of them has comprehended the teleportation profundity. Maybe he just comprehended it recently. Impossible. As one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space is naturally difficult to comprehend. Even the strongest outer disciple in the profound nether mansion has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space. Even if he has comprehended the teleportation profundity, he wouldn't dare to step into the middle realm. That's right, I've seen that outer court disciple who comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space 3 months ago. He's just an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Therefore, I'm certain that the young man is not him. Let alone an 8 trigrams celestial duke from the outer court. Even those outer court disciples who are 9 palaces celestial dukes and 10 directions celestial dukes wouldn't recklessly enter the middle realm if they have comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space. Apart from being shocked by Duan Ling Tian's technique, they were also curious about his identity. "I'll go and ask around." One inner court disciple was so curious that he even returned to the profound nether mansion through the transporting formation. In the valley just so he could inquire about Duan Ling Tian. After a moment, that inner court disciple returned to the valley again with a strange expression on his face. "When I asked around, I was told that the young man was personally brought here by Inspector Qi. It seems like he's a young master from a prominent family who's here to sightsee." Upon hearing these words, the inner court disciples began to discuss among themselves again. A young master from a prominent family, so that's why he dares to come here despite being younger than 100 years old. Right, I almost forgot about it. I couldn't sense the level of his celestial origin energy, but there's no way he's a 10 directions celestial duke. You're stating the obvious. How can he be a 10 directions celestial duke when he's not even 100 years old? He dares to enter the middle realm even though he's not even 100 years old. Where does he get his confidence from? It would be funny if he ends up dying here. All of the inner court disciples shook their heads. They were all of the opinion that the purple-clad young man was seeking death by coming to this place. "Hey, I think we should tail him and see what happens. If he gets into trouble, we can save him." Imagine a young master from a prominent family owing us a debt of gratitude. "He can't be from an ordinary family since Inspector Qi personally brought him here," an old man said with a hint of excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly headed toward the direction where Duan Ling Tian left. A few others followed suit and left the valley as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of the commotion he had caused in the valley. After he left the valley, he continued using the teleportation profundity to travel. It did not take long before he arrived in a stone forest. He continued moving, and when he emerged from the other side of the forest, he was greeted by a vast and barren plain. He could see the stains of some dark substance on the ground. It was not difficult for him to tell that it was bloodstains. It seems like people have died here. Chapter 31:26 A Crazy Fool. It's not surprising since we're in a vast and barren plan, there's nowhere to hide here. It's inevitable that people from different grade 6 celestial mansions would fight if they meet here. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised to see the bloodstains on the ground. Due to the terrain, it became a deadly battlefield. One could only obtain points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from opponents from different grade 6 celestial mansions. Fellow members of the same sect could not obtain points from each other. For example, if a group of profound Nether Mansion disciples surrounded Duan Ling Tian, and they crushed their accumulative point jades, their points would not go to Duan Ling Tian even if he was in close proximity. This was to prevent fellow members from cheating their way to the top 20 ranks. Naturally, people from different celestial mansions could make a deal to cheat the system, but it rarely happened. First of all, it was too risky. If they were caught, the punishment was death. Second, even if they took such a huge risk, success was not guaranteed. Nevertheless, this did not stop a few people from taking this risk once in a blue moon. As the saying went, fortune favors the bold. As Duan Ling Tian continued forward, he saw a forested mountain up ahead. The mountain looked steep and perilous. It seemed like the perfect hideout. Since most of the people who entered the middle realm were 10 directions celestial dukes, it was easy for them to avoid detection from other people's divine consciousness. First, it was a stone forest. Then, it was a vast and barren plain. Now, it's a forested mountain. It seems like these different terrains are deliberately created to simulate battlegrounds of all kinds. Different terrains had different advantages if one knew how to make use of them. After all, Duan Ling Tian suddenly came to a halt as his eyes flashed. It was as though he had discovered something. In the next moment, a figure flew out from one of the mountain peaks. In just a blink of an eye, the figure had appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, blocking Duan Ling Tian's way, with a sinister gleam in his eyes. When the figure appeared, Duan Ling Tian saw that it was a young man. Apart from that, he managed to see the identity token hanging from the young man's waist. From the identity token, he discovered the young man's name was Hongji, and he was an inner disciple from the Leaving Willow Mansion. Similarly, Hongji saw Duan Ling Tian's identity token as well. His solemn expression vanished without a trace as he muttered to himself, an outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. With this discovery, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the forest mountain as he shouted, "You can come out now." He's just an outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. As soon as Hongji finished speaking, another figure shot out from the place Hongji had appeared. The figure belonged to a young man as well, and based on his identity token, his name was Tong Qishan, and he was also an inner disciple from the Leaving Willow Mansion like Hongji. An outer disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. Tong Qishan, who also blocked Duan Ling Tian's path, raised an eyebrow as he studied Duan Ling Tian. Then, Hongji asked, "Lad, what's an outer disciple like you doing here?" "I'm here to compete for the rankings," Duan Ling Tian replied lightly. An outer disciple from the profound Nether Mansion wants to compete for the rankings. Tong Qishan's eyes widened, clearly stunned. Then, he asked, "Can you tell me how many points you've accumulated so far?" Usually, Tong Qishan and Hongji would not waste time and would instantly attack their targets to prevent their targets from escaping. However, after discovering their target today was just an outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion, they did not think there was any risk of Duan Ling Tian escaping from them. Moreover, they did not have any intention of killing their opponents as long as they obtained the points. Therefore, if Duan Ling Tian crushed his accumulative jade point to escape, they would not mind it since the points would go to them anyway. So long as their opponents were willing to give up their points, they would not kill their targets if they had no grudge between them. Duan Ling Tian replied, "This is my first time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Both of you are the first and second people I've met from another celestial mansion. The profound Nether Mansion's base is nearby. Did you just come from there?" Tong Qishan was speechless. Was this person before him a fool who was unafraid of death? "I didn't expect to meet a rookie. Lad, crush your accumulative point jade and leave. You're lucky you met us. If you've met other people, it's likely that they'll kill you, Hongji said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Clearly, he had no intention of fighting Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he encouraged Duan Lingtian to surrender his points and crush his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation in the jade. At this moment, Tong Qishan, who had just probed Duan Lingtian with his divine consciousness, exclaimed in shock, "Not only are you an outer disciple, but you're not even 100 years old." Not even 100 years old? Hongji was stunned by Tong Qishan's discovery as well. Lad, you're not even 100 years old, but you dare to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Are you seeking death? Although not everyone who enters the middle realm is a cold-blooded killer, if you run into those who have a grudge with the profound nether mansion, they definitely won't let you go. Come on, crush your accumulative point jade and leave. What's wrong? Don't tell me you want us to make a move. Tong Qishan said helplessly when he saw Duan Lingtian showed no signs of leaving. He grew a little impatient when he saw there was no response from Duan Lingtian. A wide smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face at this moment. The duo was baffled when they saw Duan Lingtian smiling. Why are you smiling? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he said with a smile, "Both of you seem like nice people, so I won't attack you. Crush your accumulative point jades and leave." Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had gone to the one of the sites where the transporting formation to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was located, Hze had briefly looked through the scoreboard placed in the center of the yard. He could roughly remember the names of those who were ranked in the top 100, and he did not remember seeing Hongji and Tong Qishan's names. With this, he determined the duo was not a threat to him even if they joined forces and attacked at the same time. Naturally, he knew there was a chance the duo was strong as well. Perhaps, they were late to enter the middle realm and had no time to obtain points to rank in the top 100. Even then, Duan Lingtian was rather sure of his assumptions. After all, extraordinary 10-direction celestial dukes would not work together with another 10-direction celestial duke, since it would not only taint their reputations, but they did not need the help as well. You're not going to attack us. You want us to crush our accumulative point jades? The duo from the Leaving Willow Mansion was dumbfounded when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. A strange expression appeared on their faces as they exchanged a look and communicated through voice transmission. Did he lose his mind? An outer court disciple who's not even 100 years old entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I won't be surprised if he's really crazy. Based on his words, it seems like he won't crush his accumulative point jade on his own accord. It seems like we'll have to force him to do it. Let's just attack. Hopefully, he'll regain his senses and stop this nonsense once he's defeated. In Hongji and Tong Qishan's opinion, it should be easy for them to deal with an outer court disciple who was not even 100 years old. Therefore, only Hongji made a move while Tong Qishan stood at the back. Hongji cast 3 profundities from the Law of Metal as soon as he made his move. Dazzling golden saber rays appeared and formed a net as they swept toward Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not make a move at all, he remained standing in the same spot. In just a blink of an eye, Hongji's attack was just a few inches away from him. Upon seeing this, Tong Qishan was worried Hongji might accidentally kill Duan Lingtian, so he said in a low voice, "Go easy on him." In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, even if Hongji killed Duan Lingtian, there would be no consequences. However, since the duo was of the opinion that Duan Lingtian was a crazy fool who was not even 100 years old, Tong Qishan could not help but feel pity toward Duan Lingtian, and as a result, he could not bear to kill Duan Lingtian. He's really weak. Hongji smiled helplessly as he prepared to withdraw his attack. However, at this moment, the dazzling golden sword rays flashed brightly for a moment before they began to dim. Upon seeing this, his eyes widened in surprise and horror. It seemed like it was too late for him to withdraw his attack. The duo could only watch helplessly as the sword rays swept out like a hurricane. Chapter 31:27 Duan Lingtian attacks. However, the moment before the saber ray landed on its target, Duan Lingtian suddenly vanished into thin air. Hongji was so shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian vanishing into thin air that he forgot to withdraw his attack. What kind of technique is that? There he is, Tong Qishan exclaimed. Hongji turned back to look and saw a purple figure standing about 100 meters away. The duo from the Leaving Mansion Willow did not see Duan Lingtian moving at all. When did he get behind them? It was as though he vanished and reappeared again in another spot. How did he end up there? Did you catch his movements? Hong Ji asked Tong Qishan after he gulped. No, I didn't. Tong Qishan shook his head before he lowered his voice and said, if I'm not mistaken, he had used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier. The teleportation doesn't consume one's celestial origin energy and allows one to teleport to anywhere within a 100-meter radius at the rudimentary stage. The higher one's cultivation base is, the shorter the cooldown period between each use would be. Although the profundity doesn't use one's celestial origin energy, its cooldown period relies on the level of one's celestial origin energy. Based on his words, it was clear he had a certain level of understanding of the law of space's teleportation profundity. Teleportation profundity, realization dawned on Hong Ji after he heard Tong Qishan's explanation. No wonder we couldn't catch his movements. He really did vanish into thin air. However, isn't the teleportation profundity the hardest profundity to comprehend in the law of space? He's not even 100 years old, but he managed to comprehend the teleportation profundity. After sending the voice transmission to Tong Qishan, he looked at the purple figure in shock again. He's really lucky. He must have comprehended the teleportation profundity as soon as he comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity. If his cultivation base is similar to ours, we can only dream about catching him. However, he's not even 100 years old, so his cultivation base has to be lower than ours. As long as his celestial origin energy is weaker than ours, we'll still be able to catch him even if he casts the teleportation profundity, Tong Qishan said confidently. His eyes flashed nearing the end of his sentence. Hong Ji nodded. Then, he looked at the purple figure and said, lad, you're not even 100 years old and have comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. You really surprised us. However, if you think you're capable of escaping from us, you're too naive. Escape? Duan Ling Tian was slightly startled when he heard Hong Ji's words. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, when did I say I want to escape? Since both of you have no intention of killing me, I'll go easy on both of you. Don't hold back when you attack. Toward the end of his words, his smile grew wider. Go easy on both of us. Duan Ling Tian's words angered Hong Ji and Tong Qishan. Not only was this outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion unappreciative of their good intentions, but he even said he was going to go easy on them. Was he daydreaming? Hong Ji took a deep breath to suppress the anger boiling in his body. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and coldly said, lad, it seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn that there will always be people stronger than you in this world. Let me show you the difference between an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion and an inner disciple from the leaving willow mansion. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light burst forth from his body, and he was bathed entirely in the dazzling golden light. Golden lightning bolts could be seen flashing around his body, giving him a formidable aura. The metal style profundity. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He knew the profundity that Hong Ji had cast. The metal style profundity would shroud its user with the celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the metal elemental profundity. With that, the user's strength, speed, and attack would be enhanced even if one did not use celestial origin energy to attack. Lad, today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. A weakling like you shouldn't be arrogant. Hong Ji's body seemed to flicker and transform into a streak of golden light that shot out like a shooting star falling across the sky. The piercing profundity. The streak of golden light shot out effortlessly with almost no resistance from the air. The resistance was only minute at best. This was because Hong Ji had cast the law of metal's piercing profundity. As its name suggested, it could pierce through air and reduce its resistance to almost zero. Hong Ji has cast 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. Before I used the teleportation profundity, he had attacked using the metal elemental profundity, the slashing inches profundity, and the slicing profundity. And now he's using the metal style profundity and the piercing profundity. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it was not difficult for him to figure out the type of profundities Hong Ji had cast. Based on Hong Ji's attacks and strength, he safely concluded that Hong Ji had only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. No wonder they're working today. He has only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he cast the teleportation profundity again to dodge Hong Ji's attack. Tong Qishan's expression changed drastically as he observed the battle from afar. He's also a 10 directions celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian had used the teleportation profundity 2 times now. Moreover, the interval between each use was incredibly short. For this reason, Tong Qishan was certain that Duan Ling Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Duan Ling Tian to use the teleportation profundity consecutively. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. Chills ran up Tong Qishan's spine when he thought about Duan Ling Tian's age. Moreover, he knew there was no mistake about Duan Ling Tian's age. After all, not even celestial emperors or the divine elements could hide a person's age. Territory profundity. Duan Ling Tian suddenly appeared behind Hong Ji. At the same time, energy surged out of his body and shrouded the area within 100 meters of Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Then, the raging energy swept toward Hong Ji, leaving many dents on his armor. Restraining profundity. Distortion profundity. Before Hong Ji could react, Duan Ling Tian cast another 2 profundities from the law of space. The air around Hong Ji seemed to freeze at this moment, leaving him powerless. Then, energy generated from the distortion of space swept toward him, shattering his metal armor. Although he was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's techniques, he did not lose focus. Under such circumstances, he knew he could not afford to be distracted. Break! Hong Ji cried out. Golden light surged out from his body again, transforming into saber rays. He clearly intended to break out from his restraint using the saber ray's penetrative force. Trying to break free of my restraining profundity, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. If he did not do anything, it was likely that Hong Ji would be able to free himself from the restraining profundity. At the critical moment, he quickly waved his right hand in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the void in a corner of the area where Duan Ling Tian had cast restraining profundity suddenly tore. In just an instant, a gray sword ray shot out in the direction of Hong Ji's golden saber rays. The golden saber ray collided with the gray sword ray. However, the gray sword ray was quickly overwhelmed by the number of golden saber rays. Nevertheless, after a moment, another gray sword ray shot out from another crack in the void. At the same time, the first crack in the void suddenly lengthened before it merged with the second crack in the void. With that, the crack grew bigger. In just a short moment, a gaping hole could be seen in the void as a pulling force began to pull the golden saber rays into the hole. With this, it did not take long before all the golden saber rays vanished after being pulled into the hole. Territory profundity, restraining profundity, distortion profundity, cross-dimensional / profundity. Tong Qishan was stunned. Chapter 31:28 Duan Ling Tian cheated. After the golden saber rays were absorbed by the cross-dimensional / profundity, the distortion profundity caused the void to ripple violently. When Duan Ling Tian stopped using the restraining profundity, Hong Ji was sent flying out. Hong Ji, who was severely injured, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian was completely unscathed. He did not even look like he had gone through a fierce battle. At this moment, Tong Qishan stepped forward and supported Hong Ji to his feet as he asked worriedly, "Hong Ji, are you all right?" Since the duo from the Leaving Willow Mansion was working together in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it meant that they had a good relationship. Now that Hong Ji was severely injured, how could Tong Qishan not feel worried? Nevertheless, he did not harbor any intention to seek revenge for Hong Ji. After all, he was slightly weaker than Hong Ji. Although Tong Qishan had also comprehended 5 profundities, if he fought with Hong Ji, at most, their fight would end in a draw if he used the law of Earth's power defensive techniques. In terms of offense, he was no match for Hong Ji. After all, Hong Ji had comprehended 5 of the best profundities from the law of metal, such as the slashing inches profundity and piercing profundity, which were the 2 main offensive profundities from the law of metal. Normally, even if Hong Ji's opponents had comprehended more than 5 profundities, Hong Ji was still capable of defeating them. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to defeat Hong Ji with only 5 profundities from the law of space. Naturally, it would have been much faster if he had used 6 profundities. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, Tong Qishan knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. After all, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Apart from that, the law of space was much stronger compared to ordinary laws since it was one of the 4 supreme laws. Even if Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of space and both of them joined forces to deal with Duan Ling Tian, at most, their fight would end in a draw. If Duan Ling Tian fought them one-on-one, with the teleportation profundity, there was no doubt that both of them would be soundly defeated by Duan Ling Tian. I'm fine, he's too strong. I couldn't retaliate at all, Hongji said with lingering fear. A hint of helplessness could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. Thank goodness we've never been the kind to kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, we would have died. If he didn't show mercy and hold back his strength, I would have died. His face turned even paler when he recalled his close brush with death. Let's get out of here. In the end, Hongji brought his accumulative point jade out. He looked at it with a hint of reluctance before he crushed it. After a short moment, white mist rose from the crushed accumulative point jade and shrouded Hongji. When the mist dissipated, he could no longer be seen. Tong Qishan followed suit and crushed his accumulative point jade as well to leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Needless to say, the duo from the Leaving Willow Mansion silently committed the name they saw on the identity token hanging from the purple figure's waist to their memories. Duan Ling Tian. After Hongji and Tong Qishan left, 5 points were added to Duan Ling Tian's accumulative point jade. With this, he now had 6 points in his accumulative point jade. Each accumulate point jade came with 1 point. This meant he had gained 5 points from Hongji and Tong Qishan. Hongji had accumulated 3 points, which meant he had obtained 2 points from his opponents. On the other hand, Tong Qishan had 2 points, which meant he had accumulated 1 point from his opponent. With these points and the 1 point Duan Ling Tian originally had, Duan Ling Tian now had 6 points. I remember the person whose ranked 100th only had 4 points. Those who ranked from the 89th to the 92nd place have 6 points. The person ranked 93rd has 5 points. If the ranking hasn't changed since then, I should be at the 93rd place now, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, the 93rd place was far from his ultimate goal. After putting his accumulative point jade away, Duan Ling Tian moved toward the forested mountain. In just a moment, he appeared 100 meters away. Then, he vanished and reappeared 100 meters further. In just a few moments, he disappeared from the perilous terrain of the forested mountain. In the profound Nether Mansion's estate. At this moment, on the 3 main islands, a commotion had broken out in the 3 sites where the transporting formations to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were located. This was due to a new name that had appeared across the 3 scoreboards. Normally, a new name appearing on the scoreboards would not elicit any reaction. However, this name caused an uproar because there were 3 words behind the name, Profound Nether Mansion. The people from the Profound Nether Mansion were naturally curious since they had not heard of this name before. After all, this meant the new person on the scoreboard was a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Who's he? Since when did such a person appear in the Profound Nether Mansion? Someone who's capable of ranking in the top 100 should be well known in the Profound Nether Mansion, right? After all, we know many powerful 10-direction celestial dukes who didn't even make it into the top 100. Does anyone know him? The news of a disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion ranking in the top 100 was, naturally, good news. Although the ranking was not enough to benefit the Profound Nether Mansion, it proved that the Profound Nether Mansion had many strong members. Apart from benefiting the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions, the ranking of the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had also become a symbol of honor among the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. The Grade 6 Celestial Mansion whose member ranked first or the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion with the most members ranking in the top 100 held great honor. Therefore, it was only natural that another disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion ranking in the top 100 would draw the attention of the disciples in the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Ling Tian, why does this name sound so familiar? An elder seated behind a counter in one of the transporting formation sites frowned. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Isn't he that young man whom Inspector Qi brought here today? He was the person who had registered Duan Ling Tian and given Duan Ling Tian the accumulative point jade earlier. Then, he muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian. Could it be someone else with the same name? The elder remembered Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, so he was not sure if the person who had ranked in the top 100 was the same person as the young man whom he had met earlier today. Let me check. The elder muttered to himself. Since he was working in the site of a transporting formation, he had the authority to check the information of the disciples who entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After checking, he discovered there was only one person with the name Duan Ling Tian who entered the middle realm today. This meant the person who ranked in the top 100 was the young man who had come with Qi Tianming earlier. Upon discovering this, the elder mumbled to himself, clearly in shock and disbelief, he just entered the middle realm less than 2 hours ago, right? In such a short time, he managed to obtain 6 points. The elder told another elder about his discovery before word of this spread like a wildfire at the sites of the 3 transporting formations. Hey, word has it that Duan Ling Tian is the young man who came with Inspector Qi earlier today. The young man with Inspector Qi. Didn't he just arrive roughly an hour ago? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, right? That's right, he's not even 100 years old, but he somehow managed to obtain 6 points and made it to the top 100 less than 2 hours after he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Is this even possible? It's impossible, let alone the profound Nether Mansion. I don't think there's a 10-direction celestial duke younger than 100 years old in the history of the Southern Heaven territory. Moreover, for him to rank in the top 100 so quickly, apart from being a 10-direction celestial duke, he also has to comprehend powerful profundities. How's it possible for someone below the age of 100 to achieve all these things? I agree. If that young man is Duan Ling Tian, then he must have bribed the disciples from other celestial mansions to give him their points. He must have cheated. Chapter 3129 The Leaving Willow Mansion. A group of elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion discussed this matter fervently among themselves before they concluded Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple, who had only entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm less than 2 hours ago, must have cheated. Otherwise, how could a young man who was not even 100 years old make it into the top 100? Is that why Inspector Qi brought him here? However, what's the point if he only ranks in the top 100? Shouldn't Inspector Qi bring someone who can rank in the top 20 if he intends on cheating? Someone speculated out loud, there's only a few days left before the ranking is reset. Isn't it too late for him to cheat his way into the top 20? Not necessarily. If there are enough people from other celestial mansions in the middle realm, it's possible for him to rank in the top 20. You have a point. It seems like Inspector Qi found external help to raise the profound Nether Mansion's ranking into the top 20. Since when did the profound Nether Mansion need to resort to cheating to rank in the top 20? Most elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion could not help but cite. In their opinion, the profound Nether Mansion did not need to stoop so low just to rank in the top 20. Naturally, there were others who held different opinions as well. It doesn't make sense to me that the mansion would seek someone who's less than 100 years old for help. If that's the case, wouldn't it be easier to ask Senior Zhou Hongjia to get those from other celestial mansions to give him their points? Why would they expend so much effort just to recruit a weak lad who's not even 100 years old? However, if he weren't brought here to cheat, how did such a young lad rank in the top 100 in such a short time? Well, there's a possibility he encountered 2 opponents who were fighting and took advantage of the situation to defeat the 2 opponents when they were greatly weakened from their battle. That's not entirely impossible. Maybe he's just really lucky. Well, we'll be able to tell if he's just lucky or if he's cheating based on his points. If his points increase, he has to be cheating. Otherwise, his points should stay as they are. If I were him, I would have left immediately. He's not even 100 years old, what kind of strength could he possess? Anyone in the middle realm could easily kill him. In the end, most people felt that if the profound Nether Mansion really wanted to cheat, they could have sent Zhou Hongjia, the strongest 10-direction celestial duke in the mansion. Although Zhou Hongjia had not ranked in the top 20 for almost a year now, he was only a few points away from entering the top 20. The more they discussed the matter, the more they were convinced that Duan Ling Tian managed to rank in the top 100 due to a stroke of good luck. Nevertheless, these people still kept an eye on Duan Ling Tian's name on the scoreboard to see if his ranking would improve. Even if it was all due to luck, it was still impressive that he managed to obtain 6 points in less than 2 hours after he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, this was unprecedented in the profound Nether Mansion. In the Leaving Willow Mansion's estate, the Leaving Willow Mansion was a 6th-grade celestial mansion that had equal status with the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven territory. There were 2 transporting formations to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Leaving Willow Mansion's estate. In one of the transporting formation sites, a pitiful-looking figure appeared before another figure appeared next to it. The 2 figures' sudden appearance drew the attention of the elders and disciples of the Leaving Willow Mansion. Most of them seemed to recognize the 2 figures. Hongji, Tong Qishan. Hongji, Tong Qishan, based on your conditions, it seems like both of you left by crushing your accumulative point Jadis, right? A middle-aged disciple asked, clearly surprised. Tong Qishan nodded as he supported Hongji to stabilize his footing. We surrendered this time. When both of you work together, even those who ranked at the bottom of the top 100 might not necessarily be a match for both of you. The person who managed to make both of you yield has to be extraordinary. Who was it that made both of you surrender? An old disciple asked. I've never heard of him until today, Tong Qishan said with a bitter smile. His name is Duan Lingtian. Then, after glancing at the scoreboard, he added, after obtaining our points, he has now made it into the top 100 on the scoreboard, 93rd. Although he has just entered not too long ago, with his strength, there's no problem for him to make it into the top 50 if he's lucky enough to meet people in there. Tong Qishan thought to himself. Since he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew Duan Lingtian was more than capable of ranking in the top 40 or top 50. However, due to it being the end of the month, Duan Lingtian had to depend on luck to see if he could meet people in there. Upon hearing Tong Qishan's words, the elders and disciples from the Leaving Willow Mansion shifted their eyes to the scoreboard. There it is, 93rd place. He's a disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion. I've never heard of him before. Since when did such a person appear in the Profound Nether Mansion? I know every single 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who are powerful in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, I've never heard of him. Where did he come from? Since he's capable of defeating Hongji and Tong Qishan, it's impossible that none of us has heard of him before. After discussing among themselves for a while, the group of elders and disciples discovered none of them had heard of Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, they turned to look at Hongji and Tong Qishan for answers. An elder asked Tong Qishan, to be able to make both of you surrender, he must have comprehended 6 profundities at least, right? Tong Qishan nodded. His expression was solemn as he said, not only did he comprehend 6 profundities, but the 6 profundities are from the law of space. Silence descended after his words fell. 6 profundities of the law of space. The law of space was the toughest law to comprehend among the 4 supreme laws. Even in the Leaving Willow Mansion, there was only one person who comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. That person was an elder with a high status, a celestial lord of the Leaving Willow Mansion. However, according to Tong Qishan, just a mere disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion had already comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Tong Qishan, are you sure? I've never heard of any 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Profound Nether Mansion who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, a disciple said skeptically. Let alone 6 profundities from the law of space, I don't think I've heard of any outstanding 10 Directions Celestial Duke who has comprehended the law of space. Tong Qishan, are you sure you're not mistaken? Another elder asked skeptically. As the crowd looked at Tong Qishan with doubtful expressions on their faces, Tong Qishan raised his hand and brought a pearl out. Floating image pearl. The crowd's eyes lit up when they saw the floating image pearl that was laying in Tong Qishan's palm. After Tong Qishan sent his celestial origin energy into the floating image pearl, the recording of the battle earlier began to play in front of the elders and disciples of the Leaving Willow Mansion. There were 2 figures in the recording. One of them belonged to Hongji, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. The other figure belonged to an unfamiliar purple-clad young man. Hongji is attacking. In the recording, the crowd saw Hongji charging toward Duan Lingtian with his body seemingly protected by a layer of metal. His net of golden saber rays seemed capable of destroying everything that stood in its path. To their surprise, at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly vanished into thin air like a ghost before reappearing 100 meters away from Hongji. An elder exclaimed in shock, that's the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space's teleportation profundity. The crowd was stunned upon seeing this. It was widely known that among the profundities from the law of space, the teleportation profundity was the most difficult to comprehend. At this moment, a disciple's eyes widened as he cried out, look at his identity token. He's an outer disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 31:30 Shocking 2 Celestial Mansions. An outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. After the observant disciple from the Leaving Willow Mansion finished speaking, the group of elders and disciples from the Leaving Willow Mansion shifted their eyes to the identity token hanging from Duan Lingtian's waist immediately. True enough, it was just as the observant disciple had pointed out, the purple-clad young man's identity token indicated that he was an outer court disciple in the Profound Nether Mansion. The difference between the identity tokens of outer court disciples from grade 6 celestial mansions was very slight, so all of them easily recognized the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist. This Duan Ling Tian is only an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion. The crowd was stunned by this discovery. At this moment, the recording showed Duan Ling Tian dodging Hong Ji's preemptive strike before he teleported next to Hong Ji and struck. In just a few breaths, Duan Ling Tian had easily nullified Hong Ji's attacks by absorbing them into the spatial tear. After that, the crowd saw Hong Ji flying out, looking severely injured. The crowd's eyes widened and they inhaled sharply when they saw Duan Ling Tian defeating Hong Ji as though it was as easy as taking a stroll in the park. When did outer court disciples in the profound nether mansion become so strong? A knowledgeable elder said, territory profundity, restraining profundity, distortion profundity, cross-dimensional / profundity, teleportation profundity, and space elemental profundity. He really comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. He sighed before he continued to say, to think the profound nether mansion has such an extraordinary character. Is the profound nether mansion stupid? Why would they let someone like that be an outer court disciple? Another elder cursed out loud. There was no doubt if the leaving Willow mansion had such an extraordinary character, let alone the position of an inner disciple, it would not be difficult for him to become a core disciple. It was widely known that those who entered the middle realm southern heaven ancient realm were younger than 1,000 years old. There was no doubt someone who was less than 1,000 years old and had comprehended 6 profundities would be cherished in the leaving Willow mansion. Such an extraordinary character was almost unheard of in grade 6 celestial mansions after all. I feel the profound nether mansion is deliberately provoking us. Aren't they trying to show that their outer court disciple is capable of defeating our mansion's inner court disciples? I agree. How's it possible for an outer court disciple to possess such strength? The profound nether mansion really hid quite deeply. I've never heard about such a character among their ranks. However, it won't be long before the outer court disciple's name becomes renowned. The elders and disciples present on the scene were convinced that the profound nether mansion was trying to provoke the leaving Willow mansion. Perhaps, that was why they made someone with such strength an outer court disciple. Ordinarily, how could someone with such strength become an outer court disciple? When the discussion between the elders and disciple died down slightly, Tong Qishan speculated out loud, it's possible that he's just an external help. Everyone shifted their attention to Tong Qishan immediately. Tong Qishan asked, based on the recording shown by the floating image Peril, how old do you think he is? Most people shook their heads. How could they tell someone's age based on a recording from a floating image Peril? Moreover, a young appearance did not mean the person was young. There were some 10,000-year-old old men who could take on the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old if they so wished. Well, since he's able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he can't be over 1,000 years old. In any case, a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching 1,000 years old is more than qualified to become a core disciple. It's impossible for him to be an outer court disciple. That's right, someone like that should be a core disciple. However, he's not even an inner court disciple, he's just an outer court disciple. How preposterous. It's clear the profound nether mansion is trying to provoke us. In the Southern Heaven Territory's history, there's only a handful of characters who have comprehended so many profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 1,000. Who would have thought one would appear in the profound nether mansion? Upon hearing the discussion in his surroundings, Hongji, who had been keeping quiet all this time, could not help but say in a self-mocking tone, younger than 1,000 years old. At this time, the recording was playing on a loop since Tong Qishan had not withdrawn his celestial origin energy from the floating image Peril. The crowd shifted their attention to Hongji as soon as he spoke. They were naturally curious. Not only is Duan Ling Tian a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Hongji looked at the purple-clad young man in the recording as he solemnly said, but most importantly, he's not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old. The entire place was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. It was so quiet that they would have heard a needle falling on the ground. Hongji, Tong Qishan, are you sure you're not mistaken? He's not even 100 years old. A disciple asked with an expression of disbelief on his face. Tong Qishan said with a shrug, I know it's unbelievable, but it's a fact. Hongji and I have confirmed it. It wasn't difficult for us to investigate his age. There's no doubt he's younger than 100 years old. he knew the crowd would have a hard time believing his words. After all, there was a difference between seeing it with your own eyes and hearing about it from someone else. If he were in their shoes, he would never believe it if someone had told him of a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 100. At this moment, Hongji called out to Tong Qishan, "Let's go." Under everyone's watchful eyes, the duo left. It was just as Tong Qishan had expected. When the crowd regained their senses, they were skeptical of his words. In the Southern Heaven territory, there had never been a 10-direction celestial who had comprehended 6 profundities, from the law of space no less, before reaching the age of 100. However, these people were now told such a character had appeared in the profound nether mansion, and he was only an outer court disciple. How could they believe such words? Someone scoffed. "They're just pretending to be mysterious. Do they really think we'll believe them?" However, there's no reason for Hongji and Tong Qishan to lie, right? It doesn't matter. Unless I witness it with my own eyes, I refuse to believe the purple-clad young man from the profound nether mansion is not even 100 years old. Even after Tong Qishan and Hongji had left, the excitement did not die down. The elders and disciples from the Leaving Willow Mansion began to crush their communication celestial talisman one after another to relay this news. It did not take long before almost everyone in the Leaving Willow Mansion heard about the profound nether mansion's 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Most importantly, such an extraordinary character was only an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion. Needless to say, no one repeated Hongji and Tong Qishan's claims of the outer court disciple being younger than 100 years old. This news shocked quite many people in the Leaving Willow Mansion. There were a few elders who had good relationships with elders from the profound nether mansion. Upon receiving this news, they did not hesitate to send communication celestial talismans to their counterparts in the profound nether mansion to inquire about such an extraordinary character. Old he, the profound nether mansion really hid their strength deeply. Your mansion has a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, but he's only given the position of an outer court disciple. Is your mansion trying to provoke everyone? Big Brother Li, do you know Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion? The elders who received messages from their counterparts in the Leaving Willow Mansion were dumbfounded. Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple, he's a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 1000. Are you joking? I haven't even heard of such a character in the profound nether mansion. If there's someone like that, I would have heard about it. When the profound nether mansion elders received the replies from their counterparts in the Leaving Willow Mansion, they learned that Duan Ling Tian was ranked 93rd on the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Curious, all of them made their way to the sites of the transporting formations closest to them. When the elders finally saw Duan Ling Tian's name on the scoreboard, they were bewildered. There's really such a person in our mansion. Soon enough, the discussions in the surroundings entered the elders' ears. They heard people saying Duan Ling Tian had gotten lucky and took advantage of 2 greatly weakened opponents who had battled each other and defeated them. It was clear they believed that was the reason Duan Ling Tian managed to rank in the top 100. At this moment, one of the elders who had received news from his counterpart in the Leaving Willow Mansion stepped forward and said, "You're wrong. Duan Ling Tian didn't rely on luck to rank in the top 100. A good friend of mine from the Leaving Willow Mansion just informed me that their inner disciple, Hongji, was severely injured by Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian injured Hongji, Hongji surrendered by crushing his accumulative point jade. His friend, Tong Qishan, followed suit and surrendered as well. That's how Duan Ling Tian obtained 5 points in one go." The other elders who had received news from the Leaving Willow Mansion spoke up one after another as well. "That's right, my friend in the Leaving Willow Mansion has seen the recording from a floating image pearl that showed Duan Ling Tian injuring Hongji. Moreover, he could be seen using 6 profundities from the law of space. Where did Duan Ling Tian come from? As an elder of the profound nether mansion, I've never heard of such a person before. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 1000. How can he only be an outer court disciple?" Upon hearing these elders' words, silence descended on the 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound nether mansion's estate. Chapter 31 Gongsun Jing. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he was getting more in. more famous in the profound Nether Mansion and the Leaving Willow Mansion. In fact, his name had even begun to spread to other grade 6 celestial mansions. As time passed, news about Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion, being a 10-direction celestial duke and comprehending 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 1000, spread further and further. Although his achievements were not too outstanding, the fact that he had achieved these feats before the age of 1000 shocked everyone. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, after Duan Ling Tian defeated the 2 inner disciples from the Leaving Willow Mansion and obtained 5 points, half a day passed before he ran into another person again. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion, a middle-aged man dressed in blue long robes, stood in front of Duan Ling Tian. His appearance was ordinary, but a hint of viciousness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. After he saw the identity token hanging from Duan Ling Tian's waist, a sinister smile appeared on his face. An outer court disciple? Since when did outer court disciples from the profound Nether Mansion become so stupid as to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said contemptuously, "Kid, you're unlucky to have encountered me. You're going to be the 23rd disciple from the profound Nether Mansion whom I, Gongsun Jing, have encountered and killed in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." As he spoke, his eyes shone with killing intent. Based on his words, he had killed every disciple from the profound Nether Mansion whom he had encountered. "Do you have enmity with the profound Nether Mansion?" Duan Ling Tian asked calmly before his eyes shifted to the identity token hanging from the middle-aged man's waist. An inner disciple from the Azure Green Mansion. When Duan Ling Tian saw the middle-aged man's identity token, he recalled Qi Tianming's words. Similar to the profound Nether Mansion, the Azure Green Mansion was also a grade 6 celestial mansion. The 2 grade 6 celestial mansions had a huge enmity that had lasted for almost 1000 years now. Based on Qi Tianming's words, the enmity began almost 1000 years ago due to the differences between the current mansion masters of the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. At that time, both mansion masters had yet to attain their current positions and were traveling the world together. At some point, they met a woman and both of them liked her. The duo whose relationship was like that of brothers fell out because of the woman. Although their falling out was not to the extent of fighting to the death, both of them got along like fire and water. After the duo became mansion masters, the first direct disciple of the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion had killed the third direct disciple of the mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion. In retaliation, the second direct disciple of the mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion killed the last direct disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, further cementing the feud between the 2 grade 6 celestial mansions. Since then, when disciples from the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion ran into each other, they would usually fight. In the outside world, the disciples from both mansions might be somewhat reserved to fight to the death. However, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they had no reservations about fighting to the death at all. The disciples would usually fight to the death if they ran into each other in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, the profound Nether Mansion disciples had killed many disciples from the Azure Green Mansion and vice versa. At that time, Qi Tianming had said to Duan Ling Tian, "If you run into disciples from the Azure Green Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you can go all out and kill them. However, if they're stronger than you, flee immediately. There's no way a disciple from the Azure Green Mansion would spare your life." In other words, Duan Ling Tian only had 2 choices if he ran into disciples from the Azure Green Mansion: fight or escape. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, external help such as celestial talismans and celestial pills was useless. This meant that one could only rely on one's strength to escape. Even defensive celestial weapons were useless in the middle realm. The restrictions in the middle realm were much harsher compared to the lower realm. After all, one could use celestial weapons in the lower realm. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's gaze on his identity token, Gongsun Jing smiled coldly as he said, "It seems like there's no need for me to answer you since you've seen my identity token." Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he added, "Kid, you can only blame yourself for being a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body before they transformed into blazing red flames. In just a blink of an eye, the red flames shrouded his body. Gongsun Jin, I remember seeing his name on the scoreboard. If I'm not mistaken, he's ranked 69th on the scoreboard, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He remembered Gongsun Jing possessed 13 points as well. A thunderously loud explosion rang in the air as an intense heatwave seemingly capable of destroying heaven and earth swept toward Duan Lingtian. It was not difficult for him to identify the profundities from the law of fire that his opponent had cast. Apart from the fire elemental profundity, there were the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the pillaging profundity. You're going to become the disciple from the profound nether mansion whom I killed in the shortest time. Gongsun Jing sneered. He was filled with disdain when he saw the young man in front of him seemed incapable of responding to his attack that only contained 4 profundities from the law of fire. However, in the next moment, a baffled expression appeared on his face when the young man whom he was certain he would be able to kill with just one strike suddenly vanished without a trace. How's this possible? After his attack missed, the flames shrouding Gongsun Jing exploded with higher intensity. He charged out in search of Duan Lingtian before he turned around and saw Duan Lingtian calmly standing behind him in the distance with his hands on his back. What technique did he use? I couldn't see how he dodged my attack earlier. Gongsun Jin's expression turned slightly solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he replayed the scene of Duan Lingtian dodging his attack in his mind. The void seemed to ripple slightly before he disappeared. Could it be that he used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier? I didn't expect an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion to be capable of comprehending the law of space's teleportation profundity. However, it did not take long before his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Why you're not even 100 years old. Gongsun Jing could vaguely tell Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old even though he did not probe Duan Lingtian with his divine consciousness. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian had cast the teleportation profundity earlier, he could sense from Duan Lingtian's celestial energy that Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial duke like him. In other words, the young man was a 10-direction celestial duke even though he was not even 100 years old. He thought to himself in shock, a 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. Even if he has only comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity and the teleportation profundity, he would still be considered a heaven-defying genius. Let alone in the grade 6 Azure Green Mansion, there was no one under the age of 100 who had achieved such feats in the entire history of the Southern Heaven Territory. Even in the 10 major clans, there were only 2 clans who had produced geniuses of such a level. With these thoughts in mind, Gongsun Jing felt his blood boil in excitement. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I've killed many disciples from the profound nether mansion, but this is the first time I'll be killing such a genius. However, in just a few short moments, as though he had just recalled something, his expression made him look as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He's a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. With this profundity alone, it won't be difficult for him to escape me at all. The speed and frequency of his teleportations are superior to the speed and frequency of my attacks. He could not help but feel slightly helpless when he thought about this. Since the 2 opponents had the same cultivation base as 10-direction celestial dukes, Gongsun Jing knew it would be nigh impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity even if Duan Lingtian's offensive strength was inferior to his. No wonder a mere outer court disciple like you dares to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As it turns out, you're a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, Gongsun Jing said coldly. Then, he shifted his eyes away, clearly intending to leave. Since he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he had no intention of wasting his time here. However, just as he was about to leave, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of him, effectively blocking his path. Chapter 31-32 19 points. Gongsun Jing had assumed the young man would be relieved by his departure. Since he could not kill the young man who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, he decided not to waste his time here. He did not expect the young man to stop him from leaving. He smiled coldly as he said, I chose to spare your life, but you're seeking death. Spare my life. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by Gongsun Jing's words. When he regained his senses, he could not help but laugh. You'll have to be able to catch me in order to kill me. Since you're a 10-direction celestial duke, you'll need to cast 2 movement profundities, at least, just to catch up to me. Even if you've comprehended the 2 movement profundities from the law of fire, the pillaging profundity and the fire traveling profundity, you won't be able to cast the fire traveling profundity here since this place isn't suitable for casting the fire traveling profundity. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. After all, before he comprehended the law of space, he had focused on comprehending the law of fire. The fire traveling profundity could only be used in an environment where there was fire. Clearly, they were not in that type of environment now. Gongsun Jin scoffed, clearly displeased that Duan Ling Tian had seen through him. He said disdainfully, "So what? I can't kill you, but do you think you can kill me? Although your innate talent must be heaven-defying for being able to become a 10 directions celestial dukes before the age of 100, how many profundities have you comprehended? Do you think you're capable of breaching my defenses?" Based on his words, it was clear he did not think Duan Ling Tian had comprehended many profundities from the law of space and thought that Duan Ling Tian was incapable of killing him. "Well, why don't you experience it for yourself? You can see if you're capable of defending against my attacks." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he mobilized his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins before boosting it with the space elemental profundity. Teleportation profundity. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared behind Gongsun Jing. Restraining profundity, territory profundity, distortion profundity. Before Gongsun Jing could react, Duan Ling Tian had already cast the law of space's restraining profundity to prevent Gongsun Jing from escaping. He knew this profundity alone would not be able to restrain Gongsun Jing for long, so he cast another 2 profundities from the law of space to prevent Gongsun Jing from escaping. The law of space's restraining profundity. Gongsun Jing discovered he was restrained after Duan Ling Tian cast 3 profundities from the law of space. Break. Although Gongsun Jing was taken aback by the 3 profundities from the law of space, he was not afraid. With just a thought, celestial origin energy surged out of his body. A raging flame burst forth from Gongsun Jing's body, looking as though they were capable of breaking the restraining profundity's restraints. Apart from the fire elemental profundity, the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the pillaging profundity, Duan Ling Tian also cast the law of fire's main offensive profundity, the corrosive profundity, and the fire-style profundity. The corrosive profundity's attack was fierce and corrosive as its name suggested. On the other hand, the fire-style profundity was similar to the law of metal's metal-style profundity in that it would engulf its user with flames, boosting his strength and his profundities. How's this possible? Soon enough, a shocked expression appeared on Gongsun Jing's face when he discovered he could not break free despite casting all of his profundities from the law of fire. Gongsun Jing could sense he was being restrained by several different energies. After a beat, the space he was confined in began to distort and ripple. He quickly extended his divine consciousness, the territory profundity and the distortion profundity from the law of space. His expression changed again when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had cast 2 new profundities from the law of space. An outer disciple from the profound nether mansion who's not only a 10 directions celestial duke but has also comprehended 5 profundities from the law of space. Up until now, Gongsun Jing had seen Duan Ling Tian casting 5 profundities from the law of space: the space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. However, to restrain him, Duan Ling Tian had only used 4 profundities from the law of space: the space elemental profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. He was truly shocked. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, so it was superior to ordinary laws like the law of fire. Needless to say, the profundities from the 4 supreme laws were also stronger than profundities from ordinary laws. Not only are you a 10 directions celestial duke, but you even comprehended 5 profundities from the law of space before the age of 100. I truly didn't expect this. However, do you really think you're capable of killing me just because of this? Although Gongsun Jing was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's heaven-defying innate talent and comprehension skills, he was quick to regain his senses. Moreover, he did not seem afraid. He extended his right hand before he fisted it with a cold smile on his face. All of a sudden, the raging flames that engulfed him began to converge at his right hand before forming a red and purple flaming sword that emitted a formidable aura. Apart from that, tiny sword rays that looked like purple lightning bolts flashed around the flaming sword. Gongsun Jing cast the law of fire's fire-style profundity. Although it was not his full strength, he could now easily manipulate the fire elemental profundity. Gongsun Jing's right arm trembled slightly. Then, the red and purple flaming sword shot out of his hand toward the void, intending to forcibly break out of Duan Ling Tian's restraints with just one strike. Based on the current situation, he would be able to eventually break free if he continued attacking. However, with the teleportation profundity, Gongsun Jing knew Duan Ling Tian would be able to reinforce the areas that he had weakened quickly. At that time, he would fall further into a disadvantageous situation. Therefore, he decided to put all his power into this one strike to break Duan Ling Tian's restraints. Break. The void rippled in the wake of the flaming sword, looking as though it would tear. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. He understood Gongsun Jing's intentions. Cross-dimensional / profundity. A terrifying spatial tear appeared where Gongsun Jing's flaming sword had pierced. Gongsun Jing was dumbfounded upon seeing this. Although the power behind his flaming sword was extraordinary, he did not think it was capable of tearing a hole in the void. Could it be? Soon enough, an ominous feeling rose in Gongsun Jing's heart. When he saw a gray sword ray shooting out of the spatial tear toward him, he confirmed his suspicion. The cross-dimensional / profundity. Although Gongsun Jing did not comprehend the law of space, he had studied the law of space before. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to tell that Duan Ling Tian had cast the cross-dimensional / profundity. S6 profundities. Gongsun Jing tried to maintain his composure, but it was futile. He was so tense that he lost focus, causing the flaming sword to weaken. At this moment, the gray sword ray collided with the flaming sword. In just a second, the gray sword ray overwhelmed and destroyed the flaming sword. Duan Ling Tian had cast the other profundities from the law of space to boost the gray sword ray from the cross-dimensional / profundity after all. Moreover, due to Gongsun Jing being distracted, his flaming sword had weakened. Therefore, it was easy for the gray sword ray to overwhelm the flaming sword. No, Gongsun tried desperately to cast another attack, but he could only watch helplessly as the gray sword ray continued shooting toward him. Blood splattered in the sky and rained down as Gongsun Jing, who had been confident in his victory, was decapitated by the cross-dimensional / profundity. His corpse was pulled into the turbulence, and it did not take long before his corpse was reduced to ashes. With this, Gongsun Jing, a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire from the azure green mansion, had died. After Gongsun Jing's death, the 13 points in his accumulative point jade were transferred to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's points rose from 6 to 19 in just a blink of an eye. With this, his ranking rose as well. Naturally, he was going to rank higher than Gongsun Jing, who was ranked 69th before he died. Unlike the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven, the scores were instantly reflected on the scoreboards. Therefore, as soon as Duan Ling Tian killed Gongsun Jing and obtained Gongsun Jing's points, a huge commotion broke out in the Profound Nether Mansion, the Leaving Willow Mansion, the Azure Green Mansion, and the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. Chapter 31-33 Duan Ling Tian ranks 52nd. In the Azure Green Mansion's estate, a crowd had gathered around the scoreboard in the site of the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the estate. A commotion broke out as soon as they saw the changes on the scoreboard. Senior Gongsun Jing has been defeated. Senior Gongsun Jing has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire and has always maintained his rank in the top 60. How did he suddenly get defeated? He's defeated, most probably, unless he met those from the Profound Nether Mansion. Even then, it's unlikely that he has died, since he should be able to crush his accumulative point jade in time. That's right, only Zhou Hongjia from the Profound Nether Mansion is capable of killing Senior Gongsun Jing. However, there are no changes in Zhou Hongjia's points. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion thought that Gongsun Jing was only defeated, they did not think he had been killed. Hey, look, one of the disciples suddenly cried out. He had been paying close attention to the scoreboard. This person is ranked 93rd a moment ago, but now, he has shot up to the 52nd place. Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion. He had only 6 points previously. He has a total of 19 points and rose to the 52nd place after Senior Gongsun Jing's name disappeared from the scoreboard. Another disciple said. The entire place fell silent as soon as that disciple finished speaking. Most of the disciples were familiar with Duan Ling Tian's name after Duan Ling Tian entered the top 100. Duan Ling Tian had caught their attention earlier due to his sudden rise on the scoreboard, and also due to the fact that they had not heard of such a person from the Profound Nether Mansion. They assumed he had only entered the top 100 due to luck, since they had never heard of him before. However, After seeing the changes in his ranking and Gongsun Jing's disappearance from the scoreboard, it was clear to them that he had defeated Gongsun Jing. Hey, do you think Senior Gongsun Jing is fine since he's defeated by someone from the profound Nether Mansion? He should be fine. After all, among the 10 directions celestial dukes under the age of 1000 in the profound Nether Mansion, only Zhou Hongjia and another 2 disciples who have comprehended 6 and 7 profundities respectively are capable of killing Senior Gongsun Jing. The other 2 disciples are only slightly stronger than Senior Gongsun Jing, so it's unlikely that they're able to kill him before he could even shatter his accumulative point jade. That's right, I know their names. Duan Ling Tian certainly isn't any one of them. Is it possible that Zhou Hongjia and the others used Duan Ling Tian to lure Senior Gongsun Jing out to kill him? Impossible. Even if they use an ordinary disciple to lure Senior Gongsun Jing out and kill him, do you really think they'd give the points to an ordinary disciple? The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion discussed fervently among themselves. Let's look for an elder to check if Senior Gongsun Jing's soul pearl is still intact. One disciple suggested loudly. Upon hearing his words, a few disciples made a move to look for an elder. Most of the disciples who remained continued to discuss among themselves. A disciple scoffed before he said, even if Senior Gongsun Jing is defeated, it's impossible that an unknown disciple from the profound Nether Mansion is capable of killing him. Even Zhou Hongjia might not be able to kill Senior Gongsun Jing unless he resorts to a sneak attack. That's right. Moreover, Senior Gongsun Jing will definitely shatter his accumulative point jade as soon as he sees Zhou Hongjia. These disciples who were confident that Gongsun Jing was still alive were shocked when the few disciples who had gone to look for an elder earlier returned, bearing the news of Gongsun Jing's shattered soul pearl. How's it possible that an unknown disciple from the profound Nether Mansion is capable of killing Senior Gongsun Jing? As time passed, news of Gongsun Jing's death spread like a wildfire through the Azure Green Mansion. Although he was just a 10 directions celestial duke, he was one of the strongest 10 directions celestial dukes in the Azure Green Mansion. As a regular fixture in the top 60s of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was more popular than some of the celestial kings in the mansion. For this reason, it was only natural that news of his death caused a commotion in the mansion. An unknown disciple from the profound Nether Mansion called Duan Ling Tian killed Gongsun Jing. Meanwhile, at the 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, similar to the Azure Green Mansion, there was a huge commotion as well. Gongsun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion has been defeated. Hey, it seems like his points are obtained by Duan Ling Tian, a new disciple of our mansion. Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old, but he's capable of defeating Gongsun Jing. How's that possible? Gongsun Jing has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire after all. Duan Ling Tian rose to the 52nd place after Gongsun Jing's name disappeared from the scoreboard. Previously, we said he managed to enter the top 100 due to luck. Don't tell me he got lucky again. Perhaps, the profound Nether Mansion did seek him out for help, and he somehow bribed his way up the rankings. Bribed his way up? Do you think it's possible for someone from the Azure Green Mansion to be bribed into helping the profound Nether Mansion? The disciples discussed among themselves heatedly when suddenly, a disciple used his celestial origin energy to speak, drowning out everyone's voices. Although the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion have enmity, I have a childhood friend in the Azure Green Mansion whom I still keep in touch with. He just sent me a message saying Gongsun Jing is dead. Apparently, Duan Ling Tian had killed him. My friend even asked me when did such a strong disciple who's capable of killing Gongsun Jing appeared in our mansion. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, the entire place turned as silent as a graveyard. A few disciples looked at the scoreboard. To be precise, they were looking at the name that was ranked 52nd. Duan Ling Tian killed Gongsun Jing. We can't use celestial weapons, celestial pills, and celestial talismans in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This means he can only rely on his celestial origin energy, soul energy, and the profundities he has comprehended. Since he killed Gongsun Jing, doesn't this mean he's much stronger than Gongsun Jing? How's that possible? He's not even 100 years old. Where did Inspector Qi find such a monster? Duan Ling Tian's name began to spread like a wildfire in the profound Nether Mansion as well. Since most of the disciples and elders had not heard of Duan Ling Tian's name before, they knew he had to be a new disciple. This also explained why Duan Ling Tian was only an outer court disciple despite his monstrous strength. However, they were Stunned when they later discovered he was not even 100 years old, in the profound nether mansion, apart from Qi Tianming who brought Duan Ling Tian here and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, there was another person who was familiar with Duan Ling Tian. That person was none other than Behaiming Feng, an inspector of the mansion like Qi Tianming. Duan Ling Tian, Inspector Qi sent Duan Ling Tian into the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Gongsun Jing and has risen to the 52nd place. After receiving news of this, Behaiming Feng did not waste time and went to look for Qi Tianming for answers. Senior Uncle Qi, what's happening? Previously, when I met Duan Ling Tian at the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It wasn't even that long ago, but now he's capable of killing Gongsun Jing. Behaiming Feng, who rarely lost control of his emotions, could hardly contain his curiosity. He could not figure out what was happening at all. How did someone who was just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial a few years ago achieve such a heaven-defying feat? Upon seeing Behaiming Feng's curiosity, Qi Tianming knew Behaiming Feng would continue to persist until he obtained an answer. Therefore, he answered truthfully, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Behaiming Feng's eyes widened in shock. So, the rumor that was circulating previously about peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials being tricked by reincarnated celestial emperor to become sacrifices for the tree of heaven sacrificial divine fruit is true. Since he did not hear about anyone from the profound nether mansion's territories being involved in that matter, he could not verify the rumor at that time. However, he did not doubt Qi Tianming's words. After all, with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it made sense now how Duan Ling Tian had gotten so strong in such a short time. After Qi Tianming further explained the matter, Behaiming Feng was further shocked. So he really went to the Jade Emperor Heaven because of that reincarnated celestial emperor. Moreover, Ling Juyun from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and Murong Xiao from the Murong clan had also gone to the Jade Emperor Heaven because of that reincarnated celestial emperor's scheme. Qi Tianming nodded as he said, that's right. Unfortunately, Murong Xiao perished in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun obtained a heaven sacrificial divine fruit each. However, Ling Juyun decided to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since his soul pearl that's left in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect is still intact, he's still alive. After he had received a message from Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had thoroughly investigated the matter. With his status, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Murong clan were highly cooperative as well during the investigation. Chapter 31-34 Heng Feng. How did they manage to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from the reincarnated celestial emperor? Behaiming Feng found this hard to believe. A reincarnated celestial emperor might not be as strong as he was in his previous life, but since he was daring enough to trick so many people, it meant he was confident he had everything under his control. He should have successfully obtained the two heaven sacrificial divine fruits. How did the heaven sacrificial divine fruits end up with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun instead? I'm afraid only both of them have the answer to that question, Qi Tianming replied. Behaiming Feng's eyes glinted as he speculated. Out loud, is it possible that one of them is the reincarnated celestial emperor? This crossed my mind as well. However, after my investigation, I ruled out the possibility that Duan Ling Tian is the reincarnated celestial emperor. Moreover, since he had arrived in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had never left the sect's estate. Therefore, it's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Those two lads are really mysterious. Behaiming Feng said. After listening to Qi Tianming's words, he knew his speculations could not be right. Nevertheless, he was still in shock. He did not expect the two young men he met at Scaling Cloud Lake would have such a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter within a few short years. Senior Uncle Qi, is it your intention to send Duan Ling Tian into the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Behaiming Feng could not help but ask. No, Qi Tianming shook his head. The reason I brought Duan Ling Tian here was to recommend him for the position of Imperial Tutor. You want him to take the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test. If he succeeds, he'll become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in 30,000 years. Behaiming Feng thought it should be easy for Duan Ling Tian to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether sect based on Duan Ling Tian's capabilities and his young age. Even in the 10 major clans and top 5 sects, It would be difficult to find someone as talented as Duan Ling Tian. Qi Tianming nodded as he said, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion has already set the test for him. Bihai Mingfeng listened with rapt attention as Qi Tianming spoke. He was curious about the test that had been assigned to Duan Ling Tian. The test is Duan Ling Tian must rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 consecutive times. If he succeeds, he'll become the first Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion in 30,000 years. Bihai Mingfeng was stunned. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. Even the former Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago would not be able to pass this test at Duan Ling Tian's age. Gongsun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion ranked 69th with 13 points. Now that I have 19 points, I should be ranked in the top 60. Duan Ling Tian had roughly memorized the names and rankings on the scoreboard before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since he had just entered not too long ago, there should not be any huge changes on the scoreboard. Unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, his appearance on the scoreboard had caused quite a stir. After all, the rankings had stagnated since it was almost the end of the month. With Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance, the scoreboard had undergone a huge change. Over the next 3 days, Duan Ling Tian traveled boldly and openly across the different terrains. However, after traveling for 3 days, he still did not run into anyone. I can't continue like this. Without opponents, how am I going to obtain more points? Duan Ling Tian sighed. He knew the lack of opponents was not because people were hiding from him. He knew it was due to it being the end of the month. After passing through another forested mountain, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He saw a valley that looked familiar to him. This valley resembles the Profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Could this be the base of another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion? Just as Duan Ling Tian noticed the valley, Duan Ling Tian saw a figure shooting out from the valley. It seemed like the figure had noticed Duan Ling Tian's presence as well. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular man. He was topless, so his muscles and sculpted body were exposed for everyone to see. Moreover, despite his size, his speed was rather fast as well. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian flying toward him. As Duan Ling Tian drew closer, he saw the identity token hanging from Duan Ling Tian's waist. A disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Soon after, the man furrowed his eyebrows. An outer disciple. Is he here to have a look at the middle realm? How did he manage to come so far out? Based on his knowledge, the Profound Nether Mansion's base was located rather far away from here. No matter how fast a 10-direction Celestial Duke was, it would still take him a day and night to reach this place. Based on his calculations, it should take this outer disciple a few days to arrive at this place. How did this outer disciple manage to survive after traveling for so many days? Was he so lucky that he did not run into anyone at all? Martial Battle Mansion. Duan Ling Tian saw the muscular man's identity token as well when he finally came to a halt. Based on the man's identity token, he was an inner disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, and his name was Heng Feng. Heng Feng. Duan Ling Tian went through the names he had seen on the scoreboard, but he did not remember seeing this name. This meant Heng Feng was not on the scoreboard. Naturally, he knew this did not necessarily mean that Heng Feng was weak. It could be that Heng Feng had entered the middle realm late and had not accumulated enough points to make it on the scoreboard. In the end, he looked at Heng Feng and asked, "Is that the Martial Battle Mansion's base behind you?" "That's right." Heng Feng nodded as a smile appeared on his face. He asked bluntly, "Lad, for an outer court disciple to make it this far, you're really lucky. However, your lucky streak is about to come to an end. Do you want to surrender and shatter your accumulative point jade, or do you want me to beat the hell out of you before you shatter your accumulative point jade?" In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, people seldom kill each other unless they had a deep grudge, like the Profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Naturally, there were some bloodthirsty people who would kill indiscriminately. However, those people were relatively few and far in between. Heng Feng was not one of those bloodthirsty men. "Please go ahead and beat the hell out of me then." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Heng Feng was dumbfounded. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's would choose the latter option. He asked in a low voice, "Lad, have you not heard of me?" "I have not." Duan Ling Tian shrugged. Heng Feng's face flushed red. He was a regular fixture in the top 50. Almost everyone who paid attention to the scoreboards knew him. Since he had just come out from his closed-door cultivation today, he was late in entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He did not expect the first person he met today was a foolish young man who clearly did not pay attention to the scoreboards. Forget it, why should I make a fuss about this matter? He's just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. It's not strange that an outer court disciple doesn't pay any attention to the rankings of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. With this thought in mind, he no longer wasted time and advanced toward Duan Ling Tian. A loud drumming noise would ring in the air with every single step Hang Feng took. At the same time, a mustard light appeared on his body. As he drew closer to Duan Ling Tian, it seemed like the light had turned into rocks. The rocks protected him like armor. As soon as the rock armor appeared, Hang Feng's aura turned formidable. Even Duan Ling Tian felt a slight pressure from the aura. Rock-style profundity. Based on the mustard light, Duan Ling Tian could tell it was the rock-style profundity from the law of earth. After all, the law of earth was the first law that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended. Although he did not comprehend the rock-style profundity, he had read about the law of earth. Similar to the metal-style profundity and the fire-style profundity, the rock-style profundity would greatly boost one's strength and one's defenses. As He Feng was almost upon Duan Ling Tian, Hang Feng extended his hand, and his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity shot out, looking like beams of lights. The beams of lights eventually transformed into rock pillars that imprisoned Duan Ling Tian. In just an instant, Duan Ling Tian could feel a huge pressure pressing down on him. He narrowed his eyes as a faint smile appeared on his face. Gravitational Space Profundity, Chapter 3135. The Six Profundities of the Law of Earth. Duan Ling Tian was rather familiar with the gravitational space profundity, therefore, he knew its weaknesses as well. Distortion profundity. Faced with the mounting pressure and the constantly shrinking cage around him, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he mobilized his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins. When his celestial origin was boosted by the space elemental profundity after it surged out of his body, he quickly cast the distortion profundity. Due to his 99 heavenly veins, his speed when he mobilized his celestial origin energy was extremely swift. Ordinary cultivators could not hope to compare with him at all. The space around Duan Ling Tian began to ripple and distort in just an instant. The immense pressure that was bearing down on him earlier suddenly vanished without a trace now that the distortion profundity had nullified the gravitational space profundity's effect. With the distortion profundity, he was immune from most energy attacks. When the cage shrank until the four sides were only 7 or 8 meters away from Duan Ling Tian, he quickly cast the territory profundity. The combination of the territory profundity and the distortion profundity began to wreak havoc on the cage, clearly trying to destroy the cage. He's a 10-direction celestial duke. Aren't these two profundities the distortion profundity and the territory profundity from the law of space? Hang Feng was stronger than Gongsun Jing, the person whom Duan Ling Tian killed. Therefore, he was more discerning compared to Gongsun Jing. Based on Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy, he quickly discovered Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. Apart from that, it was easy for him to identify the two profundities Duan Ling Tian had cast. With these revelations, his expression turned grim immediately. Shake profundity. A mustard energy rose and shrouded the gravitational space profundity's cage, causing the cage to quake. Its effect was somewhat similar to the law of space's distortion profundity. Alas, Hang Feng had cast the shake profundity too late. Before the shake profundity's full power took effect, it was suppressed by Duan Ling Tian's territory profundity and distortion profundity. A series of loud explosions rang in the air as the cage created by Hang Feng's gravitational space profundity was reduced to dust in just a blink of an eye. However, in just a matter of seconds, the dust seemed to converge before they formed a cage again. Just like earlier, the cage continued to shrink. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted upon seeing this. A faint smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, the recovery profundity. How interesting. Indeed, Hang Feng managed to reconstruct his cage by casting the law of Earth's recovery profundity. The recovery profundity allowed its user to replenish celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth elemental profundity and restore any structure that was created using the law of Earth. Therefore, it was easy for Hang Feng to use the recovery profundity to reconstruct the cage that the gravitational space profundity manifested. With this, Hang Feng, the inner disciple of the martial battle mansion, had cast 5 profundities from the law of Earth so far: the Earth elemental profundity, the rock-style profundity, the gravitational space profundity, the shake profundity, and the recovery profundity. I, Hang Feng, have underestimated you. I didn't expect an outer court disciple to possess such strength. Hang Feng's loud and energetic voice rang in the air. However, if this is the extent of your strength, I advise you to crush your accumulative point jade. As soon as Hang Feng finished speaking, the cage shrank at an even faster speed. At this moment, the shake profundity had almost reached its full power as well. Its resistance against Duan Ling Tian's distortion profundity and territory profundity grew stronger as well. After all, just like how Duan Ling Tian's distortion profundity was boosted by the territory profundity, Hang Feng's shake profundity was boosted by the gravitational space profundity and the rock-style profundity. Teleportation profundity. Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air in just a blink of an eye. Hang Feng's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian reappeared behind Hang Feng. His eyes flashed coldly before energy surged out and shrouded Hang Feng, imprisoning Hang Feng. He had cast the law of space's restraining profundity. He did not waste any time before he cast another 2 profundities from the law of space. Territory profundity, distortion profundity. With this, a formidable and seemingly peerless energy swept out toward Hang Feng. It seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Everything had happened so quickly that Hang Feng barely had time to process everything. As he was restrained by the restraining profundity, a layer of crystal had appeared above his rock armor. He had cast the crystal barrier profundity. It was the main defensive profundity from the law of earth. At the critical moment, he had cast the 6th profundity from the law of earth. Currently, his strength far surpassed Gongsun Jing, the inner disciple from the azure green mansion. When Duan Ling Tian's wave of energy swept over Hang Feng, it shattered the layer of crystal wrapped around his rock armor. However, the remaining force from the energy only managed to leave cracks on Hang Feng's armor. Hang Feng spat a mouthful of blood before he quickly regained his composure. A powerful energy surged out of his body again. It was the gravitational space profundity. Combined with the shake profundity, the restraining space Duan Ling Tian had created began to quake. At this moment, the 2 opponents' energies collided. Recovery profundity. After Hang Feng cast the recovery profundity, not only did the layer of crystal reappear and the cracks on the armor disappear, but his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity grew stronger as well. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The space elemental profundity, the distortion profundity, the territory profundity, the restraining profundity, and the teleportation profundity. Since when did the profound nether mansion have a 10-direction celestial duke like you? Although Hang Feng had gained the upper hand, his expression remained grim. He found it strange that he had never heard of such a person from the profound nether mansion. For someone with Duan Ling Tian's strength and achievements, he should be quite famous. After all, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. The 4 supreme laws were notoriously difficult to comprehend. For example, comprehending 5 profundities from the law of space was as difficult as comprehending 7 or 8 profundities from an ordinary law. At this moment, Hang Feng dismissed his intention of making Duan Ling Tian crush his accumulative point jade. After discovering Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, he knew it would be impossible for him to catch Duan Ling Tian. As long as Duan Ling Tian's opponent was not someone who had comprehended the law of wind's gale profundity or other movement profundities to a higher level, Duan Ling Tian would be able to escape from most people. Hang Feng was staring at Duan Ling Tian solemnly when a few figures flew out from the martial battle mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Senior Hang Feng, who's that? He's equally matched with Senior Hang Feng. Are my eyes tricking me? He's an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion. What? How's it possible that an outer court disciple is capable of standing on even ground with Senior Hang Feng? These disciples from the martial battle mansion were drawn here by the huge commotion from Duan Ling Tian and Hang Feng's fight. Although Duan Ling Tian and Hang Feng had exchanged quite a few blows now, the fact was only a short time had passed. A hint of surprise flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he said, I didn't expect you to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth as well. Duan Ling Tian ignored the disciples from the martial battle mansion as he fell deep into thoughts. Hang Feng's strength was comparable to Gongsun Jing. In fact, if both of them fought, it was likely that Gongsun Jing would lose to Hang Feng. However, if Gongsun Jing tried to escape, Hang Feng might not be able to catch up since speed was not the law of Earth's forte. He said that Senior Heng Feng has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of Earth. Don't tell me Senior Feng had to use all 6 profundities from the law of Earth that he has comprehended to deal with this person. That might not be the case. Don't forget Senior Heng Feng is quite famous among those who enter the middle realm. This person could have heard about Senior Heng Feng comprehending 6 profundities from the law of Earth. Upon hearing these words, an observant disciple from the martial battle mansion scoffed before he said, "Can't any of you tell that Senior Heng Feng had cast 6 profundities from the law of Earth?" At this moment, Heng Feng said in his low voice, "Why don't you leave since you've comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity? It's impossible for me to catch you anyway." Upon hearing Heng Feng's words, the disciples from the martial battle mansion were stunned. Teleportation profundity. Not only did this outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion force Heng Feng to cast 6 profundities from the law of Earth, but he had also comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Chapter 3136 The Devil's Smile. You can't catch me, but it doesn't mean I can't catch you. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes upon hearing Heng Feng's words. Then, the space energy in the confines created by the territory profundity began to surge and rage as though it was a prelude to something bigger. In just a few moments, a crack in the void appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing this, the disciples from the martial battle mansion gasped in shock. Is that a spatial tear? Heavens! He managed to tear the void open. He's so powerful. It's not that. He didn't tear the void open with his strength. It's from the law of space's cross-dimensional space profundity. In just a moment, a gray sword ray shot out of the spatial tear. Its aura was so formidable that it eclipsed everything in its surroundings. When it appeared, the law of space's profundities boosted its strength, causing it to shine brilliantly. With that, its aura turned even more terrifying as it cut across the sky. Although the attack was not aimed at them, the disciples from the martial mansion battle could not help but shiver when they saw the attack. It is so powerful. So is this the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity? It's the main offensive profundity from the law of space, right? Since the disciples from the martial battle mansion disciples could sense the terrifying power of the cross-dimensional profundity, Heng Feng, who was the target of the attack, naturally, felt the terrifying power from the cross-dimensional profundity even more acutely. He quickly cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity, crystal barrier profundity, and the other profundities in an attempt to stop the attack that was shooting toward him. Nevertheless, the feeling of danger that rose in his heart did not abate. Under these circumstances, he cast another profundity from the law of Earth that he had barely comprehended. Defense profundity. Numerous mustard runes appeared around Heng Feng in just an instant. However, the runes were faint and their lights were dim. It did not look like much of a defense. The disciples from the martial battle mansion continued to watch with bated breath. They could tell Heng Feng was not holding back at all. Senior brother Heng Feng even had to cast the law of Earth's defense profundity that he had barely comprehended. Faced with the terrifying cross-dimensional profundity, Heng Feng had cast all the profundities in his arsenal. He even combined the strength of the shake profundity and the gravitational space profundity to form a shield in front of him to stop the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity. At the same time, he tried to attack with his defenses. Celestial origin energy continued to surge out of his body to maintain his defenses and attacks. At this moment, it seemed as though he was cornered. So he has begun to comprehend the 7th profundity from the law of Earth, the defense profundity. Apart from the faint smile on his face, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained indifferent. If he has comprehended the defense profundity to the rudimentary stage, he might be able to stop my cross-dimensional by boosting it with his other profundities. Alas, a barely comprehended profundity isn't enough to stop me. As though proving Duan Ling Tian right, the attack sailed in the air, easily destroying Heng Feng's attack before it continued shooting toward Heng Feng. As it traveled, its strength seemed to deplete. However, it was quickly replenished by Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy. With his 99 heavenly veins, it was easy for him to maintain the attack's energy. There was no doubt ordinary people would not be able to replenish the energy of their attacks so quickly. The attack from the cross-dimensional continued on its destructive path toward Heng Feng as terrifying sword cries rang in his ears. Although he had erected his defenses with all his strength, he was not certain if his defenses would hold. The cross-dimensional profundity was too powerful. After all, it was truly deserving of being one of the 4 supreme laws. Someone who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space might actually defeat him even though he had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity. Moreover, he did not hold back and had attacked and defended with all his might. It was a fair fight. It should be noted that in terms of defense, the law of earth was superior to the law of space even if the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. Nevertheless, his instincts told him that the cross-dimensional profundity would be able to breach his defenses, injuring or even killing him. As the attack drew closer and closer, his feelings intensified. Chills ran up his spine as he watched helplessly. No, faced with a life or death situation, Hang Feng could no longer remain calm. His aura fluctuated violently in response to his emotions. However, all of a sudden, he felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. It was as though he had been enlightened. The things he could not understand about the law of Earth's defense profundity in the past suddenly cleared up as though he had been given answers. Just as the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity was about to land on the shield and the mustard runes around Hang Feng, the dim runes suddenly brightened and looked more solid. The runes that seemed hopelessly inadequate to stop Duan Ling Tian's attack just a moment ago successfully resisted the attack. Under the crushing pressure of my attack, he managed to break through and comprehend the law of Earth's defense profundity. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel surprised when he realized what had happened. Well, it doesn't matter if you've comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. Since the defense profundity isn't on your body, I can easily avoid the defense profundity by sending the attack behind it. With this thought in mind, the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity that was at a stalemate with the defense profundity suddenly vanished. Then, the attack reappeared behind Hang Feng and continued to shoot toward Hang Feng. With this, the defense profundity was rendered useless. Hang Feng's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. A hint of desperation could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not have time to move his defense profundity now. How's this possible? At this moment, the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity landed on Hang Feng's rock armor. It pressed against a layer of crystal in the rock armor for a moment before cutting them open like tofu. Nevertheless, the law of Earth's crystal barrier profundity seemed to have done its job. Its momentary resistance managed to exhaust at least half of the attack's power. After all, the crystal barrier profundity had been boosted by the rock-style profundity. Although the rock-style profundity was not a defensive profundity, it could boost Hang Feng's defenses. Regardless, Hang Feng's face turned deathly pale as looked at the attack that was about to land on him after cutting through the layer of crystal in his rock armor. He closed his eyes in despair, knowing he was powerless to turn the tide of the battle. I didn't expect to die in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After a moment, Hang Feng opened his eyes in confusion. The death he had been expecting did not come for him. Although he could feel an icy aura and burning pain on his chest, he discovered the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity had disappeared. Bzzzt. A crisp sword cry rang in the air before the attack disappeared. With this, realization dawned on Hang Feng. It seemed like the outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion had shown mercy. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Thank you for showing mercy." Those who had never had a close brush with death would never understand Hang Feng's feelings at this moment. He had one foot in his grave and had expected to die when he suddenly discovered he was saved. It was hard to put that feeling into words. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, "Even when you thought you'd be victorious, you have no intention of killing me. Therefore, there's no reason for me to kill you. Will you hand over your points now?" It would have been easy for Duan Ling Tian to kill Hang Feng earlier with the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended. However, he knew Hang Feng had no intention of killing him at all. It was only natural that he would spare Hang Feng's life. If Hang Feng had been vicious and intended to kill him, he would not have shown mercy. Of course, Hang Feng, whose back was drenched in cold sweat, quickly brought out his accumulative point jade. At the same time, he was glad he was not someone who killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would have died. Before he crushed his accumulative point jade, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said earnestly, "No matter what, I owe you one. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay this favor." As Hang Feng was sent out by the transporting formation on his accumulative point jade, the points in Duan Ling Tian's accumulative point jade increased by 1. With this, he now had 20 points. He just entered the middle realm. Duan Ling Tian felt speechless upon seeing the 1 point he gained from defeating Hang Feng. He knew Hang Feng had just entered the middle realm since even Gongsun Jing, who was weaker than Hang Feng, had given him 13 points. He shook his head. There was nothing he could do about it. Nobody forced him to fight Hang Feng as soon as Hang Feng entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows rose all of a sudden as though he had sensed something. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air before he appeared more than 100 meters away, barring the path of the other disciples from the martial battle mansion who were returning to their base. "Since all of you are here, why are you rushing back in?" Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile on his face as he looked at the group of disciples from the martial battle mansion. His smile was like the spring breeze, but in the eyes of the disciples from the martial battle mansion, it looked like the devil's smile, sending chills running up their spines. Chapter 31-37 Entering the Top 50. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, every grade 6 celestial mansion had its own base. The identity token and accumulative point Jade 1 carried would only grant one entry to the corresponding base. There was no way for outsiders to enter another mansion's base. If one tried to enter by force, it would trigger the base's defensive formation that was set up by the mansion's celestial lord. Needless to say, it was not a formation that 10 Directions celestial dukes were capable of breaching. If this group of disciples from the martial battle mansion stayed in their base, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to get to them no matter how strong he was. Alas, they had left the base earlier to watch Duan Ling Tian and Hang Feng's fight. They were returning to the base after Hang Feng was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Who knew Duan Ling Tian would bar their way as soon as they turned around? During the fight earlier, they had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength. Even Hang Feng, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth, was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Most importantly, even after Hang Feng had comprehended the 7th profundity at the crucial moment, Hang Feng was still no match for Duan Ling Tian. They were shocked when they witnessed this earlier. After all, not a single one of them was a match for Hang Feng when Hang Feng had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth, let alone now that he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. How could they have any intention of going against Duan Ling Tian, who was clearly stronger than Hang Feng? A martial battle mansion disciple knew he would not be able to get past Duan Ling Tian, so he easily surrendered. Before he crushed his accumulative point Jade, he could not help but ask, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm willing to surrender my points. If it's okay, can I ask if you're really just an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion?" The other disciples from the martial battle mansion shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian in unison, curious about his answer. Upon receiving Duan Ling Tian's confirmation, some of the disciples from the martial battle mansion could not help but curse out loud. Is everyone in the profound nether mansion blind? How can they make someone like you an outer court disciple? Duan Ling Tian, why don't you leave the profound nether mansion and join our martial battle mansion? My father is the vice mansion master of the martial battle mansion, so I'll ask him to grant you entry into the martial battle mansion. Moreover, I can promise you that once you join our mansion, you'll become a core disciple of our mansion. It was clear this disciple was trying to poach Duan Ling Tian from the profound nether mansion. Upon hearing these words, the other disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes, clearly anticipating his answer. After all, if Duan Ling Tian joined the martial battle mansion, they would have another top contender in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, they would have bragging rights over disciples from other grade 6 celestial mansions as well. I just joined the profound nether mansion a few days ago, Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. Thank you for your offer, but I wouldn't be leaving the profound nether mansion. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, some of them wanted to persuade Duan Ling Tian. However, they dismissed that idea in the end since they could see the determination in the depths of his eyes. Even if they continued to persuade him, they knew it would only be futile. Before crushing the accumulative point Jade in his hand, the son of the vice mansion master of the martial battle mansion murmured wistfully, "The profound nether mansion is really lucky." With this, the points in Duan Ling Tian's accumulative point Jade rose again, 29 points. Duan Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised by the points he just obtained. He did not expect this martial battle mansion disciple to have accumulated 9 points. After all, it was not an easy feat to gain 9 points for most people. With 9 points, he should be ranked on the scoreboard. I remember there were 2 people with 9 points on the scoreboard. One of them is from the martial battle mansion. I think his name is Lu Xiaozhou. Duan Ling Tian recalled the name of the disciple from Martial Battle Mansion who had 9 points. Before he entered the middle realm, Lu Xiaozhou was ranked 78th on the scoreboard, ahead of the other person who had 9 points. This meant that Lu Xiaozhou had obtained 9 points first before the other person. When he regained his senses, he discovered the disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion were looking at him with a bitter smile on their faces. Even when Duan Ling Tian was distracted, no one tried to escape. None of them dared to draw attention to themselves. Based on the situation, if they did not escape, at most, they would have to surrender their points. It did not matter much to them since most of them were ranked after the 100th place. This meant they would not be rewarded by the Martial Battle Mansion anyway. All the grade 6 celestial mansions would reward disciples with good rankings even if it was not an official thing. Even those who ranked after the 20th place would be rewarded. Naturally, those who were ranked in the top 20 would be rewarded greatly and received preferential treatment. The disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion knew if they tried to escape, they would most likely fail. At that time, they would anger the person in front of them. Who knew if he would kill or injure them? For the sake of their lives, they, naturally, dared not act recklessly. Therefore, they did not put up a fight as they crushed their accumulative point jades one after another. With this, Duan Ling Tian's points increased swiftly to 41 points. At the same time, the group of Martial Battle Mansion disciples disappeared in front of Duan Ling Tian after they were transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on what I remember, 41 points should put me at 45th place. Duan Ling Tian remembered the person who was at the 44th place had 50 points while the person formerly at the 45th place had 36 points. With 41 points, he, naturally, took the place of the person with 36 points. The higher one ranked on the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the bigger the gap between the points would be. For example, when Duan Ling Tian had 6 points, he was ranked 93 road. When he had 19 points, he was ranked 52nd. Now that he had 41 points, he was merely ranked 45th. His points had doubled, but he only rose a few places on the scoreboard. Before entering, Duan Ling Tian was surprised to see the point distribution. The 50th place was like a line that divided one group from the other. The difference in points among those who ranked in the top 50 had a difference of at least 3 points even if they were ranked next to each other. On the other hand, those who ranked after the 50th place did not have such a wide gap between their points. Those in the top 50 must have comprehended 6 profundities from a law and in the process of comprehending the 7th one, at the very least. They could probably be considered as the cream of the crop and should be able to hold their own against most people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, previously, it would have been difficult for Heng Feng to rank in the top 50. However, with his current strength, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to rank in the top 50 next month. Although he thought Heng Feng had a good chance of entering the top 50, he was not completely certain. After all, Heng Feng had comprehended the law of earth. Even if Heng Feng had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, speed was his shortcoming. This meant that even those who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, with one of them being the gale profundity or another movement profundity, should be able to escape from Heng Feng as long as they did not act recklessly. Well, Heng Feng could join forces with another person. The other person doesn't have to be strong as long as he or she is fast. At that time, his partner could stop others from escaping as he strikes. With this, it'd be easier for him to enter the top 50. In the Martial Battle Mansion's estate, similar to the Grade 6 Profound Nether Mansion, the Martial Battle Mansion had a few transporting formations that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as well. When Heng Feng appeared in the transportation formation in a miserable state, he naturally drew the attention of the person in charge. Heng Feng, are you injured? When the Martial Battle Mansion elders and disciples saw the 1-inch deep wound on his chest, they exclaimed in shock. Heng Feng comprehended the law of earth. He was known in the Martial Battle Mansion for having the best defenses among those who were below celestial kings. How could they not be shocked when they saw him injured and eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Since he was injured, it was clear to them that someone had managed to breach his defenses. Heng Feng, who breached your defenses? One of the Martial Battle Mansion elders asked in shock. Was it the Green Spirit Mansion's Leng Yunyu or the Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji? He knew there were not more than 30 10 direction celestial dukes in various grade 6 celestial mansions who were capable of breaching Heng Feng's defenses. Based on the recent changes on the scoreboard, only the Green Spirit Mansion's Leng Yunyu and the Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji who were capable of breaching Hang Feng's defenses were still in the middle realm. Neither. Hang Feng shook his head. At the same time, he looked at the scoreboard and saw a name rose and entered the top 50. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, it seems like the other didn't make it back to the base in time. Soon enough, another figure appeared in the transportation formation. It was the Martial Battle Mansion disciple who had crushed his accumulative point jade after Hang Feng. The elder who had spoken to Hang Feng earlier widened his eyes in shock. Xiaozhou, why are you here as well? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaozhou's name disappeared from the scoreboard. Chapter 31-38 Famous in the Martial Battle Mansion. Lu Xiaozhou is the son of a vice mansion master of the Martial Battle Mansion. Although he was not as strong as Hang Feng, he was someone who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal and was in the process of comprehending the 6th profundity. His highest rank on the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was 69th place. It was incredibly rare for a 10-direction celestial duke who had merely comprehended 5 profundities from a law to make it into the top 70. This could be attributed to him comprehending the law of metal as well. If he were to comprehend the law of earth, he would not even make it to the top 80, let alone the top 70. Previously, everyone present on the scene saw Lu Xiaozhou's name at the 78th place. They knew, based on his strength, he could still rise in ranks. In fact, many of them were looking forward to it. Who knew he would be eliminated right after Hang Feng? Moreover, both of them were eliminated back to back. I didn't even bother fighting that person who defeated senior brother Hang, I surrendered immediately. Lu Xiaozhou shrugged in response to the elder's question. Silence descended on the place as soon as Lu Xiaozhou finished speaking. After a few moments, the elder who had spoken earlier asked again, you mean you're also eliminated by the person who breached Hang Feng's defenses? As soon as the elder finished speaking, 2 more figures appeared after they were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 2 more people are eliminated. At this point, our Martial Battle Mansion only has roughly 10 people left in the middle realm, right? In less than 15 minutes, 4 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This was rare in the Martial Battle Mansion. Were the both of you eliminated by the same person who eliminated Hang Feng and Xiaozhou? The Martial Battle Mansion elder looked at the 2 Martial Battle Mansion disciples who had just been eliminated with a shocked expression on his face. The intervals between these 4 disciples, eliminations were too short, so he knew it could not be a coincidence. The Martial Battle Mansion elders and disciples looked at the 2 disciples in shock. One of them nodded and said with a bitter smile on his face, there are another 7 who were also eliminated. They might have been transported to the other transportation formations in the estate since they didn't show up here. The entire place was as silent as a graveyard. There were another 7 disciples who were eliminated as well. In other words, within 15 minutes, 11 disciples, including Hang Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, were eliminated. Most importantly, they were all eliminated by the same person. With this, he managed to enter the top 50, Lu Xiaozhou said with a bitter smile on his face as he looked at the scoreboard. Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, the group of Martial Battle Mansion elders and disciples turned to look at the scoreboard as well. It did not take long before their eyes found the name in the 45th place. They were keeping an eye on the top 50 rankings earlier, so it was easy for them to discover the new name that had just appeared. One Martial Battle Mansion disciple said, this name seemed to have 19 points earlier. He was ranked 52nd. He's from the Profound Nether Mansion, but I've never heard of his name before this. I've never heard of him as well. Duan Ling Tian, when did the Profound Nether Mansion have such a disciple? Is he the Profound Nether Mansion's secret trump card? Most of the elders and disciples had learned that Duan Ling Tian was from the Profound Nether Mansion, and he was the one who had defeated Hang Feng and eliminated Lu Xiaozhou and the others. Since he was capable of breaching Hang Feng's defenses and defeating Hang Feng, did this not mean he could easily rank in the top 30? Were all of you? Did he eliminate all of you by himself? The Martial Battle Mansion elder asked again. He found the entire matter hard to believe. Initially, he had assumed the Green Spirit Mansion's Leng Yunyu or the Han Wing Mansion's Lu Qi had defeated Hang Feng, since the duo were the only ones left in the middle realm at this time who were capable of defeating Hang Feng. When Hang Feng denied it and said it was someone from the Profound Nether Mansion, he was shocked. He grew even more shocked when Lu Xiaozhou and the others said they were also eliminated by the same person. It's no surprise we haven't heard of him. He told me he just joined the profound nether mansion a few days ago. Based on his identity token, he's only an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion, Lu Xiaozhou said. I suspect the profound nether mansion sought help from him. Moreover, he probably has an extraordinary background. After Lu Xiaozhou crushed his accumulative point jade, he was bold enough to probe Duan Lingtian with his divine consciousness, making a shocking discovery. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. What kind of person who was less than 100 years old could defeat Heng Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth? If he did not probe Duan Lingtian with his divine consciousness, he would not have believed it if he had heard it from someone else. For this reason, he did not plan on telling anyone about his shocking discovery. After all, what was the point of mentioning it when he knew no one would believe him? He just joined the profound nether mansion a few days ago as an outer court disciple. Heng Feng, what law did he comprehend? Since he managed to breach your defenses, it has to be one of the offensive laws. Moreover, he must have comprehended 7 profundities, at least, right? The martial battle mansion elder asked curiously. Everyone, including Lu Xiaozhou, shifted their gaze to Heng Feng. Although Lu Xiaozhou knew Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space, he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had comprehended. Moreover, he was not familiar with the law of space. I'm not sure how many profundities he comprehended, but he used 7 profundities to defeat me, Heng Feng replied. He had noted Duan Lingtian had used 6 profundities from the law of space during their fight. When he fought the profound nether mansion's outer court disciple Duan Lingtian, he noted that Duan Lingtian had used 6 types of law of space profundities. When Duan Lingtian's cross-dimensional profundity forced him into a life or death situation, he managed to comprehend the defense profundity. At that time, he had thought he would be able to resist Duan Lingtian's attack. Alas, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to use the transportation formation to transport the attack to another location. With that, his defense profundity was rendered useless. The elder was aware of Heng Feng's strength. Therefore, he quickly came to a conclusion. He used 7 profundities. No wonder you lost. Those who comprehend offensive laws such as the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of fire, the law of thunder, or the law of destruction could easily breach your defenses, especially when they have comprehended 1 profundity more than you. Before Heng Feng could reply, Lu Xiaozhou interjected. Elder Yun, senior brother Heng Feng's defenses were breached after he comprehended the defense profundity. What? Lu Xiaozhou's words thoroughly stunned the elder. Heng Feng has comprehended the defense profundity. Based on what he knew, Heng Feng had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and was in the process of comprehending the defense profundity. Heng Feng. The elder turned to look at Heng Feng for confirmation. That's right, Heng Feng nodded. Actually, I have to thank him for that. When we were fighting, I was pushed into a life or death situation. For that reason, I managed to comprehend the defense profundity. It was only after I comprehended the defense profundity that he used his 7th profundity. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat me with 6 profundities. He felt chills running up his spine when he recalled Duan Lingtian's formidable attack. He would only need 6 profundities to defeat you if you didn't comprehend the defense profundity. Even after you comprehended the defense profundity, he still managed to defeat you by casting his 7th profundity. The martial battle mansion's elder widened in shock as he inhaled sharply. The other martial battle mansion elders and disciples who were aware of Heng Feng's strength were similarly shocked. Another elder asked solemnly, Did he comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws? In his opinion, even if someone had comprehended offensive laws such as the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of fire, the law of thunder, or the law of destruction, it would still be difficult to breach Heng Feng's defenses after Heng Feng had comprehended the 7th profundity. Moreover, with the 7th profundity, Heng Feng had comprehended the 2 main defensive profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, the rock-style profundity would boost Heng Feng's defenses. Therefore, he speculated that Heng Feng's opponent had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. Chapter 3139 The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. It went without saying that the 4 supreme laws were mysterious and powerful. Not all 4 laws were offensive laws, but their inherent superiority could easily breach the law of Earth's defenses. For this reason, the martial battle mansion elder came to that conclusion. You're right, Elder Lu. He has comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, Lu Xiaozhou replied. The law of space. As soon as Lu Xiaozhou finished speaking, everyone, apart from those who had just arrived from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, was stunned. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he's less than 1,000 years old. Where did the profound nether mansion find such a monstrous talent? If all of you know that Duan Ling Tian is not even 100 years old, all of you would be even more shocked, Lu Xiaozhou thought to himself as he looked at the reactions of the martial battle mansion elders and disciples. After that, he sent his father a message. Others might doubt him if he revealed Duan Ling Tian's age, but his father was, naturally, different. The profound nether mansion's outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian, is a 10-direction celestial duke even though he's not even 100 years old. Most importantly, he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou's father, one of the vice mansion masters of the martial battle mansion, was shocked upon receiving his son's message. "Father, do you think? Is it possible that he came from the 7 upper provinces?" Lu Xiaozhou asked. However, Lu Xiaozhou's father was still in shock over the first message that he did not even realize his son had sent him another message. Meanwhile, a huge commotion broke out in the martial battle mansion when news of 11 people, including Heng Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, being eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm spread. They were further shocked when they learned that someone managed to breach Heng Feng's defenses even though Heng Feng had successfully comprehended the 7th profundity, the defense profundity, from the law of earth during the critical moment. Now that Senior Heng Feng has comprehended the defense profundity, among those who are qualified to enter the middle realm, I estimate there aren't more than a handful of people who could breach his defenses. That's right, it's likely that only those 10-direction celestial dukes who have comprehended 8 profundities, at least, would be able to breach Heng Feng's defenses now that Senior Heng Feng has successfully comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth. I'm more curious if the profound nether mansion truly sought external help. Did the profound nether mansion really recruit him just so they could rank at the top of the scoreboard? Currently, there are only a few days left before the scoreboard resets. Regardless of how powerful he is, it's unlikely he'll be able to make it into the top 30 unless he manages to obtain points from the Green Spirit Mansion's Leng Yunyu or the Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji. That's right, if he manages to defeat Lu Ji and obtain Lu Ji points, he'd be propelled into the top 30. If he manages to defeat Leng Yunyu, it's not impossible for him to enter the top 10. Although the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm isn't particularly big, it would still be like searching for a needle in a haystack for Duan Ling Tian to search Leng Yunyu and Lu Ji in such a short time. Based on the conversation, it was obvious that the people from the martial battle mansion had assumed Duan Ling Tian was the external help hired by the profound nether mansion. Otherwise, how was it possible that someone so powerful and talented was only an outer court disciple? There were other grade 6 celestial mansions who had recruited external help in the past. However, none of them had ever topped the scoreboard. At most, they would rank in the top 20. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian, whom many regarded as hired help, garnered a lot of attention in the martial battle mansion for being able to breach Heng Feng's defenses, especially after Heng Feng had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. Many of those who usually did not care about the rankings of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm began to pay attention to the scoreboard as well. The scoreboard will be refreshed in a few days. I wonder how far Duan Ling Tian will be able to go. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered at the site of one of the transporting formations in the martial battle mansion's estate. All of them were staring intently at the name that was ranked 45th. It seemed as though the 45th place was even more interesting than the first place. Meanwhile, the other grade 6 celestial mansions that were paying attention to Duan Ling Tian were shocked as well. Since the other grade 6 celestial mansions were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's performance, it was only natural that the celestial mansion Duan Ling Tian currently belonged to was shocked as well. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian entering the top 50 caused quite a stir in the profound nether mansion. In the beginning, when Duan Ling Tian was on his way to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, many assumed Duan Ling Tian was only a young master from a prominent family who wanted to visit the middle realm to sightsee. They arrived at this conclusion when they discovered he was not even 100 years old and when they saw he was personally accompanied by Qi Tianming, an inspector of the profound nether mansion. After all, how could a young man who was not even 100 years old possess enough strength to participate in the competition? When Duan Ling Tian entered the top 100, many of them concluded that Duan Ling Tian had cheated or had gotten lucky. However, After news of him killing Gongsun Jin spread and his ranking rose to the 52nd place, coupled with the confirmation from a few elders who had friends in the Azure Green Mansion, no one thought he was cheating or was lucky anymore. Most of them were fervently discussing Duan Ling Tian's origins at that time. The 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate were buzzing. The commotion was even bigger than the martial battle mansion. This was especially true in the site of the transporting formation that Duan Ling Tian had used to travel to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people were hounding the elder who had issued the accumulative point jade to Duan Ling Tian for answers. Elder, is Duan Ling Tian really less than 100 years old? Elder, why is Duan Ling Tian so special? Is he even human? Elder, did you know this would happen when you gave him the accumulative point jade? At this moment, that elder was like a movie star on Earth who was surrounded by paparazzi. Where did Inspector Chi find someone like Duan Ling Tian? As time passed, news from the martial battle mansion traveled to the profound Nether Mansion since there were many elders from the 2 grade 6 celestial mansions who were friends. Therefore, it did not take long before special details such as Duan Ling Tian eliminating 11 disciples from the martial battle mansion within 15 minutes reached the ears of the people from the profound Nether Mansion. Needless to say, the people from the profound Nether Mansion were shocked and impressed by this feat. After all, they knew Heng Feng and Lu Xiaozhou who were eliminated had consistently ranked above the top 100 every month. Duan Ling Tian comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Similarly, Heng Feng comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, including the crystal barrier profundity and the defense profundity. Even then, Duan Ling Tian managed to breach his defenses. If Duan Ling Tian didn't show mercy, he could have easily killed Heng Feng. I heard Heng Feng almost died even after he managed to comprehend the defense profundity at the critical juncture. Heavens! Duan Ling Tian is a 10-direction celestial duke and has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space before even reaching 100 years old. Is his age real? There are many credible sources who have confirmed Duan Ling Tian is less than 100 years old. There's no doubt his age is real. I really wonder where Inspector Chi found a person like him. If you ask me, I don't think Inspector Chi is capable of recruiting such a peerless genius. In my opinion, Lord Mansion Master has to be the one who found Duan Ling Tian. Lord Mansion Master probably tasked Inspector Chi with bringing Duan Ling Tian to the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Well, you have a point as well. As the discussion continued, more and more people grew convinced that Duan Ling Tian had been recruited by the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion instead of Qi Tianming. Naturally, these people were unaware that the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was as shocked as they were by Duan Ling Tian's ability and performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Inspector Chi, who's this Duan Ling Tian? The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. He had a dignified air about him that made him look imposing. As soon as he learned about Duan Ling Tian's existence, he sent a message to Qi Tianming. Prior to this, he did not even know there was such a person in the mansion. After listening to Qi Tianming's reply a few moments later, his eyes lit up. It seemed like after 30,000 years, there was going to be an imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, when he heard about the test Duan Ling Tian had to pass before he could become an imperial tutor, his eyes dimmed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, why would he come up with such a test? He knows Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old. With this, he left his residence in a haste and made his way to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, was, naturally, unaware of all these things. It would be great if I have a map that marks all of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases in the middle realm. At that time, I'd only need to wait at the bases. Duan Ling Tian, who figured a way to earn points quickly at the Martial Battle Mansion's base, began to search for other Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases. Similar to before, he planned to intercept disciples who were returning to the bases. Alas, after searching for 2 days and 2 nights, he did not encounter another base. Chapter 3140 An Indignant Lu Ji. Over the past 2 days and nights, I didn't meet a single person at all, let alone a Celestial Mansion's base. Ever since Duan Ling Tian left the vicinity of the Martial Battle Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he did not meet a single soul at all. He remembered the locations of the Profound Nether Mansion and the Martial Battle Mansion's bases, but he knew it would be useless to wait at those two bases. For one, it was pointless for him to wait near the Profound Nether Mansion's base since he would not be able to obtain points from fellow members of the Profound Nether Mansion. Secondly, since he had just eliminated 11 people from the Martial Battle Mansion near their base, it was highly likely that no one from the Martial Battle Mansion would be stepping out from the base for a while. Apart from that, he knew it was also pointless to wait for disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion to return to their base. After all, the end of the month was fast approaching, and they would be automatically transported out when time was up. There was no need for them to return to their base. For all these reasons, he did not wait at the two Celestial Mansions bases and ventured out to look for other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions bases instead. There are less than 2 days left before the scoreboard is refreshed. There aren't many people who would enter the Middle Realm at this time. It's going to be like searching for a needle in a haystack to find another person now, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he traveled by teleportation. He no longer held hope that he would run into anyone. He held his accumulative point jade as he continued thinking to himself, since I entered the Middle Realm too late, I think 41 points will be my final score for this month. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a forest with treacherous terrain. Previously, he would be extremely cautious when traveling through such terrains. However, at this moment, he was no longer as cautious. After all, he thought it was unlikely that he would run into another soul here. Even if there were people here, he did not think they would be very powerful since those who ranked at the top had already left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian abruptly came to a halt after traveling for half an hour. Soon enough, he saw a figure shrouded in green energy charging toward him fiercely. At the same time, the figure was moving his hands about swiftly, forming an energy saber with the wind. He continued charging toward Duan Ling Tian as he wielded the saber in his hand. A saber cry rang in the air, and a piercing energy shrouded Duan Ling Tian swiftly. All this happened in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian, who had his guard down, almost did not react in time. Teleportation profundity. The wind saber was merely a few meters away from Duan Ling Tian's body, and it was just a moment away from landing on him when he vanished without a trace. Teleportation. The green figure stopped in his tracks. A hint of shock could be seen in his widened eyes. He had comprehended the law of wind. Therefore, there was only a handful of people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who were faster than him. How could he not be shocked that his opponent managed to dodge his attack and vanished into thin air in front of his eyes? If it was not the law of space's teleportation profundity, what else could it be? Restraining profundity. While the figure shrouded in green energy came to a stop and had yet to regain his senses, Duan Ling Tian teleported behind the green figure and cast the law of space's restraining profundity without wasting any time. Territory profundity. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian cast the law of space's territory profundity that covered a 10-meter radius around him. Then, he teleported close to the green figure. At this time, the green figure turned around, meeting Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He seemed unaffected by the restraining profundity and the territory profundity. The green energy around him that seemed to contain tiny wind sabers was keeping the space energy in the territory at bay. Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji. When the green figure turned around, Duan Ling Tian saw the identity token hanging from the green figure's waist. He recalled the conversations he had heard before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At that time, Duan Ling Tian heard someone saying the Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji had only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he already obtained many points. Moreover, his points were still increasing. People seemed to think it would not be difficult for Lu Ji to rank in the top 30 this month. That was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard about Lu Ji. He instinctively searched for Lu Ji's name on the scoreboard after that. With a little over 100 points, Lu Ji was ranked at the 33rd place. He only needed less than 20 points to rank in the top 30. Based on the time we have left in the middle realm for this month, today should be his last day in the middle realm. If he doesn't leave soon, he'll be forced to exit. A Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple. Duan Ling Tian. Similarly, Lu Ji was looking at Duan Ling Tian's identity token as well. A frown appeared on his face. He had never heard of a disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Moreover, he noticed Duan Ling Tian had cast 4 profundities from the law of space so far: the space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the restraining profundity, and the territory profundity. an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion who had comprehended, at least, 4 profundities from the law of space. He was confused. Unless the person in front of him had intentionally concealed his strength, there was no way he would be unknown. Distortion profundity, cross-dimensional / profundity. While Lu Ji was deep in his thoughts, Duan Ling Tian did not stop. He quickly cast 2 other profundities from the law of space. The void in the territory began to distort and ripple violently. The force was so strong that it easily crushed the tiny wind saber that was spinning on the surface of Lu Ji's skin. The void tore open before a streak of gray saber rays shot out of the crack. It was so eye-catching and formidable that it eclipsed everything in its surroundings. It seemed to have locked onto Lu Ji as it continued shooting toward him. It was obvious that Lu Ji would die if the attack landed on him. He struggled, but he could not free himself from Duan Ling Tian's restrictions. In the end, he decisively crushed his accumulative point jade before he fiercely said, "Don't let me see you next month." A brilliant green light burst forth from Lu Ji's body at this moment, keeping Duan Ling Tian's attack at bay. Soon enough, the formation from the accumulative point jade sent him back to his celestial mansion. This was the first time he was eliminated in such an infuriating manner. When Lu Ji had first seen Duan Ling Tian, he had assumed Duan Ling Tian, as an outer court disciple, was no threat to him at all. Although he had been surprised when Duan Ling Tian cast 4 profundities from the law of space, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was able to threaten him. When Duan Ling Tian cast another 2 profundities, bringing the number up to 6 profundities, he knew he had been too reckless. Alas, it was too late for him to counter the attack. Moreover, he needed time to free himself from his restraints before he could counter the attack. With how fast and fierce the attack from the cross-dimensional / profundity was, he did not have time for that. It was too late. The only thing he could do was to hastily put up a defense for a moment to crush his accumulative point jade. With this, at least, he would be able to preserve his life. Otherwise, he would have died. Nevertheless, Lu Ji felt indignant that he was forced to crush his accumulative point jade. After all, if he had been prepared and did not underestimate his opponent, he knew he would be able to defeat or kill his opponent even if his opponent had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Since he had comprehended the 2 main movement profundities from the law of wind, his speed was comparable to his opponent's teleportation. Profundity. If I can avoid his restraining profundity and territory profundity, I'll be able to catch up to him even if he uses the teleportation profundity. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for me to defeat and kill him. Lu Ji was extremely displeased about being forced to leave the middle realm. 113 points. After Lu Ji crushed his accumulative point jade, Duan Ling Tian discovered his points had increased a lot. With Lu Ji's points, he now had 154 points. Chapter 3141 Duan Ling Tian ranks 25th. In the Hanqing Mansion's estate, a figure appeared at one of the transporting formations to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Lu Ji. It's Senior Lu Ji. Senior Lu Ji has returned. Unfortunately, Senior Lu Ji only managed to rank at the 31st place. With his strength and if he didn't enter late, he could have easily ranked in the top 30. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, he caught the attention of the elders and disciples of the Hanqing Celestial Mansion. For this reason, they did not see his name disappearing from the 31st, causing the people behind him to rise in rankings. This was considered a huge change in rankings and would cause a commotion if the people present on the scene were not distracted by Lu Ji's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, in another site of a transporting formation in the Hanqing Mansion, Senior Lu Ji's name has disappeared from the scoreboard. Heavens, it's true. His name has disappeared. Does this mean he's eliminated? Who's capable of eliminating Senior Lu Ji? I have a feeling it's the same person who eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hang Feng. You're right, it's him. Look, he now has 154 points and is ranked 25th. It seems like he really did eliminate Senior Lu Ji. Senior Lu Ji had 113 points, and that person had 41 points before this. His points have increased by 113 points. It has to be him. The elders and disciples look at the name at the 25th place incredulously. Similar to Hang Feng, who had, before his battle with Duan Ling Tian, comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and was in the process of comprehending the 7th one, Lu Ji had also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 7th one. Despite that, Lu Ji was stronger than Hang Feng since Lu Ji had comprehended the law of wind while He Feng had comprehended the law of earth that specialized in defense. The majority of the 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would find it difficult to catch up to Lu Ji if Lu Ji decided to escape. How could they not be shocked and confused upon discovering Lu Ji had been eliminated? Duan Ling Tian. Lu Ji looked at the scoreboard and the name he hated with all his guts. His expression was unsightly, and his hands were tightly clenched. At this moment, the people around him began to notice that something was amiss. They followed his eyes and looked at the scoreboard, gasping when they saw the changes in rankings. Senior Lu Ji is also eliminated by Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Who's this Duan Ling Tian? Did the Profound Nether Mansion really seek external help? That has to be it. Otherwise, if the Profound Nether Mansion has such a genius, would they really hide his existence until now? A person with such capabilities wouldn't remain unknown. That's right, I heard he's only an outer court disciple in the Profound Nether Mansion. If he's not hired to help the Profound Nether Mansion, how could he only be an outer court disciple? A friend of mine in the Profound Nether Mansion said that Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old. Moreover, he also said Duan Ling Tian was hired by the Profound Nether Mansion. What? Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old? Preposterous. That's impossible. The majority of people present on the scene did not believe Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. Despite the unsightly expression on Lu Ji's face, an elder asked, Lu Ji, is Duan Ling Tian really an outer court disciple? Yes, at least that's what it says on his identity token, Lu Ji replied solemnly. Is he really stronger than you? Another elder asked. Lu Ji scoffed before he replied, if it weren't for my carelessness, I would have eliminated him instead. His expression turned even more unsightly as he spoke. If we meet again next month, I, Lu Ji, will change my surname to Duan if I don't defeat him. After he finished speaking, he left immediately. The eyes of the people of Hanqing Mansion lit up when they heard Lu Ji's confident words. They did not doubt Lu Ji's words that he was only eliminated due to his carelessness. After all, Duan Ling Tian was an unknown outer court disciple. Most people would not be on high alert when facing Duan Ling Tian. Before Lu Ji left, another elder could not help but ask, Lu Ji, is he really less than 100 years old? Do you think it's possible for a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of space to be younger than 100 years old? Lu Ji left them with this rhetorical question. Lu Ji had immediately attacked as soon as he discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. He did not probe Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness. It was beyond his expectation that he would be eliminated by someone he deemed an easy target. Therefore, he thought it was preposterous when people mentioned Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. He was aware of Duan Ling Tian's strength due to their battle earlier. How could someone with that strength be younger than 100 years old? After Lu Ji left, the elders and disciples looked at each other in disbelief. They knew Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary person and had heard that he had possibly comprehended 7 profundities of a law, but they did not expect him to comprehend the law of space. All of them knew how difficult it was to comprehend the law of space. It was comparable to comprehending 8 or 9 profundities from an ordinary law. He's comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Previously, a friend of mine in the martial battle mansion told me that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems like there are some truths to it, one of the disciples said. 7 profundities from the law of space. Are you sure? The elders and disciples looked at that disciple in disbelief. Did this not mean Duan Ling Tian had held back when he eliminated Lu Ji? If that was the case, even if Lu Ju was not careless, he might not be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian at all. As the commotion broke out in Hanqing Mansion due to Lu Ji's elimination, other grade 6 celestial mansions, including the Profound Nether Mansion, were in an uproar as well. Duan Ling Tian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, obtained 154 points and ranks 25th after spending only 5 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there are many people who had accumulated more points in 5 days, none of them had done so at the end of the month. After all, everyone knows it's difficult to accumulate points during the end of the month. This Duan Ling Tian is not only powerful, but he's lucky as well. He even managed to run into Lu Ji, who had accumulated so many points. With his current points, he's only second to Zhou Hongjia in the Profound Nether Mansion. The 5th day of Duan Ling Tian's time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was the day his name spread to all grade 6 celestial mansions. Due to various factors, most of them were convinced he was hired by the profound Nether Mansion to help the mansion compete for higher rankings. In just a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. With this, whoever was left in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was automatically transported out. Duan Ling Tian finally returned to the site of the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. At this moment, a hint of disappointment could be seen on his face. After he eliminated Lu Ji, he did not encounter anyone over the last 2 days. Therefore, he did not obtain any points at all. Duan Ling Tian has returned. As soon as Duan Ling Tian exited the transporting formation, everyone swarmed toward him. They stared at him curiously, some of them even extended their divine consciousness to probe him. He's really not even 100 years old. Heavens, I thought it was just a rumor. Duan Ling Tian's really not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old, but he managed to rank 25th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Such a feat is unprecedented in the history of the Southern Heaven territory. Don't forget he only entered the middle realm at the end of the month. I really look forward to his performance next month. Chapter 31 42 Foreign Beings. This was not the first time a crowd had gathered around Duan Ling Tian, and he usually had no problem escaping. However, he had been taken by surprise when he was suddenly transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and had been slightly distracted when he arrived. Before he could react, everyone had already gathered around him and looked at him with curious and burning gazes, clamoring for his attention. One disciple asked curiously, Duan Ling Tian, did you really comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? My cousin brother is a disciple of the Han Qing Mansion. According to him, Lu Ji said you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Another disciple quickly followed up with another question. Duan Ling Tian, my cousin brother is a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. He mentioned that Heng Feng said you've comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Is that true? The elders and disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously, eagerly waiting for Duan Ling Tian's answer. It was already incredibly shocking that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, but it was even more shocking that he comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space at this age. Chills ran up their spines whenever they thought about this. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at the crowd that was throwing questions at him. At this moment, an energetic voice rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian. The voice belonged to Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors in the profound Nether Mansion. Before the crowd could react, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air and reappeared next to Qi Tianming. Subsequently, both of them turned around and left. When the crowd regained their senses, they broke into another uproar again. The teleportation profundity. That's right, it's the law of space's teleportation profundity. Otherwise, how's it possible that a celestial king like me can't even capture his movements? Teleportation doesn't require the user to move. It's only natural that no one was able to catch his movements. We can now confirm that Duan Ling Tian is indeed less than 100 years old and has comprehended the law of space. Moreover, we can be sure that he has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Based on these facts, we can be absolutely sure that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended, at least, 2 profundities, including the space elemental profundity. I wonder if he really comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space. Many the Martial Battle Mansion's Heng Feng and the Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji lied about it to preserve their dignity. That's possible. However, even if Duan Ling Tian didn't comprehend 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, he's still not simple since he's able to eliminate Heng Feng and Lu Ji. That's for sure. Those who are ranked in the top 30 are no ordinary people. The conversations grew softer and softer as Duan Ling Tian moved further and further away from the site of the transporting formation. I didn't expect you to achieve such a ranking when you only entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so close to the end of the month. Qi Tianming said emotionally as he walked back to his cultivation place. I was just lucky, Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile. He knew very well that if he did not chance upon the Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji, he would not have made it to the 25th place. In fact, he was considered lucky for even being able to rank in the top 50. You managed to stumble across the Martial Battle Mansion's base and encounter Lu Ji, there's no doubt you're incredibly lucky. However, if you didn't possess the ability to defeat them, these encounters would still be useless. Moreover, you even risked getting eliminated by them, Qi Tianming replied with a smile. With his position, it was not difficult for him to learn about the ins and outs of Duan Ling Tian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming knew it was unprecedented when Duan Ling Tian discovered the Martial Battle Mansion and eliminated almost a dozen disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion. This could be considered as a great provocation. There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian would be targeted by people from the Martial Battle Mansion in the future. Although Hang Feng was rather strong and his defenses were unparalleled among celestial dukes in the Martial Battle Mansion, there were a few people who were stronger than Hang Feng in the Martial Battle Mansion. In fact, even Hang Feng's peers who only comprehended 6 profundities of Allah and were in the progress of comprehending the 7th one had stronger combat strength compared to Hang Feng who had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Earth. For example, Lu Ji might have only comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Wind and was in the process of comprehending the 7th one, but his combat strength was much stronger than Hang Feng. Nevertheless, despite superior offensive strength, Lu Ji would not be able to defeat Hang Feng since Hang Feng's defenses were incredibly strong. Similarly, Hang Feng would not be able to defeat Lu Ji due to Lu Ji's superior speed. Qi Tianming said, clearly delighted, "The Mansion Master came to see me a few days ago to ask about you. He's very concerned about you as well. Since he was the one who brought Duan Ling Tian to the Profound Nether Mansion, if Duan Ling Tian successfully became the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, the Mansion Master and the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion would definitely generously reward him. The other inspectors would definitely envy his rewards since the Mansion Master was known to be generous with rewards. In fact, he did not care much even if the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion did not reward him so long as the Mansion Master rewarded him. It was enough that he was able to meet with the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. In my opinion, once the Mansion Master finds out you're out of the Middle Realm, he'll definitely want to meet you," Qi Tianming said confidently. Duan Ling Tian did not care much if the Mansion Master was interested to meet him or not. He changed the topic and asked, "Old Qi, the ranking for the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will reset tomorrow, right?" "Yes." Qi Tianming nodded. "Today is the last day of the month so everyone in the Middle Realm has been transported out. Tomorrow marks the fresh start, and the Middle Realm will open again. Are you planning to enter tomorrow?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "I haven't decided. Old Qi, in your opinion, when do you think is the best time to enter the Middle Realm? If you're aiming for the top 20, it's fine to enter tomorrow. To make it into the top 10, it's best to enter 3 days later," Qi Tianming replied. "And what if I want to rank first?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a glint in his eyes. "Rank first?" Qi Tianming was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Soon after, a wry smile appeared on his face as he said, "I know you want to pass the test as quickly as possible and become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, it's unrealistic for you to rank first immediately. Based on my knowledge, there are a few mysterious 10 directions celestial dukes who have comprehended 7 profundities of Allah who could easily defeat their peers who have comprehended 7 profundities and are in the process of comprehending the 8th profundity. This means they are also in the process of comprehending the 8th profundity, or it could mean that some of them rely on special abilities. These people are born with inherent special abilities, and they're foreign beings disguised as humans. There's quite a handful of foreign beings who are disguised as humans in grade 6 celestial mansions, after all." Based on his words, it was clear he did not think Duan Ling Tian's current strength was sufficient for him to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There are foreign beings as well. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He knew these foreign beings Qi Tianming mentioned referred to celestial beasts and plants that gained sentience. In the Devata realms, with enough luck, plants that had existed for a long time could gain sentience and cultivate. With time, they might even gain a human form. There were some celestial emperors in Devata realms who were initially plants. Not only was their strength on par with humans and celestial beasts, but they might even have an advantage in certain aspects. Qi Tianming nodded. Foreign beings exist in the Profound Nether Mansion as well. Do you a disciple who ranks in the top 30 in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? I remember. A glint of light flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. When I came out earlier, I saw he's ranked 29th, behind Zhou Hongjia who's ranked 24th. Duan Ling Tian ranked 25th, Zhou Hongjia ranked 24th, and another disciple named Hua Xiao ranked 29th on this month's scoreboard. He's not human. His original form is that of a flower that grew in the depth of a lake. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he was able to cultivate and gain a human form. He's only a little over 500 years old now. Chapter 3143 Su Chapter A map doesn't exist. After becoming human, he's slightly over 500 years old. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly upon hearing Qi Tianming's words. This means the age restriction in the middle realm doesn't count the years before they gained human forms. If this was the case, it meant that it was the same for celestial beasts as well. Did this not mean celestial beasts would have an advantage? After all, powerful celestial beasts could only gain a human form after a long time. When they finally gained human forms, their abilities were already comparable to celestial beings. Qi Tianming nodded. Plants absorb the essence of the sun, the moon, the heavens, and the earth. In order to gain human forms, they'd need to be incredibly lucky. After they gain human forms, they have no cultivation base at all, so they have to start cultivating from the beginning. Nevertheless, since they absorb the essence of the sun, the moon, the heavens, and the earth, the speed of their improvements is heaven-defying. Even their comprehension skills are incredibly high. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened after hearing Qi Tianming's words. In this regard, plants were different from celestial beasts that could instinctively cultivate and retain their cultivation bases after gaining human forms. For this reason, celestial beasts would still retain some of their strength after gaining human forms. So does the age restriction apply to celestial beasts as well, or their treatment is the same as plants? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded and replied, in this aspect, celestial beasts aren't like plants who have gained sentience. The age restriction still applies to celestial beasts. If a celestial beast only gained a human form at 900 years old, it would only have 100 years left to enter the middle realm. The Southern Celestial Lord had taken this into consideration before he created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, it would be unfair to humans and other beings. Duan Ling Tian was relieved upon hearing these words. If that was the case, then it was fair. Although Hua Xiao is only slightly over 500 years old, he's comprehended 6 profundities and is in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of water. Moreover, the profundities he has comprehended are the more powerful and practical profundities from the law of water. Due to the advantage he has from his origin, he's above his peers in all grade 6 celestial mansions. For this reason, he's ranked in the top 30, Qi Tianming explained. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of Hua Xiao after listening to Qi Tianming's words. Initially I thought that after Zhou Hongjia reaches 1,000 years old, Hua Xiao will be the only pillar of strength the profound nether mansion could rely on in the middle realm. I didn't expect to find you in the Simplicity Celestial sect. With your presence, the profound nether mansion will definitely outperform the others in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It's only a matter of time before you rank first. It was clear Qi Tianming thought Duan Ling Tian needed some time before he would be able to rank first. Duan Ling Tian could tell Qi Tianming was not confident of his current strength. However, he did not take offense. Moreover, he knew actions spoke louder than words. He would prove his ability by ranking first. After a while, he asked, Old Qi, do you have a map that marks the bases of every grade 6 celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Although Qi Tianming had mentioned waiting at the bases of celestial mansions to eliminate their disciples was a blatant sign of provocation and would spark retaliation, Duan Ling Tian did not care. His only concern was ranking first. Moreover, even if they wanted to seek revenge from him, they could only do so in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm or secretly seek revenge outside the middle realm. If it were known that they tried to seek revenge outside of the middle realm, their reputation would be tarnished since it showed that they had no sportsmanship. Why, do you still plan to wait in the vicinity of the bases? Qi Tianming was shocked. Naturally, he could guess Duan Ling Tian's intention. Duan Ling Tian smiled before he asked in return, this way, I'll be able to accumulate points faster, right? Qi Tianming took in a couple of deep breaths to calm down before he said, Duan Ling Tian, this approach is inadvisable. Although the celestial mansions can only seek revenge in the middle realm, if you cross their bottom lines, they wouldn't let things slide. They might not attack you in the open, but they can easily hire an assassin to get the job done. He shook his head, feeling Duan Ling Tian was rather naive. He tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian by saying, moreover, even if you've comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, any 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 2 movement profundities of Allah can easily catch up to you. In my opinion, it's best if you keep a low profile. Don't repeat what happened at the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Old Chi, I understand where you're coming from. However, I'd still love to have a copy of the map. How about this? I won't wait for them close to their bases. I'll observe from afar and only make my move once they travel a distance away from their bases. Duan Ling Tian knew Qi Tian Ming's words were born out of concern for him, so he made a compromise. Nevertheless, he was determined to get his hands on the map. With the map, he would be able to accumulate points efficiently, and there would be no need for him to wander aimlessly looking for targets. Qi Tian Ming shook his head and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but such a map doesn't exist." It doesn't exist. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows. Nobody drew a map of the bases at all. I remember the way to the Martial Battle Mansion's base from our base. When I enter the Middle Realm again, I should be able to find their base again. You won't be able to find it. Qi Tian Ming shook his head once again. I won't be able to find their base. Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened. An ominous feeling rose in his heart instantly. At the end of the month, when the rankings of the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm resets, the terrains change as well. Based on what I know, the locations of the bases change as well. They never appear in the same location. Therefore, it's pointless even if you remember the location of the base. You won't be able to find it even if you follow the route when you enter the Middle Realm again. Now that I've explained everything clearly, you should understand what I mean, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. I didn't expect this. No wonder there's no map of the bases. How could there be a map when the locations of the bases of the Grade 6 celestial mansions change every month? Suddenly, several voices rang in the air. Their tones were rather casual and not reverent or respectful like the tone the disciples and the elders used. Inspector Qi Tian Ming shook his head. Well, these old fellows are here before the mansion master. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, these people are my old friends. Except for one of them, all of them are from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans consisted of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Zongsun Clan, and the Gongyang Clan. At the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian had met with several high-ranking officials from the 3 sects and 2 clans. One of them was Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect and an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion. They must have come over since they knew you've come out from the Middle Realm, Qi Tian Ming said with absolute certainty. Indeed, these people, inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion from the 3 sects and 2 clans, had come because of Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was famous in the Profound Nether Mansion. The only people who had not heard of him were those in closed-door cultivation. These few inspectors, like the others, were curious about Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, once they learned that Duan Ling Tian had come out from the Middle Realm, they immediately came to look for Qi Tian Ming. These inspectors were mostly old men from the same generation as Qi Tian Ming and had a good relationship with Qi Tian Ming. Therefore, they did not hesitate to look for Qi Tian Ming to satiate their curiosity. Moreover, they treated Duan Ling Tian kindly as well. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew these few inspectors treated him kindly due to their good relationship with Qi Tian Ming. Apart from that, he knew it was also due to his performance in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and his achievements. After all, a 10-direction celestial dukes who had comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching 100 years old was more than enough to cause a stir in the 10 major clans and top 5 clans in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone a Grade 6 celestial mansion like the Profound Nether Mansion. Meanwhile, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, Chen Yuan Shan, received a message. Duan Ling Tian, a 10-direction celestial duke who's suspected to have comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 100 has been brought to join the Profound Nether Mansion by Inspector Qi Tian Ming. Qi Tian Ming originally came from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.